Chapter 1. Be gentle, the bed is collapsing. Be gentle, the bed is collapsing. Chen Hao heard the woman's voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw a woman standing in front of him, facing forward, with one hand on her back. He was stunned. Looking around, I saw that this was a mud house without even a decent piece of furniture, and it exuded an old atmosphere everywhere. A bumpy wooden door with a calendar nailed to the back. September 1975. Lying in the hospice ward that only the rich can enjoy, with endless guilt, I took my last breath, but I didn't expect that I was reborn. His throat tightened, and he stared at the woman in front of him. Familiar memories came to mind, and he trembled as he said, "Wife, are you okay?" The woman standing in front of him is his wife Tong Qian. Tall body, black hair, proud figure, a beauty in the area. She was an educated youth who went to the countryside in the 1960s. When she was assigned to the village, many young people surrounded her, but no one dared to approach her and talk to her. He helped with the work and said a few words of concern from time to time, and that's how he won her over. Teenage girls are the easiest to pursue. On the wedding night, he was amazed again by her rare fair skin, which was really as white as cream and as red as rouge. It's white everywhere. You actually care about me. Tong Qian turned around and looked at him coldly. I don't believe that his concern is genuine. This is a beast. He dragged her into the house in broad daylight and wanted to have sex with her. This kind of thing has happened more than once. Every time I think about it, I feel ashamed and angry. She is a human being, not an animal. Only animals would want it anytime and anywhere. If she resists, she will be whipped. She never cares about her family and she has given up on this man. It went up for at least half an hour each time, but this time it actually stopped. After tidying up her clothes, Tong Qian opened the door, waved outside, and the two little girls ran into the house. The older one is 6 years old and the younger one is only 3 years old. Nini, Xiaoduo, come to daddy, give you a hug. Seeing the two girls, Chen Hao couldn't hold back any longer and tears welled up in his eyes. These are his two daughters, the older one is called Chen Nir and the younger one is called Chen Xiaoduo. Chen Hao burst into tears of joy at being able to see two lively little lives again. In her previous life, it was in the winter of that year, on a snowy day, Tong Qian took her two daughters and jumped into the river to commit suicide, with the eldest daughter on her back and the youngest daughter in her arms. The three men were wrapped in ropes and tied with knots. When they were salvaged, the three of them were huddled together with their heads leaning against each other. Until they died, the mother and daughter were all together. I took the two daughters away. Anyway, you never cared about their life or death. It is their misfortune to have a father like you. If there is an afterlife, I don't want to know you again. If you still have a trace of conscience, bury my mother and I together. When it gets cold, put some straw in the pit. I'm afraid they will freeze. After the mother and her two daughters left, Chen Hao found a letter at home. Tong Qian made arrangements for her funeral arrangements but did not mention him. She was unwilling to call him her husband, and was even unwilling to mention his name. At that moment, he felt as if his heart was pierced by thousands of arrows and was filled with remorse. We don't know how to cherish things that are too easy to get, and we only realize their value when we lose them. He knelt in front of the grave of the mother and her two daughters and slapped himself hard, but the dead cannot be resurrected, and he suffered for decades. God finally heard his cry and gave him a chance to start over. Nini, Xiaoduo, it's Daddy. Daddy misses you so much. Chen Hao looked at his two daughters and called softly. But both daughters ran to Tong Qian and grabbed her pants tightly. There was no joy in their eyes, only fear. Chen Hao, what are you up to now? Tong Qian said angrily while protecting her two daughters, are you planning to give Nini and Xiaoduo away again? Are you still human? They are all your daughters. Even animals know how to protect their children. You are worse than an animal. Tong Qian stared at Chen Hao hatefully, her whole body trembling with anger and her teeth chattering. What else should I do to make Chen Hao take care of this family? Do you really have to force the three of us to death? She bit her lips until they bled and screamed at the top of her lungs. I married him for 5 yuan plus 2 kilograms of brown sugar, but what happened in the end? He beat and scolded me just because I gave birth to 2 daughters and no male child. He didn't earn his work points well, and didn't care about his family. He just sat around all day and spent any money he had. When he had no money to spend, he went to borrow money and even had his eyes on his 2 daughters. You said you wanted to give it to someone, didn't that mean you wanted to sell it? Brute. You are right to scold me. I am indeed worse than an animal. Chen Hao nodded. I was wrong. I am sorry to you, Nini and Xiao Duo. I will change and let you three live a good life. Tong Qian looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. This beast actually admitted that he was wrong and said that he would let him and his two daughters live a good life? A dog will always eat shit. She didn't believe it. Too much disappointment has accumulated. I have been looking forward to it year after year and comforted myself again and again, but the result is that I am exhausted both physically and mentally. A dog can't change, but I can. Chen Hao said, I was wrong before. I didn't cherish such a beautiful daughter-in-law like you. It's up to you to have two daughters. They are cute and pretty. I will be the pillar of support, supporting you and this family. He expressed his opinion again, in a sincere tone. Even after being called a dog, he was not angry. Instead, he continued to express his determination to support the family. Tong Qian looked at Chen Hao. Could it be that he was really willing to change and finally understood how to care for himself and his daughter? Mom, I'm going to see the sun. Shen Nir suddenly ran out the door. Suddenly he ran into the house again. Mom, the sun is in the west, is he lying? This kid even went to see where the sun was rising. She also noticed the abnormal changes in Chen Hao. It's afternoon now, so of course the sun is in the west. It's only in the east in the morning. Chen Hao said, don't worry, Dad will take good care of you in the future. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Nini, but Nini was a little scared and hid away. She was afraid because her father's love was too lacking and came too suddenly. Chen Hao looked at his little daughter again. Before he could say anything, Shen Xiaoduo retracted her head and said seriously, I want to go see the sun, too. For a 3-year-old child, his cognition is more about imitation. I'll go cook, said Chen Hao. He knew that there was no rush and that he was already content with the chance to make amends. How many people have regrets but no chance to make up for them? God still favors him. The kitchen was right next to it, adjacent to the sleeping area, with some firewood, an earthen stove, and 2 coarse ceramic jars. One is for water and the other is for rice. The rice jar was almost empty, the only vegetable left was cabbage, and the only seasonings were oil and salt, and there wasn't much left. This family is really poor. He made a fire and cooked. In the next room, Nyang-san was muttering. He is really cooking for us. It's so amazing that he can even make a fire and cook. The eldest daughter Nini said secretly to Tong Qian. Chapter 2. Let him cook from now on. Listening to the noise in the kitchen, Tong Qian's wounded heart seemed to be smeared with a trace of medicine, and she felt a little comforted. Her man seemed to really understand her suffering. After the eldest daughter was born, her husband never made a fire to cook, but today he actually took the initiative to make a fire and cook. She hugged her 2 daughters and felt hopeful about the future. The meal was ready in half an hour. Chen Hao brought it to the small wooden table. It was very simple, with only 1 cabbage and 4 bowls of rice. It smells so good. Wow, it's rice. We haven't eaten rice at home for a long time. We've always had porridge, which doesn't make us feel hungry. The 2 kids were very happy. But when she saw the rice and the greasy cabbage, Tong Qian was horrified and her face turned pale. She hurried to the kitchen and looked at the rice jar. There was no rice left. She looked at the oil, but that was gone too. You've used up all the oil and rice in the house? She questioned Chen Hao in a crying voice. Even though I have seen the actual situation, it is still hard to believe. There's not much oil left, so use it all. Cabbage will be fragrant only if fried with lard. Get some lard next time. Chen Hao placed a large bowl of rice in front of Tong Qian. Eat more rice. Rice can make you feel full. In the 1970s, conditions were difficult, there were few supplementary foods, and oil and water were insufficient. A strong laborer could eat nearly 1 kilogram of rice in one meal. The more work they do, the more they eat. Some people even eat 2 kilograms of rice in one meal. The thin porridge is indeed not enough to satisfy your hunger. Don't I know that porridge won't satisfy your hunger? Tong Qian was heartbroken. Why is life so difficult? There's only so much food left at home, and you used it all to cook rice. There's no more oil left. I told you to save it so we can survive a few more days. Tong Qian shed tears. You've used it up today. What are you going to do tomorrow? Are you going to have to starve to death as a family? This day does not give people hope at all. Don't worry, I have a way. Things will work out when the time comes. How can a living person be suffocated to death by urine? Chen Hao said, eat well. From now on, not only rice, but also dumplings. When the two girls heard about eating dumplings, their eyes widened. It is only possible to eat dumplings during the Chinese New Year, and it is common to not eat meat for several months on weekdays. You are not the head of the family, so you just talk nonsense. Tong Qian, even at the captain's house, we don't know how many times we can eat dumplings. She didn't believe it at all. Her family was very poor. Let alone dumplings, even eating dry rice every day was a luxury. The little rice at home won't last for a few days even if we don't cook it. Don't worry about the food. I'm sure I can find a way. Chen Hao handed the chopsticks to Tong Qian. Seeing Chen Hao's solemn promise, Tong Qian was half believing and half doubting. As long as Chen Hao is willing to support the family, she will feel much better. As for dumplings, she doesn't have any extravagant hopes. Eat more food. Chen Hao picked up some food for Tong Qian. She also picked up some cabbage for the two kids and poured the oily cabbage soup into their rice. Stir it and it tastes delicious. It's delicious, Mom. Let him cook for you from now on. The youngest daughter Chen Xiaoduo had rice all over her mouth. He is only 3 years old, but he can already eat rice with chopsticks by himself. He is satisfied with just one cabbage and a little more oil. After dinner, Chen Hao washed the dishes. He cleaned up the kitchen and ran to the door to chop up the pile of tree trunks to use as firewood. Mom, will the sun rise from the west tomorrow? Chen Nir asked. I'm so afraid that when I wake up, he will become that bad dad again. Tong Qian did not answer Nini's question because she didn't know whether Chen Hao would return to his old ways. The daughter wants a responsible father, and as a wife, she also wants a man who is capable of supporting her and the family. My family is a household in financial difficulty and still owes money and grain to the production team. I just hope that I can pay off the debt as soon as possible so that my husband can take care of the family and earn work points. There was no electricity at home, so people were reluctant to light the kerosene lamp. After it got dark, they simply washed up and went to bed. Bricks were placed at both ends and in the middle, with 2 wooden boards on top. There was not even any cotton padding, just neatly tied straw and an old cloth on top. The quilt was also very thin. A family of 4 squeezed into such a bed. The 2 kids slept on the inside against the earthen wall, Tong Qian was on the outside, and Chen Hao slept on the outermost side. Get up early tomorrow, go to work, and earn work points. Tong Qian said softly after the 2 children fell asleep. You are a strong laborer with a base score of 10 points, but if you don't work hard, you only get 3 or 4 work points a day, and only 1,000 work points in a year. If you work hard and get more work points, your family will live a better life. It was because the man did not work hard and even borrowed money from the team that the family became an upside-down household. They ran out of food in September and the family could not even take out a penny. 1 work point is only 5 cents. Chen Hao said, even if you get 3,000 or 4,000 work points, it's only about 150 yuan. How can it be enough for expenses? The production team had no side businesses, few sources of cash, and work points were worthless. My family is already living in poverty, and you still complain that 150 yuan a year is too little. Tong Qian said, and I can also earn some work points. She pleaded, just go to work and we can live a good life, okay? You worry about the family, I'll find a way to make money. Chen Hao said, don't worry, I will definitely be able to get the money and let you and your mother live a good life. Let you eat meat every day and buy a TV for your home. Eat meat every meal? Want to buy a TV? Tong Qian didn't believe it at all. The rice jar was empty, the oil was gone, the electricity was out at home, and he didn't have a penny in savings. How could he buy a TV? Lying on the bed, Chen Hao couldn't sleep, thinking about how to make money and what his future path would be. After thinking for a long time and coming up with an idea, Chen Hao felt sleepy, but he did not sleep. Instead, he got out of bed, scooped 2 buckets of water, drank them down, and then went back to bed. He pulled the quilt over his wife and 2 daughters, then lay on his side and went to sleep. In the early morning, before the roosters crowed, Chen Hao was awakened by the urge to pee. He got up quietly, put on his clothes, went outside to pee, then picked up a urea bag and went out in the dark. There is a forest behind the village. On weekdays, the production team would get some wood to sell, and occasionally catch some pheasants, rabbits, wild boars, etc. to improve the food for the whole team. However, there are other rare things in the mountains and forests. Now it is September, and wildwood ear mushrooms are growing vigorously. Others do not realize the value of this thing, but Chen Hao does. A pound of cabbage is only 0.2 cents, a pound of pork is only 0.7 cents, but a pound of fungus can be sold for 8 yuan. Chen Hao calculated in his mind. This is still the planned price. If it is sold privately, people will buy it at 10 yuan per kilogram. This is a mountain delicacy. It's very rare for city people. After entering the forest and walking a few steps, I found a wooden stake surrounded by wood ears. Very fresh and tender. Chapter 3. Let us go home and make dumplings. With the help of moonlight, Chen Hao picked them all, carried them in a bag, and estimated that there were half a pound, which was worth 5 yuan. The fungus on the outside is so fresh and tender, and the ones inside are even more attractive. Chen Hao continued to go deeper and gained continuous benefits. Finally, I packed about 10 kilograms of fresh wood ear mushrooms and then turned and left the forest. Instead of returning to the village, he took a small road to the county town. One reason is that there are many people in the county who are well off, and the other is that there are no acquaintances there, so the fungus is easy to sell. Individual industrial and commercial households are prohibited, but they cannot be completely banned. There are individual businesses operating secretly and on the edge everywhere. As long as they are not too conspicuous, generally speaking, nothing will happen. It was already dawn, and at home, Tong Qian and her 2 daughters were awake. Where are the others? Chen Nier asked. She looked inside the room, then ran outside to look, but didn't see Chen Hao. The little face was full of panic. Mom, didn't he cook for us yesterday? How come he's gone now? Chen Nier's face instantly fell and she cried, is it because I didn't call him dad yesterday that he got angry and doesn't want me anymore? Without waiting for Tong Qian to answer, she rushed out the door and shouted loudly, Dad, don't be angry. Nini calls you dad and lets you touch her head. She thought this was the reason why Chen Hao disappeared. Feeling very guilty. Running from one end to the other, like a headless fly. Dad should have gone to work. Let's go to the rice field to check it out. Tong Qian comforted. The rice field is an open space in the center of the village. It is used to dry rice during the busy farming season. On weekdays, everyone goes to the rice field to work and the team leader arranges their work. But every time they go to work, the team leader will come with a gong to gather people. It's not time to work yet. Will my man go there early? She was unsure. The family went to the rice field. Such a beautiful wife, but her husband is just useless. Poor 2 kids. She is beautiful, but blind. She has fallen in love with Chen Hao. There were already some people in the rice field. When they saw Tong Qian, her mother and daughter coming over, they began to whisper. Tong Qian looked around the crowd but didn't see Chen Hao. Her heart sank to the bottom, but she still held on to a glimmer of hope. Has anyone seen my man? Is Chen Hao missing again? He always dawdles when it comes to work time. Why does he like to dawdle so much? A woman asked. The others also shook their heads. Everyone had known that Chen Hao was eccentric. It would be rare if he could work honestly one day. He must have gone to another production team to borrow money. One person said confidently. This man's name is Chen Dagang. He looked at Tong Qian, your family can't even afford to eat, you're a woman with 2 girls, and Chen Hao is useless, how are you going to live in the future? Why don't you divorce Chen Hao and marry me? I don't mind you, but you have to give birth to a son with me. He had long coveted Tong Qian. It's amazing that an idiot like Chen Hao could marry such a beautiful wife, while I'm still a bachelor. It makes me so angry. How is Chen Hao stronger than me? How is he greater than me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Tong Qian was not to be trifled with. If you really want to find a wife, I'll help you find a matchmaker. Go to the pigpen in the team and choose one. My man is unreliable. If I don't act tougher, I'll suffer a lot. Tong Qian is always rude to these second-rate people who want to take advantage of others and poach people. My man is indeed a piece of shit, but these are good things? It's just for the sake of my own body. I care about you, why are you cursing at me? Chen Dagang said angrily, you are so stubborn. Chen Hao couldn't borrow money from the team, so he went out to borrow. If he can't pay you back, he will sell you 3 out. My father won't sell me out. He said he would make dumplings for me. He must have gone to buy dumplings. Chen Nier shouted, you are a bad guy. Beat the bad guys. Chen Xiaoduo picked up a branch from the ground and waved it. The little foot stomped its feet. Tong Qian's face looked gloomy. Did my husband really go to another production team to borrow money? The previous debts have not been paid off, and now you have to borrow foreign debts. How can you survive? Her eyes were red and her heart was filled with sorrow. She just wanted to fill her stomach and support her 2 daughters. Why was it so difficult? If her husband really had to borrow money again, how would he pay it back? Follow me, at least you won't starve, and I will treat you well. Chen Dagang advised again. In the entire commune, no one is prettier than Tong Qian. How comfortable would it be to sleep with such a good woman in your arms at night? It's beautiful just to think about it. Does my wife need your pain? Just then, a voice came from outside the crowd. Chen Hao is back. He was carrying a bag of urea and looked exhausted. He walked up to Tong Qian and declared his sovereignty. This is my wife, my woman. I will love her for the rest of my life. If anyone wants to steal her away, I will chop off his penis. As he said this, he put his arm around Tong Qian. Vulgar, but full of masculine power. A pair of eyes stared at Chen Dagang, and Chen Dagang dared not say a word. Not as tough as Chen Hao. Where did you go? Tong Qian asked. Being hugged by Chen Hao in front of so many people, even though he was her man, she was still a little shy, but her heart was filled with joy. Very satisfied. I just want a man who can protect me and take care of the family. I'm going to buy dumplings, said Chen Hao. He looked at his 2 daughters and said, Nini, Xiaoduo, let's go home and make dumplings. Eat dumplings. I'm hungry. I just said that Dad went to buy dumplings. The 2 girls circled around Chen Hao. The family walked home. In the rice field, many people were still confused. Why has Chen Hao's personality changed? He actually protects his wife. What he just said is very manly. It makes me feel numb just listening to it. Some women were talking about it, and a few newly married young wives were even twisting their bodies. Chen Hao's sweet words just now made them feel itchy. It's just a pity that my man can't say the same sweet words as Chen Hao. Did Chen Hao really go to buy dumplings? Someone asked. You believe this? Chen Dagang snorted. His family is in a disadvantaged position and owes money to the team. How can he buy dumplings? Even if he had money, he needs tickets for pork and flour. How can he have them? The production team would slaughter a pig during the Chinese New Year, and people in the team didn't need a ticket to buy it, so it was very difficult to eat pork at other times. Not to mention making dumplings, which requires even more pork. During the Chinese New Year, there is often only enough pork to stir fry with dishes, which can be considered meat. No one else believed it either. At this time, Chen Hao and his family had already returned to the house. It's almost time to go to work. What are you doing home? Tong Qian asked, where did you go so early in the morning? Nini woke up and didn't see you. She was very nervous. Are you going to stop talking? I'm going to buy some dumplings. Chen Hao raised the urea bag in his hand and said, open it and take a look. Chapter 4 I owe you the most. Chen Hao put the urea bag on the ground. Chen Nir opened the bag quickly and her eyes widened when she saw what was inside. Meat, it's meat, Dad bought meat. Chen Nir exclaimed. Meat, meat, I want to eat meat. Chen Xiaoduo ran over, reached out to grab the meat and tried to stuff it into her mouth. The kid is starving and very greedy. In addition to meat, the urea bag also contains flour and leeks. All the ingredients for making dumplings are really here. Nini, look at Xiaoduo. Tong Qian exclaimed and quickly ran to close the door. She looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. Where did you get these things? Did you really go to another production team to borrow money? I thought of all kinds of situations, but I didn't expect that Chen Hao actually bought meat, flour, and leeks to prepare making dumplings. There is quite a lot of meat, it looks like about 3 pounds. The flour was packed in a cloth bag, and the quantity was quite large, about 5 kilograms. Even during the Chinese New Year when we could eat meat, it was never so luxurious. It was considered good if we could weigh a pound of meat. But before the Chinese New Year, my husband brought back 3 pounds of meat. My own production team can't even borrow money, so how can other production teams lend me money? Chen Hao said, make dumplings first and eat them later. Chen Hao chopped the meat and Tong Qian kneaded the dough. The 2 kids were not idle either, helping to clean the leeks. An hour later, the dumplings were put into the pot, boiled 3 times, and cooked. 4 bowls were served and placed on the small wooden table, steaming and fragrant. Each bowl was filled to the brim. There's more in the pot. Wow, so many dumplings. Chen near licked her lips and narrowed her eyes happily. It's very hot. Let it cool down a while before eating, Tong Qian said. Looking at the steaming dumplings on the small wooden table and the smiles on her 2 daughters' faces, Tong Qian was very happy, but also a little worried. Too luxurious. 3 kilograms of pork. If we save this money, we can buy a lot of rice. She counted on her fingers, calculating the financial accounts. My family still owes the team 37.5 yuan. Only when you pay off your debts can you feel relieved, and only when you have food in the rice jar can you be at ease. You always say that I like to be stingy, but aren't you also very stingy? Chen Hao said, it's just over 30 yuan? You keep talking about it all day long. I've already told you that I'll take care of everything, so don't worry about the money. As he spoke, Chen Hao groped in his bosom, pulled out a bulging envelope, and threw it to Tong Qian. What? Tong Qian was surprised. He opened the envelope, looked at it, and took a deep breath. All the colorful things are money. 10 cents, 20 cents, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, and 10 yuan in great unity. Where did you pick up so much money? Tong Qian asked. She instinctively thought that so much money must have been picked up. After a quick look, I saw that there were 5 or 6 of them. Oh my God. She stood up and checked the door again to make sure it was bolted, then looked around the room before she felt relieved. I picked them up in the mountains. Chen Hao tested the temperature of the dumplings. It's not that hot anymore. Eat them. Take small bites. The 2 kids had already picked up their chopsticks, looking eagerly, and immediately started eating, shouting delicious while eating and dancing with joy. Tong Qian had no appetite for the dumplings and counted the money, a total of 89.56 yuan. It is a huge sum of money for a family with nothing but 4 walls. She folded all the money and put it into an envelope, which she handed to Chen Hao. What are you doing for me? Chen Hao asked, you don't really think I picked up other people's money? Of course I don't believe it. If it was really dropped by someone else, they would have definitely spread the news. This is not a small amount of money. Tong Qian said, you are the head of the family, so I must give you this money. Looking at Tong Qian's serious expression, Chen Hao felt mixed emotions. This silly woman. Wife, you are so nice. Chen Hao looked at Tong Qian affectionately. The sudden confession caught Tong Qian off guard and her face turned red instantly. After so many years of marriage and their 2 children now grown up, Chen Hao has never expressed his love to her like this. But he has been saying sweet words to me these 2 days. It was too sudden. This kind of suddenness only happened once, on our wedding night, and the shock was very strong. The baby is still here, what are you talking about? She was embarrassed. You are not ashamed. But I feel very sweet inside. Take this money. I will earn more money in the future. Chen Hao took out 5 yuan and handed the rest to Tong Qian. Tong Qian was very surprised at her man's behavior. In the past, Chen Hao would only ask her for money, but now he took the initiative to give her the money for safekeeping. She was very happy. After eating the dumplings, Tong Qian's face changed. She drove Chen Hao out of the house, and then drove the 2 children out of the house. She was alone in the house looking for a place to hide the money. Don't show it to anyone. She suddenly became a little woman. In the next few days, Chen Hao went into the forest in the dark every day to pick wood ear mushrooms. The next day, Chen Hao brought back 107.31 yuan. On the 3rd day, he brought back 121.57 yuan. On the 4th day, he brought back 98.35 yuan. For a whole week. From the initial surprise and huge shock to the subsequent frequent occurrences, Tong Qian became a little numb. There are more than 600 yuan in savings at home. Tong Qian whispered in the room, what on earth did you do to bring back so much money? When it was more, it was over 100 yuan, and when it was less, it was several dozen yuan. After the surprise, there was fear, fearing that Chen Hao had done something illegal. Isn't there a forest behind the village? There are wood ears in it. I will pick them and take them to the county to sell. Chen Hao said. Is wood ear so valuable? Tong Qian was surprised. She had seen this thing before, and even picked some and fried it, but it didn't taste good. 8 yuan per pound. Chen Hao said, this is still the planned price. I went to the county to sell it without a ticket and sold it for 10 yuan per pound. This thing is a mountain delicacy. After the price is completely liberalized, 1 kilogram can even be sold for 20 or 30 yuan. Later, it was cultivated on a large scale artificially. After the quantity increased, the price was lowered and ordinary people could afford it. When buying meat, flour and other things, I didn't have tickets, so I asked residents to exchange them for fungus, which was very popular. So expensive. Tong Qian covered her mouth. She never expected that something that she often saw in the mountains and forests could be sold for 10 yuan per pound. Rare things are expensive, and this thing is rare. Chen Hao said, I have picked all the wood ears in the forest behind the village, and there are not many left. I have to think of other ways to make money. For a week in a row, Chen Hao went there every day. He first picked the fresh fungus, and then the older ones were also picked. I earned more than 600 yuan, which provided a temporary buffer for my family's life. This amount of money is enough. Tong Qian was a little disappointed, but soon smiled and said, if we work hard in the future, our lives will definitely get better and better. With more than 600 yuan, she was already very satisfied. You have a lot of hair but little knowledge. Chen Hao criticized, this little money is not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. We need to repair the house and buy a TV. Our 2 children are growing up and need to keep up with their nutrition. Having said this, Chen Hao suddenly stopped and looked at Tong Qian. Why are you looking at me? Tong Qian's face turned red as she was stared at. I owe you the most. Chen Hao felt deeply guilty. I have to buy you beautiful clothes and jewelry, so that you can become a rich woman and never have to worry about money again. Chapter 5 Dad, I love you so much. Although I have been reborn and can make up for some regrets, there are still many experiences that cannot be made up for. When Tong Qian was pregnant with her 2 children, she was still working even with her big belly. After giving birth, she barely took a few days off to rest and was already taking care of the housework. It's good that you can turn over a new leaf. Tong Qian comforted her, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. She felt warm in her heart as the clouds finally cleared and the moon appeared. The 2 were talking in the room when someone shouted outside. Chen Hao, tomorrow is market day, do you want to go shopping in the market together? If you don't have money, I can lend you a dime or 2. It was Chen Dagang. He had lost face in the rice field before, so he came here specially to seek revenge. Going to the market is a collective market in the rural areas. On this day, many members would gather in one place to trade goods. People would also sell fruits and vegetables grown in private plots, chickens and ducks raised at home, handicrafts, and even extra grain and oil coupons, meat coupons, cloth coupons, etc. Dad, I want to go to the market. Chen Nir was playing outside the house. When she heard about going to the market, her eyes lit up. After a while, he waved his hand and said, I don't spend any money, I just want to take a look. She was afraid that Chen Hao would not take her with him, so she emphasized this. It's so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Tomorrow our whole family will go to the market and buy some things. Chen Hao said. Children's happiness is simple. As long as their parents are around them and they have something sweet to satisfy their cravings occasionally, they can be happy for a long time. In my previous life, I didn't even do this. Dad, you are so nice. I like you so much. Chen Nir jumped up happily. He flew over and hugged Chen Hao. I want a hug too. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoduo also ran over. Hugged Chen Hao's other leg. Does your family have money to buy things? Chen Dagang sneered, you are already in your 20s, but you are so poor. It's really hard for you. If I were you, I wouldn't be ashamed to go to the market. Not only would I be embarrassed, but my 2 kids would also suffer. There are so many things, but I can only look at them, I can't afford them. He came here just to stab Chen Hao. I didn't expect that Chen Hao actually wanted to go to the market and bring his whole family with him. What is the point of going to the market when you're so poor? I have to tell everyone that Chen Hao actually took his wife and 2 daughters to the market. It's really a rare thing and it hasn't happened in many years. Chen Dagang said with a smile. Chen Hao ignored him completely. Not on the same level. Nini took Xiaoduo to look for other kids to play with in the village. Keep showing off. My father is going to take me to the market. Will your father take you with him? Then, other little kids also shouted and clamored to go to the market. Running around the village. The movement of population is severely restricted. If a stranger appears anywhere, there will be many eyes staring at him. There is no need to worry about the children playing in the village. Free range. Chen Hao squatted at the door of his house, looking at the vegetable garden in front of him. This vegetable garden is my own private plot. It is not big, only 2 mu, or 133 square meters. Half of it is planted with cabbage and the other half is planted with radishes. In the corners next to the ridges, there are some loofahs planted and they are growing well. Most of the fields in the production team are collectively owned. The grain produced is paid as public grain, unified purchased grain, and then there is collective retention. The rest is distributed among the members. Each household has a private plot of about 2 mu. They have the final say on what to plant in the private plot, and the income can supplement the household expenses. Do you want to get some cabbage to sell at the market tomorrow? Tong Qian walked over. A pound of cabbage is only 2 cents. How much money can you make from selling this? Chen Hao shook his head. Cheap vegetables hurt farmers. This is especially true during the planned economy. Then why are you staring at these cabbages? Tong Qian asked curiously. She didn't understand what was so good about these cabbages. Her husband had been staring at them for a while. I want to eat these cabbages, said Chen Hao. Stop talking nonsense. You're not a pig, why are you trying to pick up cabbages? Tong Qian rolled her eyes at him, thinking it was just a joke. Chen Hao was not joking. He really planned to harvest all the cabbages and radishes and use this piece of private land for his own use. The restrictions on individual economy are severe, but there are still ways to solve the problem. The land in the private plot can be utilized. The reason why black fungus is sold at such a high price is not because it is wild, but mainly because it is rare. Only after artificially cultivated black fungus came out in large quantities in the 1990s did its price drop. In turn, if vegetables such as cabbage, cucumber and tomato are not available on the market but you can provide them yourself, the price will also go up. Vegetables grown in private plots can be sold openly. You can make money without being accused of speculation. The 2 kids were excited for a long time at night and fell asleep an hour or 2 later than usual. The next morning, the whole family got up early. I'll cook some porridge. Let's eat it before going to the market. Tong Qian said. It's too early to go to the market. Chen Hao waved his hand. I have some money, but I spend it recklessly. Tong Qian muttered. But there was no objection. She was actually happy about this kind of strength. A family of 4 locked the door and went to the market. Along the way, I met many people from the same village, and even some from the same production team, but I didn't meet Chen Dagong. It is 5 miles away from the marketplace. There are huge crowds of people. When we get to the market, it is even more crowded and lively. People from the entire commune, and even from other communes and even the county, will come to the market. Would you like some sesame seed buns? An old man came over and said quietly. As he spoke, he kept observing his surroundings. He was carrying a bamboo basket covered with coarse cloth. Grain and oil, including grain and oil products, are prohibited from being traded in the market, but there are always some people who sell them secretly. Take 4. Chen Hao said. Okay, it's still hot, and the total is 40 cents. The old man lifted the coarse cloth and took out 4 pancakes from it. Chen Hao paid the money. The old man happily took the money, covered the body with a piece of coarse cloth, and went somewhere else. This is too expensive. A pound of flour is only 0.18 cents, and can make 8 pancakes. At this price, you can make more than 0.6 cents per pound of flour. Tong Qian said. She thinks it's expensive. In terms of profit margin, it is indeed not low, a gross profit margin of 700%. A normal sesame seed bun costs only 2 or 3 cents, but they are sold secretly at the market without a ticket, which is very risky. If caught, you will be fined lightly, but may even go to jail. That's why the profit is so high. The ways to make money are all written in the criminal law. Listen to me today and don't be reluctant to spend money. Chen Hao said firmly. Tong Qian didn't like the toughness in the past, but she was very happy about the toughness today. Tong Qian held the older one, and Chen Hao held the younger one, and they went looking for someone who was secretly selling tickets and bought some meat coupons, cloth coupons, and other daily necessities tickets. These ticket sellers are of all kinds. Some are ordinary people, both from the village and the city, and some are ticket speculators. You don't see them at ordinary times, but they all come out to go to the market. With the tickets, Chen Hao and his family went to the supply and marketing cooperative store to buy some cloth and other miscellaneous items before heading home. Many villagers have returned to the village and gathered at the entrance. Chen Dagon also returned to the village, but was not in a hurry to go home. "You're back from the market. What good things did you buy?" a villager asked. "I bought some meat." Chen Dagon lifted the meat in his hand. It was tied with dry straw and not wrapped in anything, and was held in the hand in a shiny manner. "This must be half a pound. It's not even the new year yet, and they've weighed so much meat," an old lady said enviously. It is indeed very rare in the village to be able to weigh so much meat on a daily basis, which means that life is good. The whole village went to the market, but only a few people came to weigh the meat. "It's not just meat, I also tore off a foot of cloth." Chen Dagon took out another foot of cloth. He looked around and asked, "Have you seen Chen Hao?" Chapter 6 Tin bucket, 3 yuan each. Chen Dagon ate porridge at home and filled his stomach before going to the market. There were a lot of people at the market, so I didn't run into Chen Hao. This made him very regretful. He bought half a pound of pork and a foot of cloth, and he had to show them in front of Chen Hao before he would feel relieved. That's why he waited at the entrance of the village to inquire about Chen Hao's news. "It's time to go to market." "Yes, I saw them, a family of 4, going to the market early in the morning. I saw their family at the market, queuing up to buy cloth." Someone saw Chen Hao's family at the market. Chen Dagon didn't believe it. His family is so poor, how can they afford to buy cloth? I'm afraid they don't even have a cloth coupon for a foot. Even if they had money, they couldn't buy cloth. He thought the villagers must have seen it wrong. Either that person was not Chen Hao, or Chen Hao was just there to watch. He found a place at the entrance of the village to sit down and chat with other villagers, waiting for Chen Hao and his family to come back. Tong Xian is such a good girl, but she's a city girl, an educated youth who went to the countryside, and yet her family lives such a hard life. Someone sighed and said, "If she had chosen Dagang, her life would have been much better." Dagang is a good worker and is always willing to work regardless of wind or rain. The man from another village also nodded. "You can get 10 work points every day without any discount. During the busy farming season, you can get 12 work points. On market days, work is not so stressful and many people gather at the entrance of the village to chat. One is to rest, and the other is to see what other people who come to the market have bought. They can't afford it themselves, so it's good to feast their eyes." Chen Dagan was very happy to hear a group of people praising him. "I can hardly hold back the smile at the corners of my mouth. We are from the same production team, and Chen Hao and I are about the same age. I don't really want to criticize him. It's not good to say bad things about someone behind his back," said Chen Dagang. "But if I don't tell you, my conscience won't let me go. His behavior of not working hard has a bad influence and will ruin the reputation of our red flag production team. We are not sick, nor are we old and weak. We have arms and legs, but we have become upside-down households. If others follow suit, how can we continue production?" After sitting at the entrance of the village for more than half an hour, my hands were a little sore from carrying the meat, and finally I saw Chen Hao and his family. A family of 4, all holding something in their hands. Chen Hao was holding a bamboo basket, which seemed to contain something, while Tong Xian was holding a tin bucket. 2 kids, each holding a candied hawes in his hand. Chen Hao and his family are back. Someone stood up. Their hands are full. It seems they bought a lot of things. Chen Dagan also stood up suddenly and stared at Chen Hao's family who were getting closer and closer. He looked very unhappy. "I thought this family was just there for fun and would definitely go back empty-handed, but I didn't expect them to buy a lot of things. Let us not talk about anything else, just look at the metal bucket in Tong Qian's hand, one costs 3 yuan. This is something that only people in the city are willing to use. Most rural families use wooden barrels. Did you buy this tin bucket at the market?" a villager asked hurriedly when the family arrived at the entrance of the village. "I bought it at the market, for 3 yuan each. I said I didn't want to buy it, but my husband insisted, saying it would be convenient for watering," said Tong Xian. "Buckets are needed for fetching water at home and watering private plots. The tin barrel is beautiful, strong, and lighter than the wooden barrel. Your man is a good man and loves you," the villagers praised. Many people came over and wanted to take a look at the iron barrel. "There is something in this bucket. Is it soap?" a young wife asked when she saw what was in the iron bucket. There was a bar of soap and a pack of matches in the bucket. Soap is also called soap. This thing requires a ticket and the price of one piece is not cheap, about 40 cents. Few families in the village use it. A pack of matches contains 10 boxes, which cost a total of 20 cents. If you spread it out evenly, one box only costs 2 cents. Every household has matches, but it is rare to buy 10 boxes at a time. It's soap. I told him not to buy it, but my husband insisted. He said that if I applied it on my body after taking a bath, it would smell good. Tong Qian said. The young wives were very curious about it and kept holding it in their hands and smelling it. It smells good. I told my husband that I wanted to buy soap, but he said it was a waste of money. He didn't even think about who I was washing for. You're such a good man. The young wives and old sisters-in-law all smelled the soap one by one, and they liked it very much and were extremely envious. Many people just take a bath with plain water, but those who are more particular will add some soap nuts. But no matter what, it is definitely not as good as soap. You bought a good bamboo basket. Is there cloth inside? Someone's eyes fell on the bamboo basket in Chen Hao's hand. Bamboo baskets are not rare. You don't need a ticket, as many families have one, but there are also a lot of things in the bamboo baskets. I tore off 10 feet of cloth and made clothes for the 2 kids. Chen Hao said with a smile. I originally planned to buy ready-made clothes, but there were none at the market, so I could only buy some cloth and asked my wife to sew them when I got home. The couple was surrounded by many villagers. Facing everyone's questions, Tong Qian answered them patiently. Although her mouth was a little dry, she felt very happy in her heart. Her life was better now, all thanks to her man. I said I didn't want to buy it, but he felt sorry for the baby and insisted on buying so much cloth. My man is the boss. One candied haws stick was enough for 2 kids, but he insisted on buying 2. I said a few more words to him, and he got angry at me. Tong Qian answered the villagers' questions one by one, her words full of happiness. Even though they were just 2 kids, they were surrounded by a lot of other kids. I am so envious. Dagang, weren't you looking for Chen Hao just now? Chen Hao is here, why don't you just say a few words? Someone still remembered what Chen Dagang had said before. Chen Hao looked at Chen Dagang in the crowd and asked, what do you want to talk to me about? It's okay, I'm just asking. Chen Dagang said hurriedly, I have something else to do at home, so I'll go back first. He left in a hurry, not wanting to stay even a moment longer. After staying at the entrance of the village for a while, the family returned home. Nini and Xiaoduo went out to play with their candied haws, surrounded by a group of little kids. They seemed to be the big sisters of the village. In the room, Tong Qian was packing up the things she had just bought. Chen Hao sat on a stone at the door, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette and lit it. A pack of big roosters that costs 0.15 cents is a luxury even in rural areas. On weekdays, villagers mostly smoke dry tobacco, or buy some tobacco and roll it themselves. 10 feet of cloth, 2 children each make a set of clothes, there is still some left. Tong Qian was in the room, groping for cloth, and I will sew you a pair of trousers. The family had never bought so much fabric before, and she was filled with joy as she fumbled with the fabric. I'm a grown man, I can wear anything. Chen Hao shook his head, I'll make arrangements for you and the 2 kids first. That won't work. You are the head of the family, so you need to wear decent clothes. Tong Qian said, your face is my face. Tong Qian has her own opinion on this point. Chen Hao didn't continue to argue with her. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said, give me 50 yuan and I'll go find the captain. You can dispose of your own private plots, but you need the team leader's help with some means of production. Chapter 7 There is a mosquito on your face. By the way, bring me another bag of big roosters. Chen Hao said again. At the market, he bought several packs of big rooster cigarettes. It's not entirely for my own smoking, but also for favors. A pack of cigarettes at 1.5 cents may not seem very important in the city, but in the countryside, they are hard currency. Okay. Tong Qian responded, stand outside and I'll take the money. Looking at the tightly closed wooden door, Chen Hao was speechless. These women. You've been checked from top to bottom, so are you still afraid of seeing the place where you hide the money? Women seem to like hiding holes, while men are more interested in finding holes. A few minutes later, Tong Qian took out 50 yuan and a pack of big rooster cigarettes, then opened the door again and handed them to Chen Hao. Chen Hao found team leader Chen Ziqiang outside the village. Cutting hemp. Rainy is considered a sideline business for the team, but it doesn't actually make much money. There were other villagers nearby, also busy working. Captain, come, have a cigarette and take a break. Chen Hao walked over, took out the opened package of Big Rooster, and handed one to Chen Ziqiang. Chen Ziqiang is in his 40s, with a dark complexion and a thin figure. He worked very quickly. He didn't want to pay any attention to Chen Hao, but when he saw that Chen Hao was handing over commercial cigarettes, he stopped what he was doing. You're great, you're even smoking commercial cigarettes. Chen Ziqiang took the cigarette, Big Rooster. There are 5 grades of cigarettes, A, B, C, D and E. Cigarettes supplied to rural areas not only required tickets, but also only came in the 2 worst grades, D and E. Not to mention smoking a Big Rooster on ordinary days, even when visiting relatives and friends during the Chinese New Year, handing over a Big Rooster is a very face-saving thing. Hey, Captain Chen, there is a pack of cigarettes in the grass at your feet. Did you drop it? Chen Hao suddenly pointed at the grass and said. There was a whole pack of Big Cock cigarettes there. This is not mine. Chen Ziqiang picked up the cigarette from the grass at his feet in surprise and muttered. A whole package of Big Roosters, unopened. He looked around and saw that everyone around him was working, only Chen Hao was closer to him. It must be yours. Chen Hao said with a smile, it's right at your feet. It didn't fall out of your trouser pocket, Captain. Could it be that I threw it away on purpose? He took out a match, lit the cigarette in Chen Ziqiang's mouth, and then lit one for himself. Chen Ziqiang finally understood what was going on. He put the whole bag of roosters into his pocket with a smile. If you work hard, you will get full work points for today. I will give you 10 work points. If you arrive on time and don't be late or leave early, you will be awarded 10 work points every day. He thought that was what Chen Hao meant, and wanted him to take care of him a little. After taking a puff of cigarette, Chen Ziqiang was very satisfied and advised, don't be idle all day, go to work and live a good life, isn't it good? Although I am the captain, there are so many eyes on the team, so I can't do anything too much. The highest ranking official in the production team is the team leader, but when it comes to work points, the team leader cannot be too partial. Captain, this is not what I want to talk to you about. Chen Hao said, my house doesn't have electricity right now. Please tell the electrician in the brigade to run a line to my house and get the electricity turned on. The production team did not have its own electrician, only the brigade had electricians. On weekdays, the maintenance of agricultural machinery such as water pumps and the pulling of electrical wires to supply electricity are all the responsibility of the electricians in the team. Your family is so poor, how can you have electricity? Chen Ziqiang was surprised. Electricity costs 0.25 yuan per kilowatt hour. Many families in the village who are better off than yours don't have electricity. Half of the households in the village still have no electricity and use kerosene lamps. Can't bear to. The electricity cost is 0.25 yuan per kilowatt hour, which is more expensive than in the city, where electricity costs only 0.2 yuan. The government pays for the city's electricity facilities, while rural electricity facilities, such as transformers and wires, are paid for by the villagers themselves and added to the electricity bill. We don't use much electricity in a day, so we have enough money. Chen Hao said, after the electricity is turned on, the house will be brighter, and it will be more convenient for my wife and 2 kids. Money is not saved, it is earned. The main thing is to open source. Okay, this is your own business. If you want electricity, I'll talk to the brigade's electrician. Chen Ziqiang said. He didn't want to persuade him too much, after all, this was Chen Hao's own business. But he was a little puzzled. Chen Hao didn't care about his family, beat his wife every other day, and didn't care about his 2 children. Yet he wanted to add electricity to the house for the convenience of his wife and children. But at this moment, a sharp voice sounded, don't provide electricity to his house. The person who spoke was Wang Hongmei, the team's scorekeeper. She is in her 30s, not very good looking, but has a plump figure. This is capital in the village. Whether my house has electricity or not is none of your business? Chen Hao said bluntly. He has no good feelings towards Wang Hongmei at all. He is not as pretty as his wife, but he is always jealous of her. He makes things difficult for his wife from time to time. Relying on his position as a timekeeper, he often records less work points, or even deliberately omits them. My wife cried many times out of anger. In his previous life, he did not support his wife, so in this life, he must find a chance to get back at her. Your family is a household with a disadvantaged position and still owes money to the team. You have money to use electricity but no money to pay back the team. How can this be possible? Said Wang Hongmei. I came here to see the captain to pay back the money, Chen Hao said. While the two were arguing, many team members stopped what they were doing and came over to watch. There is not much entertainment on weekdays, so we just treat quarrels as a way to pass the time. Everyone knows your family situation. You can only pay back the money if you sell your wife, Wang Hongmei said in a shrill voice. The louder the voice, the more reasonable it seems. The villagers who were watching the fun on the side also nodded, not believing that Chen Hao had the money to pay back the team. You know better than me what's going on at home? Chen Hao finished the last puff of his cigarette. You don't have the money to pay it back. Your family is so poor, and we don't even have electricity. Wang Hongmei said, if you had the money to pay it back, sows would climb trees. She didn't believe it at all. Before Tong Qian came to the village, she was the focus of attention of the men in the village. But as soon as Tong Qian came, all the men's eyes were attracted to her, which made her very unhappy. Don't be so anxious, just pay it back before the end of the year, Captain Chen Ziqiang said. We have enough money. He took out some money from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziqiang. Captain, count it and see if the amount is correct. 37.5 yuan, counted when you leave the house. 3 big unity notes and a few coins, very eye-catching. The villagers around, including Chen Ziqiang and Wang Hongmei, were all very surprised. They didn't expect that Chen Hao would actually take out so much money. There's a big surprise hidden in your trouser pocket. Yes, that's the number. Chen Ziqiang was stunned for a moment, then quickly counted them. I don't understand. Chen Hao has money to buy a big rooster, which can be understood as showing off and being too particular. It's hard to believe that he owed the team so much money, but he paid it all off in one go. It must have been stolen. Wang Hongmei said sarcastically, everyone, go home and check carefully to see if there is any money missing. Chen Hao took 2 steps forward. Pa. He raised his hand and slapped me twice. Why did you hit me? Wang Hongmei's face was numb from being slapped. She was a timekeeper, and usually everyone was respectful to her. Even when they had arguments, she would give in. No one dared to offend her too much, let alone slap her in the face. But this time, she was slapped twice by Chen Hao. There is a mosquito on your face. Let me help you shoo it away, Chen Hao said calmly. Chapter 8 Buying Seeds, Naturally Sowing. You're talking nonsense. How could there be a mosquito on my face? Wang Hongmei touched her face and didn't see any trace of the mosquito. My face hurts so much. Chen Hao's attack was really heavy-handed. Oh, you are blind and didn't see it. I have sharp eyes and saw it. Chen Hao said nonchalantly, the mosquito was on your left cheek first, and then flew to your right cheek. I was just being kind and swatting mosquitoes for you, why are you blaming me? He stared at Wang Hongmei, do you like being stabbed so much? The women nearby, who were all knowledgeable about human affairs, immediately laughed when they heard this. They really didn't like Wang Hongmei's flirtatiousness, and their men's eyes were almost dropped. But on weekdays, they only dared to say no in private and did not dare to confront her in person. After all, Wang Hongmei was a scorekeeper, and if she lost 1 work point, she would lose several cents at the end of the year. Chen Hao felt relieved for them. Captain, why don't you do anything about him? He hits people. Wang Hongmei said. He didn't do it on purpose. Didn't I tell you? He was just swatting mosquitoes for you, Chen Ziqiang said in embarrassment. He couldn't get involved in these things. The key point is that he noticed that Chen Hao was different. In the past, Chen Hao did not work well, but he would not hit people directly. But this time, he raised his hand and slapped him twice. I owed the team more than 30 yuan, and I paid it off all at once. His gestures, tone of voice and demeanor were similar to those of the leaders in the commune. Even the cadres of the brigade were not as good as Chen Hao. This is really strange. Captain Chen, I have something else to trouble you with. Chen Hao stated his main purpose, I plan to work on my private plot, but I'm short of materials. I'll have to trouble you to buy some from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Grassroots supply and marketing cooperatives have means of production stores where means of production such as fertilizers, seeds, hose, agricultural films, etc. can be purchased. It is difficult for individuals to buy it, but it is much easier for production teams to buy it. Chen Hao took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziqiang. On it is a list of materials, including bamboo, straw mats, plastic film, cucumber seeds, etc. It's already September. What do you want cucumber seeds for? Chen Ziqiang was surprised. Cucumbers are planted in April and mature in August. The team also planted cucumbers, sold some, and distributed some to team members. The cucumber vines have almost all turned yellow. But Chen Hao wants to buy cucumber seeds? When buying seeds, of course, we're going to plant them, Chen Hao said, just enough for 1 acre of land. He plans to build a greenhouse. Greenhouse cultivation technology only became popular in the 1990s. In the entire commune, no one had a greenhouse, and even in the entire county, there were no greenhouses. This is the benefit of information asymmetry. To put it bluntly, speculation is also due to information asymmetry, but there is no such insurance as one's own. Growing cucumbers in September, you must be a fool, right? If you can really grow cucumbers, I will eat them all. Wang Hongmei teased. The others didn't say anything, but judging from their expressions, they meant roughly the same thing. Cucumbers are not vegetables that should be grown in this season. You are so beautiful. Chen Hao glanced at Wang Hongmei. Your man's food is not enough for you, and you want to eat mine? This also made the surrounding women laugh. Chen Hao is really interesting and good at arguing with people. If you plant cucumbers in September, even if they sprout, they won't grow big, let alone produce cucumbers, Chen Ziqiang kindly advised. If you want to grow vegetables, you can also change to something else. You are totally wasting money and messing around. Several other villagers also came up to give some advice. People are not optimistic about Chen Hao's behavior and think it is nonsense. Captain, just listen to me. Chen Hao said, I paid for all these means of production personally. If there is any loss, it will be my own loss. As he said that, he took out another 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziqiang. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it later. Seeing Chen Hao's insistence, Chen Ziqiang didn't say anything more. I'll go to the production materials store of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative tomorrow and buy all these things for you. Chen Hao gave the money and said that he would bear the losses himself, so he couldn't say anything more. If anyone gives me their private plot to cultivate, I will pay for it, 50 yuan a year. Chen Hao turned around and shouted to the crowd of villagers who were watching. 1 work point is only 5 cents, and 50 yuan is equivalent to 1,000 work points. Still pure profit. You must be a liar. Can you afford 50 yuan? Wang Hongmei hadn't left yet. Many villagers are also worried about what she said. Many things in the countryside are unpredictable. Some land may become your own after you cultivate it for a while. Disputes would arise between production teams over fields, and between team members over private plots and housing sites. We can write it down in black and white. Chen Hao said, if either family agrees and signs, we can pay 20 yuan of the 50 yuan in advance. After saying that, Chen Hao left and went back home. But the discussion did not stop. Chen Hao was really planning to grow cucumbers in such a cold weather. Can cucumbers be grown in such a cold weather? Who cares? He has been acting out of line for a long time. Even if there is a loss, it is none of our business. He was just a lazy bum before, but now he's a bit like a lunatic. Many people have been farming for half their lives and know exactly which crops to plant in which season, when it will rain, and when to apply fertilizer. They think that Chen Hao is reckless in planting cucumbers in cold weather. When I got home, I saw the 2 kids, along with other half-grown kids in the village, holding pig feed. He walked over and stood in front of his youngest daughter Chen Xiaoduo. The little girl was only 3 years old. She had not grown tall and did not have much strength, but she was holding a large bunch of pig grass, which covered her face. It hit Chen Hao's leg. Sorry, salute. Chen Xiaoduo muttered and bowed. Moved outside and continued walking. Chen Hao teased her on purpose and moved in front of her, blocking her way. Do this 2 or 3 times. The little girl stamped her feet in anger. If you stop me again, I'll beat you. Put down the pig grass and look who I am. Chen Hao said with a smile. Chen Xiaoduo put down the pig grass, looked up, and shouted happily, Dad, I followed my sister to pick pig grass, and I picked a lot. That's great. Chen Hao praised. I picked a lot, too. I can earn 3 work points with so much pig grass. Chen Nier came over. Mom said that if I earn enough work points and money, she will let me go to school next year. The family had dumplings to eat, bought cloth, and had savings. But Nini didn't have much idea about these things. She was still thinking about earning work points and money so that she could go to school. Some children of school age went to school, and Chen Nir was very envious. Nini will also go to school next year, and Dad will give you a school bag then, Chen Hao said. The pig feed was delivered to the team's pig pen, and Chen Hao carried the younger one in his arms and led the older one back home. When it was dark, the team's electrician arrived. Just pull the electric wire, pass it through the hole in the adobe house, wrap it around the wooden beam, install the lamp holder, screw in the light bulb, and it's done. There is a 25-watt light bulb installed in the kitchen and living room. One light is enough. Why do we need to install a light bulb in the kitchen? Tong Qian looked at the two glowing light bulbs and complained softly, the electricity bill is very expensive. 0.25 yuan per kilowatt hour. Everyone else's house has 15-watt bulbs, even the captain's house has 15-watt bulbs. The two kids raised their heads and looked at the glowing light bulb above their heads. They were very curious and happy. Tong Qian sat on the bed, sewing the soles of her shoes. Chapter 9. You are really fooling around. Low wattage will hurt the eyes. The two children are still young. Nini will go to school next year and have to do homework at home, so they have to protect their eyes, Chen Hao said. Light that is too bright or too dim can cause serious damage to the eyes. There's no need to install two light bulbs. The kitchen is not used often. Tong Chen sharpened the needle on her scalp. They are cloth shoes, which are worn in winter and are quite thick. The needle got stuck when it was only halfway through, so Tong Qian used a thimble ring to gain leverage and pushed it through. Very skilled. We need to add a door behind the kitchen. Chen Hao thought, the two kids are grown up now and they know what to do. We need to avoid them when doing some things. Tong Qian raised her head and looked at her man. After a while, she reacted, her face turned red and she spat. I'm going to school tomorrow, and my dad said he would buy me a school bag. Nini said to Tong Qian. You will be 7 years old next year, and it's time to go to school. Tong Qian nodded. I want to go to school too, and I want a school bag. Xiao Duo walked over. There was dissatisfaction on the little face. When you are as tall as your sister, you can go to school. You need to eat more, Tong Qian said. In order to ensure that women go to work and attend work, each brigade has a kindergarten, but it is now called the Yuhong class. The political significance is greater than the practical significance, the teaching quality is very poor, it is more like playing with children than preschool education. The family talked for a while in the house, and Tong Qian went to the kitchen to cook. There were 3 dishes, one was cabbage with lard, one was lard residue, and the other was scrambled eggs with green peppers. It smells so good. Eat, eat, I want to eat and grow taller. The two kids sat on small stools, looking very happy. At this moment, a voice came from outside, have you installed the lights at home? It looks bright. A neighbor came to visit. It's Lu Guilan. She is in her 50s, but according to seniority, Chen Hao and Tong Qian have to call her third grandma. Third auntie, come in and sit down, Tong Qian greeted. It was dinner time, and Lu Guilan was also holding a bowl, but the bowl contained porridge with only a few slices of cabbage on top, and not a single bit of oil or water. Entered the house. First, I looked at the light bulb above my head, then at the food on the wooden table. Very surprised. It was all dry rice, but there were 3 dishes. Not to mention the cabbage, every household had almost the same dish in this month, either cabbage, radish, or winter melon. But what surprised her was that there were still lard and scrambled eggs with green peppers in Chen Hao's house. It's cabbage, also fried with lard. She swallowed hard. It smells so good. Third auntie, come and try this lard residue. It's still hot, Chen Hao said. After declining a few words, Lu Guilan picked up 3 pieces of lard residue, said a few more words, and then left. After walking a short distance, I met some other women from the village. There are old ladies, old sisters-in-law, and young wives. Women just like to chat while working or when they have free time, and they never stop once they start talking. How is it? Have you asked whether what Chen Hao said during the day is true, that he would be given 50 yuan for giving him 2 mu of private land to farm? An old sister-in-law asked immediately when she saw Lu Guilan coming over. The others also looked at Lu Guilan. Lu Guilan went to Chen Hao's house just now not for any other reason but to find out whether what Chen Hao said during the day was true or nonsense. It must be fake. Do you believe what Chen Hao said? Wang Hongmei was also among these people. Her face was a little swollen. We didn't have any side jobs in the Hongqi production team. One work point was only 5 cents. Throughout the year, even a strong laborer could only earn 3,000 to 4,000 work points. 50 yuan is worth 1,000 work points. He only gets this much money for cultivating 2 mu of land for a year. Does he have a gold mine at home or something? She was so angry that both sides of her face were swollen after being slapped by Chen Hao within a few hours. She didn't dare to speak loudly because it would hurt. The most infuriating thing is that she went home to find her husband, wanting him to help her vent her anger, but her husband was a coward and didn't dare to cause trouble for Chen Hao. I forgot to ask. Lu Guilan said, but I don't think it's fake. His family was having dinner at the time. There were 3 dishes, 1 plate of cabbage fried with lard, 1 plate of lard residue, and 1 plate of scrambled eggs with green peppers. We still eat dry rice, a big bowl full of it. It makes me hungry just looking at it. As she spoke, Lu Guilan dug around in her bowl a few times and scraped out 2 pieces of lard residue from the bottom of the bowl. I ate one and it tasted really good. I have 2 left. I will take them home for my grandson later. Even if it was just 3 pieces of lard residue, she couldn't bear to eat them all at once. Isn't it just lard residue? It seems like everyone has eaten it before. Wang Hongmei said. I've eaten it before, but how can it be the same? We can only eat lard residue during Chinese New Year, and the portion is not much. Chen Hao's family has a lot of lard residue, probably half a pound. Lu Guilan's expression was exaggerated. And the green pepper fried eggs, they must have put 2 eggs in it, and 1 egg can be sold for 3 cents. Some villagers raise chickens and ducks at home. But they were reluctant to eat the chicken and duck eggs themselves. At most, they would keep 1 for their grandchildren. The rest were mostly saved and sold at the market to supplement the family income. Even my granddaughter can't eat it. At Chen Hao's house, he uses green peppers to scramble eggs, and he even puts 2 eggs in it. How luxurious! Lu Guilan's description was so vivid that many villagers who were holding bowls in their hands drooled as they listened. These days, what villagers lack most is oil and water. He also went to the team leader and asked him to contact the brigade's electrician to bring electricity to his home. When you went there, did he use light bulbs at home? Asked a young wife. Yes, there are 2 light bulbs, 1 in the room and 1 in the kitchen. The wattage is not small, about 25 watts. Lu Guilan said. His family went to the market and bought a lot of things. If they gave him a private plot of land to plant, they could earn 50 yuan. Maybe it's true. Someone else said. As long as there was electricity at home, meat for meals and tin buckets for food, life was pretty good. Many villagers may not have seen great unity. Didn't they say before that he was idle, didn't work hard, and his family owed money to the team? How come he suddenly has money in his hands? Someone asked curiously. What's so strange about this? It must have been given by Tong Qian. Wasn't she an educated youth? Although she settled in the team and married Chen Hao, her family is in the city after all. She was probably supported by her parents and relatives in the city. Wang Hongmei said angrily. What's the big deal? What's wrong with being a city person? Isn't it the same as marrying a man from the countryside? I can't go back to the city, so I can only get married and have children in the village. What's the point of helping them once or twice? They're just showing off for a few days. After a while, they'll go back to their original state. When others heard what she said, they all thought it made sense. Most likely, it was with the help from Tong Qian's parents that the family's life became a little better. In just 2 or 3 days, the news that Chen Hao would be paid 50 yuan for planting his own private plot of land spread throughout the production team. What surprised Chen Hao was that, among many people who came to inquire about the matter indirectly, only one family was willing to give him their own private land for cultivation. This family is a 5-guarantee household with 3 people, an elderly couple and a son who suffers from polio. There is not a single able-bodied laborer in the family. Chen Hao and the owner of the house, Chen Tianfu, signed and put their fingerprints at the captain's house, and gave Chen Tianfu 20 yuan in front of the captain. These 2 mu of private land belong to Chen Hao for farming. The things you want will be brought back to you by bullock cart when the team goes to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow. Chen Ziqiang said, You are really fooling around. The weather is getting colder and colder. How can we get cucumbers? Even if I grow it, it won't be worth the 50 yuan you gave me. Chapter 10, Bite Off Your Legs. 50 yuan is not a small amount of money. One work point is worth 5 cents, and a strong laborer can earn about 150 yuan in work points a year. Seems pretty good. But you still have to deduct the expenses of food, oil, firewood, and the like, and in the end there may only be a few dozen dollars left. We grow our own food, but we still have to buy our food from the collective. Why don't you think about it carefully? It's not too late to regret now. Chen Ziqiang looked at Chen Hao. The means of production and other things have not been brought back yet, and the money that was given out has not been used. I went to negotiate and they said that everything could be refunded, but after a few days, it really can't be refunded. Your family is now better off, so you should go back to work. There are so many people in the production team, and no one is optimistic about this. In recent days, many people have been discussing this issue, but none of them are optimistic. Even experts in agricultural planting think that planting cucumbers at this time of year is foolish. Chen Hao will definitely lose money. Even if I make a loss and the cucumbers aren't grown, I will still pay you 50 yuan a year since you've signed and put your fingerprints on it. I won't default on your payment, said Chen Hao. He knows very well whether greenhouse cultivation is feasible or not. Of course. It's just that greenhouse cultivation technology has not yet been popularized, so the villagers are so pessimistic. Shaguan, the national hometown of greenhouse vegetables, did not start growing greenhouse vegetables until 1989, 14 years later. In other parts of the country, the promotion of greenhouse vegetables lags behind by many years. But the more you do this, the more money you make, and the greater the profit. When he went to the county to sell wood ear mushrooms, some citizens asked him if he had any vegetables for sale. The supply of fruits and vegetables is very tight everywhere. The number of vegetable markets is quite limited, and the supply requires tickets, which makes the shortage even worse. For example, common cabbage was 2 cents per pound with a ticket, but those who asked him were willing to pay 5 cents per pound. The profits are staggering. This is when the supply of cabbage is large, and the unplanned price can increase by 1.5 times. If it is the cold winter, when there are no cucumbers on the market, not even in the vegetable market, how many times more would the price be if I supply this vegetable myself? In an era of material scarcity, even a pile of feces would attract many people as attention. Can make fertilizer. Okay, this is your private land, and you will have to bear the losses yourself. Since you insist, I can't persuade you anymore. Chen Ziqiang waved his hand. Chen Hao returned home. Squatting in front of the private plot, smoking a cigarette, thinking about how to build a greenhouse. Are you really not going to reconsider it? I've asked other people in the village, and no one is optimistic. They all think the money will be wasted. Tong Qian walked over. Her husband was going to take the vegetables from her private plot, and she had said that before. She thought it was a joke, but she didn't expect it to be true. She has been in a bad mood these days and is very worried. Believe me. Chen Hao stood up and looked at her. Only by walking a path that others have not walked can you gain huge rewards and experience a different view. $50 a year is just pocket money. I will buy a TV for my family during the Chinese New Year this year, so you can watch TV while sewing the soles of your shoes to relieve your boredom. You're just talking big. A TV costs several hundred yuan. No one in the entire production team has a TV. Even the entire brigade only has a few. Tong Qian said. She looked at Chen Hao and said, "It's not that I can't get used to a hard life, nor do I have to enjoy a good life. As long as you take care of this family, care about me a little, and pay attention to the 2 children, I will be satisfied. Even if we have simple meals every day, as long as my family is harmonious, I will be very happy." After a slight hesitation, she looked around and blushed. "I'm only 25, not too old, I can still have children." Chen Hao paused and understood what Tong Qian meant. He held Tong Qian's hand and said, "It doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl." I don't believe it. If it were true, why did you always drag me into the house before? Didn't you just want to have a boy? Tong Qian said. Thinking of some of the previous scenes, she blushed. In the past I felt more ashamed and angry, but now I feel more shy. The result is not important, what is important is the process. Chen Hao said, "It's windy outside, let's go inside and talk." He pulled Tong Qian into the house, somewhat impatiently. More than an hour later, Chen Hao came out. Refreshed. He carried half a pound of brown sugar in his hand and walked straight to a house not far away. This family also lives in a mud house, which is even more dilapidated. This is also a 5 guarantee household in the village. There is an old lady in the family and a granddaughter, Chen Xiaoting, who is only 18 years old. Belongs to the old and weak. Chen Xiaoting had excellent academic performance and was a pretty girl. It was a pity that she was recommended to go to university and she was not eligible because of her poor background. There are only 4 mu of private land available now, and Chen Hao plans to talk to this family again and rent their 2 mu of private land. A 6 mu private plot can bring greater profits. Ting Ting, are you home? Chen Hao shouted. The door is open. He saw a figure in the room, it was Chen Xiaoting, and greeted her from a distance. But the door that was originally open suddenly closed. Keep him out. There's no one in the room, Chen Xiaoting said. He was very fierce and was not welcome at all. Isn't this just covering your eyes and smoothing your nose? He walked a few more steps forward, and suddenly a small local dog rushed out from the corner of the wall next to him and barked at him. Chen Hao picked up the little dog and said, "Is this your dog? When did you get it? You can't even support yourself, why are you still raising a dog? I bought it at the market to protect myself from you. If you come to my house again, I will let it bite you," Chen Xiaoting said through the door. The sound is very crisp. In the previous life, when the policies were relaxed, many people in the village left. Chen Xiaoting was one of them. One year during the Spring Festival, he returned to the village and met Chen Xiaoting, who was already famous, like a star. As long as the times give outstanding people a little chance, they will be able to escape their original fate. Why are you on guard against me? I'm not a bad person, Chen Hao asked puzzledly. You are a bad person. You asked me to give birth to a baby for you before, saying that I have a big butt and it must be a son. Chen Xiaoting said, Sister Xiaoqian also asked me to stay away from you. There is such a thing? Even your wife knows about it? Don't wrongly accuse me. According to seniority, you still have to call me uncle, Chen Hao said. He really doesn't remember anything at all. I don't call you uncle. You don't admit what you did. Chen Xiaoting remembered it clearly and listed Chen Hao's crimes. How dare you bring this up? My grandma was still around at the time, and she also said that you were of a higher generation and couldn't do anything reckless. You also said that it would be even better if we were related by blood. Shameless. You bastard, if you don't leave now, I'm going to go to the market and buy 2 more dogs to bite your legs off. Chapter 11 Tell Uncle. Chen Hao was a little embarrassed. All the legs were bitten off, so 3 dogs are needed? This is too cruel. He raised the brown sugar in his hand and said, I want to say sorry for what happened before. I went too far. I brought the brown sugar here today to express my apology. In the room, Chen Xiaoting was a little surprised when she heard Chen Hao's apology outside. Chen Hao was quite famous in the village. He married Tong Xian, a beautiful female educated youth who had gone to the countryside. They were only in love for about a year. Later, he either beat or scolded Tong Xian, and he didn't work hard and just did nothing. He also started thinking about himself. I didn't expect that he would apologize on his own initiative at this moment. But she still didn't open the door. The weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken. You have no good intentions. I don't want your brown sugar. Take it away. It doesn't matter if you don't want brown sugar. Actually, I came here today for 2 main reasons. One is to express my apology, Chen Hao said. The other is, can you let me grow crops on your private plot? I'll give you 50 yuan a year. After signing and pressing your fingerprints, you can pay 20 yuan first. Chen Hao was standing outside the door, chatting with Chen Xiaoting through the door. Chen Xiaoting's family's private plot is next to my own private plot, which is also nearby and can be reached in a few steps. There are 6 mu of private land, which is less than expected, but it is almost enough. Cucumber is a very high-yielding vegetable and its price is higher than that of cabbage. A pound of cabbage costs only 2 cents, and a pound of cucumbers can be sold for 6 cents. Can you be so kind? With 2 mu of private land, you can't grow more than 50 yuan worth of fruits and vegetables in a year, Chen Xiaoting said. Decades later, an 18-year-old girl is still in high school and is the apple of her family's eye. Even in the countryside, she may not be familiar with the work in the fields. But Chen Xiaoting was very clear. The output of 2 mu of vegetable plot was quickly calculated, which was far from 50 yuan, so Chen Hao's intentions were doubted. The loss is my own business. You don't have to worry about it. You just need to worry about whether I will pay you. Chen Hao said, isn't that right? I just signed with Chen Tianfu in front of the captain, put my fingerprints on it, and gave him 20 yuan to cultivate his private plot for a year. If your family is willing to let me cultivate your private plot for a year, I will sign and put my fingerprints in front of the captain and I will give you 20 yuan. 20 yuan, if put in the city, is a normal worker's monthly salary, but in the village, especially for a 5-guarantee family like Chen Xiaoting's, it is the cash support for the whole year. You don't have to eat meat, the rice can be cooked thinner, and you can only eat cabbage and radish as vegetables, or you can even not eat vegetables and just drink porridge. But salt is necessary, oil is necessary, and matches are also necessary. Including some other places, cash expenditure is also required. Okay, let's go to the captain and sign at his house. You give me 20 yuan first, and I'll give you my private land to farm for a year. Chen Xiaoting opened the door. She also held a mallet in her hand. The mallet was used for washing clothes. At this moment, she held it tightly in her hand and stared at Chen Hao vigilantly. Although she is only 18 years old, Chen Xiaoting has already grown up. Almond-shaped eyes. Even though she was dressed simply and her clothes were covered with patches, it couldn't hide her beauty. Her hair is black and shiny, not inferior to Tong Qian's. Although toiletries were very scarce and they only used soap beans and wood ash, their hair quality was still very good. What are you looking at? If you have any other thoughts, I will hit you on the head with a hammer. Chen Xiaoting raised the hammer in her hand. Why don't you wait for your grandma to come back before going over to sign together? Chen Hao asked. No need. My grandma can't read and she is old. I am in charge of the household affairs, said Chen Xiaoting. When she said this, she deliberately straightened her chest and raised her head. Very serious. There are only 2 people left in the family, 2 women, 1 old and 1 young. Someone has to support the family. Grandma is old and can't support it, so she has to do it. Children from poor families have to grow up early. It's not just Chen Xiaoting, the same is true for her 2 daughters, 6-year-old Nini and 3-year-old Xiaoduo. If there are any difficulties at home in the future, tell your uncle, don't handle it alone. Chen Hao said. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Chen Xiaoting, who had just been standing upright, was stunned. Since you can make the decision, go to the captain's house and sign the contract, said Chen Hao. The 2 of them found the team leader Chen Ziqiang, wrote a document and put their fingerprints on it. Chen Hao handed 20 yuan to Chen Xiaoting in person. Then the 2 of them walked towards home together. When they were about to reach the door of the house, Chen Hao handed the half-pound of brown sugar in his hand to Chen Xiaoting. Here. No reward without merit. Chen Xiaoting shook her head. It's not free. When you become successful in the future, remember to help me. Chen Hao stuffed half a pound of brown sugar into her hand. Don't fall behind in studying. Who knows, the college entrance exam may be resumed someday. Looking at Chen Hao's departing back, Chen Xiaoting stood there for a long time. I even felt a little regretful that I shouldn't have threatened him with the hammer just now. The little dog ran over and rubbed against her feet. She squatted down, stroked the little dog's head, and murmured, next time this person comes over, don't bite him. After so many years, she had been recommended to go to university. Could the college entrance examination be restored? She didn't believe it. It was obviously just words to comfort herself so that she could accept the red candy. In the evening, Chen Hao and his family sat in the house to eat dinner. The incandescent light overhead was on. There were 2 dishes on the small wooden table, a large bowl of steamed eggs and a bowl of winter melon fried with lard. Even if the family has some money, it is still difficult to find meat, mainly because meat is too difficult to buy. Only eggs are relatively easy to obtain. We should raise some chickens at home. It will be more convenient for the 2 kids to eat eggs. We don't have to run to other people's houses to buy them all the time. Chen Hao said, we can kill one occasionally to improve the food. He picked up the spoon, scooped 2 spoonfuls of steamed eggs for Nini, 2 spoonfuls for Xiaoduo, and finally 2 spoonfuls for Tong Qian. You have the nerve to bring this up. Originally, we had 4 or 5 hens and a rooster at home. Tong Qian rolled her eyes at him. When you were acting weird before, I caught them all and sold them at the market. Next time I go to the market, if there are chicks for sale, I'll buy some and keep them at home. Chen Hao smiled awkwardly. Pick up a piece of winter melon and chew it. Vegetables fried with lard are also very fragrant. After eating a few mouthfuls of rice, Chen Hao continued, the materials will be back tomorrow, and we need to pick all the vegetables in the private plots. We can keep some at home and sell the ones that can't be stored. Such good vegetables can be picked just like that. Tong Qian sighed. She felt it was a pity, but she didn't say anything more, for fear that if she said too much, Chen Hao would change his temper again. Just go ahead and struggle with it. At worst, we can go back to our previous hard lives, as long as Chen Hao takes care of the family. Chapter 12. No, it's full. On the morning of the next day, the production materials Chen Hao needed, such as straw mats, films, cucumber seeds, etc., were transported over by a cart. All the vegetables in the private plot have been picked. Chen Hao found a few helpers in the team, provided meals for lunch and dinner, and asked people to help build the greenhouse. Many villagers came to see the wonder. Why did you pick all these good vegetables? You're just messing around, Tong Qian. You just ignore your man and do whatever you want. Are you planning to build a house for the vegetables? That's really ridiculous. The villagers all looked on in wonder and commented on the plan. They were pessimistic and thought it was a foolish move. The losses would surely be huge. Not only would they have nothing to eat in the winter, but they would also suffer losses. Chen Hao just ignored him and talked to the villagers who came to help him about how to build the greenhouse. The frame is made of bamboo and covered with a film. Ditches are dug on both sides and filled with dry straw. The top of the greenhouse is covered with a layer of straw mats. Very simple. If it is placed in the north, it will definitely not work, but in the south, the temperature is not that low in winter, so such a greenhouse is enough. Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagang were also among the crowd. Tong Qian, stop him quickly. The fruits and vegetables grown by the team all cost money, but the vegetables from the private plots are free. If we pick them all, they won't be kept for long. What will we use to cook when the weather gets cold? Chen Dagang seemed very worried and urged Tong Qian loudly. He also sighed. It is said that men are afraid of choosing the wrong career and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. If you had dated me and married me, how could your life have ended up like this? Chen Dagang deliberately spoke loudly. But it doesn't matter. If your family can't make ends meet and you have no rice or vegetables, I can lend them to you. But only you can borrow it. If others borrow it, I won't give it to them. He began to think about it. The more Chen Hao messes around, the more trouble he makes, the harder life becomes at home, and the greater his chances become. You are ugly. Tong Qian suddenly said. What? Chen Dagang didn't react. My man is not a good man, but he is good-looking, handsome, and has a sharp tongue. Tong Qian said, marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog. Even if I starve, that's my fate. Although she was worried in her heart, Tong Qian spoke for Chen Hao without hesitation in front of outsiders. A man is the pillar and backbone of his family. Outsiders just want to see the joke and look for opportunities to take advantage of me, but how can they get what they want? The work style of the production team has been distorted. When the family runs out of food or vegetables, don't go to the production team to ask for help. Wang Hongmei kept muttering. Even if pork is distributed during the Chinese New Year, your family cannot get a share. At the end of the year, you will get less. She just came to see the joke on Chen Hao's family. No one in the village was optimistic about Chen Hao's decision. Even the deputy agricultural captain, who was good at farm work, just shook his head at Chen Hao's decision. You are so arrogant now and you slap me in the face. By the end of the year, when there is no food at home and no money left, you will have to kneel down and beg me. Wang Hongmei thought secretly. Other people in the village were also whispering to each other and shaking their heads, thinking that Chen Hao had gone crazy again. Instead of bothering his wife and daughter, he started to take care of the vegetable garden. At noon, Tong Qian cooked a big pot of rice and fried the dishes on the stove in Chen Xiaoting's house. Scrambled eggs with lard cabbage, lard winter melon, and green peppers. The food is a bit simple, so just make do with it. We can buy some meat next time we go to the market. Chen Hao sat down and handed everyone a cigarette. The 4 people who came to help were those who were close to him on weekdays, or were honest people in the village, and they came to help when they were called. They are not very old, just in their early 20s. Is this easy? 3 dishes, and that's a lot. I still eat wild vegetables at home. It's better than the food at home. At home we only have porridge. I can't eat enough and I don't have the energy to work. It smells really good. Vegetables cooked with lard are really tasty. Everyone was very satisfied with the dish and they were not being polite. Just have some dry rice and some vegetables with some oil in them, and they're enough to eat. That's enough. Xiaoting, sit down and eat too. Where's your milk? Chen Hao looked at Chen Xiaoting. She's in the room. If she doesn't come over, I'll just serve her a bowl of rice. Chen Xiaoting said, I don't want to eat. I'm not helping with the work. She went to the team to earn work points. Sorry for eating for free. A bowl of rice is nothing, it's just a matter of having an extra pair of chopsticks. Chen Hao said, I don't have any bowls or chopsticks at home, go home and get your own. I've served your grandma some food, so come and sit down and eat together. If you don't listen, when you grow up, I will make you give birth to a brother for Nini and Xiaoduo. Pooh, you're not that scary. Tong Qian patted his shoulder. Turning to Chen Xiaoting, he said, I'll have to borrow your stove from now on. Come and eat with us. Don't be polite. If you don't want to eat, I'll be embarrassed to borrow your stove from now on. Chen Xiaoting then went home, took the bowl and chopsticks, served the bowl to her grandmother and sent it back, while she herself held the bowl and sat next to her, chatting with Nini and Xiaoduo, eating rice in small bites. The dry rice is really delicious. You rat, you only eat rice and no vegetables? While she was chewing rice, Chen Hao brought the vegetable bowl over, put a lot of green peppers and eggs into her bowl, and poured some lard and vegetable soup on the rice. The aroma is very nice. That's enough. No more. It's full. Chen Xiaoting shouted. Chen Hao gave her too much and she could hardly keep it. When he wanted to hit me with the hammer, he was quite fierce, but now he becomes timid when eating. Where did that energy go? Chen Hao sat back. He glanced at Tong Qian and said, when your Aunt Xiaoqian was your age, she was already pregnant. Don't be too reserved. Especially when you go to the city, you need to be more aggressive, otherwise you will be bullied. Looking at the bowl full of food and the greasy lard and vegetable soup, Chen Xiaoting's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. If I go to the city in the future, I will bring Sister Xiaoqian and Uncle Hao over to play for a few days. She muttered softly. Tong Qian may call her sister instead of aunt, and it's okay for Chen Hao to call her uncle. I haven't eaten the fragrant lard rice since my parents passed away. It smells really good. The work of building a simple greenhouse was not difficult. With 4 people, plus Chen Hao, Tong Qian, and Chen Xiaoting who occasionally came to help, it only took 5 days to complete the construction. Chen Hao has been busy these days. The temperature is very good, there is sunshine, and it is neither too cold nor too hot. He chose a piece of land in a corner, tidied it up, and started to breed cucumbers. It took a few more days to tidy up the ground in the greenhouse. The cucumber seedlings grew out, and the couple transplanted them in the greenhouse. The temperature in the greenhouse is warmer than outside, Tong Qian said as she walked into the greenhouse. Of course, it blocks the wind. When the weather gets colder, we can put down the straw curtains to keep the temperature warm. Chen Hao said, by the end of the year, these cucumbers will be ripe. It will surely sell for a lot of money then. He was very confident. The output of chemical fertilizer was limited, and team leader Chen Ziqiang used his connections to get some, which would definitely have an impact on the yield of cucumbers. But it doesn't matter much, as long as it can be grown and put on the market before the new year, it can be sold at a good price. Chapter 13, Can I wash with peace of mind when you are next to me? A pound of cucumbers costs 6 cents. By the time the new year comes, there will be no cucumbers on the market. I should be able to sell them for 10 cents and make some money. Tong Qian calculated. She thought that being able to sell it for 10 cents per pound was already very high. 10 cents? If they really only sell for 10 cents a pound, why would they plant crops and build greenhouses? Chen Hao shook his head. Even if they rot in the fields, I won't sell them. Due to the shortage of supplies, in the past few years, even peanuts were sold by the grain, and you could only buy 8 peanuts for 10 cents. So how much do you plan to sell it for per pound? Tong Qian asked. At least 0.3 yuan per pound. Chen Hao said, as for the final price, it will depend on the market. 30 cents per pound. Tong Qian was shocked to hear the price. Even pork was only 70 cents a pound, and 30 cents could buy half a pound of pork. But her husband planned to set the price of cucumbers at 30 cents a pound. Is anyone buying this? I'm afraid he's crazy. You are so scary, she said. I simply can't believe it. We'll know when the time comes. Chen Hao is quite confident about this. 30 cents is the lowest estimate. Green vegetables are scarce in winter, and the price will go up. How many cucumbers can you get from 6 mu of land? It won't make a splash if you put it in the market. If it becomes scarce, the price will definitely skyrocket. Some people are content with just a meal, but some are already drinking mutai, flying on airplanes, and their children are visiting the children's palace. Villagers can't afford it, but city dwellers certainly can. After staying in the shed for a while, I felt a little hot, said Tong Qian. When the weather gets a little colder, you can take a shower in the greenhouse. It's warmer than taking a shower in the house, said Chen Hao. In the village, taking a bath is also a hassle. It is easy to solve in summer, but more difficult in winter because the temperature inside the house is even colder than outside. This film is light transmissive, so you can see through it. Tong Qian said. Put the straw curtain aside so it won't be visible. Chen Hao winked at her. Then I'll bring the water to the shed for you and watch over you. Don't worry about washing. Tong Qian's face turned red immediately. Can I wash with peace of mind while you're by my side? She looked around, and although there was a greenhouse, this was still in the wild. My man is really good at playing tricks. It took 2 days to transplant all the cucumber seedlings into the greenhouse, and it was already October. On this day, all the villagers gathered at the rice field, and someone in every household held a piece of paper, ready to check the work points. The team would check the work points every month for fear of future disputes. They were worried that the work points would be delayed too long and the numbers would not match up, with each person saying that they were right and arguing over the matter. This is also a major event for the production team every month. Chen Hao and his family also arrived at the rice field. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, a big rooster, and gave one to the team leader Chen Zichang first, and then to each of the other people he knew. Touching the big rooster cigarette in his hand, Chen Zichang suddenly felt very proud. He is the team leader and has the final say on the team's production. He also has authority over many other matters. A pack of big rooster cigarettes costs less than 2 cents, so he shouldn't have this kind of mentality. But Chen Hao gave it to him, while several other people who also held positions in the team did not receive it, which made him feel very proud. Why are you showing off? It's just cigarettes. Big rooster cigarettes are only a little over 10 cents a pack, as if no one can afford them. Chen Dagon was very unhappy when he saw Chen Hao handing out cigarettes in the crowd. There was a young man in his 20s sitting next to him who also got Chen Hao's cigarettes, but he himself didn't get any, which made him even more unhappy. You can't say that. Being able to afford it is one thing, but whether you are willing to buy it is another. This cigarette can almost buy a pound of cabbage. The young man next to him was called Chen Dongsheng. When he heard this, he spoke up. He couldn't bear to smoke the big rooster cigarette in his hand, so he clamped it between his ears. You need tickets for these cigarettes. Normally, we sell some grain and complete the procurement task to get some bonus tickets. Many of them are taken by the team. If we want to buy cigarettes ourselves, we have to go to the market to buy tickets, which is another expense. There are generally 3 ways for villagers to get tickets. One way is to complete the procurement tasks assigned by the superiors, and you will be rewarded with some meat coupons, cloth coupons, cigarette coupons, etc. Another way is to buy tickets privately at the market. Another way is to get occasional help from relatives in the city and be given some tickets. It is a very prestigious thing for a family to have relatives in the city. You are usually close to Chen Hao, so of course you speak for him. Chen Dagang said unconvinced, I think you just can't think straight. You were sold out by him and still helped him count the money. He asked you guys to help with the plots, build bamboo racks, and cover the land with plastic film. You wasted several days of work, but he sent you away with just a cigarette and even spoke well of him. He wanted to sow discord between Chen Hao and Chen Dongsheng and others, so that Chen Hao would be isolated in the village. You know nothing. If Brother Hao wants to build a private plot of land in the future and needs my help, I will be happy to go. Chen Dongsheng was nostalgic. If I help Brother Hao, I will be full with rice, vegetables fried with lard, and scrambled eggs with green peppers. Lunch and dinner are included in the day. You may not be able to eat so well during the Chinese New Year. You don't know, the lard rice tastes really good. I ate 3 big bowls and felt embarrassed to get more. But Brother Hao got me another half bowl. My belly was full after eating so much. Who would be treated like this if I worked for them? Not only did he not feel that Chen Hao was trying to cheat him, but he felt that helping Chen Hao was very cost-effective. That's right. Brother Hao didn't ask you to go, but he asked a few of us to go. He did it to take care of us. He smokes a cigarette in the morning and one in the afternoon every day. It's so nice. Chen Wei, a young man from another village, also came over. I helped with work at Brother House house for a few days, which helped my stomach recover. When I got home, I had porridge and vegetables without oil, which had no taste at all. The two people's description was so vivid that Chen Dagang couldn't help licking his lips. Even the villagers nearby were swallowing their saliva as they listened. These days, the only way to eat like this is on New Year's Eve. Don't say anything good for him. Just wait and see. He may not survive this winter. If he keeps messing around like this, his family will definitely not have enough to eat. Chen Dagang said sullenly. At this time, the team leader Chen Ziqiang spoke up. Okay, stop talking and be quiet. There are two main things to do today. One is about work points. Each household should check their work points with the timekeeper. If there are any discrepancies, verify them and don't wait until the end of the year to argue about the final results. One pair per month, and another settlement at the end of the year. At the end of the year, autumn grain will be distributed and work points will also be calculated. Those who are upside down will have a hard time during this period, while those who have more work points are looking forward to getting more money and grain and having a good new year. After finishing speaking, Chen Ziqiang looked at Wang Hongmei and said, "You should call out the work schedule for each household in September. Those who have opinions should speak up in person. Those who have made mistakes should correct them. Those who have no problems should not say anything." Chapter 14. Do you want to be a timekeeper? Wang Hongmei stood up with a notebook in her hand. This notebook records the work points of each household. She changes her clothes specially and they are very clean. She looks forward to this day every month. Holding the work record book in her hand, she felt as if she was in charge of the life and death of every household, which made her feel very satisfied. This sense of satisfaction was much more solid than what her man gave her. Before we talk about the work points, I have a few words to say. Wang Hongmei said with great style. When saying this, he deliberately glanced at Chen Hao. There are 5 guarantee households in our production team. The burden is already heavy and the production task is heavy. If we don't work hard, we won't even be able to complete the state's procurement task. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to tell others about this? There are so many production teams in the brigade, and other production teams have completed their tasks, but our team can't. If we tell others about this, we will lose face. It's not just the leadership that's embarrassing, it's the team members as well. Chen Hao smoked calmly. He knew that these words were obviously directed at him. It is actually not difficult to deal with work points. Many of them are conventional. The amount of work points for each job has already been determined, so just follow it. Wang Hongmei talked a lot of nonsense and glanced at him from time to time. She must be trying to make some noise. I have to criticize some of the team members here. Wang Hongmei looked at Chen Hao. It was Chen Hao and his family who brought bad atmosphere to the production team. Your family doesn't work hard, and you also lead other team members to idle around and do not do their jobs. This is simply corrupting the atmosphere. You must express your position in front of the other team members and the captain today. From now on, we can no longer be idle and focus on the agricultural production of the team. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at Chen Hao. Some people were secretly delighted, some were indifferent, and some wanted to say a few words for Chen Hao. Chen Hao walked forward a few steps and stood in front of Wang Hongmei. What do you want to do? Do you want to hit someone again? Wang Hongmei covered her face and took several steps back. She also emphasized, I am not seeking revenge, I am just considering the production team. She was a little afraid of Chen Hao. When others quarreled with her, they just quarreled and did not dare to hit her, but Chen Hao really dared to hit others. Do you want to be captain? Chen Hao asked. Why do I want to be the captain? Wang Hongmei asked back. She didn't know why Chen Hao suddenly asked this question. In fact, she thought about it in her heart, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. After all, Chen Ziqiang was standing next to her. The team leader is the highest-ranking official in the production team and is much more impressive than the timekeeper. If you don't want to be the team leader, why did you say all the team leader's words? You are a timekeeper. You have to record everyone's work time and make sure there are no mistakes or omissions. This is your responsibility. Chen Hao stared at Wang Hongmei. The team leader didn't say much, but you said more than the team leader. You corrupted the team's morale and controlled production. You're saying that the production team is bad. Aren't you just saying that the team leader didn't do a good job? You're criticizing me on the surface, but you're actually implying that the team leader didn't do a good job. When debating with others, you must not fall into the trap of self-justification. Chen Hao dug a hole on the spot and stuffed Wang Hongmei into it. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Chen Zicheng's face turned ugly. Wang Hongmei had indeed said too much. I didn't. Wang Hongmei explained quickly. Still quibbling. Our production team has 2 5-guarantee households who are truly having difficulties in life. They are sick, disabled, old and weak. This shows that the team leader is realistic and takes care of team members in need. Chen Hao said. If you want to target me, just target me alone. Don't use me as an excuse. In fact, you want to be the captain yourself. Are you still secretly reporting to the brigade, saying that the production team is wrong? Wang Hongmei's reputation was not good to begin with, and someone from her family worked in the brigade. Chen Zicheng's face looked increasingly unhappy, and even the other leaders of the production team looked unhappy as well. Wang Hongmei had a similar criminal record. She bypassed the production team leader and reported to the brigade. In the end, the production team leader was criticized, but no one knew what happened. Very embarrassing. Just focus on the work points when I tell you to. Why talk about other things? Chen Zicheng said unhappily. Captain, I really didn't report it. I just can't stand Chen Hao. Wang Hongmei quickly explained. She did want to file a report, but she didn't have time. A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. I have done nothing wrong. You can write a report if you want. I am not afraid. Chen Zicheng said. Don't waste everyone's time. Hurry up and divide the work into pairs and complete your own work. You don't need to say anything else. If it weren't for Wang Hongmei's relatives in the brigade, she would never have been given the job of timekeeper. The other villagers were also discussing in low voices. She is the only one who talks a lot, even the captain doesn't talk as much as her. Every time she was calculating her work points, she would dress very coquettishly. If you didn't know her, you would think she was getting married. Many people have opinions about Wang Hongmei. Okay, I won't say anything more, just about the work points. Wang Hongmei didn't dare to say anything more. Chen Zicheng's family worked 1410 points in September. Wang Hongmei opened the notebook and read. Chen Zicheng is the team leader of the production team. There are 7 people in his family, including a couple, 2 elderly people and 3 children. The family's monthly work points are 1,410. Among them, team leader Chen Zicheng gets 12 work points every day. Including other leaders of the production team, they also got 12 work points every day, which was 2 more than the average strong laborer. This was also the benefit of being a leader. Captain, please check if there is anything wrong with the work points I recorded. If there is any shortage, I will add it. Wang Hongmei looked at Chen Zicheng and said. That's right, go on. Chen Zicheng said. I think it can't be wrong. I checked it 3 or 4 times privately. Wang Hongmei said with a smile. Then she read out the work points of other people. Those at the front of the list were all families of cadres in the production team. She had counted these many times in private and had basically made no mistakes. But the other villagers were not so careful. Basically, they would make mistakes after reading out the names of 4 or 5 households. Either they made a mistake in calculating the total work points and added too little, or they clearly did the work that day but it was not included in the count just because she did not see it. They argued until their faces turned red. Do you know how to count? You wear flashy clothes all day long, but you can't even make a mistake when counting. You're worse than a kid. We are not cadres, so we don't care about it, right? Work points are the result of hard work. Each household would keep a record of what work they did and how many work points they got every day. But when their records did not match Wang Hongmei's, everyone was very angry. What are you shouting about? If we talk about work points, won't there be mistakes? If there are no mistakes, what's the point of talking about work points? Wang Hongmei said as a matter of course. There is one attitude towards the production team leader and another attitude towards other ordinary villagers. Chen Hao's family stood together, while Chen Xiaoting stood next to Tong Qian. Chen Hao suddenly said to Chen Xiaoting, do you want to be a timekeeper? Chapter 15. She is very soft and easy to pinch. Be a timekeeper? Chen Xiaoting thought she had heard it wrong. She looked at Chen Hao in surprise, her eyes full of confusion. Wang Hongmei can barely read, so she's not suitable to be a timekeeper. She'll waste everyone's time. Chen Hao said, "This job requires a certain level of education. I think you're quite suitable for this job. If you have this idea, I will help you fight for it." Growing greenhouse vegetables is just a step up, and he plans to do other businesses later. However, the management of individual industrial and commercial households is relatively strict, so they have to be under the guise of a production team. In this case, you should have more contact with leaders in the production team who are favorable to you and not hostile to you, while it is best to replace those who are hostile to you. Let us start with Wang Hongmei. She is very soft and very nice to squeeze. Of course, this job is good, but Wang Hongmei seems to have a backer in the team, and even the captain dare not replace her. Chen Xiaoting said in a low voice. They are all work, but there are differences. The production team has leadership positions such as team leader, deputy team leader, accountant, custodian, and timekeeper. Although they are all full-time cadres and have to engage in agricultural labor, their work is much easier than that of ordinary team members. The work points should also be higher. Other strong laborers could get 10 work points for a full day's work, but female comrades could only get 8 work points. However, if a leader of a production team, even a female comrade could get 12 work points. As long as you want it, I will help you get it. Chen Hao was very confident. What kind of leader is the leader of the brigade? The team leader, including the party secretary, who later became the village director and village party secretary, were said to be cadres, but in fact they were not. The leaders of the commune are the real leaders. While the two were talking, Wang Hongmei glanced over here. Below are Chen Hao's family's work points for September, a total of 220 work points. She clicked her tongue twice. It's really shameful. A husband and wife only earn 220 work points a month. This work point is indeed very small. Normally, the family's work points were higher than this, mainly because in September Chen Hao was busy working on the greenhouse, and Tong Qian would occasionally help out, which delayed her work. This work point is wrong. I recorded it as 246 work points. Tong Qian said. She took out a piece of paper with her own work points recorded on it. It's just a few work points. What does it matter if it's right or wrong? You're such a fusser. Wang Hongmei said impatiently. Chen Hao really wanted to slap her. There is nothing to say about not going to work and having low work points, but if it was recorded wrong, it was Wang Hongmei's responsibility, and she even blamed her own family. Tong Qian stepped forward and compared the work points with Wang Hongmei and found that she had missed the work points of Nini and Xiaoduo. The two little kids can also do some things. Their scores are not high, but they are there more or less. But I didn't write it down. Other kids also did similar work, but they all took note of it. Why do you always make mistakes? It was the same the last few times. You always missed my family's work points. Tong Qian was a little dissatisfied. When calculating work points every month, there are always mistakes or omissions in my family. If I don't pay attention, I will definitely get away with it. Wang Hongmei was obviously targeting her own family. What do you mean? With so many families, so many people, and so many work points, isn't it normal to make a mistake in the calculation? Wang Hongmei didn't want to hear this. Recording work points is a tiring job. It looks easy, but it is actually very difficult. I have to check at home in the middle of the night. My eyes are tired from doing it, and the electricity bill at home has increased a lot. She took the opportunity to protest her grievances. She was very angry with Chen Hao. He slapped her twice before, and she just said a few more words and Chen Hao seized the opportunity to take advantage of her, leaving a bad impression on the captain. The work points of Chen Hao's family were deliberately omitted. Do you really think that recording work points is tiring? Chen Hao asked. Of course it's tiring. You've never done this, so you don't know how hard it is. It looks like just writing and drawing, but it takes a lot of energy. Wang Hongmei said. Will mistakes or omissions in work points still occur in the future? Chen Hao asked again. I made a mistake and missed something. This is normal and will definitely happen again in the future. Wang Hongmei nodded as a matter of course. I don't have much education, so it's very hard for me to do this job. You don't understand at all. If it weren't for the production team and for you, I really wouldn't do this job. This statement is threatening. They are deliberately missing your family's work points. What can you do? Chen Hao smiled. Seeing the smile on Chen Hao's face, Wang Hongmei felt a little uncomfortable. What is he laughing at? After thinking about it carefully, she felt that she was not wrong. She should gain everyone's sympathy by emphasizing hard work and dedication. But why does Chun Hao's smile sound like he is looking at a fool? In that case, then you shouldn't do the job of timekeeper anymore, Chen Hao said calmly. Wang Hongmei looked at Chen Hao in surprise. She never expected that Chen Hao would suddenly say this. Originally it was going this way, and suddenly it was going that way. Chen Hao turned the corner so sharply that she was unable to react. Only the captain and a few other smart people looked at Chen Hao a few more times. It was like getting to know Chen Hao all over again. Why not do it? Wang Hongmei asked loudly after being stunned for a moment. The saliva was about to spray on Chen Hao's face. Who do you think you are? You said you would not allow me to be a timekeeper, so you won't let me do it? She wants to do this job. If you walk in the fields every day and keep count, you will get 12 points. Only a fool would not do that. Didn't you just say that the work of a timekeeper is very tiring? Chen Hao looked at her. Since you are so tired, let someone else sit. You can have a good rest. You said it yourself. It's hard to do this job without a high level of education. You make mistakes almost every month, and you will make more mistakes in the future. Work points are a recognition of everyone's hard work. If we can't guarantee fairness and justice, and if we can't guarantee that there are no omissions, then let others do it. After finishing speaking, Chen Hao looked at the other villagers and said, Comrades, do you think this is the truth? I didn't ask the team leader Chen Zichang because I was afraid that he would have concerns and not be able to speak out clearly. I asked other people for their opinions first. If the opinions of the people were unanimous, Chen Zichang would go with the flow. Step by step, Chen Hao led Wang Hongmei into his cave. Let the other person go at their own pace. He likes to control the pace. Chen Hao is right. If you can't do it, let someone else do it. You didn't make any mistakes in the work points of the production team leaders, but when it was the others' turn, you made so many mistakes. It must have been intentional. It's time to change him. Do you have any shady connections that's why you've been working as a timekeeper? Many things just need a leader, and Chen Hao took the lead. Like General Yuan, he was the first to attack Wang Hongmei, and the others immediately lined up and followed suit. Wang Hongmei was panicked. Chen Hao didn't wait for him to speak, but looked at Chen Zichang. Captain, Wang Hongmei has already aroused public anger. The public has sharp eyes, and she herself said that she is not suitable for the job of a timekeeper. Should we listen to the opinions of the masses and find someone else to do this job? Chapter 16. Uncle Hao was really bad. Chen Zichang was silent and a little hesitant. He actually wanted to remove Wang Hongmei from the position of timekeeper, but he did not dare to do so because of Wang Hongmei's connections in the brigade. I didn't expect Chen Hao to do this today. Let's see who dares. I have a backer in the team, Wang Hongmei said hurriedly. She looked at Chen Zichang and said, Captain Chen, you can't do anything without conscience. I usually give you 12 points when recording work points. Even for other people in your family, I give them higher points. If it was someone else, your family's work points wouldn't be that high. There was a threat in her words, fearing that Chen Zichang would listen to Chen Hao and take away her job as a timekeeper. But after she said this, Chen Zichang, who was originally a little hesitant, immediately changed his expression. You only get as many work points as you do, even if you're the team leader. I never asked you to record more work points. Just do it as it should be and be realistic. Chen Zichang looked unhappy. What do you mean by saying this? Aren't you throwing dirty water on me? The team leader has great power. The life of each household in the production team has a lot to do with the team leader, but even if he has great power, he cannot act too blatantly. Wang Hongmei's words put Chen Zichang on the spot. The eyes of all the villagers changed a little. Chen Zichang finally stopped hesitating and said, From today on, Wang Hongmei, you don't need to keep work points. Wang Hongmei felt like she had lost her parents instantly. She dressed up beautifully today and took out her best clothes, hoping to show off and take the opportunity to step on Chen Hao a few times to vent her anger, but she didn't expect that she would lose her job as a timekeeper. She was still a little confused. Captain Chen, you have taken away my job as a timekeeper. How can I survive? Wang Hongmei cried. He looks like he's about to throw a tantrum. Can't you live without the timekeeper's job? You should work the same way as other comrades do, Chen Zichang said. He cursed Wang Hongmei in his heart. This woman is so stupid. He was still hesitant at first, but he had to drag himself into it. In order to prove that he was in good health, he had no choice but to cancel her job as a timekeeper. Otherwise, you won't be able to gain a foothold in the production team in the future. Seeing that Chen Ziqiang was determined and would not change his mind, Wang Hongmei looked at a man in the crowd and cursed, "Are you a dead man? Your wife was bullied like this, and you didn't say a word?" The man she scolded was called Chen Mingkai, her husband, and he was a very honest man. "Didn't you just say that you don't want to do this job anymore? It's too tiring. It's better not to do it. It can save some electricity bills," Chen Mingkai said. Wang Hongmei was so angry that she went over and pinched his flesh. "Why did I marry a loser like you? I was so blind at the time." She gritted her teeth and said, "Your wife was slapped twice, and her face is still swollen, but you didn't even say a word. Now he has made you lose your job as a timekeeper, and you still don't even dare to fart. If you don't teach Chen Hao a lesson today, forget about getting into my bed from now on." She didn't dare to fight Chen Hao herself, so she asked her man to fight Chen Hao. Chen Mingkai was pushed in front of Chen Hao by Wang Hongmei. He looked at Chen Hao and said, "We are all from the same village. You shouldn't hit anyone. I'm teaching her a lesson for you." Chen Hao said, "You are a man after all, how can you let a woman control you?" Given Wang Hongmei's tough personality, she's probably the one who's giving orders in bed. A grown man should be able to stand tall and proud, but a woman can't even do that. Don't you feel aggrieved? Chen Mingkai lowered his head in shame. He really couldn't control Wang Hongmei at home. Isn't there an old saying? If a woman isn't beaten for 3 days, she'll tear down the roof of the house. Chen Hao continued, now that she has lost her job as a timekeeper, she won't be so impressive at home anymore. You have to take back the initiative. He patted Chen Mingkai on the shoulder to show encouragement. Uncle Hao is so mean. Chen Xiaotang whispered to Tong Qian on the side. It is true that he is bad. He was bad openly before, and now he is bad secretly. Tong Qian nodded in approval. Chen Hao's family was originally the last family to receive work points. The work points were considered to be complete. Chen Ziqiang no longer paid attention to Wang Hongmei, but said loudly, "We have finished talking about the work points for September, and now we will talk about the second thing today." The production team raised a sow and 3 neat pigs. Some of the piglets born by the sow were sold. Now there are 2 piglets in the pig pen, both of which are 4 months old. Who's willing to buy one and keep it? Don't just keep silent, be proactive. These days, people can't even get enough to eat, let alone pigs. Not to mention concentrated feed, there is almost no leftovers. There is only some pig grass and some bran. It takes nearly a year to be marketed, and they only weigh about 120 kilograms. The sows in the production team were used to give birth to piglets. Among the 3 meat pigs, 2 were assigned for purchase and 1 was kept to be slaughtered during the Chinese New Year and shared among the members of the production team. The born piglets are either sold to other members of the cooperative or sold at the market. As a result, 2 piglets were not sold and were kept. People are not even getting enough to eat, so where is the food to feed the pigs? Said a villager. The villagers are very good at calculating the economics. Raising pigs is not cost-effective. One reason is that the pigs grow slowly, and another is that they can easily get sick. If they get sick and die, all the money will be wasted. There have been lessons in this regard. The other villagers also shook their heads. Obviously, they had no interest in Chen Ziqiang's proposal and were even a little afraid, fearing that Chen Ziqiang would mention their family's name. These 2 piglets are 4 months old and weigh more than 30 kilograms each. If they are purchased outside, they cost 40 cents per kilogram, but members of our production team buy them at 30 cents per kilogram, which means each pig costs only 10 yuan. Chen Ziqiang continued to persuade. If you take good care of it, it will still be profitable. But his words sounded weak and no one responded. Even 10 yuan is a considerable amount of money for the villagers. Seeing that no one responded, Chen Ziqiang became anxious. If the 2 pigs were not too small, and if he was afraid that the team would criticize him after he killed them and distributed them to the team members, he really wanted to just kill the 2 pigs and divide the meat. If you keep it in a pig pen, you can't kill it, and you can't keep it either. Give it to my family to raise. Chen Hao said. That's right. Everyone should learn from Chen Hao and take the initiative to reduce the pressure on the production team. Chen Ziqiang praised immediately, go to the pig pen and pick one later. I want both. Chen Hao said. No family in the village raised 2 pigs. Even the production team didn't want to raise even one pig, unless they had to complete all the tasks and distribute pork to the team members during the new year. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao wanted 2 piglets. Hearing Chen Hao's words, many villagers shook their heads. It's nonsense. You can't even feed people, but you're raising pigs, and you're raising 2 at a time. When the time comes, they'll have nothing to eat and they won't grow any meat. Your money will be wasted. They built some bamboo sheds and grew vegetables in the cold weather. Now they have to raise 2 pigs. They have even less time to work. I'm afraid his family will have to borrow money and food from everywhere this winter. Chapter 17. Where are these 2 piglets kept? Everyone thought that Chen Hao was acting recklessly. If it was really a good thing and profitable, wouldn't everyone be rushing to do it? If no one does something, it's not a good thing. Seeing the expressions of the villagers, Chen Hao did not change his mind. He was not raising the pig to sell it. You can buy 2 piglets for 20 yuan, which is very cost-effective. After everything was said and done, Chen Ziqiang announced the end of the meeting and took Chen Hao to the pig pen. These 2 piglets just eat and grow meat slowly in the pigsty. If you buy both of them, it will really help me a lot. Chen Ziqiang said. As a member of the production team, it is my duty to help the team share their worries and solve their problems. Chen Hao took out another big rooster cigarette and handed one to Chen Ziqiang. I was busy with the private plot and was late for work, which caused some people to be unhappy and gossip. I have to trouble the captain to bear with it. Production is a big deal, and many times it is not as simple as physical labor, but a political task. Many villages have restrictions on able-bodied laborers and do not allow them to work outside in order to retain the labor force, focus on production, and complete various agricultural production tasks assigned by superiors. Chen Ziqiang took a deep look at Chen Hao and felt more and more that Chen Hao was extraordinary. The way he spoke and acted was similar to those leaders of the commune. Can you really grow the vegetables in your private plot? Chen Ziqiang asked. Originally, he thought that cucumbers would not grow well because the cold weather was not suitable for growing cucumbers. Other agricultural planting experts in the team also held the same view. But Chen Hao has changed to the point where no one can ignore him. Today, Wang Hongmei was even removed from the position of timekeeper. He couldn't help but wonder, could Chen Hao succeed in growing cucumbers in such a cold weather? It's not a big problem. Chen Hao said. If we can really grow it, we should be able to sell it for a good price. Normally we can sell it for 6 cents a pound. There are fewer fruits and vegetables in winter, so selling it for 10 cents a pound should not be a big problem, said Chen Ziqiang. The price he estimated was the same as Tong Qian's. Chen Hao smiled and said nothing. You can tell the truth to your wife, but you can't tell it to anyone else, not even the team leader. Regarding the candidates for timekeeper, which one do you think is more suitable? Chen Ziqiang asked again. If it were in the past, he would definitely not ask Chen Hao, but now he wanted to hear Chen Hao's opinion. It's best if they can read and do arithmetic, and not always make mistakes in calculations. Chen Hao said, another good thing is that they should be obedient and do the work they are told to do well. I think Shen Xiaoting is quite suitable. This kid had good grades when he was in school. If he hadn't been recommended to go to college and his family background wasn't so bad, he would definitely have been able to go to college. Her family is a 5-guarantee household. Having her be a timekeeper can also improve her family's conditions and make their lives a little better. She will definitely be very grateful for the team's arrangement, which can also reflect the care for needy families. Chen Hao directly stated all the reasons. Okay, then let's do as you say and let Shen Xiaoting be the timekeeper. Chen Ziqiang nodded and agreed. Chen Hao has more say in the team. The 2 piglets were weighed in advance, totaling 68 pounds, 0.30 yuan per pound, and a total of 20.4 yuan. Holding a stick, Chen Hao drove the 2 piglets home. When they were halfway there, Tong Qian and the 2 kids came over. Dad really bought the piglet. Eat meat. Nini ran over and looked at the 2 little pigs excitedly. Dad, will these 2 little pigs belong to our family from now on? Yes, they will be ours from now on. You don't have to cut grass to feed the piglets of the production team. Just feed these 2 piglets in our family. Chen Hao said. That's great. Nini was very happy. She picked up a stick from the ground next to her and imitated Chen Hao to drive the piglets away. Xiaoduo was not to be outdone and also picked up a stick, but the stick she picked up was very short, only about 10 centimeters. Every time she raised her hand to drive away the piglet, she couldn't touch it. The two little pigs were running and grunting, and she was chasing them. The two kids were very happy. By the time of the Chinese New Year, they should weigh more than 100 kilograms. We can make some money by selling them then, said Tong Xian. You don't need to buy two, just one will do. The farm work is hard, and the two kids are too young to have much energy to feed the pigs. No, Chen Hao said, when the time comes, we'll kill these two pigs, make bacon out of them, and hang them in a well-ventilated place. It won't be a problem to store them for 4 to 5 months. Cut a little every day to improve the diet. It is really difficult to eat meat in the countryside. Chen Hao plans to raise these two piglets and slaughter them around the Chinese New Year. Have a fat year. It can be used to refine oil, make bacon, whatever. You bought two piglets just to eat meat? Tong Qian rolled her eyes at him. How can you eat like that? It's too extravagant. Even the leaders in the brigade and the commune have never heard of eating meat like this. Originally, I thought Chen Hao bought two piglets to raise them and sell them to make money later, but I didn't expect that he bought them for eating meat. The two kids are still growing, and it's definitely not enough for them to just eat rice and vegetables, Chen Hao said. Only if they eat well can they grow taller. He looked at Tong Qian. You've been married to me for so many years, and I didn't let you live a good life. I didn't even take good care of you when you gave birth. At least I want you to have a good year and make you the envy of other families in the village. The two piglets have been raised in the pigsty for several months and they don't run around. They are very obedient even when Nini and Xiao Duo drive them away. Chen Hao and Tong Qian walked behind. He held Tong Qian's hand. Soft and small. You're touching me again. Tong Qian was a little shy. He looked around, afraid of being seen by others. Even though they were husband and wife and had a baby, she still felt embarrassed when Chen Hao held her hand like this. I pulled it out twice, but it didn't come out. Chen Hao held on tightly. My man is very strong and he always uses force, and this time is no exception. You are an old couple, and yet you are still holding hands. Aren't you ashamed? If someone sees you, they will laugh at you. How embarrassing it is. Tong Qian said in a low voice. My face feels a little hot. It felt like I was doing something bad secretly, and I didn't even dare to raise my head. But there is a different kind of excitement in my heart. Now you say we are an old couple? I don't know who said that before. I am only 25 years old and can still have children. Chen Hao said with a smile. He really likes the way his wife is shy. It was as if I was back to the time when I first met my wife and always coaxed her to run into the woods. Maturity has a mature flavor, and immaturity has an immature taste. All good. Where are these two piglets kept? There is no pig pen at home. Tong Qian asked. After a few steps, I arrived in front of my house. There are more than 10 chicks at the door, running happily, looking for food everywhere, pecking here and scratching there. The addition of the two piglets made the house more lively. Isn't there a vacant lot behind the house? I'll ask someone to help fence off the lot, make a bamboo fence, raise the two piglets inside, and build a chicken coop next to it. Chen Hao said. Chapter 18. This is tradition, not openness. Although the house is made of adobe, the area in front and behind the house is still relatively large and can be utilized. Fortunately, it is 1,975 now. If it were in previous years, this would be considered a capitalist tale. Not to mention private plots, raising chickens and ducks, even raising pigs would not be allowed. The policy loopholes will become wider and wider. You have to do more research while you are still young. The next day, Chen Hao called Qin Dongsheng, Chen Wei, and several other good friends from the village to go to the mountain behind the village to cut some bamboos, and drag them back to the back of the house to make a bamboo fence. This work took 2 days. Brother Hao, it would be nice if you always had work to do at home. I really want to keep working for you, Brother Hao. Every time I work for you, I can eat dry rice and eat dishes cooked with lard. After finishing the last bit of work, it was time for dinner. Several people sat in front of Chen Hao's house, holding their bowls and eating in big gulps. After eating dishes cooked with lard, everything else I eat when I go home has no taste. If I really miss Brother Hao's home, I would even be your son. Chen Dongsheng said. There was a piece of rice crust in his bowl. The rice cooked in a clay stove has a layer of rice crust at the bottom, which many people like. It tastes very fragrant when chewed. They had no aversion to working for Chen Hao. On the contrary, they were very much looking forward to it. There will definitely be work in the future, and I'll call you then, said Chen Hao. When the cucumbers are ready, they have to be sold to the county. I cannot do it alone, so I have to call for help. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei are suitable candidates. I called Xiaoting to come for dinner, but she didn't come. I guess she felt embarrassed. You go and call her to come for dinner, Tong Qian said. Okay, I'll go call. Chen Hao nodded. It's just next door, just a few steps away. The old lady was peeling Raimi in front of the house. Her hair was all white, her feet were very small, and her hands were dry, but she was still quite skillful. Chen Hao greeted the old lady and went into the house. Chen Xiaoting was in the kitchen, preparing to make a fire and cook. As soon as the match was lit, Chen Hao went over and blew it out. Aren't you going to tell me? You came to my house for dinner, why did you light a fire by yourself? Chen Hao said. It's not good to always go there. Chen Xiaoting said embarrassedly, I have already washed the vegetables, let's eat at home. You deserve a meal after helping with the work. Chen Hao said, why don't you go over and eat? I'll call for help later. Who's willing to help me? He looked at Chen Xiaoting and criticized, you are harming me, do you know that? You helped drag the bamboo to the front of the house, but you sneaked back at dinner time. What will the other people who help with the work think? If something like this happens again, how can they have the nerve to come to my house for dinner? A good relationship is a good relationship, but if you ask someone to do work for you, you must give them something in return. Then let's do it next time. I'll go over for dinner next time. Chen Xiaoting declined. That kind of work is not worthy of such a good meal. You're so young, but you're already so fussy? You helped me this time, so you have to eat this time. Chen Hao took 2 bowls directly from the stove. Come on, follow me to get food. Very strong. He stuffed one of the bowls into Chen Xiaoting's hand, took Chen Xiaoting to his home, served 2 bowls of rice, added some dishes on top, and then let Chen Xiaoting leave. Grandma, this is Uncle Hao's meal. Chen Xiaoting returned home and handed a bowl of rice to the old lady. The old lady stopped what she was doing, looked at her granddaughter Chen Xiaoting, then looked in the direction of Chen Hao's house, and said quietly, if it were in the old times, he would be able to marry a concubine. There is a strong man in the house, and the wife has a good personality, so she won't suffer any loss. Chen Xiaoting's face turned red immediately. Grandma, what are you talking about? This is too open. This is tradition, not openness, said the old lady. In October, the weather became colder. However, the cucumber seedlings in the greenhouse are growing very well and have grown 2 true leaves. The work in the production team has not stopped yet. The main work is to peel hemp, and the other work is to plant wheat and harvest sweet potatoes. Most of the hemp and sweet potatoes will be sold, which is also one of the few sources of income for the production team. Of course, not all of them will be sold. Sweet potatoes are also food rations. Some will be distributed to team members, and some will be stored in the production team's grain warehouse for emergency use. Including the rice harvested previously, a portion will also be stored for emergency use. Most of the rice for Chen Hao's family was purchased from the production team. It can be considered as returned grain. Tong Xian, Nini, and Xiaoduo, the 3 of them followed the rest of the team to the fields to harvest sweet potatoes, while Chen Hao stayed at home to take care of the cucumbers. I had just applied some ecological urea when I heard someone shouting. Sister! Nini! Xiaoduo! The voice sounded familiar. It was standing in front of his door. Chen Hao shook a few times, crawled out of the shed, and saw a girl standing in front of his house. He was in his early 20s, carrying something in his hands, and had a nice figure. This girl is none other than Tong Qian's younger sister, and her own sister-in-law, Tong Man. Chen Hao clapped his hands and walked over with a smile. The 3 of them are in the field harvesting sweet potatoes. Come in and sit for a while. I'll get you a glass of water. Tong Man is 3 years younger than Tong Qian. He went to the neighboring commune to work in the countryside. But he was luckier. In the first 2 years, he was recommended by the commune and worked as a teacher in a junior high school in the county. Although I didn't return to my original city, I was able to leave the countryside and have a fixed salary every month, which was much better than working in the production team. I'll go find them. Tong Man just glanced at Chen Hao and turned to leave. She looked down on Chen Hao. It's not because of anything else, it's because Chen Hao beats his wife and children and neglects his family. They will be back soon, there's no need to go looking for them. Sit for a while, I'll go get some stools. Chen Hao said. He entered the house, took out 2 small stools, handed one to Tong Man's feet, and sat down next to it. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Tong Man glanced at him, moved the stool to the side, and then sat down. I don't even want to get close to you. Don't you like me smoking? Chen Hao asked. Even if you die from smoking, it's none of my business. I just don't like you. Tong Man said simply and clearly, I've never seen a man like you who plays at home while asking his wife and children to work in the production team. How did my sister do anything wrong to you? How did she do anything wrong to deserve being abused by you like this? She glanced at the cigarette in Chen Hao's hand and said, he doesn't have much money in his pocket, but he's still imitating the city folks and smoking branded cigarettes. He is very good at talking. She has completely different personalities from Tong Qian. One is as gentle as water, the other is as strong as fire. If looks could kill, Chen Hao would have been riddled with holes by her. Cigarettes build bridges, and wine paves the way. If you want to get things done, cigarettes and wine are quite important. Chen Hao said, what you smoke is not cigarettes, but the ways of the world. What you drink is not wine, but how to conduct yourself in the world. Bah! Tong Man spat, my sister is the only one with a good temper and a gentle personality. She refuses to divorce even though you bully her like this, and still takes care of the family. I hope you'll get better. If it were me, I would definitely take a pair of scissors and cut it off in the middle of the night when you are asleep, to let you know how powerful I am. Chapter 19 Try your brother-in-law's cooking. As she spoke, Tong Man's eyes lingered on a certain place on Chen Hao for a few more seconds. You are so pretty, but you should learn your temper from your sister. Chen Hao took a breath and advised, if you are so fierce, you might not be able to get married. He thought of some things from his previous life. After Niang San committed suicide, her sister-in-law Tong Man found an opportunity to treat her to a meal, and kept urging her to drink. She also comforted her, telling her not to be too sad and to cheer up. As a result, when she got drunk, she beat herself up severely and her head was swollen for several days. It seemed as if he was riding on me and beating me. You're dreaming. You want me to imitate my sister's temper so that I can be bullied by you? Tong Man didn't even look at him. He speaks in a sarcasm. People always change. Don't look at them with old eyes. I have changed now. I understand and appreciate your sister's hard work. Don't you see that the situation at home has changed from when you came here before? Chen Hao said. I have some chickens. There is also a pigsty behind the house with 2 pigs. I will make some bacon for Chinese New Year. You can come and celebrate the New Year with your sister then. It's easy to change the country, but difficult to change one's nature. Tong Man said. She did catch a glimpse of the chicks looking for food at the door, but she didn't think Chen Hao would change immediately. It hasn't changed for all these years, how come it suddenly changed? He must be holding back some bad intentions. She ignored Chen Hao and sat on a small stool, in a daze, thinking about things. More than 10 minutes later, Tong Qian came back, followed by 2 little followers, Nini and Xiao Duo. Tong Qian was holding a bamboo basket with a lot of pig grass in it. Nini and Xiao Duo also had some in their hands. Nini, Xiao Duo, look, is that your aunt coming? Tong Qian saw her sister sitting at the door. She was very happy. Why did you come here? Don't you have to go to work today? I took 2 days off to see you, Nini and Xiao Duo. Tong Man said with a smile. She walked over and said, Nini, Xiao Duo, Auntie brought you gifts. Thank you, Auntie. Aunt, you are so nice. The 2 little girls were very happy. Aunt, let me tell you, I have 2 piglets at home. I'll take you to see them, and we'll feed them grass together. Chen Nier pulled Tong Man and walked to the back of the house. Tong Chen followed behind, holding Xiaoduo's hand. The 2 piglets in the pigsty heard the noise, ran to the bamboo fence, and grunted. Life at home is so difficult, and it's hard to get food. Why do you still raise 2 piglets? Tong Man asked. Your brother-in-law asked me to raise it. He said that we can make it into bacon during the Chinese New Year, so it won't be so difficult to eat meat in the future, and it can also nourish Nini and Xiao Duo. Tong Qian said. Tong Man glanced in the direction of the front of the house. Can he be so kind? Sister, they say it's better to demolish a temple than to ruin a marriage, but I really feel sorry for you in this situation. Her eyes turned red. She knew all too well the hardships of life in the countryside. She had managed to escape and got a job as a teacher in the county, but her sister was still stuck in the countryside. Your brother-in-law has changed. He knows how to feel sorry for me and cares about our 2 daughters. Life at home is much better now. Tong Qian held her hand. Don't worry, I'm fine. You are stubborn and easy to bully. Tong Man said, if he dares to attack me again, tell me, I will find a chance to beat him up and vent your anger. She had advised Tong Qian similarly many times before, but she still chose not to divorce. She was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. She could only come over more often and help more. The two sisters chatted, fed the pigs, and then sat inside the house. Chen Hao was not in the room. He went out. Hey, are there electrical wires in the house? Tong Man walked into the house and saw the light bulb above her head. She hadn't seen this the last time she came. They used kerosene, and she remembered it very clearly. It's been a few days since they pulled the wires. Your brother-in-law had them pulled the wires. Tong Qian said, there are 2 light bulbs, one in the room and one in the kitchen. They are both 25-watt bulbs. Most of the other people on the team installed 15-watt bulbs. Has he really become a better person? Tong Man asked in surprise. Just at this moment, Chen Hao came back with a chicken. I bought a chicken in the village and will kill it and fry it later. Chen Hao said. He went out specially and bought a hen from the villagers. He needed it urgently, so the price was a little higher than usual. What kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd? Tong Man stared at him and asked. It was obvious that the chicken was bought just to entertain her. Whenever she came over in the past, Chen Hao would always find ways to get more things from her, such as borrowing money. But today, he did something unusual and bought a chicken and wanted to slaughter it to entertain her. Don't always think so badly of me. It is true that I was sorry to your sister in the past. But don't worry, I will definitely take good care of your sister and raise the 2 children well in the future. Chen Hao promised. My sister-in-law actually doesn't have a good life either. Her monthly salary as a teacher in the county is not high, only 23 yuan. Of course, not high is relative. Compared with the villagers, the job and income of county teachers are very enviable. Every time he came, Tong Man would secretly give Tong Qian some money. Xiaoman, please sit for a while. I'll go cook. Tong Qian said. She stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen. I'll cook today's meal. Xiaoman has finally come here, so you can have a good chat with her. Chen Hao waved his hand. Having said that, he went into the kitchen. First, light the firewood, scoop some water into the pot, and boil the water. Then he picked up a kitchen knife, a coarse porcelain bowl, and carried the hen by the wing, and went outside. Pinch the hen's neck, fix the wings and neck, pull out the feathers on the hen's neck, and you will see the chicken's neck. A swipe of the knife. Catch the blood in a bowl. The hen flapped her wings a few times and then became silent. The movements are clean and neat. Wait for the hot water in the stove to boil, scoop some out, put it in a tin bucket, put the hen in to scald it, and then start pulling the chicken feathers with the hot water. It took 3 times to finally get it clean. More than an hour later, the dish was ready and served on the table. A big bowl of fried chicken, a bowl of cabbage with lard, and a bowl of loofah and egg soup. Eat. Chen Hao handed the bowl and chopsticks to Tong Man. Try your brother-in-law's cooking and see how this chicken tastes. Hot steam wafted out from the chicken, bringing with it a fragrance. Not many seasonings were used, just ginger and salt, and the oil was from the chicken itself. But even with such simple seasoning, the fried chicken is fragrant. Do you want to borrow money? Tong Man asked cautiously, holding the bowl and chopsticks without moving in a hurry. I was afraid that this meal was a hongmen banquet hosted by Chen Hao. It's so abnormal. How much does your teacher earn a month? Chen Hao served Tong Qian and the 2 children some food. Don't worry, I won't borrow money from you, and there's no poison in the food. Thank you for taking care of your sister, Nini, and Xiaoduo. This should have been my responsibility, but I let you share it. When you get married in the future, I will give you a big red envelope. Chapter 20. I'm very tight-lipped. A big red envelope? How big can your red envelope be? Tong Man curled her lips. She didn't believe that Chen Hao was capable enough to give out such a big red envelope. I just know how to satisfy my craving for food. Eat chicken, try your brother-in-law's chicken and see how it tastes. Chen Hao greeted. He was very grateful to his sister-in-law. He helped his family many times during difficult times. He also came to help take care of Tong Qian when she was in confinement. He was not nice to me because he was a useless person. I really have nothing to say about Tong Qian and my 2 nieces. Tong Man picked up a piece of chicken, took a bite, and nodded. It tasted indeed good. Is it delicious? Chen Hao smiled. Don't go anywhere else during the new year this year. Just come to my place. The 2 pigs in the pig pen will definitely be slaughtered by then. Steamed pork with rice flour, braised spare ribs, and stir-fried large intestines. There will be plenty of them when the time comes. The 2 pigs are raised for eating. They will be heavy enough by the end of the year. Chen Hao has already planned how to deal with them. He will eat some of them himself and give the rest as favors to others. Lay the groundwork for your own plans. Don't just care about your mouth and stomach, live a good life first before you brag. Tong Man said, eating for a while is not a skill. Being able to eat for a lifetime and for a long time is a skill. Although the words were impolite, they were much softer than at the beginning. Life is all about food, clothing, shelter and transportation, isn't it? Chen Hao picked up some chicken for Nini and Xiaoduo, and continued his sister-in-law's words, first, solve the problems of mouth and stomach, and then housing and transportation will be solved. A big bowl of chicken, which not many families would be willing to eat even during Chinese New Year. 3 adults and 2 kids ate it happily, without leaving any meat residue on the bones. After dinner, Chen Hao stopped Tong Qian again and asked the 2 sisters to chat and walk around the village while he cleaned up the dishes. Nini's mom, who is this girl? She's so pretty. Is this Tong Man? She's been here before. I heard she's a teacher in the county now? Are you here to see your sister? Your sister is doing better now. The electricity lines were just installed in the house a few days ago. Some villagers greeted Tong Man. Many young, unmarried guys looked at Tong Man with eager eyes, but they were too timid to say hello to her. There were a few people who were eager to try, but before they got close, Tong Man turned his eyes and stared at them. They immediately became scared and stopped. It is about 15 miles away from the county. There is passenger transportation between the county and the city, but not between the city and the countryside. You have to walk, and transportation is very inconvenient. It takes Tong Man 2 or 3 hours to walk the 15-mile distance. At night, Tong Man stayed overnight and did not return to the county. Chen Hao gathered some straw, made a simple bed in the kitchen, and took an old quilt to make do with for the night. The 2 sisters and the 2 younger ones were on the wooden beds. Is this quilt new? Tong Man asked while curled up in the bed. The cotton wool and quilt cover are both new, you can tell by the smell. I bought cotton wool and earthenware at the market last time and sewed them at home. Tong Qian said, your brother-in-law thought it was not enough and said that we should prepare 2 new quilts. In case there are guests at home, we will have no quilts to cover ourselves with. He was right. Fortunately, I prepared a bed earlier. Otherwise, you wouldn't have anything to cover yourself with when you come here. He also said that when the carpenter from the village comes back, he will ask him to help build 2 cabinets, one for the kitchen and one for the room. There are carpenters and bricklayers in the village, but most of the time they are not in the village. Instead, they go out to work. The cash they earn has to be handed over to the team in exchange for work points. Although the time spent at home is less, it is much easier than doing farm work, and the work points earned are also higher. Nini and Xiaoduo had already fallen asleep, but the 2 sisters were not very sleepy and were talking to each other intimately. Sister, where did he get so much money? He pulled wires, installed light bulbs, slaughtered chickens, and bought so many things. Tong Man asked curiously. Did he secretly borrow money from someone without telling you? You should be more careful. If he really borrowed money and can't pay it back, won't you still have to fill the hole? Chen Hao had done such a thing before, and Tong Man was afraid that it would happen again, so she reminded him specifically. You wronged your brother-in-law. He really didn't borrow money this time. Tong Qian said in a low voice, he has found other ways to make money, but I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else. My mouth is very tight. Even if Chen Hao tries to pry it open, he can't. Only you can pry his mouth open easily. Tong Man said. The new bedding feels comfortable when covered with it. She leaned sideways and talked to Tong Qian. At the same time, she was very curious about how Chen Hao made money. Could it be that his salary was higher than hers as a teacher? On weekdays, they have no one to chat with and feel very bored. But at this moment, the 2 sisters are talking very much, sharing their innermost thoughts. That's right, you are really tight-lipped. Tong Qian nodded, your brother-in-law picked some fungus and sold it in the county. He made some money and made life much better for our family. How much can fungus be sold for? Tong Man was puzzled. Food is still in short supply at the moment, but there are plenty of wild things. However, few people are willing to get them. The reason is simple: most families are very careful with their spending on oil and salt, and wild things require strong feed to be delicious. It's just bear paw, and it tastes terrible without any seasoning. Don't disbelieve it, city people love to eat this thing, and it can be sold for 10 yuan per pound. Tong Qian said in a low voice. Tong Man took a breath and said, "Is it so valuable?" Her monthly salary is only 23 yuan, and 2 kilograms of black fungus is equivalent to a month's salary. The impact was strong. It is so valuable, but the fungus in the back mountain has been picked up by your brother-in-law. Now it will take 10 days or half a month for new ones to come out. Tong Qian said. The forest behind the village is not big. Chen Hao collected most of the fungus over several days. He would collect more after 10 days or so and then sell them in the county. It's too exaggerated. It makes me want to sell black fungus. Tong Man was still in shock. You have a stable job and your monthly salary is not low. Why do you want to sell black fungus? Tong Qian said, this job is unstable, and your brother-in-law said that by November, the black fungus will be gone. You still have to think of other ways to make money. As they talked, the two sisters started talking about marriage. Xiaoman, you are not young anymore, it's time to find a partner. Tong Qian said, when I was your age, Nini was already 3 years old. You're not bad looking, so why doesn't anyone chase you? There are many people chasing after me, but I don't like them. Tong Man said, they are all perverts who want to take off my clothes and lust after my body. I won't be fooled by them. The two sisters went to bed very late. The next morning, Tong Man had breakfast and went to the county. Chen Hao sent her to the village entrance. If you go to the county town later and have no place to rest, you can come to the school to find me. Tong Man said. I live alone. There is a cafeteria in school, and the food is cheap. Don't take it personally that I didn't bring you a gift this time. I'll make it up to you next time I come over. I'm not a kid, no need to be so polite. Chen Hao waved his hand. This sister-in-law speaks and acts with energy and enthusiasm. Don't think too much. If you hadn't changed and knew about the Gu family, I wouldn't tell you this. Tong Man said, isn't it all for my sister? After a pause, Tong Man whispered, fungus is so valuable, just pick some and sell them. Don't mess around. How much can you sell cucumbers by building a shed on your own land? She also looks down on greenhouse cucumbers. You look down on cucumbers? Chen Hao was very confident. Your brother-in-law's cucumbers will definitely surprise you. Just wait and see. Chapter 21, can it still be sold at the price of meat? What's so special about your cucumber? Tong Man said. She wasn't too happy about the cucumber thing. Growing vegetables is not worthwhile. It's better to sell black fungus. She muttered, you should pick some black fungus when you have time to supplement the family income. She just couldn't understand why wood ear mushrooms could be so valuable. After saying a few more words, Tong Man left. Chen Hao also returned to the village and continued to take care of the greenhouse cucumbers in his 6 mu private plot. In a blink of an eye, it is already November. The cucumber flowers are blooming. The villagers who were originally watching the fun are no longer sarcastic. The blooming of the cucumbers means that in about 10 days, the first batch of cucumbers will be ripe. The production team's sweet potatoes had been harvested, and on this day, each household shared the sweet potatoes in the rice field. Strong laborers should take 50 kilograms of sweet potatoes, the elderly should take 40 kilograms, and the children should take 30 kilograms. Team leader Chen Zichang shouted, take them after you weigh them, and don't disturb the people behind you. A portion of the harvested sweet potatoes, including grain, will be distributed to the villagers, which is considered food rations. Food rations are calculated based on population. Families with more people can get more food rations, and families with fewer people can get less. This is also the reason why rural people like to have more children. The more people there are, the more food you will get. There was a mountain of sweet potatoes piled up on the open space next to them. Someone was weighing them with a scale, and the accountant in the team was taking notes. Chen Hao's family divided the sweet potatoes and moved to the side, while his wife and daughter slowly moved back home. Instead of helping, he walked up to Chen Zichang and handed him a cigarette. Have the cucumbers in your shed blossomed? Chen Zichang asked after taking the cigarette, lighting it. He felt a little complicated. He had not been optimistic about Chen Hao growing cucumbers in cold weather, but he did not expect that they would actually bloom and would soon bear fruit. Building a shed can actually make cucumbers grow in cold weather. It's blooming. It will be ripe in about 10 days. I'll pick some for you, Captain, to try. Chen Hao said with a smile. After chatting for a while, Chen Hao said, Captain, it's cold now, and the team's tractor is not used much. Can you borrow it so I can take the cucumbers to the county to sell them? The production team was very poor. They didn't have a tractor, let alone a bicycle. The brigade has 2 walk-behind tractors, which are very busy on weekdays, but are mostly idle in the cold winter. It may be difficult to borrow money by yourself. You can't borrow it in your own name. You have to borrow it in the name of the production team. Chen Zichang said, I'll go to the production team and ask when I have time. Even if it is idle, there will be opposition if it is borrowed by individuals. If it is borrowed in the name of a production team, it will be considered a collective borrowing and there will be less opposition. Thank you, Captain. Chen Hao said. Passing cigarettes from time to time and trying to get close to Chen Zichang was not in vain. At least when it came to borrowing the tractor, Chen Zichang was indeed thinking about himself and took the initiative to come up with excuses and reasons. After the cucumbers are sold, I will donate a bicycle to the team committee in my personal name, said Chen Hao. Chen Zichang immediately turned around and looked at him. Are you serious? Donating to the brigade or the production team? It must be the production team. Chen Hao said, Captain Chen and other members of the team committee often have to go to the brigade or even the commune to attend meetings in order to help with production. Having a bicycle to travel around can make things much more convenient, and it is also beneficial to the agricultural production of the production team. You are very conscious, very good. Chen Zichang said happily, don't worry, there will be no problem with the tractor. The brigade has 2 tractors. What's wrong with borrowing one? Do you have any other requests? As long as the production team can do it, we will definitely do it. He was a little hesitant just now, but now he is very positive. A bicycle costs 1 or 200 yuan. The team committee has no money to buy bicycles, and even if they have money, they dare not buy them. Not only will they be criticized by the team, but it will also cause dissatisfaction among the team members. But now Chen Hao is willing to buy it with his own money and give it to the production team committee. There is no such problem for private donations. I'm looking forward to riding my bike to a meeting. I do have something to trouble you, Captain. Chen Hao said, we plan to sell our cucumbers in the county, and we need a certificate to prove that the cucumbers were grown on our private plots. The purpose of issuing a certificate is to prevent people from accusing you of speculation. That's no problem. I'll give you the certificate. Chen Zichang agreed readily. Chen Hao is good at handling things and he is not vague. Within the scope of his power, he gave Chen Hao the greatest convenience. After the deal was settled, Chen Hao, his wife and daughter went to transport the remaining sweet potatoes back home. A total of 160 kilograms. Behind the kitchen, against the corner of the wall, there is a cellar which is used to store sweet potatoes. Some are kept for eating in the next few days, and the rest are all put into the cellar. Cover it with wooden boards. In the rice field, after the sweet potatoes had been distributed, the main team leaders of several production teams led by Chen Zichang did not rush to leave, but sat down and chatted. These sweet potatoes have finally been distributed, and each household will have enough food to last a few more days, said the production team's accountant. Every time rations are distributed, the accountant is the busiest. The accountant is the head of the production team and holds an important position. The busy time is over, and all that remains is the harvest of late rice. The deputy captain of the agricultural team took over the conversation and said, You are idle, but I am busy. There is a final settlement at the end of the year. The dividends and expenses of each household must be calculated. This accounting job is really not easy. The accountant complained. Early rice, late rice, sweet potatoes, wheat, including fruits and vegetables, will be distributed after harvest, and the production team's annual income will be taken inventory at the end of the year. How much dividend each household should receive and how much it should spend are counted once a year. As they chatted, the topic eventually came up with Chen Hao. Have all the villagers who borrowed money and food rations from the team paid them back? There are still quite a few households in our production team that are in a state of distress, the most in the entire brigade, said the deputy agricultural team leader. When the production team fell behind in production and fell behind, the first person to be criticized was the team committee. Only Chen Hao's family has repaid the debt. The others have not, said the accountant. He glanced at the deputy agricultural captain and said, Chen Hao is quite capable. The cucumbers he planted in the greenhouse are blooming and growing quite well. You are not a very capable deputy agricultural captain. You said earlier that he was just fooling around. The deputy agricultural captain blushed bitterly. He had indeed made a mistake in this matter. I'm not the only one who made a mistake. Aren't you guys also wrong? He said. If we plant cucumbers, he won't be able to eat all of them. I think it's better to plant some cabbages and radishes. These vegetables can be stored longer than cucumbers and don't spoil as easily. He plans to sell those cucumbers in the county, Chen Zichang said, but I don't know what price he can get them at. If he wants to sell them at a high price, I have to ask him for advice on the vegetable planting plan for the production team next year. Our production team doesn't have any side jobs, and work points are worthless. One work point is only 5 cents. We have to find a way to increase the value of work points. As the captain, he considers more. If we sell them in the county, we can only get 10 cents per pound at most, said the deputy agricultural captain. Can fruits and vegetables be sold at the same price as meat? Chapter 22. I am also very diligent in sowing seeds. The income from our production team's sideline business is indeed not high, and work points are not worth much, but even if we are considering increasing the income from sideline business, we should not consider vegetables. The deputy captain of agriculture said. Food, fruits, and vegetables are to ensure that people don't go hungry. The government controls them, so the prices can't go up. It does take some skill to grow cucumbers in the middle of winter, but this technology is not suitable for promotion because it requires too much investment. If you have a few acres of land and want to build a shed to cover it, it's no problem. But if you have dozens or hundreds of acres, the cost will be so high. How much will it cost? He is not optimistic about the economic value of cucumbers. That's right. No matter how expensive cucumbers are, they can't be sold at the same price as meat. The best they can sell is 0.1 cent per pound. It's better to focus on cabbage and radish. They are easy to preserve and grow, and can save a lot of trouble. The opinions of several other members of the committee were similar to those of the deputy captain of agriculture. I am indeed surprised that cucumbers can be grown in such a cold weather, but I am not optimistic about the economic benefits of cucumbers. I always feel that this young man Chen Hao is a little different. He is much smarter and more tactful. If it really doesn't make money, he won't do this. Chen Zichang muttered while smoking a cigarette. What's the difference? He just married an educated youth who went to the countryside to work as a sent-down youth. Even though he looks so free and easy now and has so much money, that's because he gets subsidies from his wife's family. Once the money is gone, he will have to tighten his belt again, said the deputy agricultural team leader. It's better to have a relative in the city, who can give me some money from time to time. Didn't his sister-in-law come to the village a few days ago? She must have helped her sister, too. Even the team committee members, most of them have low educational qualifications, and even those with only primary school education have limited knowledge. They all believe that Chen Hao's change came from the help of Tong Qian's family. Cucumbers grown in greenhouses cannot be sold at a high price, so the production team just needs to follow the routine and there is no need to make any unnecessary changes. After the cucumber flowers bloom, they change every day. The fruit grows bigger day by day. Chen Hao is always paying attention to the growth of cucumbers and estimating the yield of cucumbers in the greenhouse. It's time to eat. Tong Qian stood in front of the house and shouted towards the greenhouse. After a while, Chen Hao came out of the greenhouse. You can't wait to stay in the greenhouse every day, and you even want to sleep in it at night. Tong Qian said, I've never seen you be so diligent in doing other things. Of course I have. I am also very diligent in sowing seeds. Chen Hao winked at her. Bah, you are so frivolous. Tong Qian blushed. There is hot water in the kettle, wash your hands with the hot water, it will warm you up. I've got the food warming up in the pot. I'll serve it right away. I added hot water and washed my hands, and the dishes were served on the small wooden table. The door was closed and a family of 4 sat around a small wooden table. Winter melon, steamed eggs. Just these 2 dishes, and rice soup. Rice soup, like rice crust, is a special feature of the earthen stove. Other people in the team are not optimistic about the selling price of cucumbers. They all say that the best they can sell it for is 0.1 cent per pound, said Tong Qian. What do they know? Chen Hao picked up a piece of winter melon and chewed it. When we were building the greenhouse, they said cucumbers couldn't be grown. But now, aren't they grown anyway? It won't be a big problem for the yield of 8,000 kilograms of cucumbers from these 6 mu of land. We can pick the first batch in a few days and sell it in the county. Due to the limitations of varieties and fertilizers, the cucumber yield is much lower than it was decades later. Decades later, the cucumber yield per mu could reach about 30,000 gene. But 6 mu of land can produce 8,000 kilograms, which is enough. Halfway through the meal, Nini looked at Chen Hao and said, "Dad, I want to eat sweet potatoes. I can smell the scent of sweet potatoes. I want to eat sweet potatoes too." Chen Xiaoduo also said. The stove is burning firewood. There are a few sweet potatoes buried underneath. Now they are roasted and giving off a fragrant smell. Eat sweet potatoes after you finish your meal. Tong Qian said. I've finished my meal, so where's the room left in my stomach? I can't even put in some sweet potatoes. Chen Nir had her own reasons. Mom, you can give me 2 more questions later. Let me eat the sweet potatoes first. Although Nini has not started school yet, Tong Qian teaches her some basic knowledge from time to time, such as counting, pinyin, reciting ancient poems, and simple calculations. After getting married, there is almost no hope of returning to the city, so I can only hope that my 2 daughters can study hard and escape from farming. Nini is right. You can give her 2 more questions later. Let's eat the sweet potatoes first. Chen Hao said, if they are left for too long, they will become mushy and will not taste good. He took his 2 daughters to the earthen stove and used tongs to take out the sweet potatoes. When you pinch it, it's crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, so it's cooked. After being left to dry for a while, it was no longer so hot. 1 adult and 2 children gathered around the earthen stove and ate sweet potatoes. The peeled sweet potato skins were thrown directly into the stove. After dinner, Tong Qian sat on the bed and knitted a sweater. The 2 kids played in the quilt for a while and then fell asleep. Chen Hao went to feed the pigs and scattered a handful of shriveled rice to the chickens before returning to the house. The couple chatted in a low voice for a few words, then Tong Qian put down her sweater, turned off the light, and got into bed. The 2 little ones shared one bed, and Chen Hao and Tong Qian shared another bed. Where are you touching? My hands are cold. Then leave it there, and don't pinch it. In the darkness, the couple talked to each other in low voices. The small bed in the big world, Chen Hao's hands are like a student who loves to study, searching up and down, inside and outside, isn't it a pleasure? The sun came out that day and Chen Hao rolled up the straw curtain. He went into the greenhouse and when he came out, he had a few more cucumbers in his hands. Some of them are curly, but each one is 20 centimeters long and quite heavy. Let's have some fried cucumbers today. Chen Hao handed the cucumber to Tong Qian. I'm going to the captain's house. The pigs will be fed when I come back. He picked some more cucumbers, held them in his arms, and sent them to the home of Captain Chen Ziqiang. Captain, the cucumbers are ripe. I'll send some to you to try. Chen Hao said as soon as he entered the door. It is very cold today and the late rice has been harvested a few days ago, so there is not much work to do in the fields. Most of the villagers were staying in their houses. Chen Ziqiang's family is no exception. You're so polite. Chen Ziqiang took the cucumber and looked at it. The cucumbers in this greenhouse are growing well. They are not much different from those grown in hot weather. The species is the same, so the fruits will definitely not be much different. Chen Hao handed him a cigarette. The 2 exchanged a few more words, and Chen Ziqiang took out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket. One is a letter of introduction, and the other is a certificate for the cucumber. Take a look and see if there are any problems. The letter of introduction is used to prove identity. Population mobility is restricted, and only with a letter of introduction can you prove that you are not a blind migrant. The proof for cucumbers is that they are produced on private plots. Chen Hao took a look and said, no problem, it's well written. Thank you, Captain Chen. No trouble, it's a piece of cake. Chen Ziqiang waved his hand. Ask someone to drive the tractor over tomorrow. Can you drive it yourself? Tractor drivers are all from the brigade, and being able to drive a tractor is a great thing. Few people in the production team knew how to drive one. Yes, this is very simple. Chen Hao nodded. In his previous life, he learned to drive and had pretty good driving skills. He had obtained A, B, and C licenses and had driven the steering wheel of various types of cars. Chapter 23 50 cents per pound. After chatting with Chen Ziqiang for a few words, Chen Hao left. He picked some more cucumbers and sent them to several close relatives in the village, including Chen Wei, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Xiaoting's home. Your cucumber has really grown. Chen Xiaoting was surprised when holding Chen Hao's cucumber. 20 centimeters long and slightly curved. It's a bit cold, and it feels hard in my hand. If you want to eat some, go pick them yourself in the cucumber shed. Uncle Hao's cucumbers are not defensive to you. Chen Hao said with a smile, it's getting colder now, there's not much work to do, so read more books in your free time. Trust your Uncle Hao. It's definitely a good idea to read more. Do you know why I fought for the job of timekeeper for you? Chen Xiaoting stared at Chen Hao with her almond-shaped eyes, nodded first, and then shook her head. Do you know or not? Chen Hao asked. Someone told me that Uncle Hao, you got me the job of timekeeper so that I could give birth to a son for you. Chen Xiaoting said in a low voice. Her face turned a little red. After working as a timekeeper for some time, some young wives and older sisters-in-law would chat with her. Even the captain doesn't dare to offend Wang Hongmei, how dare Chen Hao? If there is no great benefit, why would he be such a villain? He must have taken a fancy to your big ass so that he can give birth to a son. His own wife didn't even arrange work for the timekeeper, but he arranged it for you. What's the reason behind this? Don't you understand it yourself? Even though he treats his wife and children well now, he definitely still wants a son in his heart. Many young wives and old sisters-in-law whispered in her ears, trying to guess what Chen Hao was thinking. Even my grandmother agreed with these words. Am I that kind of person? Chen Hao asked back immediately. Chen Xiaoting hesitated for a moment and nodded. This is not the old society anymore. You can't take a concubine, she said seriously. Afraid that Chen Hao didn't understand, he gave him some knowledge. If it was the old society, would you have agreed? Chen Hao said, don't get carried away. I'm trying to get you the job of timekeeper because I think you will have a bright future. The job of a timekeeper is to give you time to study. When you have a bright future, you can go to the city to develop. That is where you will have a stage to display your talents and a broad world to explore. You should read more about junior high school and high school knowledge. When you have a promising future, don't forget Uncle Hao. If you have the chance, pull Uncle Hao to your side and let him be your backer so I can lean on him. Chen Hao comforted her a few more words before leaving. 3 days later in the morning, Chen Hao picked the first batch of cucumbers. 6 mu of land, with a total of more than 1,000 kilograms of cucumbers, were put into the tractor. Straw was laid under and around the tractor to prevent the cucumbers from being damaged. It is also covered with a layer of plastic film and straw mats. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei sat on the left and right of the tractor, while Chen Hao drove the hand tractor towards the county town. At the entrance of the village, a few people were looking at it curiously. Tong Chen brought her 2 daughters and Chen Xiaoting to see Chen Hao off. Team leader Chen Ziqian, deputy agricultural team leader Chen Dagong and Wang Hongmei also came, as well as a few villagers who liked to join in the fun. It's so cold, isn't it nice to stay at home and warm yourself by the fire? Why did he have to go to the county to sell cucumbers? Chen Dagong shook his head. There is work to do in the production team on weekdays, but I've never seen him so active. It's so cold, but he has to make trouble for himself. He really didn't understand. If I had a wife as beautiful as Tong Qian, I would definitely not go out in this cold weather. I would stay in bed with my wife and make a baby when I have free time. How comfortable. He's just showing off his abilities. Others can't grow cucumbers in the middle of winter, but he can. It makes him look capable and even better than the deputy captain of the agricultural team, said Wang Hongmei. She looked at the deputy agricultural team leader and said, Chen Hao has ruined my job as a timekeeper. No one among you speaks up for me. Just wait and see. Maybe he will also get rid of you as the deputy agricultural team leader in the future. She still feels upset about it. As long as they can help the production team improve agricultural production, anyone can be the deputy agricultural team leader, said the deputy agricultural team leader. But despite his nice words, he was still a little worried. He took a puff of his pipe and added, it's indeed a little rare to grow cucumbers in such a cold weather, but it's just a rarity. When it comes to winter vegetables, cabbage and radish are the best. They are easy to preserve and can keep everyone well fed in the winter. These cucumbers can only be sold for 10 cents per pound at most. He did not think much of the position of deputy agricultural captain, but when it came to agricultural technology, he felt that no one could compare to him, let alone Chen Hao, a young man in his early 20s. If I were really outdone by Chen Hao, Wouldn't I have lived these decades in vain? 10 cents per pound is not bad. This tractor carries more than 1,000 pounds, so it can be sold for more than 100 yuan. A young wife who was watching the fun said enviously. If you ask me, Chen Hao is unreliable, but the more unreliable a person is, the more trouble he can make. She glanced at Tong Qian and said with envy, if nothing else, Chen Hao is good at speaking sweet words. My wife can't even say a word of love, and can't even say a word of truth in 3 sentences. The young wife who married into the village was very envious of Tong Qian. They also wanted to experience Chen Hao's mouth, but unfortunately their men were not up to the mark. I can't say any intimate words. As the group was chatting, the topic was changed by the young wife and the old sister-in-law. In the end, the women gathered together, whispering and bursting into laughter from time to time. The walk behind tractor isn't very fast, but it's much faster than walking. It takes about 2 hours to walk, but it takes more than 40 minutes to reach the county town by tractor. Brother Hao, where are we going to sell the cucumbers? Chen Dongxing jumped off the tractor. The weather was a little cold, and he stamped his feet, looking around with a confused look in his eyes. As for doing business and selling things, he had only done so when he went to the market, selling eggs saved up by his family and vegetables from his own plots of land. He had never done business in a place as far away as the county town. Let's go to the vegetable market. There must be a vegetable market in the county. Let's pull the cucumbers to the side of the vegetable market. Chen Wei said, rubbing his hands. Chen Hao took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to each of them. We won't go to the vegetable market. Chen Hao denied it directly. The vegetable market is state-owned. If we sell vegetables at someone's doorstep, what's the difference between that and going to challenge them? Find a crowded intersection and lift up the straw curtain. After smoking half a cigarette and stamping his feet to warm himself up a little, Chen Hao drove the tractor to an intersection with more traffic. The straw curtain was lifted, revealing the cucumbers. The green cucumbers, some of which still had petals on them, were immediately opened, attracting the attention of several passers-by. Brother Hao, the price of cucumbers has not been decided yet. How much is 1 pound? Chen Dongsheng asked in a low voice. Chen Hao took 2 puffs of his cigarette, hesitated for a moment, and said, 50 cents a pound. Chapter 24 Pay-per-view. How much? Chen Dongsheng was shocked. Chen Wei also looked at Chen Hao in surprise. Both of them thought they had heard wrongly. 50 cents a pound. Now that you're here, we'll charge this price later. Chen Hao took 2 puffs of his cigarette and threw the cigarette butt on the ground. Step on it and put it out. A resident walked towards this side. Is this a cucumber? The resident, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, pointed at the cucumbers on the tractor in surprise. You have a very good eyesight. Yes, this is a cucumber. Chen Hao said. He could understand the other party's surprise. If it were a little kid, he would not be curious about this, but for a housewife who often goes to the vegetable market and goes in and out of the kitchen, it would be very surprising to see cucumbers in such a cold weather. It's so strange that cucumbers can be grown in such a cold weather. The aunt was surprised. She asked, how much do you want to buy this cucumber? Do you need a ticket? In the time it took the aunt to say these few words, many more residents gathered around. A tractor full of cucumbers, so eye-catching. It's not that I haven't seen cucumbers before, it's just that many people have never seen Chen Hao's cucumbers. They are very rare. No tickets are needed. These are cucumbers grown on the production team's private plots. Chen Hao said, we have paid the public grain, the requisitioned grain, and the food rations. The rest can be handled by the farmers themselves. In order to allow the city residents to eat fresh vegetables in the winter, the team asked me to bring this tractor of cucumbers here. As he spoke, Chen Hao took out the certificate from his pocket and shouted loudly. It has a certificate, so you can buy and eat it with confidence. Not requiring a ticket is a big advantage, and having cucumbers in such a cold weather is another big advantage. How are they sold? Asked a resident. 50 cents a pound. Chen Hao quoted the price without blushing or beating his heart. On the side, Chen Dongsheng and Shan Weixing didn't dare to speak either, their throats were raised to their throats. Chen Hao was not joking and really quoted a selling price of 50 cents per pound, for they were afraid that the residents would beat them up. You are probably robbing me, 50 cents a pound? Are your cucumbers made of gold or silver? A pound of meat is only 70 cents. A resident said indignantly. Other residents who were watching also spoke ill of Chen Hao. I have never seen such expensive cucumbers. But Chen Hao noticed that although there were indeed many people who said the items were expensive, few of them left. There's hope. The price is indeed expensive, but it did not scare away the residents. Black fungus can be sold at 10 yuan per pound. There is still consumption potential among the residents of the county. You get what you pay for. Chen Hao explained, in the middle of winter, to grow such good cucumbers, I'm sure you all know that it must have taken a lot of effort. Those are the costs. Several residents nodded in approval. Chen Hao continued, these are cucumbers grown in greenhouses. They are not a necessary side dish, but a product that improves our lives and the quality of our dining tables. Comrades, please buy within your means, do not rush to buy in small quantities, and just try something new. Emphasize cost, but always consider customers. These words made the onlookers feel relieved. What does greenhouse mean? Someone asked puzzledly. Cucumbers need suitable temperature to grow. In order to create a temperature suitable for cucumber growth, we built a greenhouse. Chen Hao said. These cucumbers are grown in greenhouses, which is why we can have cucumbers on the market in winter. Chen Hao converted the shed into a greenhouse. The greenhouse sounds a bit shabby. There are many shanty towns in the city, which sounds unpleasant, but greenhouses sound more upscale. At any time, fashionable things and high-end things are always easy to be recognized and sought after. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei were both sweating profusely. It's a very cold day, but I don't feel cold at all, I just feel my heart beating faster. Is this how you sell things? And looking at the expressions of these residents, they actually agree with what Chen Hao said. It's really a ghost. On weekdays, people would be very proud to earn a few cents at the market, but now cucumbers are 50 cents per pound, and after asking a few questions, the county residents stopped asking any more questions. Give me a cucumber. A resident picked up the selected cucumber. I didn't dare buy too much, I just bought one to try. What are you still standing there for? Weigh the cucumbers for this lady. Chen Hao shouted to the two people who were still in a daze. Brought a scale. The two of them weighed the cucumber immediately. It weighs 6 taels and costs 0.3 yuan. 6 taels, a full amount. The scale bar is tilted up. 30 cents, take it, ma'am. Chen Hao took the money and handed the cucumber to the customer. As soon as the first customer gets on the bus, there will be a steady stream of customers getting on. The same principle applies to doing business. With the first customer, other residents also started to pay. Give me 2. It's a bit expensive, but it's understandable in such a cold weather. Customers were selecting cucumbers one by one, and some were even muttering, trying to find reasons why cucumbers were so expensive. In less than 3 hours, more than 1,000 kilograms of cucumbers were sold out. Even the sporadic cucumbers that were accidentally crushed were all bought by others. Sold out already? Chen Dongsheng was still in shock. Are the residents in the county so rich? Chen Wei also asked. Business is too easy and profitable, isn't it? Get in the car and go back. He stuffed the cloth bag containing the money into his arms and said to the two of them. There are many people in the county. There are still many people around, so it's not suitable to stay for long. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei climbed onto the back of the tractor. Chen Hao picked up the tractor's rocker, inserted it into the small hole on the tractor's head, and started the engine manually. Amid the sound of steam rising and falling, Chen Hao drove the tractor out of the county town. In a deserted place on the road, Chen Hao stopped the tractor, counted out 20 yuan and handed it to Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei. 10 yuan per person. Brother Hao, there's no need. That's right. It's just a one-off trip. It's not appropriate to pay so much money. The two refused to answer. Both of them felt embarrassed to receive only 10 yuan for such a small favor. The cucumbers were grown by Chen Hao and the tractor was also borrowed by Chen Hao. So they just helped to weigh some vegetables. You already call me Brother Hao, how can I let you two lose money? Chen Hao stuffed money into their hands. You two have seen how much money I have made, 10 yuan each, I can still afford it. I will go to the county town to sell cucumbers later. You two can come with me. You can earn 10 yuan each time. Chen Hao never lets people work for free, they pay on a per-time basis. If you want the horse to run fast, you must give it grass. The two of them happily took the money. Brother Hao, we have to keep today's matter secret, right? Chen Dongsheng asked. You can tell me you made money, but don't tell me how much you made, Chen Hao said. Other people work very hard all year round, and after deducting expenses, they can get 20 or 30 yuan at the end of the year, which is considered good. Making so much money just by going to the county is easy to make people jealous. More than 1,000 kilograms of cucumbers were sold for at least 400 yuan, even if some fraction was deducted. With 6 mu of land, the yield can be 8,000 kilograms, and I can earn 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, no problem at all. Moreover, as we get closer to the end of the year, there is still room for vegetable prices to rise. Chapter 25 Counting. The tractor drove back to the village. It was lunchtime, the sun came out, and some villagers were sitting outside in the sun with their bowls in hand. "You're back so soon?" a villager asked in surprise when he saw the tractor. A tractor full of cucumbers is not a small number, and it was brought back in just one morning. It's quite surprising. Everyone in the county has non-agricultural household registration, has proper jobs and high incomes. It's very cold now and there are not many vegetables, so cucumbers will definitely sell well, said another villager. Many villagers cast curious glances at the tractor. Most villagers just go to the market to sell some things and have never been to the county. Chen Hao was the first one. Chen Hao ignored these inquiries, just smiled and said hello, then drove the tractor back to his doorstep. "Brother Hao, let's go back first." Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei jumped off the tractor. "Go back. I'll call you in advance next time I go to the county." Chen Hao nodded. He didn't leave any food, but there was money in the cloth bag in his arms, which had to be counted. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei each went home. Chen Dongsheng got married. When he got home, his wife and Wang Hongmei were chatting. "Didn't you go to the county with Chen Hao to sell cucumbers? Why did you come back so soon?" Wang Hongmei asked. "I came back after selling out," said Chen Dongsheng. The attitude is very casual. He didn't have a good impression of Wang Hongmei. This woman loved to gossip. He looked at his wife Li Xia. "Is the meal ready? Make me something to eat. I'm very hungry." The 3 people came back after selling cucumbers and did not eat. "It's dinner time, and you all went to the county, but Chen Hao didn't treat you and Chen Wei to dinner?" Wang Hongmei sneered. "You two are kind-hearted, you treat him as brothers, and you help him with his work, but he doesn't even want to treat you two to a meal. It was so cold, and I followed him to the county, and came back hungry." There was nothing clear in my mind. Chen Dongxing's wife, Li Xia, also didn't look very happy. Sister Wang is right, Chen Hao is too stingy. Even if he can't bear to go to a restaurant, he should at least buy you something hot to fill your stomach. How can you let someone help you on an empty stomach? Li Xia complained. As soon as she said this, Chen Dongxing's face changed. Day after day, instead of learning good things, you become like a gossipmonger, gossiping everywhere. Chen Dongxing scolded his wife. Is Brother Hao that kind of person? He helped build the greenhouse and the pigsty before, and when did he let anyone go hungry? He provided us with enough rice and lard to cook. Even the food at home isn't that good. If you let me hear you say this bullshit again, I will slap you hard. Men these days may not have much money, but their family status is very high. Wang Hongmei was also startled, but after a moment she said, "Your wife didn't say anything wrong, why are you still scolding her? Chen Hao is not related to you in any way, so why should you speak up for him like this? You even want to hit your own wife? Get out of here right now, or I'll beat you too," Chen Dongxing cursed. "I'm speaking for you, but you still want to hit people. If you continue to hang out with Chen Hao for a few more days, he will definitely tear down your own house." Wang Hongmei left while cursing. She was very curious about what charm Chen Hao had that made Chen Dongxing protect him so much. In the future, stay away from people like Wang Hongmei. Chen Dongxing warned his wife, "She must be here to gossip about Chen Hao, isn't she? Chen Hao has taken away her job as a timekeeper. She must be feeling resentful, so it's normal for her to complain." Li Xia said. Her eyes are a little red. Chen Dongxing had never scolded her so harshly before, especially in front of outsiders. "Ignore her." Chen Dongxing took out 10 yuan from his pocket. "Keep this money. You will get more later." "Where did you get the money?" Li Xia asked in surprise. 10 yuan is not a small amount of money for a rural family. I can buy 500 kilograms of cabbage and more than 70 kilograms of rice. Brother Hao gave it to me. Chen Dongxing said, "Wang Hongmei was here just now, so I couldn't say anything. Isn't this 10 yuan better than a meal?" Don't just follow Wang Hongmei and gossip all day long. Are you the only one who has it? Li Xia was very happy. With the 10 yuan in hand, all the grievances I had just felt disappeared. Chen Wei has some too. Shen Dongxing said, Brother Hao said that he will take us with him when he goes to the county to sell cucumbers, and he will make 10 yuan each time. Really? Li Xia said happily. How could it be false? Shen Dongxing nodded. Brother Hao is a good person. I saw that when I was building a greenhouse for him. I estimate that he will have to go to the county at least 8 or 9 times in the future. Before the new year, I could have about 100 yuan. A net income of 100 yuan can greatly improve the family's living conditions and allow the family to have a pretty good new year. The money distributed is 200 yuan. Is selling cucumbers so profitable? Li Xia exclaimed, how much did Chen Hao sell his cucumbers for? It's very profitable. Chen Dongxing said, don't worry about how much he makes. Don't say bad things about Brother Hao in the future. I always feel like he has suddenly become smart. If we want to live a good life in the future, we have to hang out with Brother Hao. Similar questions and conversations also took place in Chen Wei's home. At this time, in his house, Chen Hao was holding a bowl and chopsticks, eating sweet potato porridge. The door was closed, and in front of Tong Qian was a cloth bag filled with money. The two kids are playing with the chickens in the kitchen. I thought you wouldn't be back until the afternoon. Tong Qian looked at her man, there's only some sweet potato porridge left in the pot. Is that enough? How about I cook you some more vegetables and rice? No need to go to such trouble. It's so cold, some sweet potato porridge is good. Chen Hao waved his hand, count out the money and keep it. There was some soup in the porridge. He used chopsticks to stir the porridge on the bowl. The temperature was just right and his body felt much warmer. Tong Qian opened the cloth bag and was surprised to see a pile of change inside. That's too much. Count. Chen Hao raised his head and said with a smile. The more Tong Qian counted, the more frightened she became. I counted out 100 yuan and found there was still a lot left in the cloth bag. I counted out another 100 yuan, and there was still more than half left. After finally counting everything, there was a total of more than 460 yuan. There are 467.5 yuan, how can there be so much? Tong Qian was very puzzled, isn't it just more than 1,000 kilograms of cucumbers? She had a lot of question marks in her head. It was more than 1,000 kilograms of cucumbers, 50 cents a kilogram. I rounded off some of the change and gave 10 yuan each to Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, and this is the remaining amount. Chen Hao said, that's right. Someone wants it at 50 cents a pound? Tong Qian was shocked. Are cucumbers really that delicious? Or is it that your man's cucumber is delicious and different, which is why so many people like it? When the Chinese New Year is approaching, let alone 50 cents, even if it is sold at the same price as pork, I'm afraid there will be people who want it. It's a rare food, and it's something I have that others don't have. Chen Hao said. Your husband's cucumbers are extraordinary. Chapter 26 Making Glutinous Rice Cakes. Cucumbers at 50 cents per pound are already expensive enough. How can the price go up further? This is too scary. Tong Qian couldn't believe it. She cleaned up the money and folded it carefully. His brows furrowed slightly and he muttered softly, calculating his family's assets. With these 467 yuan, we now have nearly 1,000 yuan in cash at home, she said proudly. If you have food at home, you will not be worried. With money, even if the house is leaky, it will still be warm. She was satisfied as long as she didn't have to worry about food and drink. There is no wood ear mushroom at all in the forest behind the village. If we want to make money in the future, we have to look for other things, said Chen Hao. After a while, he went to the mountains several more times, picked some wood ear mushrooms, and sold them in the county for some money. Adding this 467 yuan, the family's cash assets are only about 1,000 yuan. It's already the end of November and wood ear mushrooms are almost nowhere to be seen. While talking, Chen Hao finished the sweet potato porridge in the bowl. You sit down and rest for a while, I'll wash the dishes. Tong Qian placed the brazier at her feet in front of Chen Hao. She took the dishes from her husband and went to the kitchen to wash them. The brazier is made of coarse pottery and is round in shape, more than 10 centimeters high and about 20 centimeters in diameter, with a handle on it. There is wood ash padding inside, and firewood that has not been completely burned is put on it. A thin layer of wood ash is then pressed on the top, so it can burn for a long time. When the weather gets cold, most people in the village use this to warm their hands. Dad, I'm going to go outside to get some straw to pad the chicken coop. Chen Nier ran out of the kitchen with a chick in each hand. Behind, Chen Xiaoduo followed. She followed suit, grabbing a chick with one hand, but the strength of her hand was not as precise as Nini's. One chick was grabbed by the feet and the other was grabbed by the wings. The weather was getting cold, and the two girls were very worried that the chicks would get cold. Put the chicken in the kitchen and don't take it out. Chen Hao said, watch Xiaoduo. If she runs to the water or picks up something on the ground and puts it in her mouth, spank her. Don't spank me, spank my sister. Chen Xiaoduo stomped her feet in anger. She could understand good and bad words and was very dissatisfied with Chen Hao's arrangement. The two little girls went outside to get some straw. It's so cold today that adults don't want to go out, but the kids are not afraid of the cold at all. Even if their faces are red from the cold, their hands are cold, and their noses are even running, they still want to go out and play. After washing the dishes, Tong Qian filled a basin with hot water and placed it in front of Chen Hao. Soak your feet in it, it will warm you up. Put your feet in hot water and the coldness and fatigue will be swept away. Wife, you are so nice. Chen Hao praised. I used to get you water to wash your feet, but I never saw you being so sweet. Tong Qian glanced at him. You are the mainstay of the family, and you work hard to make money. It's my duty to get you water to wash your feet. She would. Let's prepare some glutinous rice cakes this year. She sat next to Chen Hao and put her hands on the brazier to roast them. Last year, the two little kids wanted to eat glutinous rice cakes when they saw other families eating them. Nini even mentioned it to them a while ago and they haven't forgotten it since. She had not mentioned this before because her family did not have the conditions. But now that her family has the conditions, she wants to fulfill the wishes of her two daughters. Next time I go to the market, I'll see if there is anyone selling glutinous rice and buy some to make glutinous rice cakes, said Chen Hao. As the Chinese New Year draws closer, some production teams would go to the market to sell some crops, and some individuals would also secretly sell some of their surplus grain at home for cash. Glutinous rice can be bought. You can buy it at the market when the time comes. No ticket is needed. Before going to bed at night, Tong Qian filled 2 thick glass bottles with hot water and stuffed them into the quilt, scalding the 2 children and making them scream. After another crazy fight and a scolding, the 2 kids finally fell into a deep sleep. She also turned off the light and went to bed. As soon as she got into bed, Chen Hao hugged her. Both hands are precisely positioned to cover the strike. On a cold day, it's really comfortable to have a woman warm your bed. Chen Hao pulled cucumbers to the county twice more, each time after about 3 or 4 days, when there were about 1,000 kilograms of cucumbers in the shed. He would pick them all at once and take them to the county to sell. Together with the 2 times, I earned another 978 yuan. The family savings are about to break through the 2,000 yuan mark. Even in the county, there are not many families that have 2,000 yuan in cash on hand. In the entire brigade, Chen Hao's family is the richest. Captain, come and have a cigarette. That day, Chen Hao went to Chen Zichang's house and gave him a cigarette as soon as they met. Does anyone want to use the stone trough in the team? A stone trough is needed to make glutinous rice cakes. The production team has a stone trough placed in the team's warehouse. Are you going to make glutinous rice cakes? Asked Chen Zichang. I bought some glutinous rice at the market and made some rice cakes in preparation for the new year. Chen Hao nodded. I bought some glutinous rice at the market, and since the weather is nice today, I plan to make glutinous rice cakes. You're having a good day. Are cucumbers very popular in the county? Chen Zichang asked tentatively. Not many people eat glutinous rice. One reason is that glutinous rice is expensive, and the other is that it is difficult to digest. During festivals, there are always people making glutinous rice cakes, but only those who have a well-off family will do so. Glutinous rice cake is also a rare delicacy in farmers' families during the new year. In the past, Chen Hao's family didn't know how to make glutinous rice cakes, but they didn't expect that they would have to prepare to make glutinous rice cakes so early this year. Life is visibly getting better. Not bad. Chen Hao said, thanks to Captain Chen's help, we borrowed a tractor from the brigade. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to transport it over with a flatbed truck. You're welcome. Chen Zichang waved his hand. The stone trough is in the warehouse. Find a few people to move it and use it. No one in the village makes glutinous rice cakes yet. Your family is the first. He took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, picked one out and held it in his hand, then handed it to Chen Hao. This is the key to the warehouse where the stone trough is stored. After you take the things, remember to lock the door and return the key to me. The warehouse was not far away, so Chen Hao asked someone to help carry the stone trough back to the open space in front of his house and returned the key. When he came back, a group of people were already busy. Tong Qian and Chen Xiaoting were busy taking the glutinous rice out of the bucket and preparing to go into the house and cook it on the stove. The glutinous rice was washed yesterday and soaked in several buckets. It has been soaked for nearly 24 hours now and is ready to use. Can we start a fire? In the kitchen, Chen Dongxing's wife, Li Xia, came out and asked, holding a fire tongs and a handful of dry straw. She also came to help, guarding the stove and preparing to make a fire. Okay, let's make a fire. Tong Qian nodded. The fire on the stove was lit, the water in the pot was boiled, and the glutinous rice was poured into the boiling water. Tong Qian, Chen Xiaoting, and Li Xia, 3 women were guarding the kitchen. Outside, Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei used dry straw to clean the stone trough, wiped off some stains on it with water, and then cleaned it again with old loofah. Chen Hao was not idle either. He rolled up his sleeves and cleaned the hammer. Chapter 27. Go call a few men to help. Uncle Hao, my grandma said that your dustpan may not be enough, and you need to borrow 2 more. Chen Xiaoting came out and shouted to Chen Hao. The little old lady was also in the kitchen, giving some advice from time to time. The few people making glutinous rice cakes are all young girls and young wives. This is the first time they are the main force in steaming glutinous rice. It makes them feel more at ease to have an old lady watching over them, controlling the heat and reminding them of any omissions. Okay, I'll go borrow it again. Chen Hao responded. He went to the captain's house and borrowed a dustpan, and then went to another family he knew and borrowed another dustpan. The man cleans the tools and the woman looks after the kitchen. Nini, Xiaoduo, and several other little kids were wandering around. Sometimes he ran to the kitchen, sometimes he ran outside, and sometimes he ran to the pig pen and threw some pig grass into it. It's ready. Scoop out the glutinous rice, drain it, and put it in the steamer. The old lady estimated the temperature and said, cook the glutinous rice in boiling water until it is 70% cooked. Several women scooped out the 70% cooked glutinous rice and put it into a bamboo colander that had been prepared on the side to drain the water. Then they scooped the drained glutinous rice into the steamer. It's so heavy, go call a few men to come in and help. Tong Qian instructed Chen Xiaoting. The steamer is quite heavy, and the women don't have the strength to lift it. Uncle Hao, the glutinous rice has been scooped into the steamer and needs to be steamed in the pot. It's too heavy. Can you guys come and help? Chen Xiaoting ran to the door and shouted outside. It won't work without men, as men have to do a lot of the heavy work. Chen Hao and Chen Dongxing entered the kitchen and helped lift the steamer onto the pot. Several women continued to scoop the remaining glutinous rice that was 70% cooked into the steamer. A steamer full of glutinous rice. After putting the lid on, Tong Qian said, you can add more firewood to cook the glutinous rice. Just like steaming buns, glutinous rice is put into the steamer to continue being steamed. Mom, is the glutinous rice cake ready? I'm hungry. Chen Nier ran in. Chen Xiaoduo followed behind him, patting her belly, I'm hungry too. Wait another half an hour and have some sticky rice later. Tong Qian said, go out and play, don't stay in the kitchen, and don't play with water. It will be cold if your clothes get wet. She drove the 2 little kids out. The kitchen is small, there are many people and some things placed there, and the 2 kids coming over will just cause more chaos. Half an hour later, the glutinous rice was steamed. Everyone took some and simply filled their stomachs, then started making glutinous rice cakes. Wash the stone trough and the wooden hammer clean, put the glutinous rice in. Chen Hao said. The glutinous rice was put into a stone trough, and several men took turns beating the glutinous rice with wooden hammers, trying to beat it into a sticky ball. This is a strenuous job. It was a very cold day, and in a short while, the men were sweating all over. After the glutinous rice was pounded, it was placed on a winnowing basket nearby. Several women began to work again, rolling the sticky glutinous rice into glutinous rice cakes with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters. They were busy from morning until dark in the afternoon. Dozens of kilograms of glutinous rice were made into rice cakes and placed on a winnowing basket to dry. Li Xia, come and take these glutinous rice cakes back. Thank you for your help. Chen Wei, this is yours, take it. Xiaoting, why are you running? Come here and get the glutinous rice cake. When the families who came to help left, Chen Hao and Tong Qian took glutinous rice cakes and gave 3 pieces to each family. Are you going to cook tonight? Tong Qian arranged the glutinous rice cakes and put them into the house. Let's not cook anymore. Let's stir-fry some vegetables and fry some glutinous rice cakes, Chen Hao said. He asked his 2 daughters, Nini, Xiaoduo, what do you think? I want to eat brown sugar rice cake. Chen Nair said, I will brush my teeth after eating it, and my teeth will not rot. I bought brown sugar at home. Okay, let your mother fry some brown sugar rice cakes for us, Chen Hao said with a smile. He looked at Tong Qian and said, I'll go return the dustpan. Take some glutinous rice cakes over, don't go empty-handed, Tong Qian said. If villagers help, they will either provide meals or give some glutinous rice cakes. If they help to kill a pig, they will give some pork or offal. If they borrow things, they will also have to bring something back when they return them. I know and I can't forget it, Chen Hao said with a smile. He returned the winnowing baskets of the captain and another villager, and took the glutinous rice cakes along with them. When I got home, the brown sugar glutinous rice cake was ready. The golden glutinous rice cake was sprinkled with brown sugar. It tasted great, crispy, soft, glutinous, and sweet. I'll go pick some cucumbers. Chen Hao put down the glutinous rice cake and went out. I went into the greenhouse in front of the house, picked a few cucumbers, washed them simply, took a bite, and ate them with brown sugar rice cake. It was so delicious. I want to eat too. Me too. The 2 little kids reached out their hands, wanting some too. Chen Hao gave half a cigarette to each of them and handed one to Tong Qian. The whole family enjoyed the meal happily. 2 days later, after picking some cucumbers, Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Shan Wei went to the county town together. With the experience from previous times, Chen Dongsheng and Shan Wei became much more familiar with this business, and they could handle customers who bought cucumbers. Business is still good. I'm going to go for a walk, you 2 stay here, said Chen Hao. He plans to go shopping. Brother Hao, go ahead. We'll be here, don't worry, Chen Dongsheng and Shan Wei shouted. Chen Hao didn't walk far before he arrived at the largest shopping mall in the county. Changfeng Shopping Mall is a comprehensive state-owned shopping mall. The name of the county is Changfeng County, and the name of the shopping mall is also Changfeng Shopping Mall. It is quite large, with an area of 2,000 square meters, and has quite a few employees, about 70 or 80 people. There are many counters. Hardware products, textile products, department stores, etc. are all available for sale, but most of them require a ticket. Chen Hao walked directly to the area where televisions were sold. There was a glass counter in front and cabinets lined up on the wall behind, with televisions placed inside. Almost all of them are black and white TVs, and they come in various sizes, 9 inches, 12 inches, 16 inches, and 19 inches. Comrade, have a cigarette. Chen Hao handed a cigarette to a mall employee who was a little free. There are regulations that prohibit smoking in shopping malls for fear of causing fires, said the employee. Although he said this, he still took the cigarette handed to him by Chen Hao. Big shopping malls are different. They think things through carefully. Chen Hao said, but rules are dead, but people are alive. When you serve the people, you have to take a break after all. Chen Hao has a sharp tongue. After chatting for a while and getting to know each other better, Chen Hao asked quietly, Comrade, I want to ask you something. Do you have TV tickets and bicycle tickets? If you do, I can pay for them. Both a television and a bicycle require tickets. I went to the market several times and was able to buy food coupons, oil coupons, cloth coupons, and even meat coupons. Some people were selling them secretly, but I never got tickets for a television and a bicycle. Tickets for this type of product are hard to come by. I don't have these. Even if I did, I wouldn't sell them. I'd keep them for myself. The employee shook his head. He looked at Chen Hao and said, You don't have to have these tickets. Tomorrow is the 3rd anniversary of the mall's opening, and there will be an event. Many products don't require tickets. You can come early and queue up then. It's best to queue up in the early morning, otherwise there will be too many people and the products will be sold out by the time you get in line. You have to queue up in the early morning. That's how popular in-demand items are. I need to find someone to queue up with, and I need a place to stay at night. Chen Hao thought. I plan to buy both a TV and a bicycle, so I have to be in 2 teams. I count myself as one, and I have to find someone else. He thought of his sister-in-law in the county town. Chapter 28 I'm afraid of being ruined by you. After finding out the information, Chen Hao took another walk around the mall. Very helpless. Without a ticket, you can't buy almost anything, let alone a television or a bicycle. Even some snacks like candy are not available. Even if you have money, it won't work. For farmers, the big shopping malls in the county town are not as convenient as going to the market, where many things do not require tickets. After leaving the mall, I returned to the place where cucumbers were sold. The truckload of cucumbers has been almost sold out. I'm not going back today. I'll go back tomorrow. Chen Hao said to the two of them, the tractor has to stay in the county town. I'll drive it back tomorrow. You two will have to walk back by yourselves. The mall does not provide delivery for items purchased, so Chen Hao plans to use a tractor to carry the bicycle and TV back. Brother Hao, where are you going to stay tonight? Even if you have a letter of introduction, it won't be easy to find a place to stay in the county, right? Chen Dongxing asked. They didn't feel much about walking back. Not to mention the 15-mile distance, they had also walked longer distances before. In very cold weather, walking will make you warmer. I have a place to live, so you don't have to worry about that. Chen Hao said, after returning to the village, send a message to my wife and tell her that I will be back tomorrow. There is a guest house in the county, but most of the people who are received by the guest house are people within the system. Since he has an agricultural household registration, it is not easy for him to stay in the guest house even with a letter of introduction. But my sister-in-law Tongman probably has a place to live, so I can go over and ask her. Not all the cucumbers were sold, and 6 or 7 were left. Chen Hao planned to take them to his sister-in-law. He took out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket and stuffed them between the two. I only have this unopened pack with me. You two can smoke on the way. I won't give you the remaining half pack. I have to keep it for myself. He counted out another 20 yuan from the cloth bag and handed it to the two men. Brother Hao, there's no need to be so formal. Yes, it's not far, and it's cold, so it's more comfortable to walk back than to sit on the tractor. He gave me cigarettes and money right away. Both Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei felt a little embarrassed and thought that Chen Hao was too polite. Let's put things in perspective. Chen Hao said, you two are willing to follow me, which shows that you trust me. I also trust you too, but feelings are feelings, and the rules must be followed. If I eat meat, I must let you two drink the soup, and the soup must be hot. If it is left for too long, won't it go bad? He patted their shoulders and said, follow me well, and your wives and partners can follow me in the future. Chen Dongsheng got married, but Chen Wei is still single. My wife has wanted to have sex with you for a long time. Chen Dongsheng said immediately. There are definitely opportunities. If selling cucumbers can make money this way, then doing other businesses can also make money. Chen Hao said, let's do this for now and plan carefully for next year. The two walked back to the village, and Chen Hao drove the tractor to the school where his sister-in-law worked. Changfeng County Middle School. The gate was open. There was no fence or even a guard. Chen Hao drove the tractor directly to an open space in the school and parked the tractor. Holding the joystick, I went to wait downstairs of a building next to the school. This is a low tube-shaped building where all the teachers of the school live. Chen Hao had been here in his previous life. After waiting for a while, several school staff came over to ask, and Chen Hao said they were waiting for Tongman. He handed over a few cigarettes, and immediately someone who knew Tongman offered to help contact him. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Tongman came over from the teaching building. It's a very cold day, just like fire. Why are you here? My sister and the others are here too? Tongman stood in front of them and went straight to the point. She looked around, trying to see if Tong Qian and her two nieces had also come along. But I didn't see it. Your sister and 2 kids didn't come. I went to the county to sell cucumbers, so I came to see you. Chen Hao said. He handed the cucumber in his hand to Tongman. The cucumbers were picked early this morning, they are very fresh. It's very cold outside. Let's go inside and sit for a while. Tongman was a little disappointed. She led Chen Hao into the dormitory. She is the only one in this dormitory. It is not very big, but it is very clean and tidy. You came all the way here just to give me some cucumbers? Tongman poured a cup of water and handed it to Chen Hao, nothing else? Indeed, there is something. Chen Hao said, I plan to buy a TV and a bicycle. Changfeng Shopping Mall is holding a promotion tomorrow, and neither of these 2 items requires a ticket. Tomorrow is Sunday. Come with me and help me line up to buy these 2 items. His eyes were fixed on the clothes hanging beside the bed. A hand suddenly reached out and hid the clothes under the quilt. I'm your sister-in-law, your wife's sister. Keep your eyes open. Tong Man warned fiercely, do you have that much money? A TV costs several hundred yuan, and a bicycle is not cheap either. She is very curious. Being a teacher in a school is considered a good job with a relatively stable income. Many families have 2 working parents, but few can afford a television. Not to mention the village. Chen Hao actually wanted to buy a TV and a bicycle. It shouldn't be too much of a difference. Chen Hao lifted the cloth bag in his hand. This is the money from selling cucumbers, about 500 yuan. I also have some money on me. If it's not enough, lend me some. I'll pay you back next time you come to the county. Tong Man had already noticed the cloth bag Chen Hao was holding. What kind of cucumbers can be sold for 500 yuan? She wondered. Chen Hao placed the cloth bag in front of her and opened a hole in it. All the money that had not been counted yet was exposed. Many. Tong Manqin jumped a few times and hurried over to close the door. I remember a colleague recently said he bought some cucumbers. Did he buy them from you? Tong Man exclaimed, they seemed quite expensive. A teacher at school also bought cucumbers, but she didn't know the details. She had only heard about it through word of mouth. 50 cents a pound. Chen Hao nodded. So expensive. Tong Man was very surprised. Fungus is 10 yuan per pound, and cucumbers are 50 cents per pound. How come these things can be sold at such a high price in Chen Hao's hands? If it wasn't so expensive, I wouldn't sell it. Chen Hao said with a smile. Shangfeng Shopping Mall does hold events from time to time, and you have to queue up in the early morning. It would be best to stay in the county town at night. After being surprised, Tong Man asked, where are you going to sleep? She was very happy that Chen Hao could make money, at least her sister's life would be much better. I have an agricultural household registration. Even though I have a letter of introduction, it is still difficult for me to go to the guest house. Chen Hao said, we have to line up in the early morning tomorrow. If we go too late, the TVs and bicycles will definitely be sold out. He looked at Tong Man and asked directly, is this convenient for you? What do you think? Tong Man glared at him. They were a single man and a single woman. Even if nothing happened, if others saw it, they would definitely misunderstand. Besides, I'm worried about you. If I sleep in the same room with you, I'm afraid you'll ruin me. Chapter 29. I'll give you a cotton sweater later. Be outspoken. I am very skeptical about Chen Hao's character. I'm your brother-in-law, why are you afraid of this? Chen Hao was speechless. It's not like we're sleeping on the same bed, just sleep on the floor. Sleeping on the floor won't work either. Tong Man said firmly, my sister told me that if you hadn't coaxed her, always running to the woods where there weren't many people, holding hands, and hugging her, she would never have decided on you. People like you can't be given even the slightest chance. Be vigilant and don't be polite at all. Then she changed the subject, I'm going to stay at my colleague's place tonight. You can sleep in my dormitory. But I warn you, don't rummage through my things. I know where and how the things are placed. If you turn them over or move them, I will punish you. She grabbed the cucumber and waved it to intimidate Chen Hao. It seemed that it felt the cucumber was not intimidating enough, so it took a big bite. He went to the cafeteria with Tong Man and had a meal. Tong Man cleaned up a little and went to his colleague's dormitory to rest. Chen Hao simply soaked his feet, drank a lot of water as usual, and then went to bed to rest. After being woken up by the urge to pee, Chen Hao didn't sleep anymore. He put on his clothes and went to the toilet at the end of the building. The toilet in the tube-shaped building is not as good as the outhouse in the countryside. Chen Hao muttered. After sitting in the house for a while, Tong Man came over. You woke up quite early. Her hair was a little messy. I'll wash up and change clothes, and then we'll go to the mall together to queue up. Okay. Chen Hao nodded, I'll wait for you downstairs. He carried the cloth bag, took the tractor's joystick, and went downstairs to smoke. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Tong Man went downstairs. Drive the tractor over there. Chen Hao pointed to where the tractor was parked. Do you have money with you? I brought more than 200 yuan. Tong Man nodded, and some tickets. She was a teacher with a stable job, and she would receive grain and oil coupons every once in a while. Other things, such as cloth coupons, sugar coupons, etc., would also be distributed occasionally. During the time they were chatting, the lights in many rooms in the tube building were turned on. These are all preparations for going to the mall to buy things. Even if city workers are issued tickets, they are often not enough. When shopping malls hold activities and do not require tickets, many people will get up early and line up. Chen Hao drove a tractor and took his sister-in-law to Changfeng Shopping Mall. We arrived relatively early, so there aren't many people around. Tong Man said. Someone will be here soon. Chen Hao found an empty space and parked the tractor. Let's go and take up the spot first. The door of Changfeng Shopping Mall was not open, but it didn't matter. Chen Hao and Tong Man stood at the door and reserved their seats. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, people kept coming from the street and all of them were waiting at the door. Men, women, young and old. As time went by, more and more people gathered and it became more and more crowded. The quiet streets became increasingly noisy. Most of the people came with entire families, talking and discussing countermeasures. After we go in, we'll go to the cloth selling area and buy some cloth. How much? Just take as much as you can. You don't need tickets anyway. It's a good opportunity to celebrate the new year. This is a conversation between two couples, ready to pull the cloth. I'd been waiting for today. I don't need a ticket for the TV. I'll just buy a 12-inch Feiyu TV and count the money later. I counted it several times, it can't be wrong, 360 yuan. If I ask you to count again, then count again. What if you make a mistake? Don't wait in line for half a day and end up not bringing enough money. Like Chen Hao, this family also set their sights on televisions and had inquired about the prices in advance. Their goal was very clear. The weather was cold, but it could not dispel the enthusiasm of the residents. People kept coming, and when it was slightly brighter, the entrance of Changfeng Shopping Mall was crowded with people, and even the streets were filled with people. Chen Hao and Tong Man were squeezed together and could hardly move. Go to the bicycle counter later and buy a bicycle. You need a 28-inch bicycle, preferably one from Phoenix or Forever, Chen Hao reminded. I have already told the team leader Chen Zicheng that I would give a bicycle to the team committee, and it is time to fulfill my promise. The number of people is still increasing. Finally, the door of Changfeng Shopping Mall opened. Rush. Don't push me. To buy a TV, go to the TV counter. The residents who had been waiting for a long time rushed into the shopping mall. The scene was no less than that decades later when old men and women received free eggs from the shopping mall. However, many of the people pouring into the mall at this moment are young and strong. Although there were many people, Chen Hao and his sister-in-law arrived early. They arrived right in front of the door. After the door opened, they went straight in. Chen Hao ran to the TV counter. The salesperson isn't in place yet. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the salesperson at the TV counter finally came. He glanced at the people in front of the counter, his expression was very calm, and his hands were still moving slowly. The salesperson has seen such scenes many times and is no longer surprised. Everyone line up, don't push. The salesperson shouted, get your money ready, come one by one. Chen Hao was the first one. He had already prepared the money and pointed at a TV. I want that one, Venus brand, 16-inch TV. 650 yuan, said the salesperson. A 12-inch TV only costs 360 yuan, but a 16-inch one costs as much as 650 yuan. Chen Hao took out 650 yuan, literally a pile of it, and put it on the glass counter. Fortunately, I had some money with me, otherwise I couldn't afford the 16-inch one and would have to buy a smaller one. Why are all these coins here so small? I want to buy a TV. Don't you know how to change them into great unity? You're wasting my time. The salesperson was a little impatient. The salesperson in the state-owned unit is very tough. I'm sorry, comrade, please bear with me. Chen Hao said kindly. Nowadays, being a salesperson in a shopping mall is a very enviable job. These people are also very arrogant. They have to be polite. If you make others unhappy, they will simply not sell anything to you. After counting the money, 650 yuan, Chen Hao finally got the TV. He looked around and saw people everywhere, but his sister-in-law was nowhere to be seen. He carried the TV out of the mall with difficulty. Standing by the tractor and waiting. About half an hour later, Tong Man came over pushing a brand new 28-inch Phoenix brand bicycle. Don't let me do this again. I'd rather die than queue up to grab a bicycle. I almost lost my soul from the squeezing. Tong Man was very resentful, looking at Chun Hao with resentment. The hair was all messed up. Thank you for your hard work. I'll bring you some glutinous rice cakes later. Chen Hao thanked him. Thanks to you today, you helped me a lot. 138 yuan. Tong Man stared. I was originally planning to buy a cotton sweater, but now I can't squeeze in. A Phoenix 28 bar bicycle, 138 yuan. I'll give you a cotton sweater later. Chen Hao said, I'll also give you the money for the bicycle when I get to the county in a couple of days. The cucumbers have not been sold out yet, so he has to come to the county town. After placing the TV and the bicycle on the back of the tractor and securing them, Chen Hao drove the tractor back to the village. Chapter 30. Like a woman. When we arrived at the village, it was still very early. The weather was cold and a few villagers were busy doing things. Take care of the vegetables in the private plot, tidy up the front and back of the house, and if you have chickens and ducks, put more straw in their nests. Someone saw Chen Hao. Are you back? Why are you back so early today? It's so cold, and I have to go to the county every few days. It's really tiring. Many people didn't know that Chen Hao went to the county to sell cucumbers yesterday, and they didn't know that Chen Hao didn't come back last night. When they saw Chen Hao coming back driving a tractor today, they felt quite puzzled. Chen Hao greeted them one by one with a smile. The tractor did not stop but drove straight towards home. The villagers who had just greeted Chen Hao naturally looked at the TV and bicycle behind the tractor. What is that, a bicycle? A couple had just greeted Chen Hao and then saw something placed behind the tractor. The TV was wrapped in a corrugated cardboard box, which required a closer look, but the bicycle had no packaging and could be seen at a glance. No one in the whole village owns a bicycle. Even in the home of Captain Chen Zichang, there was no bicycle, but now a bicycle appeared on Chen Hao's tractor. The couple was surprised. It really is a bicycle. What's in the cardboard box? It looks like a television. Don't talk nonsense. Televisions are so expensive. Only a few families in the entire brigade have one. Can Chen Hao's family afford one? Many people were whispering, full of curiosity. Chen Hao ignored all this and drove the tractor directly home. At the doorstep, Chen Nir and Chen Xiaoduo were playing with chickens, and there was a little dog beside them. Chen Xiaoting was also there, playing with the two kids. Dad is back. Chen Nir heard the sound of the tractor and shouted loudly. Chen Xiaoduo was also jumping for joy. The little girl stamps her feet to express anger and happiness. Before the tractor stopped, Chen Nir complained loudly, Dad, I want to tell you something. My sister didn't see you last night and kept crying. She also said she missed you. Mother held her and tried to comfort her, but she didn't listen and just kept crying. Daddy, hug me. Chen Xiaoduo stretched out her hands, asking for a hug. The tractor stopped and Chen Hao picked up Chen Xiaoduo. Chen Nir also rushed over, and he took some effort to pick up his eldest daughter. One on each side. Our family conditions have improved recently, and the two girls have grown taller and gained a lot of weight. Tong Qian stood at the door, watching this scene, and said with a smile, I cried for more than an hour last night, and finally fell asleep because I was tired from crying. No matter how you talk to her, she won't listen. She just wants you. The older one is the same. She usually likes to be around people. But last night when you didn't come back, she wasn't very happy. She had a gloomy face the whole time and didn't eat much. I just miss my dad. Chen Nir hugged Chen Hao's neck, aggrieved, Dad is out alone, he must not have eaten, and I can't eat either. I miss my dad, too. Chen Xiaoduo was not willing to be outdone and looked at Chen Hao seriously. The two girls were jealous of each other. Tong Qian noticed something behind the tractor. Did you buy a bicycle? Not only bicycles, but also a TV. Chen Hao put the two girls down. The bicycle is to be given to the team committee. This has been agreed upon before. The TV will be moved home first and installed after I come back. Chen Hao put the TV into the house. He pushed his bicycle towards Chen Zichang's house. At Chen Zichang's home, the door was ajar and several team committee members were sitting together, drinking tea and chatting. The tractor is the brigade's asset. How can it be given to individuals for use? If the brigade knew about this, we would definitely be criticized and might even have to do a self-criticism, said the deputy agricultural captain. He was very dissatisfied with Chen Hao driving his tractor to the county from time to time these days. It's very cold, and the team doesn't often use tractors, so it's not as serious as you say. Chen Ziqiang said. Besides, Chen Hao said earlier that if I lend him the tractor, he will donate a bicycle to the team committee later. This is also very beneficial for the production team. It will be much faster to go to the production team or the commune for meetings in the future. This is also improving production efficiency. It was winter now and there was not much work to do. The villagers were busy taking care of their own families. The team committee members would occasionally get together to talk about the situation in the village and plans for the coming year. You believe what Chen Hao said? Who is he? Everyone in the village knows him, said the deputy captain of the agricultural team. A bicycle is not cheap, only 100 or 200 yuan. How could he be willing to donate it to the team committee? He was just trying to fool you. He took a puff of his pipe and said, I don't have any personal opinion about Chen Hao, but his behavior has a bad influence on the production team. He hasn't worked properly for a whole year, and now he drives the team's tractor to the county every few days. If these things get to the team, we as team committee members will be criticized. Several other team committee members also nodded. Seeing the attitudes of several people, Chen Ziqiang couldn't help but feel uneasy. The bicycle was not cheap. Could Chen Hao really be willing to spend the money? Captain, are the other leaders here? The door was suddenly pushed open, revealing Chen Hao's face. He glanced at the deputy agricultural captain and said, If you have any opinions about me, you can tell me in person. I am not someone who cannot listen to opinions. You gossip about others behind their backs like a woman. Don't you think you are too petty? The discussion between the few people just now was a bit loud, and he heard it. Chen Hao did not want to offend these team leaders for no reason, but he was not afraid of trouble either. The leaders of the brigade were not considered cadres and had no official position. The team committee members of the production team had to work in the fields themselves and had no time off from work, so they were not considered cadres. Calling someone a leader or a cadre are both polite terms. I didn't say anything wrong. It was all true, said the deputy captain of the agricultural team. He didn't expect that Chen Hao would come here. What a coincidence. Is the truth always right? Chen Hao did not back down, but seemed a little aggressive. Everyone dies one day. Your relative has a new baby, and you went to give gifts to congratulate him. I never saw you say in front of him that this child will definitely die in the future, right? The new year is almost here. Why are you talking like that? It's not pleasant to hear at all. The deputy agricultural captain blushed. Just tell me, does what I said make sense? I was just making an analogy, I didn't mean anything else, and I was telling the truth. Why are you angry? Chen Hao said. Use his spear to attack his shield. The cucumber greenhouse has made achievements, and all the villagers have seen it. Now he has the capital and can speak more confidently. Women have to be soft and men have to be hard. Only when you are strong enough can you make progress step by step and achieve your goal. If you want to get things done, you must have a say in the village, you must have people on your side, you must have both carrots and sticks, and you must have both virtue and power. Several other team committee members, including Chen Ziqiang, were puzzled as to why Chen Hao was so strong today and came into direct conflict with the deputy captain of the agriculture team. The deputy agricultural captain had said some unpleasant things before, but Chen Hao always endured it. Captain, there's a bicycle parked outside. I promised to donate it to the team committee. Chen Hao looked at Chen Ziqiang. It's a Phoenix brand, 28-inch bar. Chapter 31. There is a picture. Chen Ziqiang went out immediately and saw a bicycle parked nearby. Brand new. Phoenix brand. 28 bars. Chen Hao did not lie, and several other team committee members also ran out. When did you buy this? Chen Ziqiang asked. He walked to the 28-inch bicycle and touched it here and there, but he didn't dare to use any force for fear of breaking it. He had never been so cautious towards his own wife. Now, as he was surrounding the 28-inch bicycle, his eyes were shining. He didn't dare to use force with his hands for fear of breaking it. Several other team committee members had similar expressions. It's really a 28-inch bicycle, Phoenix brand. It's a good brand. Several cadres in the brigade ride bicycles of this brand, said a team committee member. Donating bicycles to the team committee has always been on my mind, but bicycle tickets are very difficult to get. I went to the county several times but couldn't get one. Yesterday I learned that the county mall was holding an event where you could buy bicycles without a ticket. I didn't sleep much all night and ran over to queue up early in the evening, for fear of missing out. Chen Hao said. 7 parts are true and 3 parts are false, so the words are highly credible and can also highlight one's own hard work. The crying child gets the milk. To buy a bicycle, we have to queue up in the middle of the night? A team committee member was very surprised. Of course. Bicycles are precious not only in rural areas, but also in the county. There are also many people who want to buy one. It is very popular. Many people don't have tickets, so they have to queue up in the middle of the night. If they go too late, it will not be their turn. Chen Hao said. Thank you for your hard work. Are you really going to donate this car to the team committee? Chen Zichang looked at Chen Hao and asked. He was very nervous and his heart was pounding. When I got married to my wife, I wasn't in such a hurry to have the bridal chamber. I really want to ride it. Can this be faked? Chen Hao was very sure. If they say they are donating to the team committee, then they are donating to the team committee. He fished out a receipt from his pocket and handed it to Chen Zichang. This is the receipt for buying a bicycle. You guys can chat while I go home. I'm still hungry. I haven't eaten a single drop of rice since last night. After saying this, Chen Hao turned around and left without stopping. Clean and neat. Chen Zichang put his hand on the bicycle seat, rubbed it twice, and looked at the receipt in his hand. 138 yuan, it's really not cheap. I donated it just like I said I would. He looked at the deputy agricultural captain and said, don't say those words again. Comrade Chen Hao does have some problems, but he hasn't done anything unforgivable. He said he would give the team committee a bicycle, and he really donated it. Where can you find such a good comrade? Not to mention putting it in the production team, even if it was put in the brigade or the commune, I have never seen any comrade with such awareness. This is a good comrade. What you just said is so chilling. The deputy agricultural captain blushed. Several other team committee members also looked a little embarrassed. Chen Hao is a good comrade. If he has any requests in the future, the team must help as much as possible. For example, when a man and a woman are dating, when the person who was originally unromantic suddenly learns to say sweet words, send flowers and gifts one day, it is not because the person has become smart, but most likely because the person has done something wrong to him or her. Making amends in this way can alleviate one's guilt. At this moment, looking at Chen Hao's departing back, Chen Zichang and several other team committee members had similar feelings. Hurt Chen Hao. I really want to make up for it. When Chen Hao returned home, he found a lot of people gathered at the door. Not to mention Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, there are also some other villagers who are all at their doorsteps. Even the villagers who rarely visited my house before now came over. Chen Hao is back. Is this the TV you bought in the county? That's amazing. No one in the village has a TV yet. Yours is the first one. They all came here for the TV. Men and women, young and old, whoever heard the news came over to see the wonder. It's a TV I bought from the county, a 16-inch Venus brand. Chen Hao said, please make way. I'll install the TV. There is nothing difficult about making a black and white TV. You just need to plug it in and install an antenna. I found a piece of bamboo, tied the outdoor antenna to it, set it up in front of the house, plugged in the power lines, adjusted it, and it was ready. There are 12 channels, but I can only search for one TV station, the provincial one. The program played was also very simple. It was a lecture about boilers, talking about boiler workers. There's a picture. There's a picture. It's really strange that you can see a picture in such a small thing. Why is it a bit blurry? The room was packed with people, all staring at the TV screen, admiring it without blinking. Even the kids stopped making any noise and stared at the TV with great interest. The antenna is in the wrong position, Dongsheng, go and turn the bamboo pole. Chen Hao said, I yell, don't move. Chen Dongsheng went outside and turned the bamboo pole. Chen Hao watched from inside the house. When the TV picture became clearer, he called for a stop. The TV was tuned up, and villagers who had received the news kept rushing to Chen Hao's house. Finally, there was no more room in the house, so Chen Hao placed the TV directly outside the window, with a small wooden table underneath, so that all the villagers could see the TV screen. Please bring your own chair. I won't provide one. It's cold, so please wear more clothes to avoid catching a cold. Chen Hao shouted. The villagers no longer stay at home to hibernate and are unwilling to do housework. It's as lively as Chinese New Year. Whose head is in front? Crouch down, it's blocking it. Huzi, go home and bring 2 small stools over. Wang Hongmei, can you please move your butt a little bit? Are you watching TV or showing off your butt? They shouted and scolded, and finally they consciously stood 2 or 3 meters away from the TV, formed a circle and watched the TV program. Even Shen Xiaoting and the old lady next door, who seldom go out, moved their small stools and held fire buckets to watch TV. It's very lively. From now on, I'm afraid the TV at home will have to be placed outside most of the time, said Tong Qian. It's only 2 hours, from 6 to 8 p.m. Chen Hao said, turn off the TV when the time is up. The TV can only search for one channel and it's very expensive. I feel it's not as good as the radio. Tong Qian said. Buying a radio is not as good as buying a TV. Chen Hao looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. Then he whispered to Tong Qian, I plan to seek a position as deputy team leader in the production team. After I bought the TV, everyone in the village came to see it. They owed my family a favor. When the time comes to elect the vice captain, they will definitely vote for me. Even Wang Hongmei would be embarrassed to vote for someone else. Only by becoming the deputy captain can you do a better job. You want to run for vice captain? Tong Qian was surprised. I never expected that my man had such ambition. What else? I gave bicycles to the team leaders and bought a TV. All the villagers came to see it. What was it all about? Chen Hao chuckled. Do you really think I'm stupid and rich? He looked at his wife and said, oh, by the way, pick out some good glutinous rice cakes and go to the county to sell cucumbers in a couple of days. I'll deliver them to Xiaoman. She's worked hard today, getting up early and standing in line with me in the cold. Do you have any cloth coupons at home? It's getting cold, buy her some clothes. Chapter 32 The captain invites me to dinner. Yes, I'll go look for it. Tong Qian said. Every time I went to the market, I would buy some cloth coupons. Not only could I buy cloth to make my own clothes and bed sheets and quilt covers, but I could also use the cloth coupons to buy ready-made clothes. Don't worry, I'll find it for me when I go to the county in a couple of days. Chen Hao waved his hand, you should go watch some TV too. Tong Qian also ran over to watch TV. It's not as good as the radio, but I enjoyed watching it after I sat down. You really bought a TV? Chen Zichang came over, took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Chen Hao. I rolled this cigarette myself, it's not as good as your brand. He was studying bicycles with several team members at home. When he heard that Chen Hao's family had bought a TV, he didn't quite believe it. But then his wife and children came running over. I came over to take a look myself, and it was true. Most of the people in the village came running. No matter how expensive the brand of cigarettes is, they can't compare to the ones you give out, Captain. Chen Hao said with a smile. Without any disgust, he put it in his mouth, took out a match and lit it. Logically speaking, cucumbers are grown in private plots, so I shouldn't ask about it. But I'm really curious, how much do you sell your cucumbers for? Chen Zichang couldn't help but ask. A few months ago, Chen Hao's family was still in financial difficulty. But before the Chinese New Year, their lives improved dramatically. They bought glutinous rice to make rice cakes, donated bicycles to the team committee, and even bought a TV. If cucumbers really cost 10 cents per pound, how can we afford it? He felt like he was being tickled and was very curious. 50 cents a pound, said Chen Hao. Chen Zichang took a deep puff of cigarette and didn't exhale for a long time. After a while, I started coughing violently and almost cried. Pork is only 70 cents a pound. After recovering from the shock, Chen Zichang said with mixed feelings. He looked at the greenhouse and the private land in front of Chen Hao's house. This was not just a film, it was all money. After a few days, when it's closer to the end of the year, I should be able to sell it for 70 cents a pound. Chen Hao said, it's not a good idea to raise the price now. It's too ugly. Is this human language? Look, is this human language? 50 cents is already high enough, and the price is actually going to be raised to the same level as pork. Chen Zichang looked at Chen Hao with a complicated expression, like a woman in the boudoir. Many people think that 10 cents per pound is expensive, but I didn't expect it to be so expensive. Scarcity makes things valuable, and the same is true for fruits and vegetables. The rarer they are, the more valuable they are. Chen Hao said, the advantage of greenhouse cucumbers is that they are on the market out of season. Most families can afford to buy one or two and spend a few cents to try it out. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Chen Zichang suddenly said, I have some rice wine at home, let's drink and chat. You donated the 138 yuan bicycle to the team committee. As the team leader, I have to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Over the years, Chen Zichang has never invited Chen Hao to his home for dinner. But now he invited Chen Hao to dinner. I value Chen Hao more, and at the same time, I have some things I want to say at the dinner table. Okay. Chen Hao nodded. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Hao picked a few cucumbers in the greenhouse and went to Chen Zichang's house. I asked my wife to cook 2 dishes by herself, and we went to the warehouse to have some peace and quiet. Chen Zichang said, holding rice wine. The warehouse was not far away, and they went to the warehouse with their bowls and chopsticks. Half a bowl of fried peanuts, half a bowl of lard, and a bowl of fried winter melon with lean meat. Another pot of rice wine. It cost a lot of money. You are very smart. I won't beat around the bush and will just say it directly. Chen Zichang poured a bowl of rice wine for Chen Hao. Next year, I plan to promote greenhouses in the village. Every household will build a greenhouse on their private plots. We can also use part of the production team's land to build greenhouses. What do you think? The profit is too high and the economic value is too great. He wanted to promote it throughout the production team. Private plots are the vegetable gardens of each household. My suggestion is that we can only encourage them, not force them. Otherwise, you will be in trouble both inside and outside, and it will be difficult to explain if the matter is reported to the production team and the commune. Chen Hao said. As for the fields of the production team, they belong to the collective. As long as there are no problems with the procurement of grain, the team leader can decide how to plant them. No objection. On the contrary, he was very considerate and gave reasonable suggestions. You don't object? Chen Zichang looked at Chen Hao in surprise. He was mentally prepared and thought that Chen Hao would object. After all, if more people set up greenhouses, it would definitely affect Chen Hao's business. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao didn't feel dissatisfied at all. Good comrade. This is a good thing. It can increase the production team's income and improve the villagers' dividend income. I am naturally willing to see it. Chen Hao said. In fact, this kind of thing is unavoidable at all, and there is no point in opposing it. Since opposition is futile, why not enjoy it to your heart's content? The greenhouse is just a stepping stone. Agricultural planting can only make small money. He wants to expand his business to the county. Open a store in the county. Chen Hao picked up a peanut and said, Captain, after the new year, the team committee members will be re-elected, right? You have to run for election again. Chen Zichang nodded. He looked at Chen Hao, do you want to run for election? I have this plan. Chen Hao nodded. Greenhouse planting can grow off-season fruits and vegetables, which can increase economic benefits. These are all sideline income. Our production team has never had any decent sideline businesses, and the average income of villagers is not high. We have to find ways to expand sideline businesses to make life better for the villagers. Many production teams have side businesses. Live by the mountain, live by the water. In places with abundant water resources, engage in aquaculture. In places with lush mulberry trees, engage in sericulture. Etc. This is allowed by policy. That's right. Chen Zichang nodded. He was curious and wondered what position Chen Hao was planning to run for. I plan to run for the position of team leader of the sideline business. Chen Hao picked up the rice wine bowl and clinked it with Chen Zichang's. Integrate the resources of the production team and help the production team develop sideline businesses. Captain Chen, do you support it? To run for a leadership position in a production team, one needs not only the support of the villagers, but the support of the team leader is equally important. This is a good thing. I support it. Chen Zichang said, when the greenhouse vegetables and fruits are grown, you can go to the county to sell them, and you will get full work points, 12 work points a day. The production team did not have a sideline team leader, so Chen Hao wanted to do it, so he did it. I want to start another side business, Chen Hao said, open a restaurant in the county. How much is greenhouse farming worth? As more people engage in it and more fruits and vegetables are produced, the value will inevitably decrease. Don't even think about selling cucumbers at the price of pork next year. You can make money by doing catering. No one has done this before. We all make a living by digging in the land. It will definitely cost money to open a restaurant. What if we lose money? Chen Ziqiang was very worried. I'll provide the investment money. I'll find partners. If there's a loss, it's my responsibility. Chen Hao was prepared. If there's a profit, the production team will get 20%. Chen Ziqiang pondered over Chen Hao's words for a moment. He frowned. Didn't the production team take advantage of this? No matter how you look at it, the production team is sure to make a profit. Even fathers are not so good to their sons? Chapter 33. It's time to kill the pig. The fruits and vegetables grown by the production team and sold to the outside world will be provided to me first. In addition, the team must issue me a certificate to prove that the restaurant is opened for agricultural services, added Chen Hao. 20% profit in exchange for proof. Very cost-effective. Chen Ziqiang finally came to his senses. He looked at Chen Hao and said, "You are running a self-employed business. How can you say it's a self-employed business?" Chen Hao corrected him, "Doesn't 20% of the profits go to the production team? This is at most a public-private partnership. Individual businesses are secretive, but public-private partnerships are fine." Chen Hao plugged the loophole. "Let me think about it." Chen Ziqiang stopped drinking the rice wine and frowned. After thinking for a long time, he finally nodded, "Okay, I'll give you this certificate. You must die before you can live." Chen Hao's family's life is visibly getting better. With the TV and the bicycle donated to the team, he is excited. After finishing the meal and drinking the wine, Chen Hao returned home. The people who were watching TV have gone home and the TV has been moved into the house. The two kids were on the bed, and Tong Qian was at the head of the bed, knitting a sweater. "Are you all asleep?" Chen Hao asked softly. He fell asleep with his eyes squinted, and kept mumbling that he would wait for you to come back before he could sleep again. He was too tired from playing during the day. Tong Qian said. She put down the needlework in her hands, went to the kitchen to scoop up some hot water, and prepared the water for Chen Hao to wash his feet. "I told the captain that I will run for the position of vice captain next year," Chen Hao said softly while soaking his feet. "Next year, I will open a restaurant in the county. When I make some money, I will renovate the house at home." "Is it possible for an individual to open a restaurant?" Tong Qian asked. She was very surprised. "Why do you want to open a restaurant out of the blue? Selling cucumbers is also very profitable. Later, when the fungus grows again, I can pick some from time to time and sell them. I can save the money and live a good life. The more you save, the poorer you become. Money has to flow, be put into the market, and be invested, so that life can get better and better," said Chen Hao. "I opened the restaurant in the name of the production team, so even if someone causes trouble, I have to be able to deal with it. Greenhouse planting can make money, but it's small money. Only by running a restaurant can you make big money. This business is much more profitable than greenhouse cucumbers. It will make you a small wealthy woman. What business is the most profitable? Clothing? Farming? Light industry? Food? Or catering? Neither. Monopoly business is the most profitable. Due to public-private partnerships, 3 years of natural disasters, and poor management, there are no more than 5 restaurants operating in Changfeng County. The scale is not big yet. Opening a restaurant at this time would be like a bachelor entering a land of women. Yam Edi would have to change to a bachelor. It's fine as long as life gets better. I don't want to be a rich woman." Tong Qian said, "My life is good now. I'm very satisfied." After soaking his feet, Chen Hao went to bed and got into the quilt. Tong Qian also put down the wool, turned off the light, and got into the quilt. "Has your period ended?" Chen Hao asked. "I left yesterday. What do you want to do?" Tong Qian blushed. Chen Hao didn't say anything, but responded to her with practical actions. 2 days later, Chen Hao drove his tractor to the county again to sell cucumbers. Chen Dongsheng and Shan Wei were already very familiar with the business. When Chen Hao had some free time, he took the cloth coupons and went to Changfeng department store to buy 2 cotton sweaters, each costing 4.35 yuan, for a total of 8.7 yuan. He took 5 pieces of glutinous rice cakes and a cotton sweater to the county middle school, handed over a cigarette, and asked someone to call his sister-in-law Tong Man. "I'll bring you some glutinous rice cakes. Let's go to your dormitory," Chen Hao said. He raised his foot and walked towards Tongman's dormitory. I haven't started the fire yet, there's no need to send me glutinous rice cakes, Tongman said. When she arrived at the dormitory, she got a glass of water for Chen Hao. But he stood at the door of the dormitory and did not go in. What are you doing standing at the door? Aren't you cold? Chen Hao asked. Last time you came over, someone spread the word that you were my boyfriend. Tongman said, it's better to stand at the door, so that people won't see you and start gossiping. Not only villagers like gossip, but even school teachers who have serious jobs like gossip. Tongman is good looking and has many gay admirers at school, so naturally there are many people paying attention to her. Many people will stare at her at the slightest sign of trouble. I'll put down the glutinous rice cake and leave. Chen Hao said, people's words are scary, so we really need to be careful. Don't worry about them. I'm upright and have nothing to fear. Tongman said, the door is open. I'm standing at the door. Let them say whatever they want. Besides, even if I were to find a partner, I wouldn't look for someone like you. Chen Hao was drinking water. When he heard this, he choked and coughed several times. You are so rude. Chen Hao took out a wad of money from his pocket. This 138 yuan is the money I used to buy a bicycle last time. Besides, this glutinous rice cake is not for you to eat. It doesn't matter if you can't start a fire. Take the glutinous rice cakes and give them to the school leaders, 1 piece each. The more gifts, the less blame. Paying respect to the mountain will be good for your future development. You have to choose the right time to buy glutinous rice cakes in the city. Most of the time, grain stores will not supply them. Only in the few days leading up to the Chinese New Year will they supply glutinous rice cakes. You also need a ticket and have to queue up. It's much more troublesome than in the village. A few pieces of glutinous rice cakes are the most appropriate gifts as a favor. Will the leader like it? Tongman asked doubtfully. Although the cost is not much, sometimes gifts do not necessarily have to be expensive, Chen Hao said. Many times, gifts are given just to show an attitude to the leader. This is especially true when there is a new leader in office. Simply put, it's about picking a team. He looked at Tongman and said, you have a bigger heart than your sister, and you are more proud. This county town is just a temporary stopover. If you want to move up, you must understand this principle. No matter how strong your personal ability is, if the leader thinks you are not on the same team as him, he will never use you. On the contrary, if your ability is weaker, but you pay a visit in time, you will definitely be reused in the future. In his previous life, Tongman spent more than 10 years to be transferred from the county to the city. Being beautiful and capable is definitely not enough. Are you really Chen Hao? Tongman looked at Chen Hao in surprise. She agreed with these words, but she never expected that they came from Chen Hao's mouth. Your sister and I sleep in the same bed every day. If it were fake, how could she not know? Chen Hao said. Bah! Tongman spat. Chen Hao stood up and took out a cotton sweater from his arms. This cotton sweater is for you. It should be the right size. After putting down the sweater, Chen Hao left. In the dormitory, Tongman picked up the cotton sweater and touched it. She closed the door, took off her coat, and tried the sweater on. It fit perfectly, except for her chest, and it didn't squeeze at all. After Chen Hao left his sister-in-law, he traveled around the county. There are 3 or 4 restaurants in the prosperous area of the county town. They are all small in size and have only 3 or 4 employees in the stores, and their business is so-so. After a walk, Chen Hao arrived next to the tractor and found that all the cucumbers had been sold. The closer it gets to the end of the year, the more money residents spend and the faster the cucumbers sell. Come back next time, the price will be higher. Chen Hao said. Time flies, and it is January 1976, only half a month away from the Chinese New Year. It was snowing outside and everything was white. Inside the room, the TV was on, playing a provincial TV program, a monkey and a turtle dividing a tree, and the 2 kids were watching with great interest. Come, try this sweater and see if it fits you. Tong Qian picked up a knitted sweater. The shoes are ready too. Try them on and see if they're too small. Chen Hao tried on his clothes and said, when the weather clears up in a few days, it will be time to slaughter the pigs. Take some time to go to the county again and tell Xiaoman to come over here for dinner during the new year. Tong Qian adjusted Chen Hao's sweater. Thanks to her help, our family has been able to hold on until now. Chapter 34. Why are you so wet? The 2 sisters feel sorry for each other. I've already told her before. I'll talk to her again in a few days. Chen Hao replied. Dad, tell my aunt that she is coming over, and I will bake some glutinous rice cake for her. Chen Nir suddenly turned her head and said, the glutinous rice cake I baked is delicious. Every time my aunt came over, she would bring me gifts. I was still young and didn't have money to buy gifts, so I would bake her glutinous rice cakes and put lots of sugar in them. She would definitely like them. A child of a few years old also knows who is good to her and wants to repay them. Eat chickens, I have a lot of chickens. Chen Nir followed. The two kids are always fighting over food when eating. Even if it is for the better of others, they will still rush to eat, for fear of falling behind. Okay, when the snow stops, I'll go to the county and tell her. Chen Hao said with a smile. The growth cycle of chickens is relatively slow. After 4 months, they only weigh about 2 kilograms and have not laid eggs yet. But if you really want to eat them, it's not impossible. I tried on the sweater and shoes and they fit me well. Put on your sweater and shoes tomorrow, Tong Xian said. It's getting cold, and you're always running outside, so you need to dress warmly and don't catch a cold. Go to the county and buy yourself a decent set of clothes. Don't just buy them for me. You are a man. When you go out, you should dress more carefully so that others will look at you with respect. I live in the village and don't travel far, so there's no need to buy me a cotton sweater. Chen Hao previously went to the county to buy 2 cotton sweaters. He gave one to his sister-in-law Tong Man and brought the other back for his wife. It has been a few days since then. Tong Qian tried it on and put it aside, planning to take it out during the Chinese New Year. The two chatted for a while and sat to watch TV. Tong Qian went to the kitchen to get some wood ash and sprinkled it on the brazier, so that it would keep the heat going until tomorrow. No words, only action all night. 3 days later, the sky cleared up. Chen Hao's family was preparing to slaughter a pig, and many people from the village came to help, even more than the last time when they made glutinous rice cakes. Have both been slaughtered? Shen Zicheng stood next to the pigsty. There's still a month left. I estimate these 2 pigs are only a little over 100 kilograms. If we keep them for a few more months, they can still gain dozens of kilograms of meat. He is the captain, but he is good at killing pigs. Every year when the production team slaughtered pigs, Chen Zicheng was the one who did it personally, and Chen Hao called him over to help. On the side, there were other villagers watching the fun. Life at Chen Hao's home improved immediately. The team's pigs hadn't been slaughtered yet, but his pigs were ready to be slaughtered. They only weighed 100 kilograms. If he raised them more, it would definitely increase to 120 kilograms. He already has a TV at home, so he definitely can afford that little money. If you ask me, Chen Hao is quite capable. He grows cucumbers in greenhouses. No one is optimistic about him, not even the deputy captain of the agricultural team. But he can sell a pound of cucumbers for 50 cents. The news that cucumbers were sold for 50 cents per pound spread through Chen Zicheng's mouth, and many villagers regretted it very much and wondered why they didn't join in the action. Everything is within Chen Hao's calculations. Next year there will definitely be many villagers who will build greenhouses, and part of the production team's fields will also be used for greenhouse cultivation. I could just get out and open a restaurant in the county, so I wouldn't have to worry about the supply channels of vegetables, fruits, etc. Kill them all. Chen Hao said, if you can't eat them, make bacon and keep them. Okay, you said to kill them all, then kill them all. Chen Zicheng spat out the cigarette but in his mouth, come on, some strong young men, catch the pigs and carry them out. The benches are ready, and the basins for collecting the blood are ready. Immediately, several young and strong men came over, one of them grabbed a pig's leg, pressed down on the pig's head, and lifted the pig out of the pigsty. In front of the house, there were 3 benches put together, and a wooden basin was placed on the ground next to them. Lift him up and hold him down. Chen Zicheng commanded. Fortunately, it only weighs 100 kilograms. If it were a few decades later, a pig would easily weigh 200 or 300 kilograms, and several people would not be able to hold it down. Add some cold water and salt to the basin. Chen Zicheng shouted again. Chen Hao had already prepared it. He added some cold water and poured some salt into it. This is done to allow the pig's blood to coagulate earlier. Pig blood is also a rare delicacy. Chen Zicheng rolled up his sleeves. The butcher knife had been sharpened long ago. He cut the pig's heart with the knife to let the blood out. The water is boiling. Can I scoop it out? Tong Qian came out of the kitchen and shouted. It's okay. It's cold, so scoop some more hot water. Chen Ziqiang replied. The boiled water was scooped into the wooden basin, filling it up. The pig's blood was also prepared, and several people carried the pig into a basin of hot water. Chen Ziqiang took a knife to cut a hole in the pig's hind leg and pierced the pig's skin with a hard wooden stick. Blow into the hole with your mouth. This is a strenuous job, and several people took over the relay, and Chen Hao also blew it. It's okay. Tie it up, shave off the pig hair, and tie it tight so that no air leaks. Chen Ziqiang looked at the inflated pig's skin and nodded. A pig is slaughtered almost every year. Not only Chen Ziqiang, but everyone else in the village is very familiar with this job and they cooperate very well. Shaving, dissection, and segmentation. Both pigs are done. Can you sell me some pig blood? My kid always has nosebleeds, and I want to supplement his blood. Do you sell your large intestine? I want to buy some pork frying oil, but I'm out of oil at home. How can I sell it? The villagers gathered around to watch, some to see the fun, and some to buy something from the pig. Most of the 2 pigs were sold. People also want pig blood, pig intestines, pig hearts, pig lungs, and the like. In those days when no meat was allowed, these offal were very popular. The people who helped, Chen Ziqiang, Chen Dongsheng, Chen Wei, and other villagers, also received some pig offal, pig heads, pork, and the like, but no money was charged for them. The weather should be good these days. We need to cut the meat and marinate it, said Tong Qian. The pig was killed, some of the meat was sold, and some was distributed to those who helped. There are still many that need to be pickled and made into bacon so that they can be preserved for a longer time. I'll cut the meat and you marinate it. Chen Hao said, hurry up and get out all the seasonings. To simply marinate the meat, all you need is salt. When Chen Hao went to the market, he bought a lot of soy sauce, sugar, and pepper, including a lot of Sichuan peppercorns. Some production teams grow Sichuan peppercorns as a sideline income. It is more convenient to buy them at the market than at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's non-staple food store. No tickets are required and there is no limit on the quantity. Just pay whatever amount you want. The couple worked until dark to marinate the meat. The beams in the house were hung with marinated bacon tied with ropes. There was not enough space in the kitchen, so I hung a lot of things in the bedroom. I never thought we would have so much meat at home. Tong Qian was very tired after a busy day, but when she looked at the room full of bacon, her eyes were full of smiles. The last crop of cucumbers has been sold, and the family savings now amount to more than 4,000 yuan. We have bought a TV, the rice jar is full, and we also bought a lot of flour at the market. Now that 2 pigs have been slaughtered, the meat is hanging all over the room. As she laughed, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Why do you have so much water? It keeps flowing every day? Chen Hao said, I'm going to the county tomorrow and send a pig's head to Xiaoman so that she can come here for the new year. Zhu Tu has another one, and he plans to bring it to Tongman tomorrow. Why send her a pig's head? Tong Qian asked in surprise, why don't she just cook for herself? The pig's head was divided into one, and there was still one left. Let her go to the leader. Chen Hao said, you should know her personality better than me. Even though she has been teaching in the county, she is not content and still wants to climb up. Giving money is not nice, giving food is more appropriate. Before, my family didn't have the conditions, and we needed her help, so we didn't even mention giving her anything. Now that my family has the conditions, we must support her. Chapter 35. Thank you, brother-in-law. The next morning, Chen Hao found a clean urea bag, put a whole pig's head in it, and walked to the county. After the cucumbers were sold, the tractor was returned to the brigade. The snow hasn't melted completely yet, so it's a bit difficult to walk. It took Chen Hao 2 hours to arrive at the county. I went straight to my sister-in-law Tong Man's dormitory. It was Sunday and Tong Man had no work, so she stayed in the dormitory. There was not only Tong Man in the room, there was also another person, her mother-in-law Huang Yufeng. Xiaoman, Mom. Chen Hao greeted. My mother-in-law is in the city and she came here now, probably to visit Tong Man. What are you doing here? Huang Yufeng was holding Tong Man's hand and talking to her, but when she saw Chen Hao, her face suddenly fell. She really dislikes Chen Hao. Rural people are poor, have no money and no job, and they are embarrassed to say that they have such a son-in-law. Send something to Xiaoman. Chen Hao shook the snow off his legs and went into the house. Put the urea bag in the house. Stand outside and put your things outside. Huang Yufeng was disgusted, don't make the house dirty. He didn't even look at Chen Hao. Mom, don't speak so harshly. Tong Man stood up. She no longer felt as disgusted with Chun Hao as she did at the beginning. I gave the glutinous rice cake you brought last time to my boss. What did you bring this time? Sit down. I'll get you a glass of water to warm you up. She took the cup and poured water for Chen Hao. He's from the countryside, what can he bring? At most some radishes and cabbages. Huang Yufeng said, don't be like your sister and find a family like this in the future. Your sister has already embarrassed me. If you find another one like this, your relatives and friends will laugh at you. He looked down on Chen Hao and didn't even care about what people said behind his back, but he said it to his face. We slaughtered a pig at home and made some bacon. This urea bag contains the pig's head. Chen Hao took the enamel cup handed over by Tong Man and warmed his hands. You can take it to the leader. Hearing this, Huang Yufeng was very curious. You can't even afford to eat, how can you afford to raise pigs? Tong Man was also very curious. A few days ago, Chen Hao came over and brought some glutinous rice cakes, asking them to be delivered to the leader. She also delivered one. But not long after, he sent a pig's head over again? It is inconvenient to buy meat in the countryside, and it is also inconvenient to buy meat in the city. Even if you have a ticket and there is pork available at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative food station, you still can't buy it most of the time because it's sold out when you get there. Pig head meat is even rarer. A pig has a meat yield of over 60%, which means it can produce several dozen kilograms of meat, but there is only one pig head, so many people are scrambling to get it. Whether it is expensive or not is another matter, but it is true that there is little of it. Tong Man opened the urea bag and found a pig's head inside. All the hair has been shaved. What a pig head, it's so big. Tong Man felt a little complicated. She looked at Chen Hao. Last time I sent glutinous rice cakes to the leader, and this time you brought a pig's head, just to make the leader take better care of me? You are alone in the county, and you are a girl. If you want to get something, you must pay for it. Chen Hao said, you can't be sure that some people with beastly hearts will ask you to exchange your body for it. Siba is just a statement of attitude. This pig head is given to a key leader. In the future, the leader will definitely take better care of you, so you won't suffer any loss or grievance in some aspects. I, your brother-in-law, was incompetent before and had to rely on you for support. Now that our family is doing better, I naturally have to consider you. Absolute power leads to absolute corruption. When there are few ways out, it means that your weaknesses can be easily exploited. The life of the educated youth was hard, and the female educated youth was even harder. It was not bad for them to settle down in the countryside, but many were even more miserable. They were tortured just to get a chance to return to the city. Thank you. Tong Man paused for a moment and added two more words, brother-in-law. Call him brother-in-law sincerely. In the past, I would just call him Chen Hao, or I would not call him by that name. We are all family, there is no need to be so formal. Chen Hao said, I will stand behind your sister and support her, and I am also happy to stand behind you and support you. Don't be afraid when you encounter difficulties or challenges at work. Remember that you still have me, your brother-in-law. Sincerity for sincerity. Tong Man treats his wife, Nini and Xiao Duo sincerely, and he is willing to return the sincerity. Why give it to a leader? It's such a big pig's head. It's better to keep it for yourself to eat. Mother-in-law Huang Yufeng finally took a look at the urea bag. The pig's head was fresh and intact. Even in the city, ordinary people cannot buy such a complete pig head. It's good enough to get some pig head meat. How long will it take to eat such a big one? The key is rarity. I didn't open fire. Tong Man said. You haven't started the fire yet, but I have at home. Your brother and sister-in-law have been talking about buying pig's head for a long time. Isn't this perfect? Huang Yufeng planned. This pig's head is quite big. We can send some to your sister-in-law's family. Huang Yufeng has 2 daughters and a son. When educated youth went to work in the countryside, one child was allowed to stay with his or her parents in the city. Huang Yufeng sent her 2 daughters to the countryside and left her son in the city. When Tong Man heard Huang Yufeng's arrangement, his face became a little gloomy. The mother only considers her son and not her daughter. Not to mention the quota for staying in the city, now she even wants to take back the pig's head and give it to her son and daughter-in-law. This pig head is for Tong Man to send to her boss. It concerns her future. Chen Hao said, Mom, you work at a savings bank, you should understand this principle. Huang Yufeng has a decent job, working in a savings bank affiliated with the People's Bank of China. Although she is just an ordinary employee, compared with other jobs, this job is very prestigious. You're lecturing me. Huang Yufeng was not happy to listen to Chen Hao. She's a girl, why does she need such a good future? She has a job as a teacher and her household registration has been moved to the county, which is enough for her. It's better to give such good pork head meat to the family instead of giving it to outsiders. A daughter who is married off is like spilled water, and a daughter who is not married off is almost the same. As she spoke, Huang Yufeng took over and tried to pick up the urea bag. I told you, this pig head is for Xiaoman. Chen Hao grabbed the urea bag first. If your son and daughter-in-law want to eat it, let them buy it themselves. If they can't buy it, they can eat something else. If you want to eat it, you can come to my house and I will make it for you. Chen Hao dislikes his brother-in-law very much. In his previous life, when he married Tong Qian, his uncle did not go. Later, when Tong Qian and her 2 children died, his uncle also did not attend the funeral. It's okay to look down on him, just like Tong Man did, get him drunk, write on him and beat him up, and he won't take it to heart, because he is really a piece of shit. But he didn't even attend the wedding and funeral of his closest relatives. If he did it once, it could be said that he had something wrong, but could it be that he had something wrong twice? He looked down on such a brother-in-law. What's so good about going to the countryside? I went there once when you and Xiaoshan got married, and I never wanted to go there again. Huang Yufeng said. Such a good daughter, marrying you without asking for any dowry, but you took a pig's head from me and still stopped me from letting you go. This is not the same thing. Chen Hao said, this pig head is more important to Xiaoman. If you can't bear to part with it, then don't. I don't want it. Huang Yufeng didn't want to hear any more explanations. She glanced at Tong Man and said, come home for New Year's dinner. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are at home. Don't go back empty-handed. Bring some gifts for your elder brother and sister-in-law. She came here for 2 reasons, one was to see Tong Man, and the other was to let Tong Man go home to celebrate the new year. After saying that, he ignored Chen Hao and walked out. I came here for 2 reasons, one is to give you a pig's head, and the other is that I hope you will come to your sister and I to celebrate the new year. Chen Hao said, my mother-in-law favors boys over girls, and I am no different. You and your sister both know this. My eldest brother-in-law is getting married, and you will have no status if you go back for the new year. But it doesn't matter. Your sister and I are also your family. If you want to go home for the new year, then go home for the new year. If you don't want to go home for the new year, then go to your sister and me. Chen Hao is more familiar with the situation at his father-in-law and mother-in-law's home. Tong Qian and Tong Man actually knew what was going on. Don't be afraid of causing trouble for me and your sister. Nini and Xiao Duo miss you very much. Chen Hao looked at Tong Man, okay, I have to go back. There are still many things to do at home, and your sister can't handle it alone. Don't forget, pig head. Send it to the leader as soon as possible. He looked at the cotton sweater on Tong Man and said, it's the right size, right? Your body shape is similar to your sister's, so I bought it for you according to your sister's size. Chapter 36 I want to call you brother-in-law more often. It fits. Tong Man replied. She likes the cotton sweater very much. It is better than the sweater she knits herself, not so rough and very comfortable to wear. As long as you like it. Chen Hao nodded. Your sister tried it on once, but couldn't bear to wear it, so she kept it there. She has a good figure, so how nice would it be to wear it? Okay, I'm leaving. On New Year's Eve, why don't you go home? Remember to come over for the New Year's dinner. He turned around and prepared to leave. I'll take you there. Tong Man followed him out. Don't send me off. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I won't get lost. Chen Hao waved his hand. It's cold. Go back to the dormitory. I'm leaving. Looking at Chen Hao's back, her eyes fell on Chen Hao's trouser legs wet by the snow water, and then she looked back at the pig head in the urea bag. Tong Man's eyes were red. She lay on the corridor of the tube building and looked down. Chen Hao walked out of the building and was heading out of the school. Brother-in-law, be careful on the road. Tong Man shouted loudly. She wanted to call him brother-in-law more often. Chen Hao turned around, waved at her, and smiled. With cigarettes, the way back was not so boring. Without the wait, I walked faster and returned to the village in less than 2 hours. Some little kids were making snowmen and making snow prints. Very cold resistant. When I got to the house, I saw 2 bamboo racks in front of the door, with strips of bacon hanging on them. The bacon needs to be dried. The winter in the south is not as cold as that in the north. In the north, you can use water to make a freezer and freeze the meat directly. But this is not the case in the south because the temperature is not that low, so the bacon must be dried and preserved. Did you give the pig head to Xiaoman? Tong Qian was sitting at the door with a brazier under her feet, still knitting a sweater in her hands. Seeing that Chen Hao's trouser legs were wet, he quickly stood up and said, "Hurry up and change your pants. They are all wet. It's such a long journey, and you are freezing all the time. How cold must it be? When you go, you should wear a set of clothes. A pair of rain boots is called rain boots. Children equal shoes. I gave it to Xiaoman. Mom is here too." She went to see Xiaoman and told her to go back for the New Year dinner. Chen Hao entered the house. "I've been walking. It's not that cold." While she was talking, Tong Qian had already found trousers, sweaters, and a new pair of shoes. "How can it not be cold? I'm sitting here with a brazier under my feet and I'm freezing. Hurry and change." Chen Hao changed his pants. She picked up the wet pants, washed off the mud on them, wrung out the water stains as much as she could, and put them on the brazier to dry. "What did Xiaoman say? Is she going home for the New Year?" Tong Qian asked. Without waiting for Chen Hao to answer, she continued to talk to herself. "Dad and Mom are very partial to each other. My brother stayed in the city, and Xiaoman and I went to the countryside. Even when I got married, my brother didn't come over. He said he had something to do. It was an excuse. He thought it was shameful for me to settle down in the countryside, so he deliberately distanced himself from me." She felt bad because her parents were biased and her brother didn't even come to her wedding. In the first few days after their marriage, she hid away and cried secretly. "Although I have become more open-minded later on, every time I think about it, it still hurts a lot. They don't love you, but I do." Chen Hao held her hand. "I will always be with you for the rest of my life, and we will fly together as husband and wife. Who wants to have a threesome with you?" Tong Qian's face turned red. "My man is really something." In broad daylight, outside the house, they were talking about love again. Also a threesome. However, the depressed mood caused by parents' partiality and brother's estrangement just now did not feel so bad after Chen Hao's joke. "I told Xiaoman that if she doesn't want to go home, she can come here to celebrate the New Year." Chen Hao rubbed his hands. "No matter if she comes or not, we have to prepare everything for the New Year. There's quite a bit of pork, and the chicken hasn't laid eggs yet, but it's already 2 pounds, so we can kill one," Tong Qian said. "The rice jar is full, and we have flour, and we've made some glutinous rice cakes, and we've bought all the condiments, too. I tore up a lot of cloth and made clothes for the 2 kids. I also made cotton shoes. There's no need to buy anything." She is very satisfied with the current situation at home. In the past, it was considered good to have half a pound of pork during the Chinese New Year. This year, not only is there enough pork, but there are also many other foods. We need to prepare more. Chen Hao shook his head. There will be a market before the New Year. Many production teams will bring out their assets and sell them at the market. Some members would also take some of their homemade items to the market to sell in exchange for cash so they could buy some New Year goods. Our family also went to the market to prepare New Year goods. The cart at home has to be pushed over. There is a cart at home. Do we still need to push the cart over? Tong Qian touched the trouser leg beside the brazier, roasted it dry, turned it over, and continued to roast the water stains on it. We need a cart. Chen Hao nodded. He looked at Tong Qian. This can be considered the first Chinese New Year that our family has celebrated. In previous years, we had nothing at home, and it was considered good if there was a few ounces of meat in the dishes. You have suffered with me. It is also unfortunate for 2 children to be born into such a family. Now that life is better, we must prepare a good New Year's Eve dinner. It must be rich, so that the 2 children and you can have a good New Year. This is to make up for your hard work over the years. He will personally prepare this year's New Year's dinner. We are all family. I will be very satisfied if you can become a better person, said Tong Qian. The next day, the team conducted the year-end financial statements. The cash earned from side jobs is totaled and divided by the total work points to get the price of each work point, which is then multiplied by the work points of each family in a year to get the family income. This cash income, after deducting expenses such as food rations, fruits, vegetables, straw, advance loans, etc., is the money received by each household. Families with more money can have a net surplus of about 100 yuan, while families with less money even owe money to the team. Not much different from previous years. But this year, after each household settled their accounts, they did not leave, but gathered in groups of 3 or 4 in the rice field. Captain, should we change the planting plan for next year? We need to do greenhouse cultivation, right? Learn from Chen Hao. He grows cucumbers in greenhouses and even bought a TV for his family. Chen Hao's family lived a much better life. Other production teams might not be aware of this, but the villagers in one production team all watched and were very envious. In the past, at the end of the year, if the family did not overspend and could earn $1 or $2 more than in previous years, they would be very happy. But this year, the villagers' ambitions were aroused by Chen Hao. Let Chen Hao be the deputy captain of the agricultural team and be in charge of agricultural planting matters in the team. A villager shouted. No one objects. Even Wang Hongmei and Chen Degong, who were at odds with Chen Hao, did not object to this. Regarding the team's agricultural planting arrangements for next year, I will discuss it with the team committee. Chen Ziqiang said, as for letting Chen Hao be the deputy captain of the agricultural team. I've also talked to Chen Hao. He wants to run for the sideline captain. The election for team committee members will be held after the Chinese New Year. Don't mention it before the Chinese New Year. Have a good Chinese New Year and talk about it after the Chinese New Year. Chen Ziqiang really didn't expect that the villagers were so enthusiastic. In previous years, the year-end settlement was all about discussing which family got more money, how to earn more work points, and how to increase one's own work points. But this year, everyone took the initiative to care about the brigade's planting plan. They also called for Chen Hao to be the deputy captain of the agricultural team. I plan to build a greenhouse on my family's private land next year. Chen Hao, I'll need your help to look after it then. A villager took the initiative to greet Chen Hao. Some other villagers also came over and tried to get close to Chen Hao. I definitely support you being the vice captain, and I will definitely vote for you when we elect team committee members. Every year, a family of 4 or 5 only gets 30 or 40 yuan in dividends. What can that do? I have some pickled radishes at home. I'll send some to you later. One by one, they took the initiative to talk to Chen Hao and were very polite to him. On the side, Tong Qian was holding her 2 daughters and watching this scene. She was very pleased and her eyes were full of smiles. Dad is so popular. Chen Nir looked up at Tong Qian. No one calls him a bad guy anymore, saying that he is a flower stuck in cow dung. I will kick anyone who says bad things about my dad. Chen Xiaoduo raised his foot and kicked the air twice. He snorted, his face serious. Humph, I'm not someone you can mess with. Chapter 37, Preparing for the New Year. The next day was the last episode before the New Year. Almost everyone in the entire commune goes there, it's very lively. Each production team emptied out all their assets. Those who planted fruit trees used carts to pull the fruits to the market to sell. Those who raised pigs kept the pigs for purchase and took some of the rest to the market to sell. Rice, flour, glutinous rice cakes, bean threads, etc. can also be seen. Some villagers brew their own rice wine, store up eggs, duck eggs, pickled radishes, make tofu, etc., and also bring them to the market to sell. The scene is much more lively than when we went to the market upstairs. The festive atmosphere is in the air. Hurry up, go earlier and come back earlier. The house still needs to be cleaned up. Don't dawdle. Chen Hao had already packed up and was waiting outside the house. He shouted into the house, "Why are you taking even longer than me? You said last night that you would go to the market today, and you spent half an hour getting ready. Now you're taking half an hour again this early in the morning. You always say I can rub it, but I think you like it." The cart was ready, the 2 kids were waiting happily, and Tong Qian was still in the house. I'm coming. Tong Qian replied, "The meat must be hung properly, in case mice spoil it. The door must also be closed. There are a lot of things in the room, so we have to be careful." The family was well off, so every time the family went out together, she would check everything carefully, fearing that there might be something missed. After closing the door and locking it, Tong Qian turned around and muttered, "We have to come back early. The bacon needs to be dried in the sun. It won't spoil so easily if it's dried out. When you are poor, you have a lot to worry about. Even after you become better off, you still have a lot to worry about." "Dad, I want to sit on the cart," said Chen Nir. I want to sit too. Chen Xiaoduo followed. Okay, both of you sit on it, Chen Hao said with a smile. He said to Tong Qian, wife, you sit on it too. It's enough for 2 kids to sit on it. How would it look like for a big person like me to sit on it? Tong Qian was embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? Chen Hao lowered his voice and winked at Tong Qian. You worked hard last night. I'll hold you now to save some energy. Although they have 2 children, they are both only 25 years old, have plenty of energy and strong needs. You're so outspoken, you say anything. Tong Qian rolled her eyes at her man. She didn't sit on the cart, but followed Chen Hao and went to the market together. Along the way, we met many villagers, some pulling carts, and some carrying bamboo baskets. They had done their year-end financial accounting and had some cash. Go to the market to prepare New Year's goods. Brother Hao, I'm waiting for you. Let's go to the market together. Nini and Xiaoduo seem to have grown a lot taller. The cart is already loaded. How much New Year's goods are you planning to buy? One by one, they greeted Chen Hao. Some who were familiar with him, such as Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei, waited for Chen Hao at the village entrance and went to the market together. When they arrived at the market, each household separated and looked for the things they had planned to buy. Oranges, the ones grown by the production team themselves, are 30 cents a pound, and they are sold for 35 cents in the county town. The ones grown by the production team themselves are sold cheaply. Someone shouted. There were 2 or 3 people around this man, and in front of him was a cart full of oranges. This is the production team next door. They planted fruit trees and have picked a lot of fruit. They are selling them during the market before the new year when there are many people. Let's go buy some oranges, said Chen Hao. 30 cents a pound, it's not cheap, and the weather is cold. Do you want to buy it? Tong Qian said. Buy some and roast them over the fire so they won't be so cold. Chen Hao said, we can't just eat meat, we have to eat some fruit too. The family arrived at the cart selling oranges. Can I try it? Chen Hao asked. Yes, it's very sweet, not sour at all. A young female comrade standing nearby immediately said when she saw the business coming. She picked up the peeled tangerine on the side and handed it to Chen Hao. I also peeled a petal for Nini and Xiaoduo. Most of the villagers who came to the market came to buy rice, cloth, oil, meat, daily necessities, fruits, and the like. There were not many people buying anything. Chen Hao took a bite and found it was indeed sweet. It doesn't tea look very good and it's not very big, but it tastes good. Take 10 kilograms. Chen Hao said. 10 Jean? Okay, I'll weigh it for you right away. The female comrade immediately perked up. She looked at Chen Hao curiously for a few times. She really didn't expect that Chen Hao bought 10 kilograms at a time, while other villagers only bought 1 or 2 kilograms at most. If you are short of money, just buy 2 to satisfy your child's craving. 10 kilograms, enough. I'll give you 2 more. The female comrade took 2 more tangerines. Pretty good at business. The cart is surrounded by wooden boards, and the oranges can be put directly into it without worrying about them falling out. Chen Hao took out the money, counted out 3 yuan, and handed it to her. Thank you very much. Comrade, you're welcome. If you want to buy oranges again, you can come to the Sunpeng Brigade, Dongfeng production team to find me. My name is Sun Miao Miao, said the female comrade. Okay. Chen Hao nodded and agreed. The family continued to stroll. Dried tofu, 2 cents apiece. Some villagers made their own dried tofu and were shouting. Buy the $1 ones. There are fewer vegetables in winter, so we need to change the taste. Chen Hao said. He looked at Tong Qian, you and the baby wait here, I'll go buy it. There are so many people that it is inconvenient to push a cart in many places. Chen Hao went over and bought a piece of dried tofu for 1 yuan, a total of 50 yuan. It tastes very good when fried directly. Silver carp caught this morning, 35 cents a pound, very fat. This is another production team selling seafood. Buy some and make fish balls, said Chen Hao. He went over and bought 3 silver carps, all of which were quite large, weighing over 5 Jin each. They looked very fresh and had indeed been caught from the net that morning. It was packed into urea bags and placed on a cart. After wandering around the market for more than 2 hours, the carts were finally full and the family went home. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the village, a villager reminded me, your relative is coming over, and she's a pretty girl. Chen Hao thanked him. Is Xiaoman coming? Tong Qian asked in a low voice. Most likely, who else could it be except her? She should be on winter vacation now. Chen Hao nodded. The family arrived at the door of their home, and Tong Man stood in front of the house. Slender and graceful. Brother-in-law, sister, I'm not going home for the new year this year. I'm spending the new year here with you. Tong Man said, Are you going to the market? She walked forward a few steps and saw what was in the cart. Very surprised. Citrus, dried tofu, rice wine, lotus root, eggs, beef, mutton, and a lot of seasonings, peppercorns, garlic, pepper, and peanuts. A fishtail emerged from the urea bag. It's quite big. I bought so many things, she exclaimed. Even my colleagues and leaders in the county town, including my parents who live in the city, have never bought so many New Year's goods. Your brother-in-law spends money like water. He buys whatever he sees. Tong Qian said. It's Chinese New Year, so we have to celebrate it like it's Chinese New Year. Chen Hao took down the urea bag. Let's make the fish balls today, and fry the lotus root dumplings and meatballs tomorrow. Let's have New Year's Eve dinner together the day after tomorrow. Chapter 38. Don't listen to your brother-in-law. I said I would just come over to say hello today and come back on New Year's Eve, said Tong Man. Judging from what Chen Hao said, it seemed that he wanted her to stay in the village tonight. No need to go to such trouble. You will be alone when you return to the county. Chen Hao poured out the fish. Just stay there and sleep with your sister. I still sleep in the kitchen. I have a blanket at home. It's a bit shabby, and certainly not as comfortable as the dormitory you live in the county, but the food is definitely not bad. While talking, Tong Qian went into the house and came out with a kitchen knife, an enamel basin, and an iron bucket. Bring out the chopping board as well. Chen Hao said, I'll scrape off the fish scales. Xiaoman, don't just stand there. Bring out the small wooden table in the room. The whole family got busy. It was Nini and Xiaoduo who also helped and carried the oranges into the house. Chen Hao rolled up his sleeves and began to scrape the fish scales. I'll take out the bacon first, dry it in the sun, and then boil some hot water. Tong Qian was busy going in and out. Take 3 large silver carps, scrape off the scales, remove the internal organs, scrape off the black fascia inside, wash off the blood and stains with clean water, scrape off the fish meat and chop it into meat paste. This is a strenuous job. 3 5-gene silver carp were scraped to fill an enamel basin. The fish meat was chopped into puree, and then seasonings were added and stirred constantly. It looks simple, but I was busy until the afternoon. Brother-in-law, come and have some oranges. We'll make it later. Tong Man said. She, Nini, and Xiaoduo had already finished their work and were sitting around the brazier, roasting oranges. It was cold, and the fruit was very cold. Put it on the brazier and roast it. It tastes good. You guys eat, I'll cook the fish balls. Chen Hao brought the bowl filled with meat paste and mixed fish paste to the stove in the kitchen. The fish balls must be cooked. Tong Qian is making a fire. She raised her head and looked at Chen Hao. Let me cook the fish balls. You take a rest. My husband has been busy since he came back from the market. Having a man at home who is willing to help with things does make me feel a lot more relaxed, and the New Year atmosphere is much stronger. In previous years, my home was always deserted even during the New Year. You just light the fire, I'll cook. Chen Hao said, I have to give you a sense of ceremony and cook a New Year's dinner myself. When we get married, I'll give you a small gift and you'll be my wife. Life after marriage is not easy, and my heart is always bitter. I have to provide you with some emotional value. Sense of ceremony? Emotional value? Tong Chen didn't quite understand what he said, but she understood the general meaning. It doesn't matter whether you are poor or not, as long as you have hope, it's good. The only thing to worry about is not having hope, because that's the real torture. Just boil the fish balls in water. Even though Chen Hao had been a bit of a slacker in the past, he could still do these jobs. He had washed his hands long ago, and he grabbed the fish paste and, with a little skill, squeezed it out from between his thumb and index finger. When scooped with a spoon, it becomes the shape of a meatball. Put it in the pot and cook. Brother-in-law, come and eat some oranges. Tong Man held a peeled orange in her hand and stood next to Chen Hao. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. The citrus was roasted and served warm. Tong Man fed Chen Hao half of it before leaving the kitchen. Xiaoman's attitude towards you has changed. She no longer calls you brother-in-law or feeds you. Tong Qian added a piece of firewood to the stove. Sincerity for sincerity, Chen Hao said. He looked at Tong Qian and said, "You still feed me food at night." When? How come I don't know? Tong Qian asked. After asking, she finally reacted, spat, her face turned red, and she quickly glanced outside. Tong Man was watching TV and didn't know if she heard it or not. You speak without restraint. She glared at Chen Hao. A large bowl of fish paste was all made into meatballs. I bought noodles at home and simply cooked a big pot of fishball noodles in the evening, adding 5 eggs. The new year is coming soon, and no one comes to watch TV anymore. Even if there are kids who are very greedy and want to come over to watch TV secretly, they will be pulled back by the adults. In the evening, the family sat in the house, leaning against the brazier, watching the only provincial TV station. The weather has been good these days. Tong Qian sat on a small stool. Let's take a bath tomorrow and spend the new year cleanly in the greenhouse. The cucumbers have been picked, but the greenhouse is still there and the temperature inside is much warmer than outside. If nothing else, at least there was no wind. Yes, you need to take a shower. Chen Hao nodded. He looked at Tong Man and said, "You should take a shower too. Even in the county, it might be inconvenient for you to take a shower. The rooms in the tube-shaped buildings only provide a place for accommodation. The kitchen and bathroom are in the washroom and the corridor, which is very inconvenient." I didn't bring any spare clothes, Tong Man said. She also said that she would go back today and come back on New Year's Eve, but she was kept by her sister and brother-in-law. Were your sister's clothes? Chen Hao said, "They are close-fitting clothes. Your sister also has new ones. She bought them at the market earlier and made some herself by tearing off some cloth. Besides, it's so cold, it's okay if you don't wear anything underneath, who would notice?" What nonsense! How old is Xiaoman? She's not a kid anymore. Tong Qian said, "Besides, don't you take off your coat at night?" She looked at Tong Man. "Don't listen to your brother-in-law. He's a grown man and doesn't understand these things. He must wear them. I have new ones here. They're all very clean. Find them tomorrow." At night, Chen Hao slept in the kitchen. Tong Qian, Tong Man, Nini, and Xiao Duo, the 4 of them slept next door. Nini and Xiao Duo made some noise at the beginning, but gradually they became silent and fell asleep. Sisters Tong Qian and Tong Man were whispering to each other. Women always seem to have endless topics to talk about. This is especially true when one is married and the other is not. The walls were made of yellow mud, and there was no door separating the kitchen and the bedroom. Although the 2 people spoke in low voices, some of their voices still reached Chen Hao's ears. You feed him oranges, and his eyes light up with smiles. Sister, your life is better now, and you are still young, you can consider having another baby. That's what I told him, but he always takes it outside. The 2 women's conversation became more and more private, and their voices became quieter and quieter. They must have gone into bed to talk. Finally, there was a giggling sound, which was very suppressed and contained a few screams. The 2 sisters seemed to be touching each other in the bed. The next day, the sky was still sunny. The temperature was very low, but fortunately the sun was out and there was plenty of light. After the greenhouse was exposed to the sun for a while and the temperature rose, Chen Hao lowered the straw curtains and moved a wooden basin in. Water was already boiling in the pot. They took turns taking a bath. In the afternoon, Chen Hao started frying lotus root cakes, peony root, and fish pieces. The kitchen is filled with fragrance. Is Shaba ready? I want to eat it. I want to eat lotus root dumplings. Nini and Xiao Duo looked at it eagerly, drooling with greed. Shaba is made by dicing sweet potatoes, coating them with flour, and shaping them into palm-sized round cakes, which are then fried in oil. Pork is stuffed into the lotus root cakes. These are things that we have never had during the Chinese New Year in the past. Even in the entire commune, it was considered a luxury, as only a few families could afford to eat like this. Okay, take it out and let my aunt serve it. It's still hot, so let's wait a while before eating it, Chen Hao said. The whole family was in the kitchen when suddenly a voice came from outside the house. Brother Hao, my dad, uncle, grandpa and grandma want you to come over for the New Year's Eve dinner tomorrow. Chapter 39. This is my home. The one who came to invite everyone to the New Year's Eve dinner was Chen Hao's third uncle's son, who was also his cousin, Chen Xuanfu. Xuanfu is here. We are frying lotus root cakes at home. Come and try some. Tong Qian greeted him. Chen Xuanfu was 19 years old. He has some fuzz at the corners of his mouth and looks a bit mature beyond his years. He looked at the bacon drying in front of the house and was surprised. Many. As soon as I reached the door, I could smell the aroma coming from the house's fried lotus root cakes, fried fish, and fried peony. I'm not going to eat anymore, shout Shen. Chen Xuanfu waved his hand. I came here just to tell brother how that I want you to come and have New Year's Eve dinner together tomorrow. He saw the TV in the house. I also saw a lot of things placed in the room. Citrus, eggs, beef and mutton, even more surprising. He knew the situation of his cousin's family. They were very poor and they hardly had any meat during the Chinese New Year. How come they became rich all of a sudden this year? I'm not going. I'll just have the New Year's Eve dinner at home. Chen Hao drained the oil from the fried meatballs and put them in a bowl. You didn't invite me in previous years, but you suddenly invited me to have the New Year's Eve dinner this year. Did you hear that my family is doing better, so you asked me to come over? He does not have a good relationship with these relatives. When my parents were alive, my eldest uncle and third uncle always took advantage of my family, and my grandparents were also partial to them. After my parents passed away, I was forced to move to another production team. In the past, he never invited his family to the New Year, but this year he was kind enough to let his cousin Chen Xuanfu come and invite him? Yes, I heard that you bought a TV. Chen Xuanfu was young and his thoughts are not as deep as those of his elders, so he admitted it honestly. He looked at the TV in the room and said, Brother Hao, how much did you buy this TV? You are really capable. I have never seen anyone buy a TV before. You are the first one. Tong Qian took a bowl, put some lotus root cakes, meatballs and a piece of peony in it, and handed it to Chen Xuanfu. I really don't want to eat it. Chen Xuanfu quickly declined. He said he didn't want to eat, but he swallowed hard. He also knew that his family had a bad relationship with Chen Hao's family, so he felt embarrassed to eat. Eat? Chen Hao said, I can tell who is good and who is bad, and you don't have any bad intentions. The problems between me and my third uncle, my eldest uncle, and my grandparents have nothing to do with you. It's just fried. It smells really good. If other cousins had come over, Chen Hao would definitely not have been so polite. They say the eldest is stupid, the second is smart, and the third is cunning. It's not the case in my own family. My father is the second child and the most neglected. Even I, the grandson, am not liked by my grandparents. After my parents passed away, I was bullied every other day. Then I'll have some. Chen Xuanfu took the bowl and tasted a bite of the lotus root dumplings. It's delicious. My family didn't fry lotus root dumplings during the Chinese New Year this year. This one is really delicious, so fragrant and crispy. He ate with gusto. After finishing the food in the bowl, Chen Xuanfu wiped his mouth and said, Brother Hao, I heard that Mom and Aunt discussed privately that they would invite you to have the New Year's Eve dinner, and then coax you to give the TV at home to Grandpa and Grandma. They say they are honoring their grandparents, but they actually just want to watch it themselves. He couldn't stand some of the behaviors of his family members and secretly revealed the information to Chen Hao. After chatting for a few more words, Chen Xuanfu left. Are you really not going to have the New Year's Eve dinner? Tong Qian asked. No. Chen Hao shook his head. Some relatives are actually not even as good as friends. There is no need to have more contact with them. Didn't you say that when you were spreading the blessing just now? You invited us to have the New Year's dinner because of the TV. This is the Hongmen banquet. It's New Year's Day, we should be happy. If you go there and make yourself miserable, then you must be crazy, right? After living a second life, Chen Hao has a thorough understanding of many things. As a result, when the sun was about to set, Chen Yan, the daughter of his uncle, came running over. She was older than Chen Hao and taught in the brigade primary school. A private teacher. Before he even entered the house, he shouted, Chen Hao, you are so arrogant. The elders called you to have the New Year's Eve dinner, but you didn't go. Do you have to wait for the elders to come and invite you personally before you are willing to move your butt and go to have the New Year's Eve dinner? Chen Hao and his family were bringing the bacon into the house. Seeing Chen Yan, Chen Hao frowned, where should I eat the New Year's Eve dinner? Can't I decide for myself? Don't use the same flag as me. What's the difference between an elder and an illegitimate one? When you were afraid that I would get a share of the homestead and wanted to force me to come here, why didn't you say that you were an elder? The whole family lived in one house. Later, his parents passed away. His eldest uncle and third uncle were worried about his share of the housing land, and they were always sarcastic. His grandparents didn't say a word to help him. Finally, he couldn't stand the sarcasm anymore, so he moved out. In the past few years, the two sides didn't have much contact, for fear that I would have to borrow money from them. Now that my family's conditions have improved, they immediately came to invite me to have New Year's dinner. First it was Chen Xuanfu, and now it's Chen Yan. Not only do they not want to go, they are also using moral blackmail. A crude trick. Chen Yan was surprised to see the bacon that had not been collected outside the house. She thought Chen Xuanfu was exaggerating, but she never thought it was true. Chen Hao's family really lived a lot better now. You're overthinking it. The elders in your family spoke harshly to you before because they were useless and worried that you would become bad people. They were trying to spur you on. Chen Yan said. Although she is a teacher, Chen Yan's academic qualifications are actually not high. She only has a primary school education, but she is very eloquent. So, forcing me out of the old house is also to make me self-reliant as soon as possible? Chen Hao laughed. Do you believe this? Don't try to flatter me. What happened in the past is in the past. Don't hold grudges. We are all family. There is no knot that cannot be untied. Shen Yan immediately changed the subject. She walked forward, stood at the door, and looked into the house. Took a breath of cool air. There is a TV, bacon hanging from the beams, meatballs, and oranges. The New Year's goods are very abundant. I don't even have half of these things at home. Stop wasting your time. You don't need to persuade me. Go back. I will have the New Year's Eve dinner at home. This is my home. Shen Hao said with a cold face, and drove him away. Tong Qian is my family, Nini, Xiao Duo are my family, my sister-in-law is my family, as for you, you are just strangers with blood ties. Shen Hao was not as polite to Qin Yan as he was to Chen Xuanfu. This cousin is not a good person. She says bad things about me everywhere, not only in front of the elders, but also to other people in the village. You have had an easy life now, and you have lost your humanity. Even if you have a problem with me, you should go and see your grandparents. They are the elders. Shen Yan said, You have prepared so many New Year's goods at home, can you eat them all? She wanted Chen Hao to ask her to send some food, or at least ask her to stay for a meal. After Chen Xuanfu went back, she kept saying that the lotus root dumplings were delicious, that there was a lot of meat in them, that they were very flavorful, and that the meatballs were very fragrant. She was also very greedy. During the new year, our family only got some meat from the pigs slaughtered by the production team. Fish balls, lotus root cakes, none of them. Not to mention the bacon hanging from the beams. I'm sure we can finish it. You don't have to worry about that. Chen Hao said, It's getting late. Go home early. I have to cook at home too. There was no intention of keeping Chen Yan for dinner. Chapter 40 Take this 100 yuan. I mean, well, why don't you appreciate it? Chen Yan muttered. I didn't expect Chen Hao to not give me any face at all. After becoming a teacher in the brigade primary school, who in the village was rude to you? Everyone calls her Teacher Chen or Teacher Yanzi. I personally came to invite Chen Hao to have the New Year's Eve dinner tomorrow, so Chen Hao should be so grateful that he would cry. You're kind? Chen Hao smiled. If you're really kind, and if your relatives are really kind, they should give me a share of the homestead. Others eat up families that have lost their entire families, their distant relatives, and families without male heirs, but you are the opposite. You bully your own brother's sons and squeeze out your cousins. Is this kind of kindness? In difficult times, it was normal for families with many children to have weak relationships. Survival is the first priority. And family affection has to be put at the back of the list. You are such a stubborn person, always nitpicking. I've told you all this to motivate you. Look, aren't your family's lives much better now? Chen Yan was very good at confusing right and wrong. He insisted on attributing the good life of Chen Hao's family to his own evil means. Chen Hao picked up the broom silently. Just go if you want to go. It's New Year's Day and they invite you to have a New Year's dinner, but they still chase you away with a broom. Your kindness is taken for granted. Shen Yan was scared and ran away. Chen Hao went back to the kitchen to cook dinner. Go to bed early. Tomorrow morning many people in the village will set off firecrackers, which will make a lot of noise. Chen Hao said after dinner. Are we going to get up early tomorrow to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner, or at some other time? Tong Qian asked. Most people in the village have New Year's Eve dinner, but the specific time varies from household to household. Some eat it in the morning, some at noon, and some in the evening. Let's do it at noon. It's so cold today, it will be too cold in the morning, said Chen Hao. The next day, while it was still dark, the sound of firecrackers was heard. First it was 1 or 2 places, then 4 or 5, and by dawn, Chen Hao's family also got up. Eat some chicken soup noodles first to fill your stomach, Chen Hao said. There was a clay pot in the earthen stove, with chicken soup simmering in it. The chicken is tender and crispy, the soup is golden and fragrant. Put it in the pot, add noodles, and then add salt, pepper and other seasonings. Each person has a bowl and feels warm immediately. Nini, look after your sister. Stay inside and play. Don't go out, Chen Hao arranged. Xiaoman, go light the fire. Wife, help me. The 2 little kids were playing while the 3 adults were busy. There are fried bacon with dried tofu, stir-fried beef with green peppers, stewed mutton with white radish, fried lotus root dumplings and meatballs, and fishball and cabbage soup. There are 5 dishes now, is that enough? Tong Qian counted and said. Make 1 more, making it 6 in total, which means everything will go well. Chen Hao added another dish and made a crab-like dish using a few eggs. A full table. Everyone, sit down and have the New Year's Eve dinner, Chen Hao said. He took out the rice wine and looked at Tong Man. Drink some? He knew that his sister-in-law could drink a lot, he had experienced it in his previous life. Okay. Tong Man went to the kitchen and took out 3 porcelain bowls. Chen Hao first poured a bowl for Tong Man, and then poured a bowl for Tong Qian. That's enough, it's full, you can't drink that much. Tong Qian stopped him. Although rice wine may not seem to have a high alcohol content, you will still get drunk if you drink too much. It's a happy day, it's okay to drink more. Chen Hao filled his glass again. Let me say something before we eat. Chen Hao picked up the bowl of rice wine. He looked at Tong Qian and said, Thank you for your efforts, my daughter-in-law. You have suffered a lot by marrying me, but I promise you that our family will definitely get better and better in the future. Today's New Year's Eve dinner is just the beginning. He took a big sip of rice wine. Slow down, I'm your woman, we're family, you don't have to be so polite to me, Tong Qian said with concern. This year, she became a helper while her husband took care of various things and also cooked the New Year's dinner. There is no other family like this in the village. She knew that this was her man's way of expressing his apology to her. I was foolish before, and my thinking was distorted. I cared about my reputation and pretended to be generous to outsiders, but I acted bossy to those who cared about me. Chen Hao said, I have to correct this problem. The biggest problem of people is that they are kind to outsiders but lose their temper with people close to them. Then, Chen Hao raised the remaining half bowl of rice wine and looked at Tong Man. Sister-in-law, I am not a human being. I have neglected my family for these few years. It's all thanks to you. Thank you for your care and helping my family get through these difficult times. After saying this, he drank the remaining half bowl of rice wine. A prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. Brother-in-law, you are very capable, and your life will definitely get better and better in the future. Tong Man said, just take this New Year's Eve dinner as an example. Not many families in the village, even in the city, can compare to this. Chen Hao really seemed like a different person. Her perception of Chen Hao has changed greatly. Not only does he take care of his family, but he also admits his mistakes openly. It's rare to find a man like him. I used to look down on my brother-in-law, but now it seems that no man can be as bold as my brother-in-law. It was a very enjoyable New Year's Eve dinner and the 3 of them drank a lot of rice wine. After a simple wash, I went to bed. The next few days were for New Year's greetings. Tong Man returned to the county on the 2nd day of the new year. She had some connections in the county and needed to visit them. Chen Hao sent her to the village entrance. Here's 100 yuan, take it. Chen Hao took out 10 big unity banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Tong Man. No need, I have money on me and I also have a salary. Tong Man waved her hand quickly. Your money is yours, but this 100 yuan is a gift from your sister and me. Chen Hao said, girl, you should have more money in your hands. Don't be like your sister, who was taken away by me with just a few words. I will go to the county to develop and open a restaurant. Bring your colleagues and leaders from school to patronize us more often. After saying that, Chen Hao stuffed 100 yuan into Tong Man's hand. Money is a person's courage, a father is a son's authority, and a noble person's help is worth 10 years of hard work. Chen Hao said, Your salary is enough for survival, but it is not enough for progress. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Your sister and I are both your relatives. There's no need to be so formal. Tong Man held the 100 yuan bill in his pocket, feeling the warmth on it, and felt warm in his heart. A warm current surged out. After Tong Man walked away and her figure disappeared, Chen Hao also returned home. Do you want to go back to your mother's home? Chen Hao asked Tong Qian. After so many years of marriage, Tong Qian can only count the number of times she has returned to her parents' home on one hand, and that was only in the first few years. She has hardly been back since then. Forget it. The weather is so cold and the kids are still young. If I go back, I won't even have a place to live. Tong Qian shook her head. If I go back, I'll be despised. My mother's family has a 40 square meter house where my parents, brother, sister-in-law and their families live. Then let's wait until the weather gets warmer and then find time to go back. Chen Hao said. If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it is like walking in fine clothes at night. People live by their face, trees live by their bark. When life gets better, you must go back to slap your face. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the New Year was basically over. On this day, Chen Ziqiang found Chen Hao and said, Election of team committee members, go to the rice field. I will notify the others. Chapter 41. Okay, let us start voting. After notifying Chen Hao, Chen Ziqiang went door to door, calling people to the rice field for a meeting. Campaign Team Committee. Do you really want to run for Team Committee? Tong Qian came out. With the identity of a team committee member, many things will be easier to do. Chen Hao said, even though greenhouse planting was very profitable before the new year, and cucumbers were sold at meat prices, it was a surprise victory. This thing is not kept secret. All the villagers have seen with their own eyes how my family's life has improved, so they will definitely follow suit and build greenhouses. With a large volume, it will definitely be difficult to sell pork at a good price. We have to go to the county and city to do business and earn money from non-agricultural residents. How much money do farmers make? If you want to make money from farmers, you can only make money from agricultural production materials such as seeds, fertilizers, agricultural machinery, etc., but these are almost all monopolized. The agricultural population accounts for 80% of the total population, but their consumption capacity is only 20%, while the urban population accounts for 20%, but their consumption capacity reaches 80%. A pound of cabbage sells for 2 cents at the market, and the villagers have to bargain for it. But a few cabbage leaves can be sold for 5 cents a portion in a restaurant. If you add enough seasoning, city folks will even praise its taste, said Chen Hao. Chen Hao and his family went to the rice field. Other villagers also went to the rice field in groups of 3 or 4. Soon, many villagers gathered at the rice field. The weather was very cold, and many people brought out braziers. We must focus on revolution and promote production. The new year has passed and the weather is still cold, but we cannot slacken our production. Chen Ziqiang said this in his opening remarks, which have not changed in several years. We need a leader to lead everything we do, so that we can work together effectively. While the weather is good today, let's elect a team committee for our production team. No matter if you are a former team leader or a villager, you can run for election. This process has been done before and the villagers are very familiar with it. Next, Chen Ziqiang and other old team committee members made some speeches and let the villagers vote. Almost no villagers came out to compete, except for Wang Hongmei, who had been kicked out earlier. Everyone else still retained their original positions. The Chinese people's political participation is not high. Most of them just want to live a good life. If they have enough food to eat, warm clothes to wear, a place to live, and a wife to hug them, they will be satisfied. Thank you all comrades for your support to me and other team committee members. Chen Ziqiang was very happy. He glanced at Chen Hao, and then continued, this year, our production team has decided to add a deputy team leader, a secondary team leader, to help the production team increase its cash income. Comrade Chen Hao wants to run for the vice-captain position. If you agree, you can raise your hands and vote. In Chen Ziqiang's mind, the candidate for the sideline captain must be Chen Hao. Chen Hao is not only knowledgeable but also very capable, which he highly recognizes. Captain, your words are too biased. There is nothing wrong with adding a deputy captain, but why do you choose Chen Hao? Can't others run for the election? Wang Hongmei stood up. I also want to run for sideline captain. As soon as she said this, the other villagers burst into laughter. You can't even do your job as a timekeeper, How can you be a team leader? The deputy team leader is to help the production team make money and distribute dividends at the end of the year. Work points are more valuable. You have to have skills. What skills do you have? Don't lose that guy. One by one, the villagers expressed their opinions on Wang Hongmei's candidacy for the sideline team leader. Don't underestimate people. What's so difficult about having a side job? Isn't it just building a greenhouse and growing some fruits and vegetables? When they are not available on the market, you can sell them outside. I can do this too, said Wang Hongmei. She thought it was simple. I also want to run for vice captain. Chen Dagong also stood up. Afraid that the villagers would mock him as they had just mocked Wang Hongmei, he immediately added, everyone knows what kind of person I am. I am hardworking and down to earth. Every year when the work points are calculated, I always rank at the top. If I were to be the captain of this sideline team, I guarantee that by the time the dividends are distributed at the end of the year, each work point will be increased to 6 cents. The original work points were basically 5 cents each, and a strong laborer could earn about 3,000 work points a year. According to Chen Dagong, a strong laborer could earn 30 yuan more in a year. 2 strong laborers can bring in an extra 60 yuan, which can make life much better for the family. Chen Hao glanced at Chen Dagong. This guy was obviously more capable than Wang Hongmei and knew how to use benefits to convince the villagers. If I am the captain of the sideline team, when dividends are distributed at the end of this year, each work point will be conservatively estimated to be 0.1 cent, said Chen Hao. Money can move people's hearts. His campaign style is the same as Chen Dagong's. The villagers changed their views of him only after they saw that his family's conditions had improved. If you want the villagers to vote for you, you must talk about benefits. The promised work point value doubled from 5 cents to 10 cents, which was 4 cents higher than what Chen Dagong promised. All the villagers looked at Chen Hao. Even Chen Ziqiang and Chen Dagong looked at Chen Hao in surprise. Don't say that casually. 1 work point is worth 10 cents. That's too scary. Chen Ziqiang advised softly, if we can't pay it out by then, the villagers will definitely have complaints. It's just that work points are not that valuable. 1 work point is 6 cents, 7 cents, most villagers still support you, I support you too. He was scared. The work point value Chen Hao proposed is too high. What if it is not achieved by the end of the year? Although it was Chen Hao who said it, he, as the captain, would definitely be implicated and would be cursed by the villagers. You're just talking big. 1 work point is 10 cents. If it really has such a high value, the team will definitely praise you. You will be given a big red flower and allowed to visit various production teams. Chen Dagong didn't believe it. In the entire brigade, no production team had work points so valuable, which could reach as low as 10 cents. Even for those production teams with many side businesses, their work points were not that valuable. For production teams with good performance, the brigade will give rewards and give big red flowers to the main production team leaders. Just like in ancient times when the top scholar was chosen, he would be paraded through the streets. As grand as you want. Every word I say is a promise. If I say so, I must be sure of it. Chen Hao was very confident. If you open a restaurant in the county and the production team provides you with fruits, vegetables, rice and flour, and then put up a sign saying that you don't need a ticket to eat in, your business will surely be booming. This is the advantage of doing business under the name of a production team. A well-known business of this kind is the chicken feathers for sugar business in Yiwu. Some clever people said that chicken feathers were good for agricultural production, and asked the production team to issue a certificate. These people then went from street to street exchanging chicken feathers, doing barter business, and also selling some small commodities. This business may seem unprofitable due to its almost monopoly nature, but in reality, people are making huge fortunes in silence. Wenzhou businessmen, Yiwu businessmen, Kaohsiung businessmen, etc., these regional business groups, actually started to do underground business secretly in the 1960s and 1970s and accumulated huge capital. After the reform and opening up in the 1980s and 1990s, it achieved further development with the previous capital. Okay, let's start voting. Chen Ziqiang said. Chapter 42, Do It Once, and Never Do It Again? Let's start with Wang Hongmei. Chen Ziqiang looked around and said, those who agree that Wang Hongmei should be the captain of the secondary team, please raise your hands. No one raised their hand. Even her husband is impotent. Why didn't anyone raise their hands? Wang Hongmei was very angry. Didn't we agree on this in private? Choose me as the captain of the sideline team. I will assign you easy tasks when you work in the future. Why have they all changed now? No one is raising their hands? She greeted many villagers privately, and many of them agreed, but at this moment no one agreed with her being the sideline team leader. Don't you know why he agreed to your request? A villager laughed and said, "It's so cold, and I left the 2 buttons of my collar unbuttoned on purpose." That's right, they spread rumors everywhere and said bad things about Chen Hao. Do you really think we can't tell good from bad? A young wife shouted. She is flirtatious to men and gossips to women. Normally, this trick works, but now, faced with the promise of real money, no one voted for her. Wang Hongmei blushed. She took out her anger on her man. Are you still my man? If others don't vote for me, why won't you vote for me? Don't I know what you are capable of? If you really become the captain of the secondary team, there will be no benefits at all, and you will have to ride on my head. Her husband Chen Mingkai said sullenly. You didn't remember what I said, but you remembered Chen Hao's words clearly. Wang Hongmei scolded. He said that if I became a team committee member, you would lose your family status, and you wouldn't even vote for me. If you listen to him so much, why don't you go live with him? Not a single one voted for me, how embarrassing. Next is Chen Dagong. Please raise your hands if you agree that he should be the captain of the secondary team. Chen Ziqiang shouted again. This time 3 or 2 people raised their hands. Chen Dagong remained silent. The last one is Chen Hao. Chen Ziqiang glanced at Chen Hao and said to the villagers, Chen Hao is a good comrade. He donated the bicycle for the team committee. I am in favor of him being the sideline captain. If anyone agrees, please raise your hands. The emotion of the person introducing Chen Hao was obviously stronger, and he raised his hand first. Tong Qian, Chen Xiaoting, Chen Dongsheng, Chen Wei, and others who were close to Chen Hao all raised their hands, even Nini and Xiaoduo. I voted for Dad. My dad is the best dad. I eat a lot of meat. The 2 kids jumped around, afraid that others wouldn't see them. Other villagers also raised their hands, including the deputy captain of the agricultural team, who had targeted Chen Hao many times before. This time he also raised his hand. Wang Hongmei's man Chen Mingkai also raised his hand. Only Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong did not raise their hands. The result is obvious. Chen Hao was elected as the sideline team leader of our production team. Chen Ziqiang announced. He looked at Chen Hao. Would you like to say a few words? Okay, then I'll say a few words. Chen Hao nodded. Many team leaders stumbled when they spoke. They were farmers themselves, so they had no problem talking to people, but they got nervous when asked to speak like leaders. Chen Hao didn't have this psychological burden. He said directly, I rented the private plot of land from Chen Xiaoting and Chen Tianfu. The contract was originally signed for 1 year. From today on, the contract is invalid. I won't tear down the greenhouse on my private plot, and I won't ask you for money. I'll give it to you. You don't have to return the money I gave you before. We are even now. The villagers have already recognized that greenhouses can make money. Chen Xiaoting would not ask me to tear up the contract, but I couldn't guarantee that Chen Tianfu would. In addition, the focus of making money has to shift to the restaurant, and the 4 mu of rented private land is useless. It is better to take this opportunity to cancel the contract. Win people's hearts. Establish a character. How can that be possible? We've already signed and put our fingerprints on it. The materials for the greenhouse will cost a lot of money. Chen Xiaoting couldn't bear to take advantage of Chen Hao. She has rubbed against Chen Hao many times. Chen Hao hasn't touched her yet. She was too embarrassed to do such a thing of taking advantage of others. After signing the contract, it should indeed be executed according to the contract. However, I am now the secondary team leader of the production team. I should also consider the interests of the entire production team and the interests of the team members. Chen Hao continued to raise his own personal image. Seriously and majestically, it's settled. I've said it before, Chen Hao will definitely have a bright future. See, it turns out to be true. What a good heart. The new year is over, but the weather is still very cold. Can we now plant greenhouse crops in our own private plots? Some villagers couldn't help but propose to build greenhouses on their own private plots. Afraid that the speed of making money will be slow. We must build a greenhouse, but how to do it needs to be discussed with the team committee and the captain's final decision, said Chen Hao. He did not encroach on Chen Ziqiang's power. Chen Hao took out a cigarette and lit it. To do a sideline business, it's not just about greenhouse planting or managing private plots. It can be something else. I plan to open a restaurant in the county, but the production team doesn't have enough money, so I have to pay part of it myself. It will be considered a public-private joint venture restaurant established by the production team. Who is willing to pay and open a restaurant in the county together? Chen Hao had money on hand, so he could open a simple small restaurant with all the funds provided by himself, which was not a problem at all. However, if he really wanted to run the business entirely himself, more villagers would definitely get involved. This is something he doesn't want to see. Giving 20% of the profits to the production team was to get a certificate that opening a restaurant was beneficial to agricultural production so that they could do business openly. It was considered protection money. If other villagers wanted a share, they had to give something. Use funds as a threshold to make villagers withdraw voluntarily. Why would you open a restaurant for no reason? Is this also a side job? Other production teams have side businesses, such as growing fruit trees, raising fish, or raising silkworms. We have greenhouse planting, so we just focus on it. If you pay the money and there is a loss, how do you calculate it? Is it yours or the team's? Most villagers instinctively don't believe in something that has never been done before and dare not participate. The production team has no money, so we have to pay for it ourselves. If there is a loss, it will be our responsibility. Chen Hao said, we have to build a greenhouse, but we also have to do the restaurant business. Opening a restaurant is also to better digest the fruits and vegetables in the greenhouse, which is beneficial to agricultural production. Seeing that most of the villagers opposed it, especially Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong, Chen Hao was very happy. You just became the captain of the sideline team, and you're already thinking about asking everyone to pay for it. Chen Hao, you're such a piece of shit. Wang Hongmei scolded, only a fool would invest his own money to open a restaurant. I won't invest any money anyway, and I advise everyone not to listen to him. Your greenhouse is indeed effective, but you only tried it once and then gave up and started somewhere else. You're hammering here and there, isn't that a mess? Chen Dagong said. In fact, not only Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong, but most of the other villagers are also pessimistic about opening a restaurant. That's cognition. When you see others doing something to make money, you just do it. If you haven't done it before or seen it before, you don't dare to do it. Similar to business operations, many companies only dare to follow the trend but lack the ability to innovate and explore. Brother Hao, I'm willing to do it with you. I am willing to pay, so if I lose, I lose. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei both stood up. They had seen Chen Hao's abilities. They had followed Chen Hao to sell cucumbers before and earned 10 yuan each time. They had some money on hand and were willing to take risks. Chapter 43. Enter the house and talk. I'll do it with you first. Chen Xiaoting also stood up and supported Chen Hao. It's not that I'm optimistic about the restaurant business, I just simply want to support Chen Hao. As the saying goes, one gives a favor and another receives a favor. Chen Hao often takes care of her family, and she knows that. Chen Hao supports her, and she also wants to support Chen Hao. You're only 18, what are you doing? Chen Hao waved his hand. Besides, you're still working as a timekeeper, so keep track of your work points and read more books in your free time. Your way out is not in business, your way out is in books. It's 1976 now, and the college entrance examination should be resumed at the end of next year. I'm reading a book, said Chen Xiaoting. She was actually very suspicious in her heart. Chen Hao had always asked her to read more books and also said that the college entrance examination might be resumed. The college entrance examination has been suspended for many years and has been changed to recommend workers, peasants and soldiers to go to university. Can it really be restored? The speech is over. The villagers dispersed. Chen Ziqian stopped Chen Hao and said, "Don't leave yet. Let's go to the production team office to hold a meeting to discuss the issue of greenhouse cultivation. When the weather gets warmer, we will get busy with agricultural planting. The main change this year is the greenhouse." In addition to Chen Hao, several other key team committee members were also called to the production team office by Chen Ziqian. This is a blue brick house. It is only more than 10 square meters, and there is a slogan printed on the wall at the entrance: learn from Dazai in agriculture and learn from Daqing in industry. There was a broken table and a few old, weak and sick chairs in the room. Some of the legs were sprained or only half of the seat was left. Chen Ziqiang, Chen Hao, the agricultural team leader, the production team's accountant, and several other important team committee members all entered the house. Are you really planning to open a restaurant in the county? Chen Ziqian looked at Chen Hao and asked. If we want to get a bonus of 0.1 cent per work point at the end of the year, we have to open a restaurant in the county. Chen Hao nodded. This will not only improve the team members' living standards, but also increase their cash income. At the same time, it will also allow urban residents to feel the benefits of improved agricultural planting technology, enrich their dining tables, and allow urban residents across the country to feel the benefits of improved agriculture. It was still the same set of words he had used before when facing the villagers. What about the greenhouse? Who will be in charge of this? The agricultural team leader looked at Chen Hao. You are going to open a restaurant in the county as a sideline business. Your mind should be on the restaurant. Greenhouse cultivation is a very important matter, and someone must be keeping an eye on it. The agricultural team leader, the sideline team leader, including the mulberry silk team leader of some production teams, are all deputy team leaders, who are responsible for a certain aspect of the production team. That's right. Chen Hao nodded. You still have to take care of the greenhouse planting. After all, you are the captain of the agricultural team and are good at agricultural technology. I am responsible for the county restaurants. If there is a loss, I will pay for it. If there is a profit, 20% of the profit will be distributed as a dividend to the production team. Chen Hao doesn't care too much about greenhouse cultivation because it takes too much energy, and most of the time the input and output are not proportional. The captain of the agricultural team is called Chen Hongxing. He is 50 years old. Although he targeted him several times, it was actually because of jealousy and he was worried that the level of the agricultural team leader would be questioned. Villagers of this age are very confident and proud of the areas in which they are good. But Chen Hao had no intention of engaging in agriculture at all. I am in charge of greenhouse cultivation? Chen Hongxing was very surprised. He did not expect Chen Hao to give up this power so easily. But it was you who came up with the idea of greenhouse cultivation, and you are the captain of the sideline team. Isn't this inappropriate? Isn't Chen Hao too easy to talk to? It's very suitable. Are you worried that you can't manage it well? Chen Hao said. People like Chen Hongxing are easy to deal with. They can be easily controlled by simple provocation and appropriate flattery. That's a good management. I have spent most of my life working in the land. Greenhouse farming is actually just about controlling the temperature. It's not difficult. Chen Hongxing said immediately. Next, several people discussed the types of fruits and vegetables to be planted, the scale, the purchase of greenhouse materials and other issues. As for the restaurant, no one asked at all. Anyway, the production team doesn't pay, so Chen Hao can do whatever he wants. It won't have much impact on the production team. More than an hour later, Chen Hao returned home. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei were both waiting for him. Come in and talk. Chen Hao greeted the two. The room calmed down. Light a fire and warm yourself up. Tong Qian handed over a brazier. She looked at Chen Hao. I just asked them to come in and sit down, but they insisted on waiting for you outside. The two of them are avoiding suspicion. Chen Hao didn't come back and Tong Qian was alone at home, so the two of them took the initiative to wait outside. Only those who are sensible and have a sense of propriety are worthy of help and cooperation. You two are my own people, and I can trust you, so I'll just tell you the truth. Chen Hao got straight to the point. Opening a restaurant in the county sounds good, but it's a public-private partnership, but it's actually an individual business. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei's breathing became heavier. Individual business is a capitalist tale and will be criticized. Don't worry, I've already told the team leader that 20% of the profits will go to the production team, Chen Hao said. Since the profits will go to the production team, I'll definitely ask the team to issue a certificate. So on the surface, opening a restaurant in the county is a cooperative economy, a public-private partnership, and it is helping agricultural production. He stared at the two of them. Even if you two followed others and spread what I just said, I would not admit it. I can only emphasize that the purpose of opening a restaurant is to enrich the dining tables of city residents and to help the production team's agricultural production. Without any recording or video equipment, you can be a little more straightforward. There are certain risks, but they are within a controllable range. The important thing is to let Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei know who this business is for, so that they will be more attentive in the future. Only when you work for yourself will you try your best. Brother Hao, I definitely won't tell anyone. Last time you asked me not to tell you how much the greenhouse cucumbers were sold for, and I didn't even tell my wife. Chen Dongsheng immediately expressed his opinion. I will say whatever you tell me to say, and I will definitely not say anything you don't tell me to say. Chen Wei also expressed his opinion. They are not stupid. You two each contribute 300, and each owns 10% of the restaurant's shares. Chen Hao said, the dividends will also be distributed according to this ratio. 300 yuan. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei were startled. They thought they would have to pay a few $dozen at most, 100 at most, but they didn't expect it to be 300, which was a bit too much for them to bear. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Hao continued, to the outside world, just say that you pay 300 yuan, but internally, you don't have to pay this money. I paid for all the expenses of opening the restaurant by myself. He owns 60%, Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei each own 10%, and the production team owns 20%. When signing the agreement, Chen Hao will emphasize that the production team's 20% is the right to dividends, not equity. In other words, they control 80% of the right to speak. We didn't contribute anything, but we only get 10%. This is not good. It's not fair to you, Hao. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei felt that they had gotten a great deal. How can you say that nothing has been done? No labor force has been provided? Chen Hao said, if you two have no objection, you can prepare in the next few days. When the weather gets milder, you can go to the county to open the restaurant. It would take 2 years for the spring breeze of reform to blow, but in the spring of 1976, Chen Hao breathed into their ears. Chapter 44 I will miss you. If I go to the county to open a restaurant and do business, the family will be left with one less strong laborer. Many things need to be prepared in advance. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei returned home. We need to take out some of the money at home to open the restaurant. After the two left, Chen Hao said to Tong Qian, tell me when you need it and I'll take it out for you. Tong Qian said. She sat down next to Chen Hao, warming her hands on the brazier. Should I go over and help? You don't have to go with them. You still have to take care of the two kids. Chen Hao shook his head. As for work points, don't worry too much. Don't do heavy work. Do some easy work. Put aside the work that can be done at home, and do it when I come back. I was afraid that my wife would be tired. Didn't you tell me that at the end of the year, one work point will be worth 10 cents? If you work harder, you will get more work points and more money. Tong Qian said. Don't worry, I won't get tired. I persisted when you didn't care about anything before. Now that life is so good at home and we don't have to worry about food and clothing, why can't I do it? She is a woman, but she can truly hold up half the sky. Are you stupid? Other villagers don't have any means to make a living, and they don't have enough courage. They only dare to do visible business and are satisfied with 10 cents for one work point. My family's situation is different. We don't need to rely on work points to make money. Chen Hao said. He grabbed Tong Qian's hand and held it in his own. The restaurant business will definitely be successful. Don't be so sad. Relax a little. You don't have to rush to earn work points. Restaurants in the county require tickets for rice and dishes, but the restaurant he opened in the name of the production team does not require tickets. His competitiveness is like taking sildenafil, super powerful. I'm not worried about that. It's because you went to the county. The two kids will definitely miss you. Tong Qian hesitated. I will miss you too. Her face turned red. What did you say? Chen Hao was shocked. I said the baby will miss you. Tong Qian said. She lowered her head. The last few words. Chen Hao was dissatisfied. He glanced outside the house and saw that the two kids were having fun with other friends in the village and had not returned yet. I will miss you. Tong Qian's voice was as soft as a mosquito, very small and very shy. Chen Haoding stood up and closed the door. I will miss you was heard over and over again in the room, even more shy than before. 3 days later, the weather cleared up and Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei left the village and walked to the county. Brother Hao, we don't have to look for a special place. Just look at where other restaurants are opening stores. We can just follow and watch from the side. It should be right? Chen Dongxing suggested, stamping his feet. Although the sky has cleared up, the temperature is actually still quite low. I didn't feel cold when I was on the road, but now that I'm in the county and walking around, I'm not walking in such a hurry, and I feel cold instead. The three people wandered around the county for more than an hour. Choose a location for your restaurant. The location of a store is very important. You can't just pick it randomly. Chen Hao took out a cigarette and handed one to each of them. In addition to looking at the customer flow, you also have to consider other things. We don't choose the same way as other restaurants. We choose the same way. The best place is at the cross street, where two streets meet. Gold corners, silver edges, and garbage waste, opening small stores in big cities, opening big stores in small cities, and so on. Many people have summarized their experience on the tips for opening a store. These are all based on experience, some are useful and some are not. Chen Hao pointed to the crossroads ahead and said, "The restaurant is right there. This is the center of the county town, surrounded by residential buildings, with a large flow of people. That place is also the golden corner, and the space in front of the door is also open, which is suitable for opening a restaurant." The place he was pointing to was the intersection of Nanpu Road and Wenqing Road in the county town. There were a few shops, but they were closed. Due to severe restrictions, industry and commerce were not developed. Under the public-private partnership, most shops were nationalized, and the same was true for real estate. There are few shops opening but many stores, which has resulted in many stores being closed. That place is indeed good, but the door is closed. How can we rent it? There is not even anyone to ask about it. Chen Wei said. Find a shop nearby and ask around? Chen Dongsheng said. The two men were no longer afraid of coming to the county, and were not as nervous about doing business as they had been at the beginning, but they were still confused and did not understand many things. Can't find the hole. We really need to ask someone. Chen Hao's eyes fell on a person in the distance, but we shouldn't ask the staff of other stores. Let's go over and ask the security guard. The police station is short of police force, and the demand for public security is relatively large. Major units will send some personnel to help patrol and maintain public order. Wages and personnel matters are under the jurisdiction of the original unit, while business matters are under the guidance of the police station. This is the security guard. It's a bit similar to the auxiliary police decades later. Wearing a red armband with the word Security Joint Defense Officer written on it, Chen Hao took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to the other party. Hello, comrade. The three of us are members of Huashan Commune. We want to ask you something. Smoking is harmful to your health, but it is a great way to build relationships. It is convenient, you can use it by putting it in your pocket, and the price is not expensive. What's the matter? Zhang Yongke touched the cigarette, a little surprised. Chen Hao and his companions said they were from the commune, but they were dressed very cleanly without any patches on their clothes. The cigarettes they handed to him were Swimming brand. This cigarette costs 30 cents a pack, and he usually can't bear to smoke it. Do you know which system those stores over there belong to? Chen Hao asked, pointing to the addresses he liked. The security guards are employees of large units and are usually responsible for patrolling the county and maintaining public order. They must know more about the situation in shops than ordinary residents. The key is that maybe you can even act as a middleman. Why are you asking this? Zhang Yongke didn't answer the question, but stared at Chen Hao. It's so cold, and the new year is over. You are from the commune, you should be busy with agricultural production. Why are you coming to the county? The restrictions on population mobility are severe, not only between provinces and cities, but even people with agricultural household registration often face difficulties when they go to the city. Fortunately, a cigarette worked. Although Zhang Yongke was asking questions, he had no intention of driving them away. In order to help agricultural production and to enrich the diet of city residents, the team committee of our production team, after sufficient analysis and careful research, decided to overcome all difficulties and open a restaurant in the county. Chen Hao said. He took out the documents from his pocket. It has the team committee's signature, handprint, and the production team's official seal. The supporting materials are comprehensive. So, you were inquiring about those shops in order to rent them and open a restaurant? Zhang Yongke's tone softened a lot. Yes. Chen Hao nodded. You have found the right person. Those shops belong to the County Catering Service Company. Zhang Yongke said with a smile, I work for the County Catering Service Company. But it's not easy to open a restaurant. The County Catering Service Company and the Supply and Marketing Cooperative have opened restaurants, but their business is not very good. I'm not looking down on you. You guys are all from the village. Farming is no problem, but doing business will most likely result in a loss, let alone a restaurant business, which will make even less money. Chapter 45, Take the dark road, cultivate the thin field, and enter the narrow gate. Zhang Yongke himself is an employee of the County Catering Service Company, but he is not optimistic about the catering business and thinks he cannot make much money. This is the opinion given by professionals. Chen Dongxing and Shan Wei both looked a little panicked. The two of them were originally somewhat confident, but when they heard Zhang Yongke's pessimistic words, they felt very nervous. However, although he was very nervous, he said nothing and just kept looking at Chen Hao. Chen Hao is in charge of everything. How can a production team open a restaurant just to think about making money? Making money is something that only self-employed individuals and private economies do. It's the tale of capitalism. I am firmly opposed to it. Chen Hao shouted slogans loudly. He looked at Zhang Yongke and said, "Our production team opened a restaurant to help agricultural production and to allow the city residents to enjoy the benefits of agricultural production. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not, what matters is service and dedication." These words sound very high-sounding. Even Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei, who had already been informed by Chen Hao, became suspicious after hearing what Chen Hao said. Is opening a restaurant really about dedication? Are you really planning to rent a shop to open a restaurant? If you really have this plan and are not afraid of losses, then I can help you find some. These shops are empty anyway. Zhang Yongke said. He was willing to help and act as a middleman. Comrade, if you are willing to help me, I would be very grateful. Chen Hao said. With an intermediary, things can go more smoothly. After agreeing to meet at this place again in 2 days, Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei started to return. On the way, Chen Dongsheng asked the question in his mind, "Brother Hao, that comrade, he is from the catering service company, he is not optimistic about opening a restaurant, is this business really bad? The restaurant business in the county seems to be really bad. There are only a few people and not many customers." Chen Wei was also very worried. The two were influenced by what Zhang Yongke said. After all, opening a restaurant is different from selling cucumbers in the county. One is a street stall business, and the other is a restaurant business. The risks are different. Do you two know what people without background and resources need to pay attention to in order to get things done? Chen Hao asked. Be diligent and hardworking, and keep your word. You need to understand the ways of the world and be tactful in dealing with people. Chen Dongsheng and Shan Wei both expressed their opinions. Chen Hao shook his head. If you don't have a background or resources, you have to take the dark path, cultivate thin fields, and enter narrow gates if you want to accomplish something. The three of them talked as they walked. Chen Dongsheng and Shan Wei didn't quite understand what Chen Hao said. To put it simply, people without background or resources have to be brave enough to do things that others are unwilling to do and think have very little chance of success, Chen Hao explained. How can those easy things be taken by people without resources and background? They have already been taken away. You have to learn how to make money by taking the side roads, walking the roads that others dare not walk, and entering the doors that others think are narrow. Originally there were no roads in the world. When more people walked on it, it became a road. While the three of them were chatting, they returned to the village. Chen Dongsheng and Shan Wei went home, and Chen Hao also went home. In 2 days, the bacon at home will be ready. I will take 3 pieces to the county. Chen Hao said. Tong Qian was at home and her 2 daughters were playing. Are you planning to give it to Xiaoman and ask her to deliver it to the leader? Tong Qian asked. It's not for her. She hasn't started cooking. Besides, she gave glutinous rice cakes and pig heads to her leaders during the Chinese New Year. It's not good to give too many gifts. Chen Hao shook his head. The dock has been visited, respect has been given, the leader has received something, and something has to be done, just like a husband and wife relationship, it has to be a back and forth relationship. How can it work if only one side is enthusiastic and the other side is not moving at all? Employees must be aware of this, and leaders must also be aware of this. If you want to follow someone, follow Chen Duhuan. If you want to recruit someone, recruit Li Myung-bak. If you want to make friends with Moon Jae-in. If you want to marry someone, marry Yoon Suk-yeol. Reciprocity, this is the basic rule. Good words become so disgusting when they come out of your mouth. Tong Qian rolled her eyes at her man. What are you thinking about all day long? It's all filthy. Chen Hao was going to give these 3 pieces of bacon to Zhang Yongke. This is basic social etiquette. Even if others don't mention it, you have to understand it. There is no reason to ask others for help for free. I stayed in the village for 2 days. I tidied up the pig pen, expanded the chicken coop, and pulled out all the cucumber vines in the private plot. I hung them on the edge of the field to dry, and then burned them as firewood. On the day agreed with Zhang Yongke, Chen Hao, carrying 3 strips of bacon, went to the county again with Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei. Go directly to the intersection of Nanpu Road and Wenqing Road. After waiting for more than half an hour, Zhang Yongke arrived. This time, Zhang Yongke did not wear the security guard armband. I told the leader in charge of the store about this, and he said there's no problem. Zhang Yongke said, if you thought it through, you can sign the agreement today. Many agreements are in the form of agreements, most of which are handwritten. Although they are not as detailed as formal contracts, they are sufficient. Thank you so much. You have helped the production team a lot. Chen Hao said gratefully, there is nothing good in the village. This is the bacon that my family pickled. It's a little token of my appreciation. He handed the bacon in his hand to Zhang Yongke. When he walked over, Zhang Yongke saw the bacon in Chen Hao's hand. The color is very beautiful. It has been dried and you can see a lot of seasonings on it. If it is cut into slices and fried with garlic sprouts, the taste will be so good. Even in the city, it is difficult to get such good bacon. Even if there was, I would definitely keep it for myself. How can I feel embarrassed? It's obvious that a lot of thought went into making this bacon. Zhang Yongke was very greedy, but he was still being polite. It's my duty. If it weren't for you, we would still be like headless flies, wandering around the county without knowing who to look for. Chen Hao handed all 3 strips of bacon to Zhang Yongke. Sign an agreement with the county catering service company. Do I need to prepare anything else? Are there any things I need to pay attention to? I'd like to trouble Director Zhang to remind me. What Chen Hao meant was actually asking whether he should send something to the leader in charge of signing. The last time they met, they introduced each other's names, but Chen Hao didn't know each other's specific positions, so he just called him Director Zhang. Even if it was wrong, it didn't matter much. Just like decades later, calling everyone beautiful or handsome is never wrong, but calling someone auntie or big sister, thinking it is polite, may actually stir up a hornet's nest. How can I be the director? If I were the director, I wouldn't be a security guard. I should be sitting in the office. Zhang Yongke said with a smile, just call me by my name, don't call me director. As for the other things, they are not needed. I will give one of the 3 strips of bacon to the director of the Housing Assets Department of the Catering Service Company. You opened a restaurant to allow the city's people to enjoy the benefits of agricultural production. You are making a contribution. We will certainly accommodate where we can. I will help you speak up, too. Chen Hao had an idea in mind. These 3 pieces of bacon seem to be very much loved by Zhang Yongke and are hard currency. Another point is that Zhang Yongke is not that greedy. He is a good friend and we can have further contact in the future. Come on, I'll take you to have a look at these shops first. I've brought the keys. Zhang Yongke said. He simply opened the doors of several shops. At the intersection of 2 streets, the shop in the middle is the largest. The room facing the door is more than 50 square meters, and there are 2 small rooms at the back, each more than 10 square meters. The big room is used as the restaurant's dining room, and there are 2 small rooms, one is used as the kitchen and the other is used for sleeping. Very suitable. Let's choose this shop, it's very suitable. Chen Hao was very satisfied. Okay, come on, I'll take you to the catering service company to sign the agreement. Zhang Yongke said. Chapter 46. You think it's okay to ruin it. The County Catering Service Company is a subordinate unit of the commercial system, with good welfare benefits and allocated housing. Zhang Yongke went back home first, and when he came out, only one of the 3 pieces of bacon was left. Then he accompanied Chen Hao and the other 2 to find the relevant person in charge. The agreement was signed on the spot. The lease term is 3 years and the rent is 10 yuan per month. There are 3 houses, 1 big and 2 small, with a total area of nearly 90 square meters. The monthly rent is 10 yuan. Not only that, it is also stipulated that the rent will be adjusted once a year. After leaving the County Catering Service Company, Chen Hao was holding the agreement in his hand and looking at the rent and other terms on it. He was very excited. Too cheap. If running a restaurant doesn't make money, you can try other businesses, such as selling agricultural products or handicrafts. There's no problem with that. Zhang Yongke also followed out. Seeing Chen Hao holding the agreement with his head down and not saying anything, he thought Chen Hao was not very satisfied with the agreement. This rent is actually not expensive. Other systems also charge the same price for renting a store from a county catering service company. This is an internal price. He took 2 strips of bacon, determined to make Chen Hao satisfied. He thought Chen Hao had some objections to the rent, so he explained it specifically. 10 yuan a month is 120 yuan a year. I haven't even started any business yet, but I've already spent 12 big Unity cards. Chen Dongxing's expression was very serious. He felt a lot of pressure. He did not see Chen Hao's expression, let alone guess what was in Chen Hao's mind. He just thought that Chen Hao felt under a lot of pressure, so he stared at the agreement and did not speak for a long time. If it really doesn't work out, then we can stop running the restaurant and just sell fruits and vegetables grown in the greenhouse. Chen Wei said comfortingly. The villagers work hard all year round, and at the end of the year, many of them only have 20 or 30 yuan in cash and 2 or 3 big Unity notes. The business hasn't started yet, but the rent is already 12 tickets. Very scary. This is actually the reason why many villagers, including production teams and communes, are unwilling to do business in the city. One is that they have no experience in doing business, and the other is that they have to spend money before making any money, and they are reluctant to do so because they are worried about losing money. How can we back down before we even start? Revolutionary work cannot be afraid of difficulties and obstacles. If there is a mountain ahead, we will climb over it. If there is water ahead, we will wade through it. If there is a pit ahead, we will fill it up. Chen Hao raised his head with a determined expression. Suppressing his inner excitement, he looked at Zhang Yongke and said, "Thank you very much. The restaurant in the back is open. You are welcome to come and try the food." "You're welcome." Zhang Yongke said, "You still have things to do, so I won't accompany you." "Okay, then we'll leave first." Chen Hao nodded. He left with Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei. Zhang Yongke looked at the 3 people's backs as they left, shook his head, and was not optimistic about this business. At this time, his wife Wang Chuanfen came down from the staff building next door and asked, "Were the 2 strips of bacon sent by the 3 of them? Isn't it said that life in the village is very hard? During the new year, the villagers only distribute about half a pound of meat, and they can give away 2 pieces of bacon. This is taking out all the money, right? There are 3 pieces of bacon, one of which was given to the director of the housing assets section." Zhang Yongke said, "A piece of bacon is not light, it weighs about 1 kilogram, it is really a huge investment." He looked at his wife and said, "The bacon is dried just right. I'll fry some garlic sprouts later. Do you have any wine at home? If not, I'll go buy some. Such good bacon must be paired with wine to be fully delicious." He wiped his lips, really greedy. "Where are the garlic sprouts in this weather? I heard that they wanted to open a restaurant in the county. Didn't you try to persuade them? There are several restaurants in the county, and their business is not doing well. Opening a restaurant is a losing business." Wang Chuanfen said. "I tried to persuade them, but they didn't listen. I had no choice." Zhang Yongke said, "When we have some time later, we can go over and order 2 dishes. We can just consider it as repaying the favor for the bacon. I think that comrade named Chen Hao is a good person. He is not older than me and he came from the countryside, but he is very experienced in dealing with people and things. He had a good impression of Chen Hao." Chen Hao and the other 2 arrived at the store. The 3 rooms were all very empty. There was nothing there except dust and a few broken bricks. "Dongsheng, your cooking skills are pretty good. When the restaurant opens in the future, you will be responsible for cooking." Chen Hao made the arrangements directly. "Coal stoves, iron pots, and other pots, pans, and other cooking utensils you need. Go buy them and ask the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. They should have them. The commune has supply and marketing cooperatives, and the county also has them. Daily necessities and the like are the responsibility of the supply and marketing cooperatives, which have wholesale and retail stores." "Okay." Chen Dongxing nodded. "Chen Wei, you are responsible for buying some tables and chairs, as well as some cotton cloth as tablecloths." Chen Hao assigned another task to Chen Wei. "Once the restaurant is open, we will definitely have to live here. We need beds. We need to find a carpenter to make 2 bunk beds. We can bring quilts and other things from home." After saying that, Chen Hao took out a few cloth coupons, some chair coupons, table coupons, and a few great Unity coupons from his pocket and gave them to the 2 of them. "You need a ticket for the tablecloth, and you also need a ticket for the table and chairs." "We need to put a cloth on the table?" Chen Wei asked at this time, "Isn't this too wasteful? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb." Chen Hao said, "You think it's right to waste it? This is the only way to make it a topic, and with a topic, you have something to talk about. Then the customers who come into the store will take the initiative to help us promote the brand, and this way we can have a steady stream of customers. The three of them worked for a week to finally tidy up the store and stock up on all the important items. There were not enough tickets for tables and chairs, so we finally went to the market in the commune and found a production team with a carpenter who specialized in making tables and chairs as a sideline. Only then did we meet our needs. The result is that the tables and chairs come in different sizes, some are square, some are rectangular, and some are round. Including the bed frame, which was also made by a hired carpenter. In the end, Chen Zicheng took a pack of cigarettes, borrowed the commune's tractor, and made several trips to transport tables, chairs and other things to the county town and put them in the store.
Brother Hao, will we be open tomorrow?
Chen Dongxing stood in the store and took a deep puff of his cigarette. The large room of more than 50 square meters is now equipped with 8 dining tables of different styles. The chairs are also in place, and the kitchen utensils and coal are also ready.
It's really not easy to open a restaurant.
Chen Wei sighed, you need connections for everything.
Brother Hao, if you don't go to Zhangyangke, you won't even have coal.
You can only build a clay stove and burn firewood. Among the things in the store, only the tables and chairs are more expensive, but actually they didn't cost much. The main thing is that there are restrictions on everything, such as tickets, letters of introduction and certificates are required.
Let's go back to the village today and prepare the dishes.
We will officially open for business at noon tomorrow.
Chen Hao nodded.
He took a look and said, let's go back to the village and have a good rest. During this week, the three of them didn't get much rest. When the three arrived at the village entrance, they met Wang Hongmei, Chen Dagang, and some other villagers. The weather has warmed up and some villagers are clearing the silt in the canals.
The busy man is back.
He is nowhere to be seen all day and only knows how to run back to the county.
Wang Hongmei said sarcastically. She was angry.
Chen Hao and others got work points even though they didn't do farm work, so she still had to work.
Don't be so sarcastic. We have been very busy these days.
You don't know how much preparation is required to open a restaurant and how difficult it is.
Chen Dongsheng said. I'm telling you the truth, but you don't want to listen? We are all working and can see each other. The three of you go to the county every day and no one is watching you. You still get work points calculated. You said you were opening a restaurant, but it's been so many days, have you opened it yet?
Wang Hongmei said. Chen Hao and 2 others went to the county to open a restaurant, ostensibly to help with agricultural production and receive work points.
The restaurant will open at noon tomorrow. Since you are so concerned about the progress of the restaurant, do you plan to visit it tomorrow? Chen Hao said. Chapter 47 Want Me. Is it so difficult to build a restaurant? It's only been done now. Wang Hongmei twisted her buttocks twice, looking disdainful.
3 men, all strong men, who are slow to do things. I'll go if it's free, but I won't go if I have to pay.
I don't want to be taken advantage of.
After hearing this, Chen Dongxing and Shen Wei wanted to beat someone up. These days, the 3 people have paid a lot to open the restaurant. It seems easy, but many things require tickets. Several of them have agricultural household registration and have no tickets at all. Even though Chen Hao got some tickets from the market, there were still many tickets that were not enough, and some were not even available at the market, so he had to find someone to use their connections to get them. As a result, Wang Hongmei said it so lightly and still wanted to eat for free. In the past, farm work was busy and the production team was busy with the double harvest. Men and women were busy working in the fields and had no time to go home to cook.
I cooked with a few people in the team. There were more than 100 people, and it was done in less than an hour. Wang Dagang interjected.
A little smug, with his chin held high. The villagers nearby had complicated expressions when they heard what Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagang said, and they believed it a little. All these expressions were on Chen Hao's face.
People are like this. They believe everything they hear.
Not to mention the whispers in someone's ear, even in normal times, 3 people can make a tiger out of a tiger, and gossip can melt gold.
It's normal to be with a man or a woman. When you are in love, you wish to be together every day. When you don't love anymore, you wish to leave the other person piece by piece. That's porridge you cooked. The dish is just boiled cabbage. There's rat droppings in the rice, as well as a lot of broken stones and debris. You didn't even put enough salt in the cabbage. Chen Hao glanced at Chen Dagang. Then, he looked around at the villagers who were watching. Many people were cursing at the time. Whose teeth were knocked out? Have you forgotten so quickly? When the dividends are distributed at the end of the year, we guarantee that one work point is worth 0.1 cent, so we can put our worries aside. The restaurant will open tomorrow. I welcome anyone who wants to patronize it, but they have to pay for it themselves. The restaurant is to help the production team increase its sideline income, and you can't eat for free. Don't say anything unpleasant to hear. Keep it all to yourself because I don't like to hear it. After saying that, Chen Hao left. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei also left. You got angry after asking a few more questions. Do you feel so arrogant just because you're a sideline captain? Wang Hongmei stretched her neck and muttered to Chen Hao's back. I didn't dare shout loudly, I could only mutter. When Chen Hao gets angry, he will really hit people, she is afraid. Just say less. It's definitely not easy to do business in the county and open a restaurant. By the end of the year, one work point will be worth 1 cent. Isn't that a good thing? Her husband Shen Mingkai advised. Who are you speaking for? Wang Hongmei said in a louder voice. He said one work point is worth 0.1 cent. Is it really worth that much? It took so long to open the restaurant, and he still wants to trick me into spending money. I'm not that stupid. There must be no business, otherwise his tail would have been up in the air long ago. She was actually in a very complicated mood. She wanted to get 10 cents per work point when the dividends were distributed at the end of the year, but she also wanted Chen Hao to fall flat on his face so that she could avenge herself for the previous mistakes. That's right. I'm not targeting Chen Hao, but he's just too slow in his work efficiency and doesn't allow people to speak. Isn't that just slacking off? Chen Dagong also said. He did succeed in greenhouse cultivation, but that doesn't mean he can succeed in other things. No matter what you do, you have to be diligent. It's been a long time since we started the restaurant, and we still have to spend money to support it and make money from it. What's the point of opening this restaurant? It not only delays agricultural production, but also wastes money. I won't go anyway. Whoever has more money, is stupid, and is willing to support can go. The villagers don't have much money in their pockets, so if they were asked to eat for free, that was fine. But if they were asked to pay, everyone, like Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong, were unwilling to do so. At this time, Chen Hao returned home. At home, Tong Qian is cutting a tablecloth. The tablecloth she bought has to be cut according to the size of the table, and the corners where the threads are prone to coming undone have to be sewn. Tong Qian is doing these jobs. 2 kids were playing with the chicks nearby, holding cabbages in their hands and feeding them. The restaurant will open tomorrow, and everything in the store will be almost done today. Chen Hao went to the kitchen, scooped a bucket of water, and drank most of it in one gulp. The remaining half bucket spilled outside. It's cold, wouldn't it be nice to have something hot? We have boiled hot water at home. Tong Qian said, the tablecloth will be sewn soon. It's a pity to use such good cloth as a tablecloth. She raised her head and looked at her man. Now that the restaurant is open, should we say hello to the other people in the village and ask them to come over so that it will be more lively with more people? No need. Chen Hao waved his hand. There are only 3 of us. If they go over, we have to spend our energy to take care of them. If we don't make money from them, it will affect the normal operation of the store. If we make money from them, they will feel bad and will even scold us in private. He just deliberately asked the villagers to take care of the business, but made it clear that he would have to pay for it himself, just to dispel the villagers' previous ideas. That night, Tong Qian didn't sleep well and kept tossing and turning. Worried about the restaurant business? Chen Hao was positioning his hands. Well, if this business isn't done well, it doesn't matter if we lose some money. The main thing is that you boasted before that there would be dividends at the end of the year, and one work point is worth 10 cents. If we can't reach this value, our family will not be able to stay in the village. Tong Qian said. She turned sideways and faced Chen Hao. Promise me, if the deal doesn't work out, don't get upset or commit any crime. At worst, the deputy captain will quit. If the villagers want to say something, let them say it. As long as our family is together, that's fine. She is under a lot of pressure. I promise you. Chen Hao agreed without saying anything. He believed that he could succeed because of his experience in his past life, but Tong Qian didn't know that. No matter how much he explained, it would be useless. She just had to agree. If you want me, I'll be restless whenever I'm free. Want me badly. Tong Qian took the initiative. Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, then obeyed the order. The next morning, Chen Hao took the processed tablecloths and carried 2 baskets to the county. Chen Dongsheng and Shan Wei also followed behind him, carrying baskets. The basket is filled with vegetables and rice. Cabbage, chrysanthemum, spinach, glutinous rice cakes, pickled radishes, and a few strips of bacon. The greenhouse in the village is still under construction, and there are only seasonal vegetables. The pickled radishes are collected from the village, and the bacon is from home. When they arrived at the restaurant in the county town, it was still early, but the 3 of them did not dare to sit idle and started to prepare. "Hang up the plaque, you two come over and help," Chen Hao said. "The restaurant needs a name, which has been prepared long ago and has been kept in the store but has not been hung up yet." After moving 2 chairs to the entrance of the store, Chen Hao picked up the wooden plaque and hung it in the middle of the entrance, Huashan Hotel. The commune where they lived was called Huashan Commune, and the name of the restaurant was simply taken from Huashan. "Brother Hao, do we need to decide on the dishes and their prices?" Chen Dongxing asked. Chapter 48 Comrades, do you want to eat? You have to write it down. What dishes can you cook with the existing ingredients? Chen Hao said. He took a piece of black wood from the corner next to him and took out a piece of chalk from the chalk box. There is no menu. The daily menu has to be handwritten. Nowadays, when you go to a restaurant to eat, it's not about what you want to eat, but what the restaurant has. The dishes may be different every day because the fruits and vegetables are different in each season. Pickled radish can be made into a dish on its own, and there are also some shredded radish, lard cabbage, lard spinach, fried rice cakes, stir-fried chrysanthemum, steamed eggs, and bacon that can be made into a dish on their own. This is the most difficult dish. Chen Dongsheng already had an idea in his mind. Pickled radish and shredded radish are the 2 most popular dishes. Prepare 4 dishes for lunch today: cabbage with lard, scrambled eggs with shredded radish, rice cake with brown sugar, and stir-fried bacon with Chinese spinach. Chen Hao thought for a moment and made a decision. Chen Dongsheng wanted to separate the shredded radish, eggs, bacon, and Chinese cabbage, but Chen Hao combined them together. Not only that, he also added brown sugar to the glutinous rice cake. To be precise, brown sugar rice cake cannot be considered a dish, but it doesn't really matter if you have to count it. If we do this, we will have fewer dishes to offer, said Chen Dongsheng. There are fewer dishes on offer, but the prices can be raised. There's no problem in adding a little sugar to the glutinous rice cake and raising the price a bit. There's no problem at all in cutting a few slices of bacon into the Chinese spinach, and it can be considered a meat dish. Chen Hao wrote these 4 dishes on the blackboard. All that remains is pricing. After some consideration, Chen Hao added the price after the name of the dish. Lard and cabbage, 10 cents. Scrambled eggs with shredded radish, 20 cents. Brown sugar rice cake, 25 cents. Fried bacon with Chinese spinach, 30 cents. Rice, 2 cents per ounce. This price is higher than that of ordinary restaurants. For example, in other restaurants, cabbage with lard might cost only about 6 cents. Chen Dongsheng had never been to a restaurant, but he knew the cost price. When he saw the prices of the dishes written by Chen Hao, he was surprised. Are the prices of these dishes too high? Cabbage costs 2 cents per pound, and can be stir-fried into 2 plates. The cost is only 1 cent, and it sells for 10 cents. City people have a lot of money, but they're not stupid, right? The profit is too high. Are city people stupid and rich? The cost is more than 1 cent. Lard, labor, water, electricity, coal, rent, these are all costs. Chen Hao said, this price is indeed more expensive than other restaurants. But there is a reason why it's expensive. The meals in our restaurant don't require tickets, which saves them meal tickets and vegetable tickets. It is almost a monopoly, so the vegetable prices can be set a little higher. Chen Hao added a few words on the blackboard: no tickets needed, pay with cash for food and drinks. This is the hotel's biggest advantage. The tablecloths were all spread on the tabletops, and the dishes and chopsticks were neatly placed. When it was almost noon, Chen Hao hung a small blackboard in a conspicuous place at the door. It was just the time when people were getting off work, and someone was passing by on the street on a bicycle. Several people turned their eyes and saw the words Huashan Restaurant. Then, the few of them stopped, discussed for a while, turned their bicycles around and headed towards the hotel. Here they come, a guest is coming. Shen Wei, who had been staring at the situation outside, immediately lowered his voice, his excitement evident in his words. It was his first time to open a restaurant and engage in catering business, and he felt as nervous as a young girl getting into a bridal sedan. Chen Dongsheng in the kitchen, holding the spatula in his hand, was also very nervous. Comrades, do you want to eat? Chen Hao walked out. These people were standing in front of a small blackboard hanging on the wall, looking at the menu on it. What kind of restaurant is this? You charge 10 cents for cabbage with lard? In our company cafeteria, cabbage is only 3 cents a portion. A new restaurant, right? You must have never run a restaurant business before. If you open a restaurant, don't you ask around and see how other restaurants set their prices? Several people were dissatisfied with the prices on the menu. He has a respectable job and rides a bicycle. He is a successful person and he is very confident. Comrades, you have very good eyesight and observe very carefully. Chen Hao said with a smile, the restaurant is indeed just opened today, and the prices of dishes are indeed a bit expensive, but we can't do anything about it. It's set by the commune. But our brown sugar rice cakes and bacon fried with chrysanthemum are definitely hard to find elsewhere. The vegetable prices were indeed high and there was no point in explaining. Chen Hao directly admitted it and put the blame on the commune to avoid ineffective communication. Highlight the advantages and downplay the disadvantages. You are a very honest person. You admitted it openly. One person was very satisfied that Chen Hao didn't explain, your restaurant really doesn't require tickets? The vegetables and rice are provided by the production team. No tickets are required. Chen Hao said, would you like to sit in for a while? Even if you don't want to eat, it's fine to have some tea or rest your feet. It's obvious that these people work for formal jobs. If they really enter the store, they will definitely feel embarrassed to just drink tea. No need for a ticket. Although the price is a bit high, it's reasonable. I need to drink tea. I'm indeed a little thirsty. I also need to eat. I want some rice cakes with brown sugar, fried chrysanthemum with bacon, and cabbage with lard. Ask the chef to cook them quickly. One person made the decision. Several people had a good impression of Chen Hao and felt that Chen Hao was honest. Moreover, he did not require meal tickets or vegetable tickets, which indeed saved a lot of trouble. Comrades, please come in. Chen Hao welcomed them in with a smile. As soon as they entered the restaurant, they were surprised to see the tablecloth on the table. Your restaurant is great. You even use tablecloths. Don't mention it, it's more sophisticated than other restaurants in the county, and it looks quite prestigious. The emotional value is very much in place. The simple layout made people less averse to the high prices of vegetables. Chen Wei, pour tea for the comrades. Use good tea. Chen Hao arranged. There is actually only one kind of tea in the store, which is bought at the market. Saying this can make customers feel proud, and the emotional value continues to increase. Then, Chen Hao went to the kitchen. Cabbage with lard, rice cake with brown sugar, and bacon fried with chrysanthemum. Cook them quickly. Several comrades still have work to do. Don't waste their time. The voice was deliberately loud so that customers who were waiting for their meals could hear it. Once again providing emotional value. Several people drank tea, waited for food and chatted. The service in this restaurant is good, much better than the other restaurants. That's true. The employees in those restaurants have terrible tempers. If you say a few more words to them, they'll almost hit you. Many state-owned restaurants have posted a slogan that reads, "It is forbidden to beat customers without reason." It's not that beating customers is prohibited, but beating without reason is prohibited. If there is a reason, you can still beat them. The dishes had been prepared long ago, and the fire on the coal stove was very strong. In less than 20 minutes, 3 dishes were ready and served to the table for several people. Don't we need a ticket to eat at this restaurant? Just at this moment, 2 more customers came in. Although it was clearly written on the small blackboard outside, the customer was still not sure and wanted to ask. Yes, comrade, we don't need tickets to eat in our restaurant. Chen Hao replied, come in and sit down. It's very cold outside. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll ask the chef to make it quickly. Very polite. Let's have some shredded radish and fried eggs, and some fried bacon with Chinese spinach. The 2 men entered the store, found a small table, and sat down. Both groups of guests have a special liking for bacon. Chen Wei, pour some tea for the guests to warm them up. Chen Hao gave the order and went to the kitchen to tell Chen Dongxing about the dishes to be prepared next. The first wave of guests are already eating their food. An evaluation was also given. This glutinous rice cake is really good. I bought one at the grain store during the Chinese New Year. There are many people in my family, so each person can only have a small piece. This bacon is really satisfying and authentic. Where's the rice? The dishes are already served, why isn't the rice served yet? Afraid that he would eat the food too fast and end up hungry, he urged for the rice. I'll be there right away. Chen Hao replied. The rice had been steamed long ago, and Chen Hao went into the kitchen to get the rice. There are another guest outside. In less than an hour, all 8 tables were full. Chapter 49, Holding Back the Shit. There are guests coming to dine later. But all the tables in the store were occupied by customers, and there were no empty tables left. Where is the person? I've been here for quite some time, but no one even greeted me. Are they afraid that I won't pay, or what? A customer came into the store, looked around, and when no one greeted him, he got angry. I'm sorry to have neglected you guys. There are no empty tables in the store. Chen Hao trotted over. The business of not requiring meal tickets and vegetable tickets is easy to do. There is no publicity at all, but in less than 2 hours, all the tables are occupied by customers. If there are no empty tables, it'll be fine as long as there are empty seats. It's cold today and it'll be warmer if we squeeze together. The customer who entered the store didn't care. Some tables are large and can seat up to 8 people, but there are only 3 or 4 people sitting at them now. The table is not empty, but the seat is indeed vacant. Without waiting for Chen Hao to help adjust, the customer walked directly to the unoccupied table and said, "Comrades, there are no empty tables in the store. Can we squeeze in at this table? Just sit down, it's no big deal." The seated customer was very easy to talk to and even moved the dishes that had been served to make room. The customer at this moment is so easy to talk to. If this happened decades later, how could customers who didn't know each other share tables like this? Not to mention cooking, even having breakfast or barbecue would make you feel uncomfortable sharing a table. I'd like a brown sugar rice cake with more brown sugar, and a portion of bacon fried with chrysanthemum. Where are they? The dishes have been ordered for quite some time, why haven't they been served yet? Hurry up, we still have to work in the afternoon after dinner. Check out the meal. How come there's no one here to check out? The restaurant was bustling with all kinds of voices, from people ordering food, shouting for the food to be served, to people finishing their meals. Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Shen Wei were so busy that they were covered in sweat. Brother Hao, go settle the bill for those comrades, I'll clean up the table. Shen Wei shouted loudly. He quickly cleared the dishes on the table and had no time to collect the money. Too busy. When I opened the shop, I was worried that there would be no customers coming in to eat, but now I wish I had a few more hands. Chen Hao went to pay the bill, and Shen Dongsheng's voice came from the kitchen again, "Brother Hao, the dishes are ready, come and serve them." After paying the bill and saying goodbye, Chen Hao went straight to the kitchen to bring out the dishes. The temperature was not high, but the 3 of them were sweating a lot and were so hot that they took off their outer cotton coats. Chen Dongsheng was leaning against the stove in the kitchen, and he had taken off his sweater, leaving only a single layer of clothing. Occasionally, when I have a little free time, I have to go to the kitchen to wash the vegetables and cut the bacon. He was busy until 8 o'clock in the evening. After seeing off the last table of customers, Chen Hao immediately closed the door of the restaurant. Take a break. Come, have a cigarette and relax. Chen Hao took out a cigarette and gave one to Chen Dongsheng and Shen Wei. Several people were exhausted. This is more tiring than farm work. There's time to rest when doing farm work, but there's no time to rest when cooking, Chen Dongsheng sighed. I wanted to poop, but I kept holding it in. Now I don't want to poop anymore. He was so busy cooking that he didn't even have time to go to the toilet. He had to stand by the coal stove the whole time, and he also had to find time to wash and cut the vegetables. People in the county town are still rich. The food is so expensive. I definitely wouldn't want to eat in a restaurant and would definitely go home to eat. Chen Wei said. After a few people finished smoking, they counted the money. There are $63.57. So many. If you do this every day, wouldn't you have to make 2,000 yuan a month? Chen Dongsheng and Shen Wei were very satisfied with the turnover. Are you satisfied with this little money? Chen Hao was not satisfied. Brother Hao, your appetite is too big, isn't it? 2,000 yuan a month, that's more than 20,000 yuan a year, it's a lot of money. Let alone 10,000, you've never experienced more than 1,000. Chen Dongsheng said. The money we earned from selling cucumbers with Brother Hao has never reached 100 yuan in our family. It's because we sold cucumbers with brother Hao and you took care of us that we finally felt what it felt like to have saved 100 yuan.
Chen Wei followed.
The two couldn't understand why Chen Hao was still not satisfied with such a high daily turnover.
63 a day, 2,000 a month, more than 20,000 a year.
It's correct to calculate like this, but you can't do business like this,
Chen Hao said.
He looked at the two of them and said, "Can you guarantee that the business in the store will still be this good in a month, and that there will still be this many customers every day in a year? You have to have a sense of crisis.
Money in your pocket is money."
Chen Dongxing and Chen Weixin brought it up.
What Chen Hao said seems to make sense. "Brother Hao, what should we do? The tables in the store are full.
I have to cook all the time, but I can only accommodate so many customers."
Chen Dongxing frowned.
Given the limited area of the store, it can only accommodate so many customers a day.
How can it increase sales?
This is easy. Just raise the price of vegetables.
Chen Hao already had an idea in his mind.
Assuming 2,000 yuan a month, the profit margin can reach 70%, 1,400 yuan, and I will get 60% of the dividend, 840 yuan.
It's less than 1,000 yuan.
Chen Hao doesn't care about this little profit. The turnover must be increased. Raise the price of vegetables?
Chen Dongxing looked at Chen Hao. "The price we set is not too low, right? If it's higher, I'm afraid we'll get scolded."
"Yes, we have just opened. If we change the prices right away, customers who have eaten there before might turn the tables when they come back," said Chen Wei. The two thought that Chen Hao was being too impatient.
"How can you hold a big fat boy the next day after your wedding night? No matter how anxious you are, you have to wait. You two are thinking too much."
The prices of today's dishes, including the rice, will remain the same, but the prices of other dishes will have to be raised. Chen Hao said, "Provide more fish, pork, chicken and duck meat. Meat dishes are expensive, the profit margin may be lower, but the net profit is high. A monthly sales volume of 2,000 yuan and a profit margin of 70% is not as good as a monthly sales volume of 4,000 yuan and a profit margin of 60%.
Our production team doesn't raise fish, and we don't raise many pigs either.
We have to go to other production teams to buy them," said Chen Dongxing. "I'll take care of the food issue, and you two will take care of the store's affairs," said Chen Hao. "Most of the villagers in the production team live in poverty, but they are not without any benefits. At least it is easier for them to engage in catering, open restaurants and obtain raw materials for meals. These are all loopholes."
Chen Hao grasped them accurately and tried to take advantage of them.
"Brother Hao, the business is so good on the first day of the restaurant opening.
Can we tell others about it?" Chen Dongxing asked.
"I won't tell you. It's just like the last time when I sold greenhouse cucumbers. If someone asks me, I'll just say it's okay. Don't tell me whether I made a profit or a loss."
Chen Hao shook his head.
"Of course I won't tell you. When I returned to the village yesterday, I saw the expressions of Wan Hongmei and others.
We were busy all day long for the restaurant, but they insisted that we were being lazy." Chen Wei was still talking about this.
"No one came when the restaurant opened today.
If the restaurant makes money, they will benefit from it. They are afraid of suffering a loss."
The three of them cleaned up the store, washed up quickly, and went to bed. The next morning, after getting up, Chen Hao went to his sister-in-law Tongman's school. He planned to borrow a bicycle so that he could return to the commune quickly and go to the production team that had fish, chickens, and ducks to discuss cooperation so as to increase the prices of the restaurant's dishes.
Chapter 50. Don't let him into your house. The school is open to all.
Chen Hao met his sister-in-law Tongman in front of the teaching building.
"My mother-in-law Huang Yufeng was also there. Why are you here again? Are you following me? Why do I meet you every time I come here?" Huang Yufeng's face was full of displeasure when she saw Chen Hao. There is no logic in this.
It's not that Huang Yufeng is stupid, but she looks down on Chen Hao and is too lazy to think before speaking. It doesn't matter if she says something wrong, and she won't take it to heart if she hurts Chen Hao.
"Mom, don't be so harsh. My sister-in-law is a nice person." Tongman spoke for Chen Hao.
Her perception of Chen Hao has completely changed. "You often told me before that it would be bad for your sister to marry him, saying that he was not worthy of your sister.
Why are you speaking in his favor now?" Huang Yufeng was very puzzled.
Tongman had often told her about Chen Hao's faults and wanted Tong Qian to divorce Chen Hao, but now she said that Chen Hao was a good person and even called him brother-in-law.
Calling so affectionately.
People always change. When I went to my brother-in-law's house for New Year's Eve dinner during the Spring Festival, he and my sister's lives have become much better. Even the New Year's Eve dinner at my house can't compare to that. Tong Man took the initiative to talk about the good things about Chen Hao. Is it as exaggerated as you say? What good food can you eat in the countryside? There is no proper job and life is hard. It is a great thing to be able to get half a pound of meat during the holidays. It's not like I haven't been there before. Huang Yufeng said. She looked Tong Man up and down for several times, and suddenly asked, "Are you in a relationship with him?" "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Tong Man asked hurriedly. "That's good. Such things do happen. You'd better not have such thoughts. Otherwise, I will be too embarrassed to see anyone." The eldest daughter married a countryman. If something happens to the second daughter, won't it be embarrassing? Huang Yufeng warned. Just like last time, she still didn't look at Chen Hao directly, and only spoke to Tong Man. "During the Chinese New Year, I asked you to go home for New Year's dinner, but you didn't go back and insisted on running to the countryside to suffer. In a few months, Hang will be turning 10 years old. My family will hold a banquet. You must go back and prepare a red envelope. Don't run back to the village anymore. When you get to the county, work hard here, find a partner, and settle down." Hang is Huang Yufeng's grandson and the son of Chen Hao's uncle. Nowadays, children usually have banquets when they are 1 month old, 1 year old, or their 10th birthday. After saying this, Huang Yufeng turned to look at Chen Hao. "When the time comes, you and Xiaoxian, bring the 2 kids with you. Dress nicely, don't wear tattered clothes. If you don't have money to give red envelopes, just bring some eggs. Don't leave empty-handed and make a fool of yourself." "Okay, I'll come over then." Chen Hao thought about it and agreed. "I had planned it earlier. When the weather gets warmer, I will go to the city with my wife and children to visit my mother-in-law and father-in-law. I'm warning you, both of my daughters are pretty. The older one has been deceived by you, and there's no future for her if she stays in the village. Now that Xiaoman has gone to the county, don't try to hit on her." Huang Yufeng was still worried. "You are a person with an agricultural household registration. Why do you go to the county town all day long? Don't come to Xiaoman's place too often in the future. You don't have much money in your pocket, but you have beautiful ideas." She doubted Chen Hao's motive for always going to the county town. Not to mention the brother-in-law and sister-in-law, even the father-in-law and daughter-in-law have affairs. "I came to the county for serious business. Now I am the team leader of the production team's sideline team and I opened a restaurant in the county," Chen Hao said. He looked at Huang Yufeng and said, "Mom, if you don't go home at noon, you can go to the restaurant to eat with Xiaoman. Go a little earlier. If you go late, there will be too many people and you will have to queue. Don't show off in front of me. What's so strange about being a part-time captain? Aren't you still a country boy, just an ordinary citizen? Do you really think I'm the same as other people, ignorant, and that when I hear the word captain, I think he's a cadre?" Huang Yufeng grinned. "If you really have the ability, you can live in the county and get a hukou there. This restaurant will definitely not belong to you. Don't flatter yourself all the time. A non-agricultural household registration, coupled with a decent job, can allow many people to hold their heads high, or even look up to the sky. Huang Yufeng is one of them. Having a local hukou and working in a savings bank affiliated to the People's Bank of China, I have reason to be proud." "Brother-in-law, your restaurant has already opened, why didn't you tell me so that I could go over and join in the fun?" Tong Man said. She looked at Huang Yufeng and said, "Mom, why don't you not go back at noon and go to your brother-in-law's restaurant to have a meal together?" She wanted to take care of Chen Hao's restaurant business. "What's the point of going? I'm very busy. I asked for leave today to come here." Huang Yufeng was not interested. "Be smart and don't be like your sister. She was easily fooled. He sent you a pig's head and came to your place so often. He definitely didn't have good intentions. Don't let him into your room, and don't go out with him alone. Your mother is an experienced person. You 2 sisters have the same youthful looks as me, and you are pretty. I don't know how many men have had thoughts about you." After giving Tong Man instructions, Huang Yufeng did not stay long and left in a hurry. "It's always busy every time I come here. Transportation is inconvenient and there are few holidays. This is between counties and cities. If it is between provinces, it is normal not to see each other for several years. Nowadays, marrying far away means really marrying far away.
The number of times children and parents meet each other has to be counted on one's fingers, because each time they meet is one less time.
Chen Hao was a little skeptical. My mother-in-law finds an excuse to come over every once in a while. Is it because she misses her daughter but refuses to admit it, so she comes to check on her?
Xiaoman, I came to you to borrow a bicycle.
I'm in a hurry to go back to the commune.
Chen Hao looked at his sister-in-law. I can return it at noon.
No problem. I'll go lend you a bicycle right now.
Tong Man agreed readily. She didn't have a bicycle, so she asked Chen Hao to wait here for a while.
Within 10 minutes, she borrowed a bicycle.
It seems that he is popular in school and has good interpersonal skills, otherwise it would not be so easy to borrow a bicycle.
This is the vice principal's bicycle.
It belongs to a female leader who was transferred to our school last year. Tong Man looked around and saw that no one was around. She moved closer to Chen Hao and whispered, "The pig head you gave me before the new year is a gift to this vice principal." She knew that I wanted to go to the city, and she gave me a hint a few days ago, saying that if there were any vacancies in the city, she would definitely recommend me first. On Sunday, you and the vice president can have a meal at my restaurant, Chen Hao said. If there are other colleagues or leaders you know, you can also invite them to come along.
Just say thank you for borrowing the bike. When you invite someone to dinner, you always have to find a reason, and this reason is ready. With a bicycle, Chen Hao could return much faster. He returned to the commune, but not to the village. Instead, he went to another brigade, bought 8 grass carps, 10 old hens, and some dried chilies, and then returned to the county. There was still some time, so Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei scraped the fish scales and slaughtered the hen. Chen Hao cleaned the bicycle and returned it to his sister-in-law, and then returned to the hotel.
Pick up the small blackboard and write down today's dishes and prices.
Chapter 51. I'll listen to whatever you say.
Lard and cabbage, 10 cents. Spinach with oil, 15 cents.
Braised fish fillets, 35 cents. Fried bacon with Chinese spinach, 30 cents. Braised chicken nuggets, 50 cents.
The glutinous rice cakes were so popular that they sold out, and 3 new dishes were added.
Oh, there are a few more dishes than yesterday.
When I came yesterday, there were no fish nuggets and chicken nuggets.
As soon as the small blackboard was hung up, someone came over. There was no spinach yesterday, so why are there no glutinous rice cakes?
This person came to the restaurant yesterday to order food, and came with some people today. After asking, he did not forget to say to the people beside him, "This restaurant is good.
The food doesn't require a ticket.
The brown sugar glutinous rice cake tastes really good.
It's fried golden and delicious."
He has a special liking for glutinous rice cake.
This is a returning customer, and he also brought new friends to taste it. I highly recommend Huashan Hotel. The glutinous rice cakes are gone. They will be available tomorrow.
Chen Hao said, "Comrade, if you want to eat glutinous rice cakes, come back tomorrow at noon.
I will definitely save some for you.
Both the glutinous rice cake and bacon are brought from home.
If you cut 1 pound of bacon thinly, you can have a lot.
After stir-frying it with Chinese spinach, there will be some left over.
But the glutinous rice cake is gone. If there is no glutinous rice cake, then we won't eat it today. Let's have braised chicken nuggets, braised fish nuggets, and spinach with oil."
"That's all we have," said the old customer.
A few people arrived at the restaurant and found a seat to sit down.
Chen Wei poured tea for several people. This restaurant has all kinds of tables and chairs, but there's actually a tablecloth on the table, which is quite elegant.
The comrade who just received us is young, but very honest. He also asked us to come back tomorrow.
Several people were chatting and were very satisfied with Chen Hao and Huashan Hotel.
With yesterday's experience, there were many customers today and I was more skilled in dealing with them.
I was busy until 7 in the evening and then closed the restaurant. Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei sat together again. The accounts were counted. There are $76.15. More than $10 more than yesterday. Raise the price of vegetables, add more meat dishes, and sales will go up immediately.
There's not much bacon left. We need to bring some more tomorrow.
Chen Dongxing said, "There's not enough fish and chicken either.
City people are really rich.
In the village, people would only have meat during the New Year and other festivals, but city people are also willing to eat it on ordinary days."
Chen Wei sighed.
"We are all human beings, but the city and the countryside are like 2 completely different worlds.
Every household in the village, not to mention ordinary villagers, even Chen Zicheng, had patched clothes. There were far fewer residents in the city who wore patched clothes. When they went to a restaurant to eat, they would at least order one meat dish. He was deeply touched during these 2 days, and it had a great impact on his soul. Chen Dongxing felt the same way. People in the city have proper jobs and get paid every month. Otherwise, how could they eat like this? You too shouldn't have any grudges. What's wrong with rural people? No matter whether you are from the countryside or the city, as long as you make progress, there will definitely be a way out and your life will get better and better. If you are complacent and cannot keep up with the times, you will definitely stay where you are. Chen Hao clapped his hands to cheer them up. If we work hard, maybe one day we can move to the city, buy a house in the city, and send our children to school in the city. People are not worried about scarcity but inequality. Seeing such a huge gap between urban and rural areas, Chen Dongsheng and Shan Wei couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Pack up the store and go back to the village, Chen Hao said. There are not many of not only bacon, rice cake, and fish, but also some other dishes. I will go to the market tomorrow. I should get up early and buy a lot of vegetables at the market. After cleaning up the store, the 3 men almost trotted back to the village, carrying their empty shoulder poles and baskets. It was cold and it was getting dark quickly. When Chen Hao got home, the door was already closed. Why did you come back so late? Tong Qian said distressfully after opening the door and seeing her man. It's not easy to open a restaurant in the county. It takes a long time to go back and forth. How can making money not be hard? Even if you make money while lying down, it will still be hard, Chen Hao said. Nini and Xiao Duo haven't slept yet. He walked around with the 2 kids in his arms before sitting down. How is the restaurant business? Have you eaten? If not, I'll make you some noodles. Tong Qian sat next to him. In the past, she wished that Chen Hao would get as far away as possible, but now, she misses Chen Hao like 2 kids. I want to sleep in my man's arms. How can you run a restaurant and go hungry? You've already eaten, so you don't have to bother. Chen Hao waved his hand. The restaurant's business is pretty good. Yesterday we sold 63 yuan, and today we sold 76 yuan. He knew very well how tight his woman's mouth was. If you tell her the basic information about the hotel and remind her not to tell anyone else, Tong Qian will not tell anyone else. She is unlike Wang Hongmei, who will not listen even if you remind her many times. So much? The costs haven't been deducted yet. After deducting the costs, how much profit can we make? Tong Qian was very surprised. The restaurant's daily turnover can reach 60 or 70 yuan. This is so much better than farming. The gross profit margin is about 60 to 70%, said Chen Hao. He looked at Tong Qian and said, the restaurant is doing very good business. From around 11 a.m. until 6 or 7 p.m., there are always people coming. 20% of the profit goes to the production team. Chen Dongsheng and Shen Wei each get 10%, and I get 60%. I can make dozens of yuan a day, and I can make even more when I raise the price of the dishes. He explained everything to Tong Qian in such detail so that she wouldn't worry too much. When we were working today, Wang Hongmei and several other women from the village were talking nonsense, saying that the restaurant was not making any money. I don't know who told them that the business of several restaurants in the county was very slow, said Tong Qian. Wang Hongmei is like that, with her mouth wide open all day long. Let her chew it and we can make money secretly. Chen Hao said with a smile, I have to take some glutinous rice cakes and bacon to the county tomorrow. Just take it if you want. No need to tell me. Tong Qian said, you are a big shot. You can make the decision on this matter. Life at home is so good now. We have money. Even if the 2 kids are greedy, we can buy some food at the market. At this moment, Nini, who was watching TV, suddenly turned her head and said, Dad, don't worry about the family. I'm a big girl now. I will take good care of Xiao Duo. Mom said that if you don't come back at night, you must be doing something important. Nini won't make a fuss. Even if I miss you, I will keep it in my heart and won't say it out loud. I will tell you when I see you. When Chen Hao is not at home, Tong Qian will talk to the 2 children about some principles, and Nini can already understand some of them. By the way, I went to Xiuman's school today to see her for something, and I ran into her mother. In a few months, Han Hong's 10th birthday is going to be celebrated, and she asked us to go as well. What do you think? Chen Hao mentioned this. I'll listen to you, Tong Qian said. If I say I don't want to go, will you listen? Chen Hao asked. I'm listening. I'm your woman and you're my man, my backbone. I'll listen to whatever you say. Tong Qian nodded without any hesitation. Chapter 52. Your brother-in-law is so polite. Tong Qian has perfectly interpreted the meaning of marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Her man is her heaven. We have planned it before. When the weather gets warmer, we will take the 2 kids back to your mother's house. Hang Hang is going to have his 10th birthday in a few months, so let's go back and visit him. Chen Hao said. These days, it's really hard to go home after being sent to the countryside to work as a production team member. Inconvenient transportation is one problem, and it is even more so after getting married and having children. It is inconvenient to take the children with you because they are too young. If you don't take the children with you, they will want their mother. Chen An'er has only been to her grandparents' house once, and Chen Xiaoduo has never been there once. I'll listen to you. Tong Qian agreed. Early the next morning, Chen Hao's family, along with Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei, went to the market together. Let's go separately. There are too many people at the market, and it's not convenient for us to carry bamboo baskets. We have a lot to buy, so let's buy them separately. Chen Hao said, buy more meat and vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, glutinous rice cakes, bacon, anything is fine. Chen Hao originally planned to keep the glutinous rice cakes and bacon for his own consumption, but he took some to a restaurant, where the feedback was very good and the restaurant was very popular. But this will definitely not last long. We will have to collect some bacon, rice cakes, and other dishes from other people. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei carried bamboo baskets and acted separately. You should go and take care of your own things. Don't worry about me. I can handle taking care of the 2 kids. Tong Qian said. She looked at the 2 kids in the bamboo basket and said, Nini, Xiaoduo, come down. Daddy has to go out to work. You 2 can go shopping with Mom. Mommy will buy you some food. 2 kids, one sitting in each bamboo basket, were brought from home to the market. Children's happiness is simple. Nini, look after Xiaoduo and follow your mother. Don't run around. If you get lost, don't panic. If you meet someone you know, ask them to take you home or help find your mother. Don't go to the waterside and don't go with strangers. Chen Hao warned his eldest daughter. He looked at Tong Qian again. I won't go back after I buy the things. It will waste time. I have to go to the county early. Time is in a hurry. Go ahead, I can handle it alone. Tong Qian said. Chen Hao nodded and started walking around the market carrying his shoulder pole. I bought some seasonings, fish, bacon, chicken, duck, and other things. Comrade, I have some fish here. Do you want to buy some more? Just as Chen Hao was walking around, a voice shouted at him. He looked back and saw a female comrade looking at him with a smile in her eyes. Before the new year, you bought tangerines from me and weighed 10 kilograms. I am Sun Miao Miao from the Sunpling Brigade. Do you still remember me? Years ago, Chen Hao's family went to the market to buy New Year's goods and bought 10 kilograms of oranges from her. She was deeply impressed. Seeing Chen Hao walking around with a shoulder pole on his shoulder, he called out to him. There were a lot of fish in the bamboo basket that Chen Hao was carrying, including crushing carp, wuchang fish, grass carp, as well as chickens, ducks and other kinds. Sun Miao Miao was very puzzled. It's been quite a while since the new year, why are you still buying so many things? Don't you grow citrus fruits in your production team? Why are you selling fish? Chen Hao still remembers her. This female comrade named Sun Miao Miao is much bolder and more enthusiastic in doing business than ordinary villagers. She has quite a business sense. Most villagers are timid when selling things, or they are very haggling. They are not as approachable as Sun Miao Miao. Hard work is nothing compared to talent. Some people apparently eat and drink very simply, but they hide their qualities and attract attention wherever they go. Sun Miao Miao obviously has some talent for business. Our production team has a piece of forest and we grow some citrus fruits as side businesses. We also dug a pond and raise fish and shrimps, said Sun Miao Miao with a smile. Not only the production team, but most of the entire brigade are doing this. She glanced at Chen Hao's bamboo basket and said, You bought so many fish, chickens, and ducks. You are not going to eat them at home, are you? What are you going to do with them? This is a sideline business of our production team. Chen Hao said simply. What he said was rather vague and he did not give any specific details about the hotel. I want all these fish of yours. said Chen Hao. The weather is cold, so these things can still be put aside. If it were summer, I definitely wouldn't tea by so many at once. Do you want a turtle? Sun Miao Miao asked. The villagers killed 2 turtles and 2 wild rabbits. If you want them, I'll sell them to you at a low price. Wang Bai is a tortoise and also a soft-shell turtle. There was a urea bag next to Sun Miao Miao. She opened it and found 2 turtles and 2 hares underneath. All alive. But there were wounds on the hare's feet, probably caused by being caught by a trap. I want them all. Chen Hao was worried that he couldn't find dishes with higher prices. The turtle and the hare are quite suitable. After weighing the items and calculating the price, Sun Miao Miao helped put the items into the bamboo basket, wiped the dirt off her hands, and took the money handed over by Chen Hao. Will you still want these things in the future? There are people in our village who can catch turtles and set traps. We can catch turtles and rabbits every day. If you keep asking for them, I will keep them for you. Or you can tell me a piece of land and I will deliver them to you. Sun Miao Miao said. She plans to cooperate with Chen Hao for a long time. Keep it for me. Chen Hao nodded. Send it to the market every 2 days and I'll come to pick it up. It has to be alive. No stale ones. I won't take fish or shrimp, etc. Okay, I'll come the day after tomorrow. Sun Miao Miao said happily. Chen Hao has been collecting fish, shrimps, turtles and rabbits for a long time, so she can save a lot of trouble. These things are easier to sell during the Chinese New Year, but it is difficult to sell them at other times. Only when a family is having a wedding or funeral, or when someone is seriously ill, will they be willing to buy a turtle or some wild game. Otherwise, only city dwellers are willing to buy it. She didn't dare go to the city to sell it. Chen Hao carried a shoulder pole and went to the agreed place, where he met Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei. The 3 of them returned to the county. There are 2 new dishes added to today's menu. Braised soft-shelled turtle, 2 yuan, only 2 servings. Spicy rabbit head, 1.5 yuan, only 2 servings. Braised rabbit meat, 1 yuan. The other dishes were pretty much the same as the previous days. Around 10:30, Tong Man and a few others arrived at Huashan Hotel. Is this the restaurant opened by your brother-in-law? It's in a pretty good location. I heard there's a new restaurant opening in the county. This should be it. Several people made a few comments at the door of the store. Some people have heard of the name of this restaurant. Chen Hao saw Tong Man outside and walked out quickly. Brother-in-law, let me introduce you. This is Principal Hu Xiuying, who has taken good care of me at school. Tong Man introduced the vice principal to Chen Hao. 3 other colleagues were introduced. These are all people who have good relationships with each other in school and came here together. I've heard Xiaoman mention several leaders a long time ago. I've been looking forward to their arrival. Finally, they are here. Let's go to the store and sit down, Chen Hao invited. He led a few people to the restaurant to sit down, poured tea for them personally, went into the kitchen, and asked Chen Dongxing to cook. There were few customers in the restaurant at the moment, and several dishes were served quickly. Braised rabbit meat, fried fish pieces, cabbage with lard, braised turtle, and a steamed egg. Leaders, if there is not enough food, please add more. This meal is free. Thank you for taking care of Xiaoman. You also borrowed Principal Hu's bicycle last time, which helped me a lot. Thank you very much. Chen Hao said. There are only 3 people in the store, and I have to greet other customers. Xiaoman, you have to accompany several leaders. Chen Hao went to the door and changed the order of braised soft-shelled turtle on the blackboard from 2 portions to 1 portion. Looking at the dishes on the table, Hu Xiuying and a few others started chatting. Tong Man, your brother-in-law is so polite. These dishes are not cheap. A colleague said to Tong Man, I just saw that the turtle costs 2 yuan, and there are only 2 servings. Chapter 53, Excited Again. This table of dishes costs several dollars. Especially soft-shelled turtle and rabbit meat, these 2 dishes are very rare and you can't eat them even if you want to. Your brother-in-law is really good to you. Hu Xiuying looked at the dishes on the table, then looked around the table and said. She thought more. The other colleagues only came over to have a meal because they had a good relationship with Tong Man and they wanted to keep him company. And she was invited here, which was obviously not the case. There were glutinous rice cakes, pork heads, and this meal. Chen Hao was trying to build connections for Tong Man and show his favor to her as the vice president. It's rare for a brother-in-law to treat his sister-in-law to this extent.
He is indeed a good man. He is now the team leader of the production team's secondary business. He opened this restaurant to help agricultural production and enrich the tables of city dwellers.
Tong Man said.
More and more customers came, and soon the store was full. The soft-shelled turtle, rabbit meat, and rabbit head were sold out in a short while.
Very popular. Tong Man and his friends finished their meal and prepared to leave. Chen Hao sent it out. There are too many customers in the store and we are too busy. We are really unable to serve them well. Chen Hao bowed. You're welcome. Captain Chen, I'm sorry for the expense.
Hu Shouying said, Comrade Tong Man is very serious about her work at school. Many students like her and she gets along well with her colleagues.
I am very pleased with her. Her family lives in the city.
If there is a suitable opportunity, I will definitely keep an eye out for her. This was a disguised promise to Chen Hao that he would take care of Tong Man.
This is how personal relationships work.
If you respect the other person, they will reciprocate within their power.
If you want to get something, you must first give it up. To get water out, you have to drive piles first. Thank you so much, Principal Hu, said Chen Hao. Don't be so polite, it's just a small matter.
Hu Shouying said, if there are parents in the school who need to find a restaurant to hold a banquet, I will also recommend Huashan Hotel to them.
Changfeng County Middle School is a junior high school, and there is also a high school with a cap.
Some students will go to technical secondary schools, and some will go to college.
In this case, most parents will hold a banquet. Hu Shouying is returning the favor.
For her, it was just a casual thing to say, praising Huashan Hotel and recommending it when parents asked about it. It was just a matter of a few words, but for Huashan Hotel, this consumer group can greatly increase overall sales. The standards for hosting a banquet are much higher than those for ordinary customers to dine.
Thank you, Principal Hu, Tong Man said sweetly.
Chen Hao also thanked him repeatedly and walked him out a few steps before returning to the hotel.
The sales of Huashan Hotel increased day by day.
After 1 month, the daily sales were almost stable at 160 yuan, with a profit margin of 60%. The three of them lost a lot of weight. Too busy, too tired. Especially Chen Dongsheng, his arms have become thicker due to cooking all the time, but he is thin due to tiredness.
No, I won't be able to take it anymore. If I keep going like this, I'll be exhausted to death. It feels like I'm working longer hours than the old ox in the production team. Chen Dongsheng could hardly hold on any longer. I didn't expect making money would be so tiring.
I was very excited before, but now that the excitement is over, I can't stand it anymore. He looked at Chen Hao and said, Brother Hao, should we call 2 more people from the village to help?
We need someone in the kitchen and someone outside. Yes, we need to add 2 more people. Chen Hao nodded. He wasn't actually much better.
Every 2 days I have to go to the market in the commune to meet Sun Miao Miao and bring the vegetables to the county. When I have free time, I have to help prepare the vegetables, clean up the dishes, and greet guests.
We can't recruit people in the village. If we recruit people in the village, won't the restaurant's business be leaked out? Chen Wei said.
There are indeed risks in this regard.
Chen Hao nodded.
If the villagers knew that the restaurant was very profitable, they might all want to work here. Knowing that we own shares and can get dividends, they will also want dividends.
Should we give it to them or not? If we do, we will get less money.
If we don't, we are all from the same village, and it will be too ugly and inappropriate to make a scene. Besides, we are opening a restaurant in the name of the production team and the commune after all. If we make too much noise and are not allowed to open the restaurant, we will suffer huge losses. In fact, it doesn't matter much if the villagers know that the production team makes money. What matters is that they call on the villagers to come and help, and know that Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei have 10% of the dividends, but they don't.
That's what matters. That won't work. We can't recruit people from the village. We opened the restaurant, and others came to take the ready-made benefits. How can such a good thing happen? Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei immediately expressed their opposition.
Chen Hao didn't need to persuade him much, he just mentioned that he would lose dividends, and he was unwilling to ask the villagers to come and help.
No one wants to part with the money. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei were unwilling, and neither was Chen Hao. If people from my own village are not capable of helping, do I have to ask villagers from other villages to come and help? Chen Wei was in a dilemma.
It would be troublesome to ask villagers from other villages to come over.
They don't have city household registration and they are not from our production team.
If we encounter people from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau who come to investigate the situation, they won't be able to explain clearly.
Chen Hao waved his hand. Dongsheng, you can't handle the kitchen by yourself. You must find someone who knows how to cook.
Chen Hao's plan was to find a cook who could speed up the serving of dishes and relieve Chen Dongxing's pressure, not just help prepare the dishes.
Brother Hao, do you mean to find someone from the county to help? But the people in the county are all non-agricultural residents.
These people have regular jobs and can't go to work.
Are they willing to work in our restaurant? Chen Dongxing asked.
Huashan Hotel was doing good business, but it was, after all, a business of the production team, and only in name and private. It was actually an individual business.
Are people with non-agricultural household registration willing to work in a restaurant run by people with agricultural household registration? Not everyone in the city has a job, and many people are unemployed.
Even if there is a job, it doesn't mean that everyone's salary is high, said Chen Hao. I'll take care of the recruitment.
I'll just pay the salary and not give out any dividends. I'm sure we'll be able to recruit people.
He planned to ask Zhang Yongke to help introduce someone. You can't just post recruitment ads at your door, as this may make people accuse you of being a capitalist.
Have to rub the edge.
It has been a month since Huashan Hotel opened.
Let's check the accounts and settle the dividends. Chen Hao took out the account book. He had already figured it out. The total turnover is 3,614.83 yuan, and the cost is about 1,100 yuan. So based on 1,114.83 yuan, the profit is 2,500 yuan.
As agreed before, you two will each get 10% of the dividends, 250 yuan each.
This number is not very good, but the money is real.
Chen Hao took out the 500 yuan he had prepared and gave 250 yuan to each of them.
I made so much money in just 1 month. I feel energetic again.
Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei were very excited as they held the money in their hands. Singles may not understand this, but those who are in a relationship will understand that if the human organs are stimulated too much, their sensitivity will decrease a lot and they will become numb, so they have to change their ways. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei were exhausted both physically and mentally, and their horses were numb. Chen Hao's dividends were just right, which made them excited again.
Chapter 54 County Savings Bank.
That night, Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei went to bed late.
Excited. I earn 250 yuan a month, enough to buy a bicycle. Chen Dongsheng said happily while lying on the bed.
Of course. But we can share so much money thanks to Brother Hao. Brother Hao is our benefactor.
Chen Wei said.
Even city dwellers working in a decent company can't earn that much money in a month. The two of them almost treated Chen Hao as their father. His biological father gave him life, and Chen Hao gave him a second chance at life. Go to bed early, you have a busy day tomorrow. As long as you follow me, 250 a month is nothing.
250 a day is no problem. Chen Hao said.
The next morning, after Chen Hao got up, washed up, and went to the county catering service company to find Zhang Yongke.
Your restaurant business is really good. It's packed every day.
Even from the catering company, many people have been there but not to the restaurant opened by your own system. Zhang Yongke said with a smile when he saw Chen Hao. He was very impressed. I thought that the residents in the county were reluctant to spend money in restaurants, so it would be better to eat at home or in the company cafeteria to save money. The hotel should have no business at all, and the lack of business in several restaurants in the county is proof of this. But I didn't expect that Huashan Hotel's business was so booming.
Thanks to your help, otherwise there wouldn't be such good business. The entire production team will have a much better life this year.
You are our production team's benefactor.
Chen Hao complimented. Money is an attractive thing. The restaurant business is good and this is visible. There is no need to be humble. Being too humble becomes hypocrisy.
But if he admitted it directly, it might make people feel uncomfortable. Chen Hao praised Zhang Yongke so that he could feel a sense of accomplishment at least on a spiritual level.
I'm just playing a role.
Zhang Yongke waved his hand.
You came here today, is there something? Indeed, there is something going on.
There are only 3 people in Huashan Hotel right now, and they are too busy. There are quite a few people in the production team, but farm work cannot be delayed, and we can't transfer people. Chen Hao took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to the other party.
Can you help me find a cook and a helper?
I would like to thank you in advance on behalf of the production team and the commune. Zhang Yangke is an employee of the county catering service company, so he must be adept at finding a chef. As a member of the Joint Security Defense Team, he would patrol for security every once in a while and had a better understanding of the basic situation in the county.
It would be perfect to ask Zhang Yangke to help find someone.
I do know this person, but he already had an employer. It's just that the company's performance is not good, the monthly salary is only 25 yuan, and there is not much work. It's no problem for him to cook or help out at your place.
But if his original company becomes busy later, he will have to go back to it.
Zhang Yangke took a puff of his cigarette and said, "But don't worry, I will definitely let you know at least a week in advance before I return to my original unit, so you have time to find someone else." As an old hand in the system, you need to savor and ponder many of the words spoken. There is a lot of meaning hidden in Zhang Yangke's words. The person he wanted to introduce wanted to get 2 salaries, one from his original unit and one from Huashan Hotel.
My previous unit paid 25 yuan a month, so the salary here at Huashan Commune can't be lower, right?
No problem.
Chen Hao agreed.
For comrades who can cook, Huashan Hotel will pay 35 yuan a month, and for comrades who can help, 28 yuan a month. Zhang Yangke stared at Chen Hao for a few seconds and was a little surprised. He didn't expect Chen Hao to be so smooth and so knowledgeable about the ways of the world. Chen Hao understood the meaning behind his words.
Okay, I'll send someone over at noon today.
Zhang Yangke said without hesitation, "Don't worry, although these 2 people have some relationship with me, they will definitely not delay your business. I will remind them to work hard. When they arrive at Huashan Hotel, you will give them a higher salary than their original unit, and you can direct them to do their work however you want." Chen Hao was not ambiguous and he spoke more directly. The recruitment issue was resolved, and Chen Hao returned to Huashan Hotel. There was a girl in her 20s sitting in the store, dressed neatly, and it was obvious that she was an employee of a certain company.
"Brother Hao, this female comrade is an employee of the savings bank.
She came here and wants us to deposit our money in the savings bank,"
Chen Wei said.
"I told her that you are the one who makes the decision about Huashan Hotel, and we have no say. I told her to talk to you, and she sat in the store and waited."
Chinese people like to save their money at home, whether in rural areas or in cities.
Most people do not have the habit of depositing money in banks, so many banks arrange for their employees to find people to deposit money with.
Huashan Hotel has been doing well in the past month, so it is not surprising that bank employees came to visit. Are you Comrade Chen Hao? Hello, I am Yang Min from the County People's Bank Savings Office.
The female comrade stood up and stretched out her hand. This girl is very young and speaks in a somewhat immature way. It seems that she has only been working for a short time. Generally, people of this age, who have just started working, are full of energy. My mother-in-law Huang Yufeng also works in a savings bank affiliated with the People's Bank of China, but not in the county, but in the city.
Hello.
Chen Hao looked Yang Min up and down and shook hands with her. "Comrade Chen Hao, I came to see you because I hope you can deposit the income from the restaurant business in the bank. This has many advantages. One is that there is interest, another is that it is safe. Another point is that the savings bank can help you count and reduce your workload."
Yang Min looked at Chen Hao nervously.
She observed Huashan restaurant for several days. There were always many customers every day, and the prices of dishes were getting higher and higher.
The daily turnover was at least 100 yuan.
That is several $1,000s a month.
This is definitely a big order for the savings bank.
If Chen Hao can deposit the operating income of Huashan Hotel into his savings bank, he will definitely be praised. She really wanted to persuade Chen Hao.
Will the savings bank help count the turnover? Chen Hao asked.
That's right. I see that Huashan Hotel is quite busy. If you save this time, you will also have time to do other things, which will be very beneficial to Huashan Hotel.
Yang Min nodded. Chen Hao looked at Chen Wei and said, "Go and take out the enamel basin containing the coins."
Chen Wei immediately went to the bedroom and took out an enamel basin from under the bed. The basin was full of coins, 1 cent, 2 cents, and 5 cents.
"Comrade Yang Min, this is the turnover of Huashan Hotel. Please count it and deposit the money into the bank," Chen Hao said.
Chen Wei on the side looked at Chen Hao in surprise.
"The monthly turnover of Huashan Hotel is much more than this.
This enamel basin only contains coins, while banknotes and the like are placed separately." And the coins have also been counted. Isn't Brother How deliberately making things difficult for me? Or are you still teasing lesbians? He didn't understand why Chen Hao did this, but he didn't interrupt. I see that Huashan Hotel is doing very good business. How come in more than a month, the turnover is just this little? That's impossible. These are all 1 cent, 2 cent, and 5 cent coins. Adding them together, they're not much. Yang Min asked puzzledly. Chapter 55. This is called caution, not meticulousness. The coins in an enamel basin may seem like a lot, but they are all small changes. For an ordinary worker, the total amount is not small, but for Huashan Hotel, it is definitely only a fraction of the total turnover. Yang Min really hopes to reach a cooperation with Huashan Hotel and let Huashan Hotel deposit the money into the savings bank through her. Apart from some large enterprises and organizations, Huashan Hotel can be regarded as an organization with quite good sales. If she can persuade Chen Hao and establish long-term cooperation, she will definitely be praised and have the opportunity to be promoted. Huashan Hotel has many customers every day and a lot of income, which is good, but Huashan Hotel serves farmers, and the money earned has to be spent elsewhere. Chen Hao said. The coins in this enamel basin haven't been counted yet. This is the amount of money Huashan Hotel has now. If you want to count them, you can deposit them in the savings bank. If you find it troublesome, forget it. It's not a problem. I'm doing this job and I have to borrow a place from you. The money needs to be counted in person. Yang Min said. Although it was different from what she expected, she still didn't give up. She took the enamel basin of coins to the next corner and began to count them. Chen Hao turned and went into the kitchen to help prepare the food. Chen Wei, who was standing by, also hurried in. He looked outside and lowered his voice to ask, Brother Hao, haven't we already counted the coins in the enamel basin? There are 172.51 yuan in total. Why did you ask that female comrade to count them again? Even though he had doubts in his heart, he did not question Chen Hao's decision in front of outsiders, but waited until privately to ask Chen Hao the reason. This is also the reason why Chen Hao was willing to bring Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei with him, as these two people know their limits. It's indeed not safe to keep money on you. It's better to keep it in a bank, which is safer. But it doesn't mean it's necessarily safe to put it in a bank. You have to find a reliable person. Chen Hao said. I asked her to count the coins to test her. It would take a lot of effort to count so many coins. I wanted to see if she had patience. Another reason was to see if the amount was correct. If there is no problem, I can deposit the money into the bank through her later, which can save a lot of trouble. Decades later, the money deposited in the bank can disappear, and when you want to withdraw it, you find it's gone, let alone now? There are not many deposits in banks, and most people don't have the idea of putting money in banks. Like Tong Qian, they like to find a hole to hide it. This has led to many banks assigning tasks to their employees to collect deposits from all over the place. Some bank employees even stand guard at the door of their work units when the units are paying salaries, and ask employees from other units to deposit money into their banks. In terms of procedures, it will also reduce the approval process, improve efficiency, and facilitate depositing money. However, in the implementation process, errors may occur occasionally because bank employees are not proficient in the business and lack personal abilities. The amount was calculated wrong, etc. Huashan Hotel has a monthly turnover of several thousand yuan, and there is potential for further growth in the future. Chen Hao must be cautious in this regard. Have to try Yang Min first. Brother Hao, you are the one who thinks things through carefully. I was just wondering why you forgot about it so quickly since the money was counted not long ago. But I couldn't understand why you did that. Now that you explain it to me, I understand. Chen Wei said. Brother Hao, you are really meticulous. He added another sentence. This is called being cautious, not being meticulous. Chen Hao corrected his words. He doesn't like the word fine very much. I just went to find Zhang Yangke and asked him to introduce two people to me, a cook and a helper. They will come to the store soon. I paid them their salaries. The cook will get 35 yuan a month and the helper will get 28 yuan a month. Chen Hao said. He looked at Chen Dongxing and said, this salary is not low. Zhang Yangke is a good person. The people he hired must be very capable, especially this cook. You should be polite and learn his skills. Chen Dongxing can cook, but there is definitely a gap between him and professional chefs. All he can say is that he is good at cooking home-cooked dishes.
In the county, Huashan Restaurant has a great advantage because it does not require grain coupons or vegetable coupons. It has relatively little competitiveness, and as long as the food tastes not too bad, it will not have much impact. But if you want to expand your business, whether it is the scale of the restaurant or opening more stores in the city, your cooking skills must be improved. Chen Dongqing's 2 brushes are no longer enough. Don't worry, brother Hao, I'm not stupid. Chen Dongqing knew what to do. Outside, Yang Min was still counting coins intently. Chen Hao poured her a cup of tea. Thank you. Yang Min looked up, said 2 words, and went back to the work in her hands. At around 10 o'clock, 2 people came. They were the people Zhang Yongke called over. One of them is a man in his 40s named Su Jianxin, who is the cook, and the other is a woman in her 20s named Tu Dandan, who is the helper. After introducing themselves to each other and explaining the salary and work, Chen Hao arranged for the 2 to get busy. Gradually more and more customers came into the store. In a short while, all 8 tables were filled. Many of them are old and returning customers. With 2 people helping, things became a lot easier and Chen Hao also had some free time. More than an hour later, Yang Min finally counted all the money and found Chen Hao. I have counted all these coins. The total is 172.51 yuan. That's right. I don't have my household registration book with me. Come over here around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and I'll go to the savings bank with you to deposit the money. Do you think there's any problem? Chen Hao said. The number was correct, not a penny off, which showed that Yang Min counted it very carefully and did not take the opportunity to put money into his pocket. This is a good comrade. No problem, I'll come over at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Yang Min nodded. She hesitated for a while, then asked, from now on, can all the money from Huashan Hotel be deposited in the bank through my hands? To be honest, the leader gave us a task to attract as many depositors as possible and strive for more savings. I have only been working for a short time and do not have any connections. Some colleagues in other large units have already contacted them, and even the leaders have contacted them directly. I really need this deposit service from Huashan Hotel. She confessed her difficulties. What she said was true. For large and easy to negotiate units, the leaders had personally stepped in and already reached cooperation. It was not the turn of an ordinary employee like her. The county residents' savings had already been contacted by other colleagues, so it was difficult to make any breakthroughs. Let's talk about it later. Let's deposit this 100 yuan into the bank first. Chen Hao said. He didn't give in. Okay, your business is quite busy here, so I won't bother you anymore. I'll come see you tomorrow. Yang Min left Huashan Hotel and returned to the savings bank. After arriving at the savings bank, she told her good colleagues about what happened today. This is deliberately making things difficult for you. Huashan Restaurant has been doing good business. Since the first day of opening, the restaurant has been full of customers every day. It's been a month. How is it possible that there are only more than 100 yuan in sales, and it's all in change? He's trying to make things difficult for you, but he won't reject you outright. He must be trying to get you to trade something for him. You are still young and you don't see his intention. All men are the same. As long as they have a little power and a little money, they will think about their crotch. I advise you not to go tomorrow. You will either work in vain or suffer a loss. Chapter 56. I teach you, you follow my instructions. Could it be that Chen Hao was really hinting at me? Do you want to reap some sweetness from yourself, so you are willing to deposit the turnover of Huashan Hotel into the bank through yourself? Yang Min couldn't help thinking about it. Yang Min was daydreaming, while Chen Hao was on his way home. With 2 more people in the store, he doesn't have to help out in the store all the time, and he has a lot more free time. I missed my wife and daughter, and I had to go home to get my household registration book, so I trotted all the way home. The weather has become much warmer, and along the way we can see many farmers busy in the fields. March is the time when wheat is heading and rapeseed is sprouting. Gradually, there was more farm work to do. Many villagers like to work in March and April, when the weather is warmer and farm work is not as busy, but a strong laborer can earn 10 work points a day. His wife and 2 daughters were not at home. Chen Hao walked around the fields in the village before he found Tong Qian and the 2 children weeding in the wheat field. The 2 kids stuck their butts out and imitated the adults, pulling the grass and grunting. There were other kids working nearby. Dad! Hug, Daddy! The 2 kids looked up and saw Chen Hao.
They danced with excitement and ran over one after the other. Nini ran a few steps, stopped, turned back and held her sister's hand. He ran up to him and hugged Chen Hao's legs on both sides. Very happy. How do you have time to come back? Tong Qian walked over. My husband either comes back at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, or in the morning. He rarely comes back in the afternoon. The restaurant has hired 2 people, so I have freed up my hands and don't have to help out in the store all the time. Chen Hao said, I have other things to do when I come back, and I need to get my household registration book. The household registration system existed as early as the 1950s, but the first generation of ID cards had to wait until the 1980s. Are we going to the county again later? Tong Qian asked. No, I'll go to the county tomorrow morning. Chen Hao shook his head. He looked at Tong Qian and said, go back early and heat up some water so we can take a bath. Her husband didn't tell her what he was going to do in the bath, but Tong Qian's face turned red. You have so many things to do, and you're still thinking about this. Aren't you afraid of being exhausted? Tong Qian glared at her man. But she was actually very happy in her heart. Don't be afraid of your man being greedy, just be afraid that he is not greedy. Life lies in movement. Chen Hao said with a smile. Take the 2 kids to play over there. There's still a lot of grass in the wheat field. I'll go back after I finish pulling the grass, said Tong Qian. Work points are sometimes calculated based on time and sometimes based on the amount of work done. For example, for tasks like weeding, where you can generally see the amount of work done, it is calculated based on the amount of work done. Several women were responsible for a large piece of land. When they finished, each of them would be credited with a full day's work points. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could have free time to busy themselves with their own affairs. Chen Hao nodded, and holding the 2 children, one on each side, he walked towards the distant field. A number of greenhouses have been built on this land. Chen Ziqiang, agricultural team leader Chen Hongxing, several other important cadres in the production team, and some young and strong people were all nearby. Have you just come back? How's the restaurant business? Chen Ziqiang took the initiative to greet Chen Hao when he saw him coming. He frowned and was in a bad mood. Looks very worried. The restaurant business is good. Captain, are you worried about the greenhouse planting problem? Chen Hao asked. He went to a meeting at the brigade and was scolded. They said our production team was building greenhouses and wasting production materials, which was nonsense, said agricultural team leader Chen Hongxing. How can this be nonsense? You were raising greenhouse cucumbers before, and they were very valuable. Everyone saw it. In my opinion, it's clearly Wang Chuanda who was taking advantage of the situation to make a fuss. Just because he and Wang Hongmei were related, Wang Hongmei's position as a timekeeper was taken away, so he held a grudge and said bad things about our production team. Wang Chuanda is the deputy captain of the brigade and is in charge of the brigade's agricultural machinery. He is also Wang Hongmei's uncle. Chen Ziqiang went to the brigade for a meeting and Wang Chuanda took the opportunity to criticize him. He didn't give me any face at all and said some very unpleasant things. In the past, even if there were disagreements, they would consider each other's face and would not tear each other apart like this. But this time, they criticized Chen Ziqiang severely. Don't worry about it. Our production team has completed the planting area of the requisitioned grain. How other places produce and plant is our team's own business. Even the brigade can't interfere. Chen Ziqiang said. He looked at Chen Hao, but you have to be mentally prepared. Wang Chuanda also mentioned your name and scolded you from a distance. He might even come to the village to criticize you in person later. Let him come. Chen Hao said. He is not afraid at all. Just as Chen Ziqiang said, as long as the production team's task of planting the purchased grain is guaranteed, the team has the final say on what to plant on the remaining land, and this is especially true for private plots. After chatting with Chen Ziqiang and others for a while, Chen Hao took the 2 children back home. Tong Qian has returned and the hot water is boiling in the kitchen. The 2 took a bath, cooked dinner early, and after eating, coaxed the 2 children to sleep. To the kitchen. How do I get the kitchen done? I will teach you, and you will follow my instructions. That night, Chen Hao was the teacher and Tong Qian was the student. The teacher was very good and the student learned very quickly, but she was a little introverted. Early the next morning, Chen Hao went out with his household registration book. How about riding the team's bicycles over there? Chen Ziqiang asked when he met Chen Ziqiang, who got up early.
That bicycle is for the team committee and must be kept in the team. How can I ride it to the county?
I don't come back every day, so it's not appropriate for me to ride it to the county.
Chen Hao shook his head.
He handed Chen Zicheng a cigarette, didn't talk much, and continued on his way.
In fact, he didn't think much of bicycles.
Although private ownership of cars was not allowed at the moment and he couldn't afford one with his current assets, it wasn't a big problem to buy a motorcycle. A big brand motorcycle costs about 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, while an ordinary motorcycle can be bought for about 1,000 yuan. It's more expensive than a bicycle, but more convenient. When we arrived at the store, it was still early.
In addition to Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei, Su Jianxin and Tu Dandan were also there.
You're here so early?
Chen Hao was a little surprised. They both arrived here at 8 o'clock in the morning. Comrade Su Jianxin was preparing food, and Comrade Tu Dandan was cleaning.
Chen Dongsheng said. With the addition of a cook, a skilled one at that, he felt a lot more relaxed. Both of them worked in a restaurant affiliated with the County Catering Service Company, which was a formal unit with a stable job. I thought they would come at noon, but I didn't expect them to come early in the morning.
Zhang Yongke was quite considerate.
The two people he picked were very diligent and willing to work. After getting paid, I have to work, Su Jianxin said.
If I keep doing nothing, my cooking skills will get rusty.
If my skills become rusty, I won't be able to keep up with myself.
Some people like to lie down, while others can't sit still. Su Jianxin belongs to the latter.
He can't sit still and wants to prove himself at work.
Such employees are great.
Tu Dandan didn't say anything, but was wiping the tables and chairs carefully and conscientiously. At 10 o'clock, Yang Min arrived at Huashan Hotel on time.
Comrade Chen Hao, did you bring your household registration book? Let's go to the savings bank now.
Chapter 57. Brother Hao, I heard that you are the captain now?
I brought it.
Chen Hao nodded. He carried a urea bag and followed Yang Min to the savings bank. There are not many employees in the savings bank, only 3 or 4, and the rest are all out. One person is responsible for all matters at the savings bank in order to simplify the process and complete the business for customers as quickly as possible.
Yang Min is very efficient. The freed up manpower can be used to educate residents on the benefits of keeping money in banks.
He is not only a savings promoter, but also an agent, accountant, and reviewer.
Chen Hao put the urea bag on the table and said, "Count the money again. Didn't we count them yesterday? Could it be that you moved these coins again?"
Yang Min looked at Chen Hao in surprise.
She felt a little aggrieved. There are so many coins in a large enamel basin that it hurts to count them with your fingers. It takes several hours for one person to count, and Chen Hao asked her to count again. Isn't this just making things difficult for her?
She remembered what her colleague said yesterday, as long as a man has a little power and a little money, he will think about his crotch. Yang Min stopped what she was doing and looked at Chen Hao.
You deposit money with me. Do you have any other requests? Isn't it just opening a passbook, being careful when counting the money, withdrawing money at any time, and having someone to receive you at any time? What else can you ask for?
Chen Hao looked at Yang Min. I don't know what Yang Min meant. What I just said should be the basic requirement for savings, and it is the basic task that banks should fulfill with due diligence.
Is that all? Nothing else?
Yang Min stared at Chen Hao, trying to find some clues from his expression. What other requests do you think I should have?
Chen Hao was a little puzzled.
It seemed like he should have made a request.
Then why did you ask me to count it again?
I had already counted it yesterday. It took me several hours and my hands are all rubbed raw. Yang Min stretched out her fingers and showed them to Chen Hao. She mustered up her courage, put aside her shame, and asked the question in her heart, are you deliberately making things difficult for me so that I can agree to some of your unreasonable demands so that you will be willing to deposit the future operating funds of Huashan Hotel into the bank through me?
Chen Hao finally understood.
Yang Min is talking about the monetization of power and capital. This kind of thing actually happens very often, especially in a few decades when the atmosphere becomes more open and utilitarian. Some female real estate saleswomen and some female bank employees use their bodies as bargaining chips in order to sell houses and obtain large certificates of deposit. This is true for Shang Ke, etc. In this era, capital may not be monetized as much, but power is monetized just as much. In particular, many female educated youth who went to the countryside were abused in order to obtain a certificate to return to the city.
I'm married, and my wife is very beautiful.
Chen Hao said, "Open the urea bag and see what's inside, and you'll understand why I asked you to count it again." Yang Min opened the urea bag and her eyes widened. In addition to the coins that had been counted earlier, there were also stacks of money tied up with ropes. Great Unity, 5 yuan, 2 yuan, 1 yuan, 50 cents, 20 cents, and 10 cents. The coins were counted yesterday.
There are 2,000 yuan in banknotes. You can count them again, said Chen Hao. Didn't you say that most of the money was invested in agriculture? How come there is some now?
Yang Min looked at Chen Hao in surprise. A deposit certificate of more than 2,000 yuan. This is definitely a big order. They would often criticize and denounce people, and not only would their homes be searched, but their bank savings books would also be frozen, causing many people to be unwilling to keep their money in the bank. Depositing more than 2,000 yuan at a time is rare in the entire county, except for those large units with financial deposits.
Farm work is not that busy at the moment, and there are not many places to spend money.
Save it first, and withdraw it when you need it later. Deposit it in a current account, not a fixed deposit.
Chen Hao said. He made up an excuse. Yang Min is a very attentive person with a very nice attitude.
It really makes things a lot easier when the hotel's profits are saved through her hands.
I'll count it right away. Please wait a moment. Would you like some tea? Yang Min's hands were shaking. Excited. With this deposit certificate, you will definitely get praise from your leader. There is hope for promotion. Do you have any tea?
Chen Hao looked around and waved his hand. "No need to drink tea, just count the money and get the passbook done as soon as possible."
Next time you come over, I will definitely prepare tea. Yang Min said.
If I maintain long-term cooperation with Chen Hao and Huashan Hotel, the more deposits the other party has through my hands, maybe I can go to the city. Banknotes are easier to count than coins, and since they had already been counted and bundled according to certain amounts, Yang Min quickly counted out the banknotes. There was nothing wrong with it, and he quickly opened a passbook for Chen Hao.
Excluding the time spent counting the money, it actually took about 5 minutes to open a passbook. The efficiency is still very fast.
If you want to deposit money again in the future, just tell me and I will go to your store and serve you.
Yang Min sent Chen Hao out of the savings bank. Very attentive.
After taking the passbook and household registration book, Chen Hao returned to the restaurant. When he had time, Chen Hao bought a coal stove, put it in the kitchen, and put a large iron pot on it.
Chen Dongxing and Su Xinjian each had a coal stove.
The food was served a little faster. The food is served faster, which saves a lot of time throughout the day and improves the table turnover rate, which means that each table serves more customers every day.
After more than 20 days, the daily turnover finally exceeded 200 yuan. It's April and it's Qingming festival.
Chen Hao returned to the village. At around 7 or 8 in the morning, he took yellow paper, incense, and firecrackers, and his family walked towards the grave where his parents were buried. When someone in the village gets old, they find an empty lot to bury him. Most of the time, people with close blood relations are buried together. Only when there is no room left will they be buried somewhere else. When he arrived at the grave, Chen Hao met the families of his eldest uncle and third uncle.
Grandpa is here too. Brother Hao, I heard that you are the captain now? Cousin Chen Xuanfu was very happy to see Chen Hao and took the initiative to say hello.
He also called Tong Qian's sister-in-law. Others were not so happy when they saw Chen Hao and his family. Especially Grandpa, he had a sullen face. Even when Tong Qian called him a Nini and Xiaoduo called him great-grandpa, he didn't respond.
What a bullshit captain. He's just a sideline captain.
Cousin Chen Yan snorted coldly. In some places, women are not allowed to visit graves, but there are not so many rules here at Chen Hao's place. If you want to go, you can go, and if you don't want to go, no one will force you. Your production team has chosen you to be the team leader of the sideline business. Hard times are coming for the villagers.
Third uncle Chen Xinggu had an expression as if he was enjoying a good show. Chen Ziqiang is also a man without a strong opinion.
He listened to you and built greenhouses in the fields.
How much agricultural materials were wasted and how much money was spent?
In the entire brigade, no other production team does this. Someone in the brigade has already spread the word that if agricultural production is delayed, your production team will be used as an example and criticized at a mass meeting.
Especially you and Chen Ziqiang, I will make you do self-criticism in front of the entire brigade. Chapter 58. You're just being stubborn.
My third uncle Chen Xinggu was the team leader of the production team. In the same brigade as Chen Hao, but in a different production team. As the main cadre of the production team, he also attended the brigade's spring agricultural planting meeting.
You didn't attend the brigade meeting and you don't know what happened there.
I was also the team leader of the production team and I went to attend the meeting.
Chen Ziqiang was criticized and he even had an argument with the brigade cadres. Chen Xinggu glanced at Chen Hao.
You were the one who built the greenhouse, and you were also mentioned at the meeting. You even wanted to bring your family to worship your ancestors. You should think carefully about how to explain this to the production team and the villagers. He gloats over other people's misfortune. People who don't know the inside story might think that Chen Hao has nothing to do with him, but in fact they are uncle and nephew. Today's society is still a rural society with a dual urban-rural divide. Urban-rural exchanges are very limited and only occur within each country. It is very common for villagers to visit each other and chat. What else more, they are blood relatives. But Chen Xinggu was only happy at the prospect of Chen Hao's misfortune, and he wasn't worried at all. Uncle San, Chen Hao is your nephew, a blood relative. You shouldn't speak for my man, but you shouldn't gloat over his misfortune.
Tong Qian couldn't stand it.
As a relative, it is too much to gloat over someone else's misfortune.
Even strangers are no more than that.
Don't try to claim relationship with me, otherwise Chen Hao will be criticized.
And don't talk about blood relationship, I don't have such a nephew. Chen Xinggu said.
Before the Lunar New Year, your family asked you to go to the family for the New Year dinner, but you refused to go.
What? Do you really want them to carry you over to the family for the New Year dinner? He is still angry about this.
The elders called the younger ones to eat, but they dared not go over.
What a shame. You invited me to have New Year's Eve dinner with you, but you didn't have any good intentions. You just knew that my family bought a TV, and you wanted me to give it to you during the dinner? Chen Hao said. After having a New Year's Eve dinner, I feel comfortable enough to propose a TV as a gift. It's so shameless. Even if I ask you to give a TV, that's what you should do. You're a junior, why do you want to watch TV? You have a long life ahead of you. You should give the TV to your elders, to your grandparents. You should be filial to them.
Cousin Chen Yan said on the side. She looked at Chen Hao, a smile on her face. Now you are scared, and you want your uncle to intercede for you and say a few good words for you in the brigade? If you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place.
Who told you I was scared? Chen Hao glanced at her calmly.
I know that I was criticized by the leader of the brigade.
Captain Chen Ziqiang told me about it. Isn't it Wang Chuanda, Wang Hongmei's relative in the brigade, who was looking for trouble?
Greenhouse cultivation is the future development direction of agriculture and a great way to increase the income of the production team and the commune. You are blind if you don't do greenhouse planting this year, it's not our fault.
That's why you are young and think too simply. Agricultural planting is not only an economic issue, but also a political issue. It is an issue between people. Chen Xinggu seemed to have seen through the rules of the world and was quite proud of it.
Wang Chuanda is the deputy team leader of the brigade.
He is in charge of agricultural machinery, including water pumps. Agricultural planting cannot be separated from water.
People can fetch water from their own plots, but how long will it take for the production team's fields to be fetched by manpower? When he doesn't allow your production team to use the brigade's water pumps, your grain production will surely decrease.
Let's see what you will do. If you can't complete the task of requisitioning grain, won't that be a good reason for him to criticize you?
The production team was very poor. They had carts, but there was a shortage of electric agricultural equipment. Only the brigade had water pumps, and the individual production teams did not have them.
When there is plenty of rain, it's not a big deal.
But once the weather gets hot and the precipitation decreases, we have to rely on water pumps to pump water from rivers and lakes. It's normal for production teams to swear in public as they compete for priority over water pumps. As deputy captain of the brigade in charge of agricultural machinery, Wang Chuanda's power expands when the weather is hot.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
The upper class has power and knows how to play games, make concessions, and strike a balance.
They can even fight on one side while cooperating in certain areas on the other.
Once people at the bottom of society gain power, they will not abuse their power if those below them obey them.
However, once they encounter opposing opinions, they will act very capriciously. It's not a big deal.
Chen Hao's tone was still very calm.
Chen Xinggu was surprised.
He thought that after saying this, Chen Hao would be shocked and would beg him to go to the brigade to plead for mercy, but he didn't expect Chen Hao to remain calm. Is this still my nephew? A lot has changed. You can just be stubborn, but don't come to beg me when the time comes. I'm telling you in advance that if your production team doesn't have a water pump, even if you come to beg me and ask me to go to the production team to plead for you, I won't help you. Chen Xinggu said. He really wanted to see if Chen Hao could still remain so calm and collected. The same thing, I'll tell you. If you want me to go back to the old house, you have to ask me to do it. Chen Hao said, I have a saying for you. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on the young and poor. I am different from my father. My father thought of the friendship between brothers and never fought for anything. He would endure any grievances himself. But what's the use of such a good person? He became ill from overwork at a young age, and my mother also died of excessive sadness. Even though he was the only son, he was still bullied by his brothers and kicked out of the old house. Chen Hao glanced at the two small mounds next to him. Due to poverty, his parents' graves didn't even have simple tombstones. He glanced at all the relatives, especially the elders, and said, remember what I said. If you want my help or want to get benefits from me in the future, you have to come and beg me. I have to kowtow 3 times in front of my parents' graves and say sorry. Chen Hao burned yellow paper, lit incense, and kowtowed 3 times for his parents. On the side, Tong Qian asked the 2 children to kneel down and kowtow 3 times to their father-in-law, mother-in-law, and grandpa and grandma. After visiting the grave, the family left. Without looking back. See, I told you he was very arrogant. I was very angry with him years ago, and now he's even more arrogant than when I last saw him years ago. Chen Yan spat fiercely at Chen Hao's back. He wants us to beg him. That's a nice thought. I'm a teacher at the primary school in the brigade. Is it possible that I will lose my job and need to beg him? She felt that she could do this job as a primary school teacher in the brigade for the rest of her life. Yan Zi is right. He wants us to beg him for help. He is simply hysterical. There is only one water pump in the entire brigade. When the weather gets hot, it will be the time to use water. Without pumping equipment, the crops in the fields will die of thirst. I wonder if he can still be so tough. Chen Xinggu said. He glanced at Chen Xuanfu, who was burning paper at the grave of Chen Hao's parents, and scolded, What are you burning there? My second uncle and second aunt were very kind to me when I was a child. I can burn some paper for them and have some money to use in the afterlife, said Chen Xuanfu. After burning the yellow paper in his hand and inserting 3 incense sticks, Chen Xuanfu knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Chapter 59, More Meat, Less Fungus. On the way back, Tong Qian was very worried. Is what Uncle San just said true? Are they trying to scare you, or do the team really want to target you? The leaders of production teams and brigades were not included in the cadre establishment. In the eyes of the cadres in the communes, counties and cities, they were not worthy of being on the stage. But to the common people, they were leaders who could directly influence their lives. The villagers were not willing to come into conflict with these leaders easily, let alone offend them. Captain Chen Zichang has already reminded me of this matter. I know what's going on. Don't worry, I also have a solution. Shen Hao said with a smile. Isn't it just a machine for pumping water? When the time comes, the production team can just buy one and this problem can be easily solved. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. In the past, Chen Hao would be worried, but now that he has money on hand, this is no longer a problem. If Wang Chuanda tries to use this to control himself, he will only shoot himself in the foot. He looked at Tong Qian and said, There is no such thing as a thief who can steal for 1,000 days. We must take this opportunity to remove Wang Chuanda from the position of deputy captain of the brigade and solve the problem once and for all. He is the deputy captain of the brigade. How can you pull him down? You need the cadres of other production teams to vote. Except for the leader of our production team, most other production teams will not stand on your side. Tong Qian said. She was very puzzled. Her man was so confident that he was not satisfied with removing Wang Hongmei from the position of timekeeper, but now he wanted to deal with Wang Chuanda. He is the leader of the brigade and is in charge of agricultural machinery. Normally, when the leaders of each production team saw Wang Chuanda, they would give him cigarettes and some delicious food so that their production team could use agricultural equipment first when it was needed during the busy farming season. In her opinion, Wang Chuanda's power is not small. If you want to destroy him, you must first make him crazy. The more he jumps, the more painful his fall will be.
Chen Hao said, "Isn't it just a problem with the water pump? Then our production team can just buy one." In agricultural planting, water is very important, and this is what Wang Chuanda relies on. As long as this advantage and weakness are gone, he will naturally not be afraid. The matter of buying the water pump is known to you and me, but there is no need to tell anyone else. If Wang Hongmei or anyone else deliberately jumps around in front of you, just pretend to be very worried and don't reveal the fact that I have a way to deal with it. Chen Hao reminded. In 2 or 3 months, when the weather gets hot and the farming season starts and we need water for irrigation, Wang Chuanda will probably buy the water pump. Then I will just buy the pump back and he will be a joke. His prestige will be hit and others will be shaken. Without support, he is like a phoenix without feathers, no better than a chicken. Strength comes from the people. Without the support of the people, it's nothing. As long as you have a plan, Tong Qian said, I'll listen to you. When other people are jumping around and saying bad things in front of me, I'll just pretend that I don't know what you're planning and pretend that I'm unsure. As April begins, there are more vegetables in the fields. Every household in the village has built greenhouses on their private plots and planted some vegetables in them. They are growing well and are common vegetables in normal times, but because they are grown in greenhouses, they will be available on the market earlier than other seasonal vegetables. Chen Hao is buying these vegetables, and the price he offers is better than going to the market. That day, Chen Hao returned to the village and secretly entered the forest behind the village in the early morning, picked some fresh wood ear mushrooms, and then brought them to a restaurant in the county. Spring and autumn are suitable for the growth of wild delicacies. He told Chen Dongsheng, stir-fry these black fungus with shredded pork. Put more shredded pork and less black fungus. The price is 3 yuan per plate. A pound of meat costs only 70 cents, but a pound of fresh fungus can be sold for 10 yuan. Once you open a restaurant, there is no need to secretly sell black fungus at a stall. It is more appropriate to stir-fry it into a dish in the store. Although he had to give away 40% of the profit, since the vegetable prices were not low, Chen Hao actually did not suffer any loss and instead saved time and energy. It's so expensive, will anyone want it? This thing is not valuable, right? Chen Dongsheng was very surprised. How can it not be valuable? This thing is very valuable. Normally, even if you want to eat it, you can't. Su Jianxin walked over. Sometimes some leading officials would go to the county restaurant for dinner and they would specifically request these wild delicacies in game, which were very expensive. Sometimes restaurants don't have these things, so we have to ask around and look for them everywhere before we can cook a plate to meet the requirements of the leaders. Su Jianxin works in a county restaurant. He is older and has more experience. He has received some county leaders and even leaders from the city who came to inspect. I know that these powerful or wealthy people have very unique tastes and they like to eat rare things. I like to eat things that are grown locally in the mountains and forests. When stir-frying shredded pork with black fungus, don't put too much black fungus, just 1 or 2 ounces. Su Jianxin also enthusiastically made a suggestion. 1 jin is 10 liang. According to this amount, you can make shredded pork and black fungus worth 30 yuan. Just follow Master Su's advice and don't put too much. Chen Hao followed suit. This is a rare mountain delicacy. Putting less will allow more residents to taste it. Chen Dongsheng looked at Chen Hao, then at Su Jianxin. These two people have such dark hearts. But he likes it very much. Huashan Restaurant's turnover has hit a bottleneck again. After rising to around 200 yuan per day, it is difficult to go any further. Offering more wild game would definitely increase turnover. In the evening, the restaurant closed and Su Jianxin and Tu Dandan went home to rest. Both of them have places to live in the county. There were only 3 people left in the store, Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei. The 3 of them counted the money. There are 245.62 yuan. Just because of adding the black fungus dish, the sales increased significantly. The black fungus today is very popular. I originally thought that at 3 yuan per plate, and the black fungus in each plate weighs only about 1 or 2 taels, many people would be reluctant to eat it, but I didn't expect that so many people would eat it. Chen Dongsheng said. He lamented, farmers are still worried about having enough to eat, but people in the city have already developed a fancy way of eating. Ordinary white rice, fruits, and vegetables cannot satisfy their needs. Only wild game can arouse their interest. Not all residents in the city are rich. Those who can eat in restaurants don't have a bad life, said Chen Hao. There are poor and rich people in every era. Just like decades later, ordinary people would feel that eating shrimps costing a few hundred yuan or noodles costing dozens of yuan was very good. No matter how rich you are, you can only eat seafood worth thousands of dollars or noodles worth over $100? In fact, for the really rich, a bowl of hand-rolled noodles would cost more than 3,000 yuan, a bowl of stewed rice would cost 1,000 yuan, and the presidential suite would cost more than 100,000 yuan a night. A corner of the heavenly palace has been revealed by many anchors. There are definitely similar situations at the moment, such as wild delicacies like black fungus and shiitake mushrooms, wild game like bear paws and pangolins, and liquors like mutai. Why is it so expensive? On the surface, it seems that it is rare, but in fact, there is market demand. It's just that the dissemination of information is not so advanced, and many people, especially ordinary people, don't know about it. I thought it would be difficult to increase our daily turnover, which was stuck at 200 yuan. I didn't expect that I could start with black fungus. If I could get more wild delicacies like black fungus and shiitake mushrooms, the money I make every day would definitely increase. Chen Dongxing looked at Chen Hao. Brother Hao, get some more wild game. Rich people like to eat this, so fry more for them. Chapter 60, I must get it. I think we can open another restaurant. The hotel business is already booming and many customers come without seats. If we open another restaurant, the business will definitely be good, Chen Wei suggested. Taste the marrow and you will know its taste. The two tasted the sweetness and thought about expanding the scale of their business. We do need to continue opening the restaurant, but this county is not suitable. We have to develop in the city, said Chen Hao. He explained to the two, Changfeng County is only this large, with a total population of only about 700,000, most of whom are agricultural households, and the county seat has a population of just over 100,000. If I continue to open a restaurant, I will be competing with myself, which is not cost-effective. You have to go to the city. There are more people, more large companies, and more rich and powerful people in the city. It's easier to make money from them. Changfeng County was just a stepping stone. After accumulating capital and experience, Chen Hao planned to open a restaurant in the city. Looking at it this way, the restaurant's daily turnover will be at most 300 yuan in the future, said Chen Dongsheng. He was a little discouraged. It's only been a short time, and you don't even care about a daily turnover of 300 yuan? Chen Hao laughed. I forgot that when we first opened the restaurant, we only made a few dozen yuan a day. With a turnover of 300 yuan and a gross profit of 60%, the gross profit is 180 yuan a day, which is 5,400 yuan a month. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei have a 10% dividend right. All in all, one person can earn 540 yuan per month. Farming and being a farmer, at the end of the year, each person only earns 20 or 30 yuan. What you earn in 1 month is equivalent to what you earn as a farmer in 10 or even 20 years. Who says capital is dirty? In the eyes of Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, it smells very good. It's time to be content. Thanks to Brother Hao, you are our second parent. Chen Wei wanted to kowtow to Chen Hao. After being poor for generations, his generation finally saw hope. Following Chen Hao seemed to be able to change the fate of his family. Are you really satisfied with a daily turnover of 300 yuan? Chen Hao took out a cigarette, put one in his mouth, squeezed the cigarette box, and threw the rest to the two men. His words were full of temptation. Not opening a restaurant in the county for the time being doesn't mean that the turnover can't be increased. The temperature is getting higher and higher. There is so much open space at the door. Buy some more tables and chairs. Adding 10 or 8 tables is no problem at all. The Huashan Hotel only has 1 floor, and it can be rebuilt later. It's no problem to build a 3-story building. Aren't these all ways to increase sales? Both Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei's eyes lit up. Brother Hao, you always have a lot of ideas. Chen Wei praised. It's difficult to rebuild in a short time, but we can add tables and chairs at the door, and the turnover can continue to grow. Chen Dongxing touched his lips excitedly. The most profitable methods are written in the criminal law. Although you missed the opportunity to take up arms, this window of opportunity before the reform and opening up can also allow people to change their destiny, and the risks are much smaller. Brother Hao, I want to buy a bicycle, but I don't have a ticket. When will the county shopping mall hold another event where they can sell bicycles without tickets? Chen Dongxing suddenly said. Now that he had money in hand and had hope for the future, he wanted to buy a bicycle. I also want to buy one so that it will be convenient for me to go back to the village. Chen Wei nodded. This is easy. We don't have to wait for the mall to hold an event. This is possible. Chen Hao said, the director of the purchasing department of Changfeng Mall. Has he ever eaten at our restaurant? Next time he comes over for dinner, I'll mention it to him and ask about the situation. People who eat at Huashan restaurant generally have good jobs, and many of them are employees of large companies. Some people even take the initiative to introduce themselves when ordering food. This is also all about personal connections. Time flies and 3 days have passed. At noon that day, Wu Deidi, director of the purchasing department of Changfeng department store, entered the store with several people. Director Wu and a few other comrades, please sit here. If you want to eat something, I'll ask the kitchen to prepare it right away. Chen Hao went over personally and led Wu Deidi and others to sit down. Helped Su pull out the chair. Give enough respect. What dishes are in the restaurant today? Wu Deidi asked. He came in a hurry and didn't look at the dishes on the small blackboard hanging outside. Director Wu, you often visit Huashan Hotel. Today's order will be recorded on Huashan Hotel's behalf. I will be in charge of serving the dishes. Don't worry, they will definitely not be shabby. Chen Hao said. To be able to reach the position of shopping mall manager, one may not have other abilities, but one must be very familiar with the ways of the world. Wu Deidi glanced at Chen Hao and said with a smile, okay, then just watch as the dishes are served. Chen Hao immediately went into the kitchen and talked about a few dishes with Chen Dongxing and Su Jianxin. At the table, Wu Deidi was chatting with a few people. After more than 20 minutes, the dishes were served on the table one after another, and they were very sumptuous. Stir-fried bacon with garlic sprouts. Stir-fried shredded pork with black fungus. Lamb stewed with radish. Braised pork intestines. Braised soft-shelled turtle. They are all meat dishes. Normally, when Wu Deidi comes to eat, he would not necessarily order so many meat dishes at once. This dish is really hard. Director Wu, you are so generous that this restaurant actually serves such delicious dishes. Several other people at the table praised. Wu Deidi blushed fiercely. During the meal, Chen Hao did not come over to disturb them. He waited until Wu Deidi and the others had almost finished eating before he came over and asked, Director Wu, is the food okay? The taste is very good. The comrades just now also said it is very good, especially the black fungus and soft-shelled turtle. These two dishes are not available in most restaurants, but you have them here. Wu Deidi said. Director Wu, we must not neglect the comrades you brought here. Chen Hao was very good at speaking. Comrades, when you go to Huashan Hotel in the future, mention Director Wu's name, and we will cook delicious meals even if we have to cook the iron pan until it's on fire. Gave Wu Deidi enough face. Wu Deidi and his companions left Huashan Hotel. Chen Wei came over and whispered, Brother Hao, we've already treated them to a meal and they've left. Why didn't you mention the bicycle? How can you ask for something in return right after giving someone a little benefit? Not only will this not make people remember your kindness, it will also give people the impression that you are too utilitarian. It's best to wait for the other party to reciprocate. If the other party doesn't appreciate it, you should wait a few days before bringing up the bicycle. Have to hold it in place. He looked at Chen Wei and said, if you buy a gift for a lesbian and then immediately drag her into a cave, that's called sex trade. If you buy a gift and then ask if you can go to her house to have a drink of water because you're thirsty, that's called dating. The motivation is the same, but you can be a little more reserved and tactful, and the impression given will be obviously different. As they were chatting, Wu Deidi returned to Huashan Hotel alone and handed Chen Hao a cigarette. The food we just had was not cheap. I'm sorry that you spent a lot of money. Those comrades are friends from our cooperative unit. I will be responsible for receiving them when they come over. They were very satisfied with the meal and said they would eat at Huashan Hotel next time they come. You made me very proud. He came here to express his gratitude. A man lives by his face, a tree lives by its bark. Wu Deidi was very satisfied with Chen Hao's tact. Chen Hao is a tactful person. It is impossible for him not to be tactful. I'm glad I didn't delay your work, Director Wu. Chen Hao said, Director Wu, if you or any of your friends want to have dinner at Huashan Hotel, just let me know. I will definitely prepare the food for you in advance. Still very humble, he did not talk about the purpose of doing this. Wu Deidi looked at Chen Hao deeply for several times. This young man has great concentration. The dishes on the table just now cost at least one big unity. Such a large amount of money must have a purpose. Chen Hao didn't mention it during the meal, and he didn't mention it after the meal. When he turned around, Chen Hao still didn't mention it. After wiping for more than half an hour and it still didn't go in, he still had to give a thumbs up. I have to have it. Chapter 61. Where is Chen Hao? You are a very good young comrade. No wonder the production team allowed you to open a restaurant in the county. You are very good at dealing with human relationships. Wu Deidi gave Chen Hao a high evaluation. He gave Chen Hao a thumbs up. You are sensible, so I can't be ignorant. Otherwise, since I am not older than you, and I have worked as the purchasing director of Changfeng department store for so many years, wouldn't it be in vain? He looked at Chen Hao and said, I am having this meal with honor. I won't accept your favor for nothing. I don't like to owe favors to others. Tell me, if there is anything I can help with, just ask. Don't be polite with me. You want to buy something, but you don't have a ticket, so you want to go through my back door? Wu Deidi was very smart and guessed what Chen Hao was thinking. This is the main power he has. I said I would bring this up to you, Director Wu, in a few days. I didn't expect Director Wu to come back to me so soon and specifically talk about this matter, said Chen Hao. This statement is a disguised way of praising Wu Deidi, admiring Wu Deidi for not taking advantage of others and immediately returning the benefits he has received. Isn't this how human relations work? If you treat me as an important person and give me face, I will also respect you and let you go in through the back door. Wu Deidi said. He has a very clear view on this aspect. If you give me face and make me feel comfortable, I will let you go through the back door. I do have something to ask Director Wu. Chen Dongsheng, Chen Wei, and I all live in the village. We're just staying temporarily in the county. It's not convenient for us to walk back and forth every time. So we want to buy 3 bicycles to make it more convenient. But we don't have any bicycle tickets. I wonder if this is convenient for you. Chen Hao said. He thought about it carefully and decided that he should buy a bicycle first. He originally wanted to buy a motorcycle, but he had not yet calculated the restaurant's dividends to the villagers, so it would be too ostentatious to buy a motorcycle now. What's the inconvenience? They're just 3 bicycles. Just decide what brand you want and bring the money to the mall to pick them up. Wu Deidi agreed readily. The requirement of tickets for bicycles is mainly aimed at residents, restricting ordinary people. Only those who have a certain status or some connections can go through the back door, and it doesn't matter if they don't have a ticket. Wu Deidi has this power. Thank you, Director Wu. Phoenix brand is good. Chen Hao said. Also, I would like to ask Director Wu if there are any diesel water pumps in Changfeng shopping mall? Phoenix and Forever brands of bicycles are famous brands among bicycles, just like Mercedes-Benz and BMW among cars decades later. Among them, Phoenix brand is slightly better. What do you want the diesel water pump for? Changfeng department store sells mostly daily necessities. Diesel water pumps are agricultural machinery and can only be bought at the agricultural machinery station. Wu Deidi said. He looked at Chen Hao and said, you don't have to go far away. The commune also has an agricultural machinery station. If you want to buy a diesel water pump, wouldn't it be more convenient to buy it at the commune? Most water pumps now use diesel, which is bulky and far less convenient than the electric water pumps that will be used in a few decades. An electric water pump can be lifted with one hand, so even women can operate it. A diesel water pump, however, requires several strong men to operate it. But there was only one such bulky machine in the entire brigade, and it was very popular during the drought season. Wang Xuanda dared to threaten others just because he was in charge of the brigade's agricultural machinery. The county agricultural machinery station is larger than the commune agricultural machinery station. There are more water pumps to choose from, and the quality is also very good. After all, a water pump is not cheap. Chen Hao said. He didn't say what was in his mind. The reason why he wanted to buy a diesel water pump in the county instead of at the commune agricultural machinery station was actually because he was worried that Wang Xuanda would do something bad. Buying at the county agricultural machinery station was beyond Wang Xuanda's control. You are right about this. There must be more things in the county than in the commune. For example, bicycles and televisions, where can you buy them in the commune? You have to come to the county. Wu Deidi said. There are no water pumps for sale at Changfeng department store. I'll ask the county agricultural machinery station for you. It shouldn't be a big problem. But a water pump is not as good as a bicycle.
A bicycle costs more than 100 yuan, and a water pump will cost at least 1,000 yuan. Diesel water pumps are expensive even though they are heavy. The country's industry, especially light industry, is very backward. No problem. After all, it concerns agricultural production. We have to buy it no matter how expensive it is. Chen Hao was mentally prepared. After the deal was settled, Chen Hao took the money and went to Changfeng shopping mall to buy 3 Phoenix brand bicycles. Brand new and shiny. Thanks to Wu Deidi, a horseshoe lock was installed for free. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei both had 28-inch bicycles, while Chen Hao bought a 26-inch bicycle, which are easier for women to ride. There are 3 bicycles placed at the door. Customers entering and leaving the restaurant will take a few more glances when they see them. The one on the left is mine, Dongsheng. Don't fight with me and don't touch my bicycle. Chen Wei chose a 28-bar bicycle on the left. I also specifically reminded Chen Dongsheng. He cherishes his bicycle more than his wife. Although Chen Wei doesn't have a wife yet, he is afraid that other men will get his bicycle dirty. Aren't they all the same? Is it necessary to be that careful? Chen Dongsheng said. That being said, but when cooking, as long as Chen Dongsheng has some free time, he will run out and take a look at the bicycle. Time flies and it is already May. The weather has become much warmer, and there is more work to do in the fields. The early rice seedling fields need to be taken care of, with weeding, fertilization, and preparation for transplanting. The mature wheat also needs labor to be arranged for harvesting, and fruits and vegetables need to be taken care of. This year the production team planted crops in greenhouses, which required more meticulous management. We have to get up at 5 or 6 in the morning to do farm work, and we don't finish work until 6 or 7 in the evening. Some work has to be done even later. On that day, several cadres from the brigade arrived at the Hongqi production team. Wang Chuanda was also in it. He was thin, but his eyes had a sinister look. All the cadres in the team come here, let's have a meeting. As soon as he arrived at the production team, Wang Chuanda stopped a villager and said, call all the cadres in your team here. After a while, Shen Ziqiang and several production team cadres arrived. We're busy with farm work. Can't we talk about it after we're done with farm work? Shen Ziqiang's calves were covered in mud. The other cadres from the production teams were in the same situation, having just been doing farm work. Are you dissatisfied with the brigade's arrangements? How can you do farm work well without emphasizing direction, correcting your thinking, and unifying command? Wang Chuanda said seriously. He looked around and asked, are these the only cadres in your production team? Are they all here? Wang Chuanda was very happy. He was waiting for the busy farm work, and he waited for half a year. Wan Hongmei was his niece, and to be honest, he didn't think much of this niece. It is indeed slutty, but it has a bad reputation. But that was also his niece, and he lost his job as a timekeeper. Rather than targeting Wang Hongmei, he felt that it was a slap in the face in targeting himself. The culprit is Chen Hao. They are all here, said Chen Ziqiang. What you said is not right. Where is Chen Hao? Isn't he the deputy team leader of the production team? Why haven't we seen him? Wang Chuanda asked. Chapter 62. She has enough experience in this area. It's true that Chen Hao is the sideline captain, but he spends most of his time in the county, said Chen Ziqiang. You came here suddenly. It's nothing serious. It's hard to inform him. If there's anything he needs to tell us, we can tell him when he returns to the village. He is the captain of the secondary production team. Agricultural production has little to do with him. It is enough for us cadres to keep an eye on agricultural work. Take the initiative to excuse Chen Hao. Chen Ziqiang was not well educated, but he could tell that Wang Chuanda had come here with bad intentions. He insisted on convening a meeting of the production team's cadres and specifically asked about Chen Hao, which was obviously a deliberate targeting of him. How can it not matter? I heard that he doesn't engage in agricultural production all day, but he still gets 12 work points a day. Other villagers work from morning to night but only get 10 work points, which is not as much as his work points for being idle. If this continues, how can we lead the team? Wang Chuanda said loudly. Afraid that others couldn't hear him, he raised his voice a little more. If the team's morale is low, how can agricultural production continue? If agricultural production cannot be completed, the state's grain procurement task cannot be completed, and the brigade will be implicated. The situation is described as very bad and the consequences are very serious.
How can it be so serious? The cadres in the team are calculated based on 12 points for work points. Chen Hao is the captain of the sideline business team, and this was elected by all the villagers in the team. He went to the county not for personal matters, but for the team's sideline business. Chen Ziqiang said. Chen Hao helped to harvest the fruits and vegetables from the team's private plots, as well as the collective's own. He helped the production team earn a lot of cash. These are all good things that are beneficial to agricultural production and the production team. He did not agree with Wang Xuanda's words, but chose to defend Chen Hao. From the moment he supported Chen Hao in the election for the captain of the sideline team, he and Chen Hao were bound together. He issued a certificate to Chen Hao, approving that Chen Hao opened a restaurant in the county, and he and Chen Hao were in the same boat. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Several other production team cadres also echoed Chen Ziqiang's words and spoke for Chen Hao. Chen Hao donated bicycles to the team committee, and they all rode them, so they could be considered comrades who had ridden the same bicycle. Many production teams also have side businesses, but none of them are like your production team, which goes to the county to do side businesses. I criticized Chen Hao a few words, and so many people spoke up for him. Wang Xuanda said angrily. Chen Ziqiang and several other production team cadres actually stood on Chen Hao's side and spoke for Chen Hao, which was something he had not expected. Wasn't it said that Chen Hao was previously unreliable, idle, and had a bad reputation in the village? It's also true that he went to the county to do a side job, but he delayed his farm work, Wang Xuanda said. Farm work was busy, and he took 2 strong laborers with him. This must be true, right? Since Chen Haoran is not here, someone will attend the meeting for him. Isn't he married? Call his woman over. Chen Ziqiang frowned. Captain Wang, if you have anything to arrange or notify, tell us the same thing. When Chen Hao comes back, we will tell him. There is no need to call his woman over, right? Why are you so nervous? There are so many people here, what can I do to his woman? Wang Xuanda said, farming production is very busy right now, I came here to talk about the problems of farming production. He glanced at Wang Hongmei next to him and said, Hongmei, go call Chen Hao's wife over here. Also, call all the villagers from the Hongqi production team over here. Wang Hongmei had been standing nearby. Upon hearing this, she immediately ran towards the fields, running and shouting at the same time. It's time for a meeting. Put down what you are doing and come to the meeting. Tong Qian, the leader of the brigade, is here. Your man is not here. The leader wants you to attend the meeting on behalf of your man. Wang Xuanda took out a cigarette and smoked it, not in a hurry to speak. He waited until all the villagers were in place before speaking. More than 10 minutes later, almost all the villagers from the Hongqi production team gathered together. When they were busy with farm work, they were called to a meeting. Many people were cursing and complaining. The harvest from the fields is related to their own food and money. The villagers will scold even if the leaders of the brigade or the commune come and affect agricultural production. I don't want to delay your farming work, but there is something I have to inform you of in advance. Wang Xuanda pretended not to hear the private scolding. Seeing that most people had gathered, he began to speak. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Only by following instructions can production go more smoothly and the harvest in the fields can be better. Who is Chen Hao's woman? Come out. Tong Qian took a few steps forward and said, I am Chen Hao's woman, Captain Wang, what do you want to tell me? Originally, I was planning to tell Chen Hao some things. He is in the county, so you can listen for him. When he comes back, you can talk to him about it. Wang Xuanda said. Greenhouse cultivation was invented by Chen Hao. I don't approve of it. It wastes production materials and manpower, and will affect the grain procurement plan. The last time the brigade held a meeting, Chen Hao didn't go. This time when I came, Chen Hao was not there again. He knew there was a problem and was worried about being held accountable by the brigade, so he deliberately hid, right? The reason I came to the Hongqi production team was to deal with Chen Hao. It's a pity that Chen Hao is not here, but Wang Xuanda doesn't want to return empty-handed, so he decides to give Chen Hao's woman a try. It was not to avenge Wang Hongmei who was fired as a recorder, but to establish his own prestige. If you strip the chicken of its feathers, it will run away. However, if you throw some rice at its feet, the chicken will circle around and eat the rice. The villagers are like the chicken. Wang Xuanda was not afraid of the villagers making a fuss. After the fuss, he would just feed them some rice and give them some benefits. He was only afraid that the villagers would not be afraid of him.
He is the captain of the secondary team. He went to the county to help with agricultural production.
Tong Qian said, he is not hiding from you. The grain procurement has not started yet. It is too early to say whether it will have an impact or not. She is a woman, but not stupid.
She often communicates with Chen Hao in bed, not only physically but also mentally. She knew that Wang Chuanda had no good intentions in coming here this time.
The answer was flawless. I heard that Chen Hao is a lazy guy and often beats you. Wang Chuanda asked. Which couple doesn't fight? Tong Qian didn't fall for his trick and didn't say anything bad about her husband. When a couple fights, they make up at the foot of the bed. Captain Wang, you are the leader of the brigade, but you are a male comrade. In terms of age, I have to call you uncle, an elder. You are not the women's captain, so why are you so interested in the relationship between me and my wife?
You are being disrespectful to your elders. If you want to ask, you should go home and ask your daughter-in-law, not me. The surrounding villagers burst into laughter. Some young wives and old sisters-in-law were laughing so hard that they fell over.
Captain Wang, you are in charge of agricultural machinery. Are these issues between husband and wife also your responsibility? You're a grandfather, and you're still so interested in the affairs between husband and wife? Ask Wang Hongmei.
She has plenty of experience in this area.
Chapter 63. This is a water pump. Tong Qian's hole is only drilled by her man. If others want to drill it, there is no chance at all. Facing Wang Chuanda's difficulties, Tong Qian did not reveal any flaws. You don't want to repent. I've given you a chance, but you don't know what's good for you. Don't blame me then.
Wang Chuanda said, the brigade's water pump will not be used by your production team this year.
If you want to pump water, you have to find a way yourself.
I told you in advance, don't come to me when the time comes. It's useless, and you will say irresponsible things. He pulled out his trump card. There was only one water pump for the entire brigade. When farm work was not so busy and there was plenty of rain, the water pump was not very effective. But once summer came, the water pump directly determined the production team's grain output, including fruits and vegetables.
In years with severe drought, not only will the procurement of grain be affected, even food rations will be affected. Wang Chuanda, you are going too far.
The water pump is the property of the entire brigade, and agricultural machinery shared by all production teams. It is not your personal property.
You have no right to do this. Chen Ziqiang said angrily. He heard some words saying that Wang Chuanda would do something bad to the agricultural machinery. He didn't quite believe it at first. How could a person be so bad? But I didn't expect that Wang Chuanda was actually so bad. It's not my personal property, but I manage it. Wang Chuanda said, your production team didn't follow my instructions. I reminded you again and again, but you didn't take it seriously. Now that I have come here in person to persuade him, it would be fine if Chen Hao didn't show up, but his woman even took the lead in making fun of me. This shows that she doesn't take the leader of the brigade seriously and doesn't obey the command of the brigade leader. In this case, I have the final say on who gets to use the agricultural machinery. He glanced at Tong Qian, and then turned his attention to the villagers. Don't blame me, I am also serving the brigade and the production teams. But with so many production teams, some are biased and some are not. It's not easy to treat everyone equally. The production team that obeys the command will be given priority in using the brigade's agricultural machinery. If you want to blame someone, blame Chen Hao. Of course, I'm not that bossy. It's not like there's no room for negotiation. As long as Chen Hao writes a self-criticism, admits his mistakes, and promises to obey orders in the future and not go against the team, the water pump can still be used by your production team. Use the right to use the water pump to control the production team. He used the agricultural production and water demand of the entire production team to force Chen Hao to submit to him and put Chen Hao against the interests of all the villagers. Control the interests of the majority and deal with a small number of people. Wang Chuanda was not well educated, but he had plenty of experience in political struggles and knew how to deal with Chen Hao. He had dealt with similar situations many times in the past. It's easy to get every time. This time will be no exception. You are so shameless. You rely on your position as the manager of the water pump to force my man to write a self-criticism. He has done nothing wrong. Tong Qian's face turned red with anger. Whether you have done something right or not is not up to you or him. If everyone disobeys orders and follows suit, How can we carry out agricultural production in the future? Said Wang Chuanda. It's revenge, it's manipulation, it's unreasonable.
Not only Tong Xian knew it, Chen Ziqian also knew it, and all the other villagers knew it in their hearts as well.
But there is no way to deal with this practice.
The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and the fields need water. Without the water pumps, the grain production will definitely decrease.
Isn't it just writing a self-criticism?
Tong Xian, your husband is back, just tell him and ask him to write it.
Wang Hongmei said very lightly.
She was very proud.
He deliberately stood next to Wang Chuanda.
He lost his job as a timekeeper and had to work in the fields like everyone else.
He was so exhausted that his family finally came to settle the bill.
She glanced at Wang Chuanda and said, "Uncle, Chunhao has taken away my job as a timekeeper and replaced me with a little girl.
Take this opportunity to talk to them and get my job back." Many villagers looked worried. Some people even agreed with Wang Hongmei.
Writing a self-criticism is not a big deal, just write it.
Admit your mistake.
Being able to use the water pump is also helping the production team. We will remember Chen Hao's kindness. I told you long ago that Wang Hongmei shouldn't be touched, but she refused to listen. Now, she has affected the water supply of the entire production team. Most of those who said these words were close to Wang Hongmei, or those who were weak-willed and blamed Chen Hao for getting themselves into trouble.
Hongmei has been doing her job as a timekeeper well without any problems. She should be reinstated, Wang Chuanda said.
The work of a timekeeper is very important.
It's not right to let an inexperienced girl take charge of it. Something that comes to mind.
Being in charge of agricultural machinery, one has that much power. He let the masses fight against each other and let the villagers put all their resentment on Chen Hao, while he himself was able to stay out of it. Listening to the complaints about Chen Hao, Wang Chuanda felt very proud. Outside the village, car horns were heard.
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice.
It is not uncommon to see tractors passing through the village, but cars are rare. On the village road, a truck was heading this way.
Is Chen Hao back? Nonsense, the brigade doesn't even have a car. How can Chen Hao have a car? How did this car come to our village? Amid the crowd's puzzled gazes, the truck stopped in an open space not far away.
The passenger door opened and Chen Hao jumped out. He shouted to his wife, "Wife, go back to the house and get a pack of cigarettes. Please help this comrade drive all the way to the village. It's really hard work."
"Hey, I'll go right away."
Tong Qian was stunned for a moment and then responded loudly. She was full of worries just now, but now that her husband came back, she immediately felt full of strength and confidence. She turned around and went home to get a cigarette. Chen Xiaoting was holding Nini and Xiaoduo, so she didn't have to worry.
"Captain Chen, call a few people to help unload the things on the back of the truck. These things are really heavy. Send a few more people."
Chen Hao shouted again.
"This truck is taking Chen Hao back to the village. It looks like there's something in the back of the truck." Chen Ziqiang and other villagers finally came to their senses. "What's that at the back of the truck? Why do we have to call someone to unload it?" Chen Ziqiang walked towards the truck, very curious. Several other cadres, including many villagers, also walked towards the truck.
On the back of the truck, there was a big thing painted green. It was padded with straw and secured with ropes.
"This is a water pump. Where did you get it from? Was it from the brigade? Didn't that bastard Wang Chuanda just say that he wouldn't let our production team use the brigade's water pump?"
The group was very excited.
Water pumps are very important to farmers. This is the lifeblood of farmers. You must be confused. How can the brigade's water pump be so new? It looks like it has never been used. Chen Ziqiang calmed down and looked at Chen Hao. "Did you buy this?" Chapter 64, slowly sidelining him.
"I bought it, but to be precise, it was bought by the production team. It is our production team's water pump,"
Chen Hao said.
After getting a definite answer, Chen Ziqian was so happy that he seemed to be several years younger. The whole person was filled with excitement.
"What are you all standing there for? This is our production team's water pump. Come here with those with good backs and lift the water pump down," he immediately called out. Even more excited and positive than Chen Hao. "The water pump is our lifeline and our confidence.
With this thing, not only is the harvest of crops in the fields guaranteed, but he, as the leader of the production team, can also walk with his head held high. During the drought season, when the crops in the fields need water, there is no need to go to the production team to beg for water or queue up for the water pump. Several people came over immediately to carry the water pump. Chen Ziqiang was watching from the side, very nervous. Be careful, don't bump into anything, the paint on it is still new, go slowly, don't damage it. Go get some haystacks and use the grass underneath as cushion. Treat the pump the same way you treat your wife. Chen Ziqiang directed the villagers to lift the water pump off the back of the truck. Tong Qian also brought a cigarette over, and Shen Hao handed it to the driver. The driver was an employee of the county agricultural machinery station. With the help of Wu Deidi, he spent 1,050 yuan to buy the water pump. The county agricultural machinery station also specially sent a truck to deliver it back to the village. Otherwise, you have to figure it out yourself. After the water pump was removed, the driver turned the car around and left the village. In just a short while, a villager told Chen Hao what Wang Chuanda had just said and done. Chen Hao frowned and walked up to Wang Chuanda. You old bastard, you dare not argue with me in person, but you bully female comrades and cause trouble for my woman when I'm not around. Who do you think you are? No politeness at all, just scolding. Most of the cadres in the village have no political wisdom. Wang Chuanda has a little, but not much, and his little political wisdom is all used in intrigue. Thinking about how to play tricks on others and how to establish one's own prestige. Putting oneself in opposition to the production team, in opposition to the interests of others, becoming the public enemy of others, and then criticizing and denouncing oneself, one's mind is too sinister. Why are you cursing? I am the leader of the brigade. Even if you bought a water pump, you shouldn't curse me. Wang Chuanda said angrily. He was shocked and angry. What was surprising was that Chen Hao actually brought back a water pump, and what was infuriating was that so many people were watching, but Chen Hao actually scolded him directly. Even if I have conflicts with others on a daily basis, they won't scold me. But Chen Hao cursed at his face. I'm scolding you, you old bastard. What kind of cadre or leader are you? You rely on the power you have in your hands to do whatever you want just because you are in charge of agricultural machinery. Chen Hao continued to scold. Who in the entire team doesn't know your character? It's only because the leaders are kind-hearted and the villagers don't argue with you that they didn't remove you. Another reason is that you are power-hungry and too old to care about face. If you are removed, it would be a sin if something bad happens out of anger. Even towards animals, we should be humane, what do you think? Chen Hao's mouth was very powerful, he was almost saying that Wang Chuanda was worse than a beast. Good scolding. His face was so ugly just now. I really want to beat him up. Our production team has a water pump, so we don't have to be afraid of him. Like his niece Wang Hongmei, neither is a good person. His niece is a bit slutty, and his uncle is also a bad guy. People are so strange. When there is no one leading them, they are like a group of sheep. They dare not raise their heads when being bullied. But once someone takes the lead, they immediately become full of blood. This water pump cannot be considered an asset of the production team. It should be counted as the brigade's. The production team's things should be under the brigade's control. Wang Chuanda said loudly. He was a little flustered. The right to use the water pump is his trump card. I thought it was a sure thing, and I could rely on this to attract one group of people and attack another group of people, and I would definitely achieve my goal. I didn't expect that Chen Hao could easily crack it. This was bought with the funds of the production team, not the brigade's funds. It belongs to the production team's assets. Do you really think it is still the time of the one leveling and two adjustments? Chen Hao looked at Wang Chuanda. Even if you go to other leaders of the brigade or the leaders of the commune, this water pump is also an asset of our production team. One level and two adjustments. This means that superiors can transfer the land, funds, agricultural tools, products, and even the personal finances of members of collective economic organizations at all levels free of charge. The assets and labor of the production team can also be loaned out free of charge. The only thing missing is that the daughter-in-law can share it with him. This is wrong and has been disproven. With the water pump, our production team's grain output this year is guaranteed, and we no longer have to rely on others, said Chen Ziqiang. He was proud. I had an argument with Wang Chuanda at a brigade meeting before, and just now Wang Chuanda was taking advantage of me. But they were all cracked in the end. Thanks to Chen Hao. Wang Chuanda, do you have anything else to tell me? If not, we won't stay with you. We are busy working in the fields and don't have time to listen to your bragging and conspiracies.
Chen Ziqiang looked at Wang Chuanda and said, "This means that Wang Chuanda should stay wherever he wants and not cause trouble in the production team." Wang Chuanda left in shame. The several brigade cadres who came with him were also covered in dust and dirt. "Okay, let's get to work. We need to hurry up and do the farm work. Don't delay," Chen Ziqiang said to the villagers. He did not leave himself, but directed these people to carry the water pump into the production team's warehouse. "With this water pump, Wang Chuanda will never strangle me again, and he will never be so arrogant again." Chen Ziqiang was very happy. He turned around and said to Chen Hao, "Did you buy this water pump in the county? If you buy a water pump at the Commune's agricultural machinery station, there won't be a truck delivering it, so you have to find a way yourself." "I bought it in the county." Chen Hao nodded. "I was worried that Wang Chuanda would get in trouble, so I didn't have time to discuss it with you, Captain Chen, and I bought a water pump." Chen Hao took out a receipt from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziqiang. "This money is included in the 20% dividend that the restaurant gives to the production team. This will be a great thing that will help the production team. There's no need to discuss it with me. If we discuss everything and hold meetings for everything, nothing will get done," Chen Ziqiang said. He frowned slightly, a little worried. Although this water pump was bought by our production team and is our internal asset, if the brigade really wants to borrow it later, I'm afraid it will be difficult to refuse it. After all, in addition to the water pump, there are some other things that need to be coordinated with the brigade. The brigade is our superior organization. It doesn't matter. If the brigade wants to borrow our production team's water pump, let other leaders come and talk to them, without going through Wang Chuanda. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes. Isn't Wang Chuanda showing off his power and manipulating people at will by relying on his management of agricultural machinery? Then slowly sideline him. The essence of power is actually the control of limited resources. Without control, power will naturally become a mere formality. Chapter 65. Is the hotel business okay? That's a good idea. Chen Ziqiang nodded. He also had many complaints about Wang Chuanda. During the busy farming season, especially when water and machinery were needed, this bastard made things difficult for us. He even had to rely on people to pass him cigarettes, wine, and say nice things. As the temperature rises, the crops in the fields need more and more water. It is definitely not enough to rely on rainfall alone. A water pump can solve the problem. In the future, not only will the brigade have water pumps, but our production team will also have water pumps. Just thinking about it made him feel very happy. It is no longer you who ask others for help, but others who ask you for help. Chen Ziqiang looked around and asked quietly, "Have you paid for the water pump?" "It has been paid. Don't worry about it. The money does not need to be withdrawn from the current cash in the production team. The production team does not have that much money." Chen Hao understood what he meant. It's included in the hotel's 20% profit share. Villagers have to pay 3 levies and 5 unified fees. The 3 levies refer to Provident Fund, Public Welfare Fund, and Management Fee. This part of the fees is used as remuneration for village cadres and for the establishment of collective enterprises. The idea is good, but there is actually not much funding. The fact that there was only one water pump for the entire brigade and no production team had its own water pump was enough to illustrate this point. The villagers were poor, the production team was poor, and life in the brigade was also very tight. The Red Flag production team had very limited funds. Is the restaurant business okay? How long will it take to earn back the 1,000 yuan? Asked Chen Ziqiang. He couldn't help but feel curious. 1,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. Can you afford a 20% dividend? The restaurant's business is so-so, not too good, but not too bad either. Chen Hao said, "When you have some free time, you can go to the county and take a look. There's nothing to see. I'm very busy." Chen Ziqiang waved his hand. He is very self-aware. The restaurant is said to be the production team's business, but in fact it was all started by you alone. The team didn't contribute a penny. You are already taking a big advantage by taking 20% of the dividends. If you make a profit, it's your business. I just need to take care of the fields. The restaurant is not my business. Although he seemed to be a hands-off boss, he was actually making his attitude clear to Chen Hao. The restaurant is yours, and I know my limits. After chatting with Chen Ziqiang, Chen Hao walked to a place not far away. Tong Qian and 2 kids were waiting for him. It's my fault that you have been implicated. Wang Chuanda mainly wanted to target me, and when he saw that I was not around, he targeted you. Chen Hao looked at his wife, feeling quite sorry. We are husband and wife, we are one, there is no distinction between you and me? If he targets you, isn't it no different from targeting me? Tong Qian said. But fortunately he didn't succeed. He was such a bad guy. The villagers elected him as the deputy leader of the brigade and let him manage agricultural machinery to help better carry out agricultural production, but he used this to attack others. It's really too much to use this power to do whatever you want. Once the poor gain power, they persecute the lower classes more harshly than anyone else. He will never amount to anything. What happened today is considered as castration of him, Shen Hao said with a smile. He gave his wife a thumbs up and said, I just heard from someone that you performed very well. I can handle it if I have to. Some women, when faced with criticism, not only cannot stand up, but also blame their men for dragging them down. I still hope you can hold me up. Tong Qian was praised, and her heart was sweet, but if it really doesn't work, I can hold you up. We are husband and wife, we should support each other. The family returned to the house. A hen was clucking. Then another hen came and also clucked. The two hens seemed to be competing with each other. It laid eggs. Dad laid eggs. Nini shouted happily. She ran to the chicken coop made of straw and broken adobe bricks in front of the house. There are 3 eggs in it. The chicks I bought from the market last year have grown up and started laying eggs. The 2 children had more fun. Every day they would look into the chicken coop, or listen carefully to see which hen had laid eggs, and then they would immediately run to the coop to pick up the eggs. My eggs, my eggs. Xiao Duo immediately let go of Chen Hao's hand and ran to the chicken coop. I was afraid that if I ran too slowly, my sister would take all the eggs. There are 3, 1 for each of us. We have to keep the other one. We can't take them all. If we take them all, the hen won't lay eggs here. It may go somewhere else to lay eggs. Nini picked up an egg in each hand and handed one to her sister. He also reminded her, hold it with both hands. You are weak, don't drop it. I'm 3 years old and I'm strong. I won't fall off. Xiao Duo was unhappy about being looked down upon. Holding the eggs in both hands, he walked up to Chen Hao like offering a treasure. Dad, these are for you to eat. Grow taller. Dad, I'll give you this egg too. Eat too. Chen Nier also came over and put the egg in her hand in front of Chen Hao. The 2 girls rushed to give the eggs in their hands to Chen Hao. 2 cotton padded jackets, 1 big and 1 small. Not leaking at all. Aren't you going to the county? Tong Qian asked. Go there tomorrow. The restaurant has hired 2 people who can handle it. I don't have to keep watching. Chen Hao said, give me some food. I'm a little hungry. Tong Qian went into the kitchen and first fried the bacon with garlic sprouts, then cooked the noodles and added 2 eggs. I want to eat, too. Sister eats, I want to eat too. The 2 kids shouted that they also wanted to eat noodles. I just asked you 2 if you were hungry, and you both said no. Now that it's ready, you want to eat again. Tong Qian said. She looked at her man and said, you eat yours, don't worry about them. There's more in the pot. I'll serve them some more. She served noodles to the 2 children and put them on the small table. Chen Hao rolled up a large chopstick of noodles, blew on it, and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few mouthfuls, he looked around and said, I have to find time this year to demolish the adobe house and build a red brick house. The red brick house is indeed much stronger. Tong Qian nodded. Then we'll repair the pig pen, and buy 2 piglets from the team, or go to the market, and raise them. We'll slaughter them and make bacon during the Chinese New Year, Chen Hao said. We can also make some sausages today. He picked up a handful of garlic sprouts and bacon with chopsticks and put them in his mouth, chewing them. Very fragrant. No one in the village has built a red brick house yet. If we build a red brick house, will it be too conspicuous? Tong Qian was a little worried about this again. Don't worry, nothing will happen. The policies will only become more and more relaxed. In a year or 2, even the fields will be handed over to each household to manage themselves. Chen Hao said. He glanced towards the kitchen. Are there any noodles left in the pot? No more. Are you still not full? I'll get you some more. Tong Qian stood up. That's not what I meant. I'm full and don't have any noodles anymore.
Just wash the pot and boil some hot water.
It's more convenient to take a shower at home than in the county, Chen Hao said.
Chapter 66, the number of dining tables reaches 16.
Huashan Hotel's business is very stable.
None of the other restaurants in Changfeng County can compare. As May begins, there are more fruits and vegetables in the fields, and the variety of dishes in the restaurant has increased from 4 or 5 at the beginning to 8 now.
There is no problem in hosting a general banquet.
That day, Chen Hao and Zhang Yangke were smoking and chatting in the open space outside Huashan Hotel. Zhang Yangke was wearing security guard sleeves. Every once in a while, he would act as a security guard and assist the police station in patrolling the public security situation within its scope.
This job is actually quite relaxing.
Chen Hao handed him a cigarette and said, "The business at Huashan restaurant is pretty good.
There are customers coming in after 10 o'clock in the morning.
Many customers come late and there are no seats for them to eat. I want to make use of this open space in front of the door, put tables and chairs there, and arrange for guests to eat outside.
Is that okay? Will the Industrial and Commercial Bureau or the County Health Administration come out to stop us?"
At that time, there was no urban management, and there were no unified regulations on signs and the like. There was only a department responsible for managing urban sanitation.
The Industrial and Commercial Administration will not care about this.
However, Chen Hao still took the opportunity to ask Zhang Yangke.
The meaning is very simple. It means that if someone comes to cause trouble, we hope Zhang Yangke can help mediate. Another meaning is to show the importance of Zhang Yangke.
Just like coaxing a child, some children need encouragement and affirmation of their value, so that they will be more proactive when you ask them to do something later.
Who will take care of this? No one will.
Zhang Yangke said with a smile, "We will just put tables and chairs at the door to receive more customers."
Can the limited staff in your store handle it? We are definitely too busy to handle it. We need to hire 2 more people, a cook and a helper. Chen Hao said, "I still need your help in introducing them. Su Jianxin and Tu Dandan are both very good.
Thanks to them, I can free up some free time to do other things in the store." Letting Zhang Yangke be the introducer may seem troublesome on the surface, but in fact it is transferring benefits to Zhang Yangke. Working at Huashan Hotel is a great way to earn extra money. The personnel and salary of the original unit will be retained, so when you come here, you can get a monthly salary that is no less than that of the original unit. There will definitely be a lot of people rushing to do this kind of work. If you trust me and let me help you recruit people, then I will definitely not be vague. Zhang Yangke said, "Then I will find 2 more people for you, 1 for the cook and 1 for the office." He turned around, took a look at the lively scene in the store, and said to Chen Hao with a smile, "To be honest, many people know that Huashan Hotel pays more than 30 yuan a month. Many people came to me and said they didn't want to work in their original company and wanted to come here. Even if the salary of the original unit is slightly reduced, or even if there is no salary, as long as the original personnel relationship is preserved, I am willing to come to Huashan Hotel." If the Huashan Hotel were to be bigger, the staff of several catering companies in the county would probably be emptied out. The cook's salary is 10 yuan higher than his original salary. The extra 10 yuan can buy a lot of things, which greatly improves the family's financial situation. Even if you are just a helper, the salary is much higher. Huashan Hotel certainly cannot be compared with the county catering service company. The nature of the units is different. No matter how big the scale is, it is not as good as the county catering service company. Chen Hao said. One is a stable job, the other is a collective economy, they are different. His words actually touched Zhang Yangke's heart. Whether it is Zhang Yangke, Su Jianxin, or Tu Dandan, they all work in the county catering service company and its subordinate units. Even if the salary is not good and the business conditions are not very good, they have to find ways to increase their income outside. But deep down, I still think my original unit was better. Huashan Hotel is just a temporary resting place. Even decades later, many posts have discussed the salary comparison between those with a stable job and those with a self-employed income, and some people believe that a stable job with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan is better off than a self-employed person with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. It seems that as long as you enter the system, you will have the opportunity to gain benefits. I'll go find someone for you now and ask them to come to the store this afternoon, how about that? Zhang Yangke said. He said he was helping Chen Hao, but the favor actually fell on him. He was happy to help Chen Hao so that he could have more say in the county catering service company and have better personnel relations. It can make more people owe him favors.
You can come to the store in the afternoon to take a look and get familiar with the environment, and then start working officially tomorrow. Your salary will start from today. Chen Hao said. It's like one more day's salary. It's a pleasure to talk to you, Zhang Yongke said with a smile. He also gave Chen Hao a straightforward answer. There's not enough space in the store to put so many tables and chairs, so just put them at the door. There's such a large empty space, it's just sitting there anyway, what a waste. If someone is really causing trouble for you, whether it's the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Health Administration, or some other blind people, just tell me and I'll help you solve it. With more certain information and assurances from Zhang Yongke, things will be much easier. After spending a few days, Chen Hao purchased 8 more tables and matching chairs and placed them at the door. At this point, Huashan Hotel now has 16 dining tables. Including him, there are 7 employees. Judging from the number of employees and tables alone, Huashan Hotel is the best among the restaurants in the county. Not to mention turnover. No one in the village has been to the county to see Huashan Hotel. I wonder what their expressions would be if they knew that Huashan Hotel is so large and is the largest hotel in the county. Chen Dongsheng said happily after closing the restaurant in the evening. With the addition of 8 dining tables and a much richer menu, there was an endless stream of guests coming to eat, many of whom also requested banquets. Huashan Hotel was considered to have gained a foothold in the county. The most direct thing is the turnover, which can be more than 500 a day. There are also many people in the village who treat us as fools, saying that we are idle and hope that the restaurant we run will go bankrupt, said Chen Wei. They don't even think about it. The restaurant will give them 20% of the dividends, which will be counted as work points at the end of the year. They don't have to pay a penny. The fruits and vegetables they grow are bought by Huashan Restaurant, and the price is higher than what they sell at the market. Even though I've gained something, I still pour cold water on you and don't expect anything good. Although they spent most of their time at the county restaurant, especially Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, their family members were still in the village, and there was often gossip. When I go back, I can hear feedback from my family and other people in the village. We dislike the poor and fear the rich, we hate the rich and laugh at the poor. Most people are like this. Chen Hao has a very clear understanding of human nature. We should do our best and we will be the ones who benefit in the end. Not to mention fellow villagers, even brothers, and even parents and children, are often similar. Being afraid that one's brother will suffer, and also being afraid that one's brother will drive a Land Rover, this saying is very popular in the internet age and has a humorous element to it, but who can say that it is not a reflection of helplessness towards human nature? Brother Hao, can the hotel provide a banquet menu? Chen Wei asked Chen Hao. Some people want to hold a banquet in our hotel and have asked many times. I heard from them that some big hotels in the city have fixed banquet fee standards, 10 yuan, 12 yuan, 16 yuan. Can our hotel also have something similar? Huashan Hotel took over the banquet, but the dishes were not fixed and not that formal. Chapter 67 Going to the City. We now have 16 tables. Although half of them are placed outside, they can indeed host formal banquets, said Chen Hao. A hotel that can afford a banquet is a recognition of the hotel. He hesitated for a moment, then made the decision. How about this? For the banquet in our restaurant, all dishes will be 18 plates, and the prices will be divided into 3 levels, 10 yuan, 16 yuan, and 20 yuan. Isn't this price too high? Chen Wei said, the lowest is 10 yuan, and the highest is 20 yuan, which will scare off many customers. It's not cost-effective to set the price too low. The guests who come for banquets take longer than ordinary guests. We only have 16 tables. If there are more people for the banquet, it will affect the dining of ordinary customers and affect returning customers. So we have to set the price a little higher. Chen Hao said. Being able to host banquets means that the hotel's business capabilities have been improved, but in terms of making money, it may not necessarily make as much as ordinary customers. If the prices are set too low, it will affect the hotel's turnover. 18 dishes are a bit too many. Even though there are more fruits and vegetables now, it still takes a lot of effort to put together so many dishes, said Chen Dongsheng. He talked to several people at the county catering service. The restaurants affiliated with the county catering service company also host banquets, which usually have 10 dishes. If the prices are a bit higher and more exquisite, 16 dishes are considered a lot. 18 dishes are a must, the table must be filled up, otherwise people will criticize us for the price, said Chen Hao. As for the dishes, you can think of more ways. Fruit can be considered a plate, and dessert can also be considered a plate. Don't be too rigid. The three of them chatted for a long time before washing up and resting. Chen Hao spent a few more days finding the county newspaper office, gave them a few packs of cigarettes, paid for the printing costs, and had someone help print 25 menus. It is classified into signature dishes, special dishes, stir-fried dishes, soups, staple foods, desserts, cold dishes, drinks, etc. The method of writing dishes and prices on a small blackboard has been eliminated. Huashan Hotel has been upgraded from a fly-infested restaurant to a real restaurant. On this morning in early June, Chen Hao carried a cloth bag and walked towards the savings bank, and Chen Wei followed him. Both of them held sticks in their hands. There is no way. The social security is far worse than it is decades later, and there are no cameras. If you are really targeted and hit with a club, not only will your money be robbed, but there is a high probability that the murderer will not be found. Every time Chen Hao took money to the savings bank to deposit it, he would do it in broad daylight, and would ask someone to go with him, and he would also have something in his hands to protect himself. Don't go into remote alleys, and if someone approaches you for no apparent reason, stay away from them. Be careful and cautious. Poor and bad mountains and rivers produce unruly people. This may sound harsh, but it is based on experience. When people are hungry and cold, there are naturally more people who take risks. When we arrived at the savings bank, Yang Min was there. She immediately greeted him, "Are you here to deposit money? Take a seat, I'll do it for you right away." Then, she called out to the two employees beside her, "Shaoli, make tea for the two comrades." "Lao Zhang, I'll have to trouble you to count the cash the two comrades brought. Be careful and don't make any mistakes." She is now the person in charge of this savings bank. He was promoted because he had successfully negotiated the savings business of Huashan Hotel, and the savings results were obvious. In just a few months, you have become the person in charge of this savings bank. After a while, I'm afraid you will have to work directly in the county people's bank, and maybe even go to the city in the future. Chen Hao said with a smile. "Thanks to you, without you, how would I have this opportunity?" Yang Min said. She added, "I have to thank my boss for giving me the opportunity and trusting me, and letting me take charge of the savings bank." She is willing to talk more about Chen Hao. In fact, the leaders use me as a model and example to encourage other colleagues to develop business well and attract more deposits for the bank. On the side, an employee named Lao Zhang was counting the cash in the flour bag in front of Chen Hao. In fact, Chen Hao and his colleagues had already counted the cash in the store and tied it up with ropes, so it was easy to count again. We also issued an internal document in the bank, calling on other employees to learn from me and be patient with customers. This is the only way that customers can feel at ease when depositing their money in the bank. Yang Min is very proud. As she became more familiar with Chen Hao, she also knew that Chen Hao had deliberately made things difficult for her in order to test her patience so that he could feel at ease depositing the money with her. After the bank leaders learned about this, they issued a document, using her case as an example and calling on all employees to improve their work attitude. Have the banks in this city also issued written notifications asking their employees to learn from you? Chen Hao asked. It's a document issued by the city leaders, asking employees of the People's Bank of China at all levels in the city to learn from me. Yang Min nodded. This is a very face-saving thing. Normally, I study the speeches of leaders and the policies of superiors, but now I can also become the object of study and have it written in documents. I feel very happy just thinking about it. However, Chen Hao thought of another thing. His mother-in-law worked in a savings bank affiliated with the Municipal People's Bank. He wondered if there would be any documents issued to his mother-in-law for her to study. While we were chatting, the money was counted. After depositing the money into the passbook, signing and stamping it with the seal of the person in charge, Chen Hao and Chen Wei left. 3 days later, it was the day for my eldest brother-in-law's son to hold his 10th birthday party. That morning, Chen Hao and his family changed into clean clothes, picked up 2 hens, cut the feathers at the tail of their wings, and tied their legs together. Chen Hao also carried a canvas bag. The family met Tong Man at the county bus station. There are buses to the city from the county bus station, but there are only 2 trips a day. The county is 50 kilometers away from the city. The current ticket price is the same regardless of vehicle type or mode of operation. It is a one-size-fits-all approach of 2 cents per person per kilometer. It costs 1 yuan for one person to go to the city. It's 2 yuan for a round trip. Nini and Xiaoduo didn't ask for tickets, so the fare for Chen Hao, Tong Xian, and Tong Man was 3 yuan. After getting on the bus, the 3 of them found a seat to sit down. Chen Hao was sitting outside holding 2 hens, while sisters Tong Xian and Tong Man were sitting inside. The two kids, one sitting on Tong Qian's lap and the other sitting on Tong Man's lap. Make way, watch out, don't poke me.
Comrade, is this car going to the city?
There are eggs in the basket, don't touch them, comrade driver.
I put the eggs in the front, can you watch them for me? There are limited buses going to the city, and many people get on the bus. Almost no one is empty-handed.
Some are carrying bamboo baskets, some are carrying urea bags, or some are carrying a large package wrapped in cloth.
People and goods are not separated, and anything that can be loaded onto the vehicle can be loaded.
After waiting for a while, the car was full.
Put your bag in front of you, there are so many people around. Tong Qian reminded. Chen Hao nodded and tugged at the canvas bag.
The seat was very straight, the space was small, and there were many people and things. I tried to pull it several times but couldn't move it.
I'll do it.
Tong Man reached out, grabbed the canvas bag, and pulled it to Chen Hao's chest with great effort. After waiting for a while, the car finally started and drove towards the city.
Chapter 68 Because I'm happy.
The road was difficult to drive on, full of potholes, and the car was very noisy, but the two kids were very excited.
Mom, where are we going? Is Grandma's house far away? How can a cart move by itself? Without a cow pulling it, how can it move by itself?
There were a lot of questions, some were big, and the smaller ones were not to be outdone and asked their own questions. It took more than an hour to drive the 50 kilometers to the city, and then Chen Hao and his friends took a bus to the downstairs of his mother-in-law's house.
My father-in-law worked at the city winery and was allocated a house, a tube-shaped building on the 3rd floor.
The city has changed a lot, with a lot of buildings built, but this winery hasn't changed much.
Tong Qian said with emotion. She hasn't been back for many years.
Looking at the tube-shaped building where I lived as a child, I feel complicated emotions. I was only in my teens and a junior high school student when I went to the countryside to work as a sent-down youth. Now I am in my 20s, married, and the mother of 2 children.
Is this Xiaoqian and Xiaoman?
Oh, they've grown so big, I almost don't recognize them.
Xiaoqian, I heard you're married.
Where does your husband work?
Both of these babies are yours?
They are 2 girls.
But girls are fine too. You are still young and can still have children. Is this guy next to you your man? What's his name? Where does he work? Why don't you introduce him to me? The person living in the tube-shaped building is an employee of the city winery.
He is a colleague of my father-in-law and also a neighbor.
Seeing Chen Hao, Tong Qian, Tong Man, and the 2 kids suddenly appear, they immediately came over to chat about gossip. This is my husband Chen Hao. The 2 children are mine.
The older one is called Nini, and the younger one is called Xiao Duo.
Tong Qian introduced.
She had some impression of many people, but no impression of some others at all.
A unit is like a village.
It's not just about the relationship between colleagues, but also the relationship between neighbors.
It's been many years since we last saw each other.
The girl who was so young back then has grown up so much now. She's married and has a baby.
Someone sighed.
Your man must be very capable. Why don't you tell us which big company he works for?
Someone kept staring at Chen Hao and asking about his work unit. Chen Hao glanced at the man a few times.
This person obviously has no good intentions. As a neighbor, he must have heard about where Tong Qian got married, but he kept asking this question, obviously wanting to show off his superiority. A stable job and a non-agricultural household registration are very prestigious things nowadays. Many people would rather spend thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan to change their household registration to non-agricultural household registration.
It really emptied out all the family assets and even went into debt.
The urban-rural dualism is not just talk.
In addition to the gap in education, medical care and other infrastructure, there is another important point. Many units do not require agricultural household registration when recruiting workers, only non-agricultural household registration. Due to different household registrations, people are treated differently, resulting in non-agricultural household registration being very popular. My husband is an agricultural household and the team leader of the production team's secondary business. Tong Qian said. What do you mean by sideline captain? Isn't he still a country boy?
The man who had been asking Chen Hao about his work got the answer he wanted and smiled happily. You guys are dressed so nicely, I thought your man was from the city and had a respectable job. It is said that country people lead a hard life, with not enough to eat, not enough clothes to wear, and they are pale and skinny.
Their clothes are covered with patches, 3 years new, 3 years old, and 3 years old again. But your family wears clean clothes, and I thought it was different. It's really hard for you. Just to come to the city, I'm afraid you must have spent all your savings to buy a set of clean clothes. His words were full of superiority. Even malicious. Tong Qian frowned, she could hear the ill intention in this man's words. Although my husband and I both live in the village, our family lives a good life, and this set of clothes does not empty our family's savings, she said. She didn't want to talk to this person anymore. Let's go upstairs, our parents should be home. I'm just asking, why are you still angry? Isn't your father very capable? Why don't you ask him to help your daughter and son-in-law find a job in the city? The man kept chattering. He saw Tong Qian turned around and set his sights on Chen Hao again. I'm a straightforward person and I don't beat around the bush. Don't be angry. Your whole family has spent all their savings to come here wearing such nice clothes. Are you afraid of being embarrassed? Don't be afraid. We are all neighbors. No one will laugh at you. Your father-in-law works in a winery. Maybe he can arrange a job for you in the city. The man with malicious intentions was called Zhu Maolin. He was an employee of the winery and a colleague of Chen Hao's father-in-law. It's just that there is a conflict between the two. When he met Chen Hao and Tong Qian, he deliberately made things difficult for them and was disgusting. Chen Hao didn't indulge him. He took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and asked, "Do you know the Tao Te Ching?" Zhu Maolin was stunned. I know, I wrote it, right? He said. Oh, you are quite knowledgeable and know that it was written by Lao Tzu. Then do you know why Lao Tzu wrote the Tao Te Ching? Chen Hao looked at him with a smile. The conversation between the two was quite interesting. The neighbors who were watching were very curious and focused their attention on the two of them. I don't know. Zhu Maolin shook his head. Because I want to. Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke. He held Xiaoduo and Nini's hands and said, "Come on, let us go upstairs." Behind him, Zhu Maolin was stunned for a long time and still didn't understand what Chen Hao meant. Some of the smart neighbors around immediately started laughing. Xiao Qian's man is interesting. He is cursing at me, saying you are meddling in other people's business. This guy is amazing. He curses without using any dirty words. After hearing the explanations from others, Zhu Maolin finally reacted and wanted to find Chen Hao to argue with him, but Chen Hao's family had already gone upstairs. He was so angry that he cursed, "Country people are not only proud, but also vulgar. My mother-in-law, Huang Yufeng, is the only one at home." Seeing Chen Hao's family and Tong Man, she muttered, "It's so hard to get you to come back. I've raised my 2 daughters in vain. Do you have to wait for your father and I to die before you come back next time? You don't want us to come back. If we come back, there won't even be a place to live at home." Tong Man said. She turned around and said to Chen Hao, "Brother-in-law, please sit down. I'll go get you a glass of water." "Why drink water? Your elder brother, sister-in-law, and your father have all gone to the restaurant. I've been waiting for you at home. Don't drink water, hurry to the restaurant." Huang Yufeng said. "We were originally planning to hold the wedding at home, but your sister-in-law said that it only happens once every 10 years, and we can't let people look down on us, so we have to hold it in a restaurant. There are 6 tables for our relatives and your sister-in-law's relatives. Let's keep these chickens in the house?" Chen Hao raised the 2 old hens in his hands. "Why keep them in the house? Why bring them to the restaurant? You're not stupid enough to bring 2 chickens." Huang Yufeng said, "One of these hens can be used for soup, and the other for stir-frying." She looked at Tong Qian. "Your sister-in-law and Hang Hang have been asking for chicken for a long time. Even though Hang Hang is only 10 years old, he can eat half a chicken at a time. Your sister-in-law has a good appetite too. Mom, these 2 hens are raised at home. We brought them here especially for you and Dad to eat." Tong Qian said, "We have prepared other things for Hang Hang." Chapter 69. These 2 hens are not for you. What have you prepared that is better than these 2 hens? Huang Yufeng took the 2 hens and urged, "Let's go to the restaurant. It's almost time. Don't start eating because we haven't arrived yet." She looked at Nini and Xiaoduo, "Are you still hungry? Let's go to the restaurant. It's better than what you eat in the village. Eat more meat later." They hadn't sat for a while when Huang Yufeng urged them to go out. Downstairs, I met Zhu Maolin again. He stayed downstairs and didn't leave.
Your son-in-law from the countryside came to see you? Why did he leave so soon? He didn't even let your son-in-law and daughter sit for a while?
Zhu Maolin said. He had to vent his anger.
It's none of your business. Huang Yufeng cursed.
She ignored him completely, called the two girls, left the yard and went to the restaurant. Just now when we were downstairs, this guy was acting weird and saying some harsh words.
Mom, is there a conflict between our family and him? Tong Qian asked.
Some time ago, there was a personnel transfer in the factory. Your father competed with him for the position of head of the business department.
He lost and felt unhappy. Huang Yufeng said.
The restaurant is not far away, and it only takes more than 10 minutes to walk there.
Hushuan Restaurant. The restaurants in the city are much more imposing and larger than those in the county.
They are 2 stories high and have very impressive facades. When we get in later, be sweet-mouthed and call sister-in-law. Nini, Xiaoduo, you two should also be sweet-mouthed and call uncle and aunt.
Huang Yufeng instructed. The banquet is on the 2nd floor. A few people went upstairs.
The tables and chairs had already been set up, and many people had arrived. My father-in-law Tong Yongchang, my elder brother-in-law Tong Jianhua, and my elder brother-in-law's wife Cheng Hui were all there, as well as relatives and friends from both sides. Xiaohui, Jianhua, Xiaoqian and Xiaoman are here.
Huang Yufeng walked over carrying 2 chickens. These 2 chickens were brought here by Xiaoqian and Chen Hao.
I'll make soup with one and stir-fry the other. She turned around and said to Nini and Xiaoduo, call me uncle and aunt.
Uncle. Aunt.
The 2 kids were very well behaved and called for help.
The food is about to be served. Why are you bringing the chicken here? Chicken feathers will fly into the food. Won't it ruin the delicious food? Tong Jianhua ignored the 2 kids and looked at the 2 hens with disdain. They are just 2 hens. Why are you bringing them here to show off? Sure enough, it's still that brother-in-law who looks down on people.
The chicken's legs were tied up, its wings were clipped, and it wasn't flapping around when I held it in my hand.
How could there be any feathers?
Huang Yufeng said, the chickens we raise at home are better than the ones we buy at the market.
Xiaohui, didn't you say before that you wanted to eat chicken? This is perfect. We don't have to go to the market to buy it. We can save some money. A chicken is not cheap.
It costs more than 1 yuan per pound.
Mom, I don't like what you said.
It's as if I'm so greedy and my family is so poor that I can't even afford 2 chickens and have to ask someone to bring them from the countryside.
Cheng Hui said.
Heng Heng celebrated his 10th birthday at a restaurant with 6 tables, each costing 12 yuan, so it cost more than 70 yuan. I can afford this money, but how can I not afford 2 chickens? Huang Yufeng is quite strong, but still inferior to her daughter-in-law Cheng Hui. She is completely controlled by Cheng Hui and cannot utter a word. Put the chicken in the corner and take it back after we finish eating.
Tong Qian said.
She took the initiative to go over and took the 2 hens to the corner. Tong Jianhua and Cheng Hui didn't talk to Chen Hao, or even Tong Qian, their minds were on other relatives and friends.
It's so infuriating. He brought the chicken from far away and still looked down on me. He didn't even say hello.
He's worse than a stranger.
Tong Man said angrily. It's okay, we'll leave after this meal. We were just having this banquet as a side trip. Chen Hao said.
He knew very well what kind of person his brother-in-law was.
If he didn't have any hope, he naturally wouldn't be disappointed. Mom, where should we sit?
Tong Man looked around and asked.
There were people sitting at the table.
Those tables are for your sister-in-law's relatives and friends.
We won't sit there. We can still sit down at these tables if we squeeze in. Huang Yufeng said.
She found a table near her relatives and sat down. Many of them came with their families, and there weren't enough seats. Nini sat on Tong Qian, and Xiaoduo sat on Tong Man, just like they had taken a bus when they came here. After sitting for more than 10 minutes, the dishes were served one after another. There were 10 dishes on the table, half of which were vegetarian.
Chen Hao didn't believe that a table could cost only 12 yuan. Get up and make room for someone else.
Chen Hao was eating when his brother-in-law Tong Jianhua came over. Someone else came to the banquet and there were not enough seats, so he asked Chen Hao to give up his seat.
Brother, you're going too far. You asked Chen Hao to stand up and make room for others, but where should he sit? Tong Qian said angrily. What's too much? I didn't call you over. You came here on your own accord. I'm good enough that I didn't chase you away. Tong Jianhuo said, I'll have someone bring a few more chairs over. Isn't there room in the corner? You can pick up your food and sit there to eat, right?
Chen Hao frowned, put down his chopsticks and looked at his brother-in-law. Even though I was mentally prepared, I was still angry at my brother-in-law's behavior.
It's so bullying. This is no different from being slapped in the face in public. Actually, we didn't plan to come.
This time we came here mainly to visit my father-in-law and mother-in-law.
Your banquet is just a byproduct. Chen Hao said.
He looked at his brother-in-law and said, I sit down to eat not because the food is so delicious, but to give face to my wife, mother-in-law, and father-in-law.
You've always been giving me the cold shoulder, and now you're asking me to move a chair to the corner to eat. Even if I'm a kid, I still need a table.
You're asking me, an adult, to eat like this.
Don't you think this is too much? It's too bullying? Everyone looked over.
It was exciting to watch the fun while eating.
Tong Jianhuo was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Hao to refute.
Rural people have low incomes, no proper jobs, and even have problems with food and clothing.
They don't need to take Chen Hao's opinions and ideas seriously at all. You can arrange it however it's convenient for you and makes you happy. What could he be dissatisfied about if he was asked to move to another position?
But Chen Hao refuted him in public.
You brought 2 hens here specially, and you said you didn't do it for the meal?
Tong Jianhuo glanced at the 2 hens in the corner. I guess you not only want to eat for free, but you also want to take advantage of me. I haven't seen my parents in the city for so many years.
Who would believe that I'm coming over to see them at this time?
He looked at Chen Hao and sneered, it doesn't matter if you are poor or from the countryside.
Whose ancestors haven't farmed?
But just because of this, I asked you to move to another place, and your self-esteem was hurt. I think you are not only poor in person, but also poor in heart.
Tong Jianhuo is very good at speaking and can turn black into white. My mother-in-law's 2 daughters and 1 son are actually quite talkative. This is most likely genetic. These 2 hens are brought here for my mother-in-law and father-in-law, not for you, Chen Hao corrected.
Chapter 70, You go deeper, I grow taller.
Then you are even more shameless. You want to come here and eat for free. Cheng Hui walked over.
She looked at Huang Yufeng and said, Mom, you are such a fool. This poor relative only knows how to take advantage of others.
Why did you let him come here? He ruined such a happy day.
I don't look down on poor relatives, but there's no need to bother with poor relatives like this who only know how to take advantage of others. She doesn't like Chen Hao, nor does she like the 2 sisters-in-law. My parents-in-law's house is only 40 square meters and is already very crowded with 3 generations of their family living there.
If the 2 sisters-in-law come back to live here, how will they accommodate themselves?
It would be even more troublesome if you start to think about your parents-in-law as property.
An aunt who doesn't go home is a good aunt. Come here for the banquet, just enjoy the banquet. If you are asked to move to a seat, just cooperate and move.
Our family is poor, so what's the big deal if I say a few words to you?
Huang Yufeng complained to Chen Hao.
It's Chen Hao's fault for having such a strong self-esteem. Chen Hao opened the canvas bag he was carrying and took out a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of wine.
Put it on the table. Is this Mao Tai? Double happiness.
The other guests were amazed when they saw the cigarettes and alcohol.
Some people recognized them as Matai and double happiness. Mutai is a national famous liquor, ranking first among the 8 famous liquors in the country.
The price in its place of origin is 7.5 yuan a bottle, while the price outside of this place is 8 yuan a bottle.
These 2 bottles of Mutai cost 16 yuan. Moreover, this wine is not available to ordinary people. It is a special wine and you need some connections to get it.
It would be a great honor for anyone to have 1 or 2 bottles of Mutai when entertaining guests or at a wedding banquet. Double happiness cigarettes are not cheap, a pack costs 8.5 yuan, and the retail price is 90 cents per box.
All good stuff.
In the city, few people can afford to smoke or drink these cigarettes and alcohol. Those 2 hens are for my mother-in-law and father-in-law to nourish their bodies.
These cigarettes and alcohol are intended for my father-in-law. But even though they are said to be for my father-in-law, in the end, don't they just benefit you and your wife? Chen Hao said. He took out another red envelope from his pocket and said, this red envelope was originally intended for Hang Hang. Tong Jianhuo was stunned.
He really didn't expect that Chen Hao's canvas bag was filled with Mao Tai and Han Shuangxi, and he also had a red envelope prepared. Not only him, but also Chen Hao's father-in-law Tong Yongchang and mother-in-law Huang Yufeng were all surprised. He kept looking at Chen Hao, curious about how Chen Hao could be so wealthy, as even his own family couldn't afford such good cigarettes and wine. If you say it's mutai, then it must be mutai? Maybe they picked up the bottle from somewhere and filled it with cheap liquor just to save face. Cheng Hui said. Chen Hao laughed, this is ridiculous talk. If you don't have connections to get this kind of good wine, even the bottles won't be visible to ordinary people, and those who drink it will just keep them for themselves. He looked at the guests who came over and asked, which comrade has tried mutai? 2 or 3 people immediately raised their hands. There were 6 tables of guests, but only 2 or 3 of them had ever drunk mutai, which is enough to show how rare mutai is. In the past few years, the price of mutai once rose to 16 yuan a bottle. It has only dropped a little in recent years to 8 yuan a bottle, but this price is still not cheap, and many people still have not tasted it. Then please ask a few comrades who have drunk mutai to taste it and make a notarization to see whether my mutai is real or fake, and whether this bottle was picked up from somewhere else and whether it was filled with cheap liquor. Chen Hao opened a bottle of mutai. He personally filled the glasses of those who raised their hands. Look at the foam, it can't be fake, it's similar to the mutai I drank last time. The scent is right too. There are many ways to distinguish the authenticity of wine. Hop foam and aroma are 2 very common methods. We have not drunk mutai many times, but we have drunk other wines and know how to distinguish the authenticity of wine. I haven't tasted it yet, but just by looking and smelling it, I believe 80 to 90% of it. A bottle of mutai costs 8 yuan, and 2 bottles cost 16 yuan. How can he, a farmer without a proper job, buy such good wine? Cheng Hui still didn't believe it. She racked her brains but couldn't figure out where Chen Hao got mutai. She worked in a supply and marketing cooperative, but she couldn't get mutai, only inferior liquor. Mutai is only sold in shopping malls, department stores, and other commercial units, and the quantity is limited. Why does Chen Hao do that? Several people who poured mutai tasted the wine in their cups and gave their comments. It's true, it shouldn't be wrong. I knew it was real when I smelled it just now, and now I tasted it, and it tastes right too. 8 yuan a bottle, and this sip is only a dime. This is not drinking, this is drinking money. The guests who come here are all city dwellers with non-agricultural household registration, and most of them have their own jobs. However, many of them cannot afford mutai, nor do they have the opportunity to drink it, and have only heard of it. These people tasted mutai again and were very satisfied. They cherished it very much and drank up all the mutai in the glass. Without exception, they all gave the judgment that it was the real mutai. Several comrades who have drunk mutai have said that this is the real mutai. Do you have anything else to say? Chen Hao looked at Cheng Hui. How do you have real mutai? Cheng Hui was puzzled. I work at a supply and marketing cooperative, and I'm not even qualified to sell mutai. How did you, a farmer, get 2 bottles of real mutai? I no longer doubt the authenticity of mutai, but I start to doubt its origin. I have a receipt. Chen Hao took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It's a receipt from mutai. He stared at Cheng Hui. What else do you want to see? The deeper Cheng Hui got, the taller he got, leaving Cheng Hui speechless. It's true, there's nothing to argue about. Just sit down. I'll have someone bring a smaller table over. Chen Hao, Xiao Chen, you and your family can sit separately. Tong Yongchang said. Chen Hao, you should say less. There is nothing to argue about. You brought such good cigarettes and such good wine, but you didn't take them out earlier. No wonder people misunderstood you. This can't be blamed on Xiao Wei. Huang Yufeng's favoritism was obvious. However, Chen Hao did not listen to what the two said. Instead, he opened the red double happiness cigarettes and gave them to the guests. He also took one in his mouth. Dad, Mom, I didn't want to say much for Xiaoqian's sake, but today's incident, my brother-in-law and his wife went too far. Chen Hao said. He looked at Tong Jianhua and said bluntly, you are nothing. You are in your early 30s. You are not qualified to be a son, nor a brother. You are just an idiot. You're still being ungrateful after getting an advantage. You stayed in the city when you were sent to work in the countryside, while your 2 younger sisters, who were in their teens and girls, were sent to the countryside. Did they want to go, or did you take advantage of them? You played the victim to your parents, crying and shouting that you didn't want to go to the countryside. Don't you have any idea? Tong Jianhua's face turned red. According to the policy of going to the countryside to work, one of the children could stay in the city. He did tell his parents that he did not want to go to the countryside to work and become a farmer. If he doesn't go, Tong Qian and Tong Man must go. You are a grown man, a brother at that, but you are fighting with two teenage sisters for the chance to stay in the city. Not only do you not feel ashamed of staying in the city, but you also look down on your sisters who have settled down in the countryside. Do you have any shame? Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke and stared at Tong Jianhua. Chapter 71 Isn't that cowardly? It's you I look down on. You have an agricultural household registration and you are not motivated. If you want others to look up to you, you must first have ability yourself. Tong Jianhua said. The guests ate their food, smoked double happiness cigarettes and watched the fun. There are melons to eat at the banquet, which is very enjoyable. Especially the relatives from Cheng Hui's side, they watched with great interest. What is progress? Agricultural household registration means no progress, but non-agricultural household registration means progress? Chen Hao sneered, you are a non-agricultural household, but I don't see you being very progressive. You are already over 30 years old, but you still have to squeeze into the same room with your parents. In order to please your wife, you even acquiesce to her tyranny. Your parents are old, and the house is for their son and daughter-in-law to live in, but they still have to follow your instructions. As a son and as a man, aren't you a coward? Tong Jianhua's face turned red and he was very embarrassed. He had only met Chen Hao a few times, and all of those times were when Chen Hao came to the city. He looked down on his brother-in-law from the bottom of his heart because he was poor and incompetent. In his opinion, Chen Hao seemed shabby no matter what he said or did. I am too embarrassed to tell others that I have a brother-in-law because it is shameful. I didn't expect that when I came here this time, Chen Hao would point at my nose and scold me. You're talking nonsense. My parents and my wife have a very good relationship. Tong Jianhua retorted. Good. Sacrificing the dignity of parents, trying to please the daughter-in-law at such an old age, is this kind of relationship good? Chen Hao snorted coldly. My two daughters came home and reminded me to bring gifts for my brother and sister-in-law. When my grandson turned 10, they had a banquet and reminded me not to forget to bring gifts. I brought 2 hens from my hometown to feed them, but my mother-in-law was afraid that I only brought the hens and nothing else, so she brought the 2 hens here. Why do you do this? Aren't you just worried that your daughter-in-law will be weird? He looked at Tong Jianhua. You took advantage of your sister and relied on your parents for support. I said you were a coward. Are you wronged? Tong Jianhua was speechless after being refuted. On the side, Huang Yufeng was very surprised. She didn't expect that her son-in-law would actually speak up for her and speak up for her. What does it have to do with you if my parents-in-law are willing? Cheng Hui said. She stared at Chen Hao. What do you mean by saying these things? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Do you want to fight for your parents-in-law's property and share their house? You are a son-in-law, not a son. You are not qualified. Cheng Hui thought she had guessed the reason why Chen Hao was so excited. I really don't like a house of more than 40 square meters, and I won't fight for it. Chen Hao said, you two should keep your mind at ease. I have an agricultural household registration. I come to the city occasionally to visit relatives and parents-in-law. I won't ask for your help. My parents-in-law's property can be given to whoever they want. We won't fight for it. Don't worry that we will snatch it from you. Now that we've fallen out, there's no need to attend the banquet. Chen Hao looked at Tong Qian. Let's go downstairs and order a table alone. Okay. Tong Qian agreed without any hesitation. Nini, Xiaoduo, let's go downstairs. Chen Hao held his 2 daughters' hands. He looked at his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Dad, Mom, I won't take the wine, cigarettes, and the 2 hens. They were originally given to you too. I won't give you a red envelope. He took his wife and 2 daughters downstairs, found a table to sit down, called the waiter, and ordered a few dishes. I carried local food coupons and vegetable coupons with me, which could be used in counties and cities. Upstairs, the quarrel stopped and the guests sat back in their seats, eating their meals, but still discussing in low voices what had just happened. Cheng Hui's sister-in-law is married? I thought she wasn't married. I've never heard of it before. Marrying in the countryside, she was worried that her elder sister-in-law and her husband would call her relatives, so she didn't want to mention it. But judging from the situation, her elder sister-in-law's family is living a good life. If you ask me, this is really not a decent thing to do. People came with gifts to drink, how can we let them eat in a corner?
And they are such close relatives, isn't this a slap in the face? Most of them were criticizing Tong Jianhua and Cheng Hui. Hearing these discussions, Cheng Hui felt very uncomfortable. It was my son's 10th birthday, such a happy day, but someone ruined it. I think it was done on purpose, Cheng Hui complained. She looked at Tong Jianhua and said, "You are useless. You don't even say a word when people point fingers at you and scold you." Why didn't I say anything? Tong Jianhua was also in a bad mood. Who the hell would have thought that a farmer, a countryman, would bring Mao Tai and Hong Shuangxi? I am still puzzled. I don't understand how Chen Hao could get Mutai and double happiness. How could the village have tickets? Even if there were tickets, he couldn't get Mutai. He looked at Tong Man. "You are in frequent contact with Xiao Qian. Do you know where Chen Hao got the Mao Tai and cigarettes? Why are you so concerned about this? Shouldn't you find out where he got the Mutai and cigarettes before considering how to treat him?" Tong Man said unhappily. "Brother-in-law is right. You are just worried that my sister and I will compete with you for our parents' property. You're such a terrible person." She got up and went downstairs to find Chen Hao and Tong Qian. They're rebellious. They have no respect for their parents. They didn't dare to do this before, but now they're close to Chen Hao and dare to talk to me like this. Tong Jianhua was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. He did not like Tong Qian and Tong Man, partly because he was worried that they would compete with him for the family property, and if they were in the city, they would most likely live at home. The house is not big to begin with, and with 2 more people in it, it becomes even more crowded. Tong Man saw Chen Hao when she went downstairs. She sat next to Tong Qian and picked up Xiaoduo. "Brother-in-law, sister, I'll eat with you. My parents didn't say anything, right?" Tong Qian asked. "What can they say? They are biased to begin with. What my brother-in-law said is not wrong. There are so many guests here, even those from my sister-in-law's side. It's not right to argue. It was my brother and sister-in-law who were wrong in the first place," Tong Man said. She looked at Chen Hao and said, "Brother-in-law, you scolded me so well. I have wanted to say it for a long time, but I never dared to. What you said today is what I wanted to say. As a human being, besides abiding by the law, there are always some bottom lines that should be followed." Chen Hao said, "My brother-in-law just married a wife and forgot his mother. Both the father-in-law and the mother-in-law are only thinking about their son. They are worried that their son will have a hard time, so they always give in, don't argue with their daughter-in-law, consider her feelings, and even let their daughter suffer injustice again and again. Such unprincipled concessions will not only fail to gain gratitude from the daughter-in-law, but will also exhaust the affection of one's own children. Nowadays, there are many good wives and mothers like his wife Tong Qian, but there are also many women like Cheng Hui who are afraid of being taken advantage of. When talking about family property, what belongs to my parents-in-law is also my property. When talking about responsibilities, my parents-in-law have never supported me, so it is none of my business." The dishes we ordered were served not long after. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and braised pork. 3 dishes, more than enough for a few people. While we were eating, my father-in-law Tong Yongchang came downstairs and walked over. "Only 3 dishes? Add 2 more. You haven't paid for the meal yet, I'll pay for it later." Chapter 72, just to satisfy your craving. "No, it's not a big deal. I can afford it." Chen Hao shook his head. "You should persuade Chen Hao not to be too angry or impulsive." Tong Yongchang looked at Tong Qian. "This is not a question of whether or not you have money. We are holding a 10th birthday party for Hang Hang. There are so many guests at the banquet, including our relatives and friends, as well as your sister-in-law's relatives and friends. There are dozens of people. What happened just now made a lot of people laugh at it. In the end, isn't it our family that is embarrassed?" He wanted Tong Qian to have a good talk with Chen Hao, and asked Chen Hao to take the situation of today's banquet into consideration and control his temper. "We are not short of money. We can just pay for the meal ourselves, so that we won't be accused of taking advantage of others." Tong Qian said, "My husband has the final say on family matters." 2 homes. The home that Tong Yongchang refers to as his home, while the home that Tong Qian refers to as the home of her, Chen Hao, Nini and Xiaoduo. Distinguish them separately. Tong Yongchang understood the meaning, feeling a little dazed, and stared blankly at his eldest daughter. The eldest daughter also came home a few years ago, but he never took a closer look at her. Now that he looked carefully, he found that his eldest daughter had changed. She was less lively and more mature and stable. She is no longer the girl who revolves around her father. I have become estranged from my father. He suddenly remembered what Chen Hao had just said. How much hardship and difficulty would two teenage girls have to endure when they went to the countryside to work as sent-down youths? Tong Jianawat is an unqualified brother, and as a father to his daughter, he is probably also irresponsible. Whether you are short of money or not, there is no reason for you to pay for your own meals when you go to the city or visit your parents' home. Order 2 more dishes. I will pay for the meal. Don't argue with me about this. Tong Yongchang said. He asked the waiter to bring 2 more dishes and paid for the meal in advance. I stood next to the table and chatted for a few minutes, but found that I couldn't fit in. There were 2 daughters and 2 granddaughters at the table, but they didn't talk much to him. Someone upstairs was calling him, so he hurried upstairs again. Dad is so pitiful. He is so old and still worries about his son. He can't even make the decision at home. Tong Man said. He actually felt guilty this time and came down to order 2 dishes and even paid for them. He didn't have the courage to do that in the past, for fear of being criticized by my brother and sister-in-law. She looked at Chen Hao and said, "Brother-in-law, your words just now didn't wake up my brother and sister-in-law, but my father and mother probably took it to heart. Today we will see 5 cities, tomorrow we will see 10 cities, and then we can have a good night's sleep. When we get up, we will see that the Qin army is coming again." Chen Hao cut the braised pork into smaller pieces and fed them to Xiaoduo. All social problems are actually economic problems, including the relationship between parents and children. It is certain that the father-in-law and mother-in-law are partial to each other. This unprincipled partiality and blind compromise will not only fail to make the eldest brother-in-law and daughter-in-law grateful, but will also chill the daughter's heart. The relationship between family members is actually very realistic, and you have to know how to play the game. Especially when there are outsiders entering the family, you have to know how to play the game even more. Don't give in blindly. Giving in blindly will only make the other party feel that you owe him something and that it is what you should do. You will not have any psychological burden when asking for it. Not only will they not be grateful, on the contrary, once they fail to meet their requirements, they will blame you for the problem. In the end, you will not get any benefit for your efforts. Only by holding resources, such as money and other property, in your own hands can you make the other party cautious and afraid to push your luck. He looked at Tong Qian. If you can't give it to me whenever I ask for it, what's the point? You have to pull and pull to get excited and agitated. What do you think? Originally Tong Qian was listening attentively and felt that what her man said seemed to make sense. As a result, the last 2 sentences suddenly came out of Chen Hao's mouth, which didn't make sense at all. She rolled her eyes at her man. Xiao Man is still on the table, and the 2 kids are here too. Can you be more careful when you talk? You were talking nicely, but in the end you turned frivolous. How old are Nini and Xiaoduo? They are so busy eating that they can't understand what I say. Chen Hao picked up a piece of shredded pork with green pepper with chopsticks. He looked up at Tong Man again. Xiao Man, you are already 22 or 23 years old, right? When your sister was your age, Nini could already walk. The young wives in the village are younger than you. Before they got married, they blushed when you said a few words to them. After they got married, they made jokes that were worse than the others. What my brother-in-law said now is still good. He used to be even worse. Tong Man said, all men are the same. They always want more while eating from the bowl. My brother-in-law had both the intention and the guts to commit a crime before. I don't know if he has the intention now, but he definitely doesn't have the guts to commit a crime anymore. She looked at Chen Hao provocatively. It's just to satisfy your craving for heirs. Chen Hao lowered his head and ate his food. The sister-in-law's attitude towards him has changed, but her mouth and temper are still there, very sharp. You are really good at scolding people. But I think some of what my brother-in-law said makes sense. My parents are just too good to my eldest brother. If things continue like this, my eldest brother and sister-in-law might want to kick them out and occupy their house. Tong Man said. When we were almost done eating, my mother-in-law Huang Yufeng came down. Holding a piece of waste newspaper in his hand, he walked to the table stealthily, then opened the newspaper to reveal a plastic basket cake inside. Palm-sized, brightly colored. These days, it's not uncommon to have a banquet for a 10-year-old's birthday, but it is rare to have a basket cake. Nini, Xiaoduo, do you want to eat some cake? Grandma took this secretly, so don't let anyone see it. Huang Yufeng handed the cake basket to Nini. She also said to Tong Qian, if your sister-in-law sees this and asks where the cake came from, just say I ate a few bites and didn't like it, so I gave it to the two little kids. She took the cake basket secretly. You don't have to go back today. Rest in the city for a night and go back tomorrow. Huang Yufeng said again. If we don't go back, where will we stay? The guest house needs a letter of introduction, and we don't have one. Your eldest brother and sister-in-law, as well as you and Dad, are already living at home, so there won't be enough room for us to go back. Tong Man said. There is still work to do in the fields. I came here today just to see you and Dad. We had agreed at home earlier that I would come when the weather gets warmer. It just so happens that Hang Hang is turning 10, so we can do it on one day. Tong Qian also said. Neither girl wanted to stay here any longer. You two didn't come back during the Chinese New Year, and now you're back, but you can't even stay for one night? What will the neighbors say if they find out? Huang Yufeng said. There's no room at home, but there are some empty dormitories at the winery. They are used to accommodate comrades who come to the winery on business trips. You can stay there for one night. It shouldn't be a big problem. Tong Chen didn't say anything, but looked at Chen Hao. You need your husband's consent to stay at your parents' home for one night? Huang Yufeng saw the eldest girl's actions. When your father went upstairs just now, he told me that the two girls have grown up and don't listen to him anymore. After getting married, your parents' home is no longer your home? Chapter 73, Living in the Village is Good. Don't you and your father-in-law know whether your daughter's parents' home is her home? Chen Hao took over the conversation. You two elders were afraid that the two girls would go back to their parents' home and make their son and daughter-in-law unhappy, so you only dared to take the initiative to talk to the two girls during festivals and ask them to go back and have a meal. You even specifically reminded me to bring gifts for my brother and sister-in-law and my grandson, and to coax and serve my brother and sister-in-law. If they really listened to you, wouldn't they be like you and serve my brother and sister-in-law? It's obviously my fault. I'm too biased, but I still look aggrieved. You can't be so unreasonable just because you are my elder, right? He looked at Huang Yufeng and said, that 40 square meter house was allocated by my father-in-law's winery. You are the hostess. You should decide who lives in it, what to eat, what dishes to cook, and how to arrange things in the house. In the end, you still have to consider the moods of your son and daughter-in-law. Even if the two girls come home, you have to be careful and considerate, for fear of offending your son and daughter-in-law. Don't you feel depressed in your life? Don't try to sow discord here. Shelby is my daughter-in-law and I treat her like my daughter. Huang Yufeng said hurriedly. As she said this, she turned around and looked upstairs, fearing that her daughter-in-law Cheng Hui would suddenly come down and hear what Chen Hao said. Very nervous. Your life is really miserable. Chen Hao shook his head. Parents like mother-in-law and father-in-law can be found in many places. Not only in cities, but also in rural areas. This is especially true for families with sons. I work like a slave for my son and daughter-in-law, but I am still not scolded. Why is my life so miserable? I have a city hukou and work in a savings bank affiliated to the People's Bank of China, a very good unit. I earn a few dozen yuan a month, have a house to live in, have food coupons and vegetable coupons, and eat commercial grains. Why do I need your pity? Huang Yufeng couldn't bear to hear Chen Hao's words. Her self-esteem was hurt. Every word Chen Hao said always pierced her heart. She looked at Chen Hao, then at Tong Qian. Your father just told me that he is considering arranging a job for you in the winery so that you can move to the city and not suffer in the countryside. I'm telling you, if you miss this village, you'll miss this store. Your dad never said this before, but he just let it go today. He is now the head of the business department of the winery. He is a leader of some kind. Maybe he can really get this done. Then you can go to work in the winery and earn 30 to 40 yuan a month. Isn't it better than farming in the village? The two kids can come with you to the city, go to school, find a job in the city, and eat commercial grain. The child's household registration follows the mother. If the mother settles down in the city, the child can also move in and settle down there. But not the husband. Huang Yufeng described the wonderful life in the future. If a residential building is built behind the winery, you might be able to get a house there. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Chen Hao smiled. It's just wishful thinking. The liquors produced by the city's winery cannot be compared with liquors like Matai and Wulianya, and are only somewhat famous in the city. Thanks to the protection of the region, the wines produced have few competitors. Even if there are any, the competitiveness is not high, and the winery's business is in good condition. But it was short-lived. After a few years, with reform and opening up, transportation and commodity circulation in many places were liberalized. Without local regional protection, the operating conditions of the city wineries would decline sharply. Not to mention, compared with Matai and Wolyanye, it can't even compare with liquors like Songjiangdaku and Shangfanteku. Songjiangdaku is Bayunbian, which is a high-quality wine in the province. What about Chenhao? Is there any way Dad can arrange a job for Chenhao in the winery? Tong Qian asked. Your father has relented and is willing to arrange a job for you in the winery. It's already very difficult to get your household registration transferred to the city, so don't even think about getting it for Chenhao. Huang Yufeng said. Even if he wants to, he can't do it. Your father is only the head of the business department, and he has just taken the position. The winery is not ours, and the number of recruitment positions is limited. How many eyes are watching? She sat next to Tong Qian and warned, your brother and sister-in-law don't know about this yet, don't tell them yet. I was afraid that my son and daughter-in-law would find out. Then I won't come to the city. Tong Qian shook her head. I'll just live in the village. It's pretty good. You don't want a job in the city, and you don't want a non-agricultural household registration? You haven't had enough of the hard life in the village, so you might be a little crazy? Huang Yufeng didn't expect her eldest daughter to refuse. I didn't even think about it for a few more days. Life in the village is not that hard. Our family conditions are better now and we live a good life, even more comfortable than in the city, said Tong Qian. If Chenhao also comes to the city, I will still consider it. If Chenhao doesn't come, what will happen if I and my 2 kids come here? I have to feed the chickens at home, catch the piglets later, cut grass for the pigs, and do a lot of farm work. I can't do it without people. In fact, she doesn't want to live apart. She didn't want to be separated from Chenhao, nor did she want her 2 children to be separated from Chenhao. She had become accustomed to being hugged by her man while sleeping day and night. I think you are just out of your mind. Huang Yufeng said, are you trying to force me to find a job for Chenhao? I, your mother, don't have that much ability. I'm just an ordinary employee in the savings bank, not a leader. My words don't carry that much weight, and I don't have enough power. She glanced at Chenhao. He brought 2 chickens, 2 bottles of Mutai, and a double happiness. He looked so impressive upstairs just now. If you really have great ability and money, you can deposit the money in the bank. If it passes through my hands and is deposited in the bank, my performance will be improved, and I will be praised and promoted by my superiors. Then I will see if I can arrange a job for you. She started talking immediately. There is a young girl in your county, also from the People's Bank. She is only in her 20s, and not long after she started working, she was promoted to the head of the savings bank because she handled a good amount of deposits. The entire city's People's Bank system was singled out for praise, and other employees were encouraged to learn from her. If I had this connection and a large amount of money was deposited into the bank through me, I would definitely be promoted. Chenhao raised his eyelids. The mother-in-law was talking about Yang Min. She had also seen the internal bank documents, but it seemed that the internal documents did not say that Yang Min maintained business dealings with Huashan Hotel, nor did they mention his name. My mother-in-law only knows that this incident happened, but she doesn't know any more details. There is still this opportunity. Chenhao replied calmly. When the restaurant opens in the city later, I can indeed deposit the monthly profits into the bank through my mother-in-law, and also get some performance for her. Chapter 74 Confused. You really want me to arrange a job for you in the bank? Huang Yufeng said with a snort, my son's dreams are not as good as your son-in-law. She didn't believe how much money Chenhao had at all. It was not a small amount, and it was completely useless if she deposited it in the bank. Stay at the winery tonight and leave tomorrow. Huang Yufeng looked at Tong Qian. I listened to my man. Tong Qian answered straightforwardly. You can stay here again if you have the chance. I won't stay here today. I came here to see you too. Now that we've seen you, let's leave after dinner. Chenhao said, there are only 2 buses a day between the county and the city. We have to hurry, otherwise there will be no bus back. If you miss the bus to the county or city, you can only walk back or stay overnight in the city. Transportation is inconvenient and traveling is very troublesome, especially for farmers. If they do not have a letter of introduction and are caught, they will be fined at the very least, and beaten or sent to labor camp at the worst. You're so stubborn. Your dad planned to find you a job in the winery. It's such a good thing, but you don't know how to cherish it. Huang Yufeng said angrily. She stared at her eldest daughter and said, if you listen to your husband, you will end up living in the countryside for the rest of your life. You have no future. I do. Tong Qian raised her head and looked at Huang Yufeng. Mom, even though you are the elder, you can't say that about my man. My husband was not good enough before, but he is good enough now. He is the pillar of the family, my husband, and the father of Nini and Xiaoduo. If you don't respect him and look down on him, you are looking down on our family. Huang Yufeng was stunned by what she said. You don't dare to talk about your own son, you only know how to talk about your son-in-law. Your son-in-law doesn't owe you anything, and he hasn't benefited from you. It's your son and daughter-in-law who benefited from you and received your kindness. Tong Man also said from the side. She was also quite eloquent, and her words were very sharp. You are grateful for what you have done to me, and you are soft-hearted. My sister and my husband haven't received any kindness from you, but you have said this to us. If we really have received any kindness from you, won't you keep complaining about us every day? If you have a temper, go get it on your son and daughter-in-law. Neither of her daughters stood on her side. Huang Yufeng's chest was heaving with anger. I'm your mother. Who did you learn from? Do you have to make me angry to death? He was bullied by his daughter-in-law at home and did not dare to offend Cheng Hui. Now even his two daughters were disobedient. Huang Yufeng felt very upset. Let's go. Let's go to the bus station early. There's only one bus back to the county. Let's go and wait for it early. Chen Hao said. Good. We have to go back to the county early. Tong Qian and Tong Man stood up and were about to leave. Mom, we're leaving now. If you have time, you can visit the countryside. My family plans to renovate the house this year, so you'll have a place to sleep when you go there. Chen Hao said hello to his mother-in-law, picked up Xiaoduo, and left the restaurant. Tong Qian took Nini's hand and followed Tong Man out of the restaurant. It was all in vain. I raised these two girls in vain. Huang Yufeng muttered to herself. She turned and went upstairs. At the banquet upstairs to celebrate my grandson's 10th birthday, everyone has almost finished eating. Where's Xiao Chen? Haven't they finished eating yet? Tan Yongchang asked. They're gone, all gone. Huang Yufeng said. All left? Didn't you tell them that I was going to use my connections at the winery and talk to the leader to arrange a job for her at the winery? Tong Yongchang asked in a low voice. She did have an idea, but when she heard that she couldn't arrange a job for Chen Hao in the city, she was unwilling to do so. Huang Yufeng said, she also said that life in the village is good. Don't want any job in the city? Tong Yongchang was very surprised when he heard this. He had never encountered such a situation in all his years of work. The municipal winery was not a very good unit, but it was definitely not bad. It was a stable job with a guaranteed salary, commercial grain, and the opportunity to get housing. How many people are trying their best to get into the winery? How many leaders want to arrange for their relatives and friends to work in the winery, but they have to pull, queue up, treat them to meals and say nice things? He relaxed and prepared to take action, but the girl didn't want it? Stupid. Tong Yongchang was also furious. Do you really think the winery is mine? You're not satisfied with the job you assigned to her, and you want to assign one to Chen Hao? If the countryside is really that good, why are so many people trying to get to the city and begging for help? Are they all fools? He thought the same as Huang Yufeng, believing that Tong Qian was just speaking out of anger and wanted to force her to find a job for Chen Hao in the city. Chen Hao also asked me to go to the countryside, to his home, saying that he was planning to build a house this year so that I would have a place to live. Huang Yufeng added. What is so good about living in a rural house? It has nothing and it's not as convenient as living in the city. Tong Yongchang shook his head. He pondered for a while, then said, let's wait for a while. Not now. I just became the head of the business department and can't leave. Let's go to Xiaoqian's place together after things are settled and the things on hand are sorted out. No, there's nothing to eat or drink in the countryside. Just try to persuade her again, or she'll be accused of bias. When Chen Hao and his family arrived at the county, it was still early, around 5 o'clock. Let's go to the restaurant, Chen Hao said after leaving the bus station. Tong Qian has never been to Huashan Hotel. Okay, let's go and take a look. Tong Qian nodded.
She also wanted to know how the hotel business was doing. On weekdays, Chen Hao mentioned the business of Huashan Hotel to her in bed, but the specific situation would definitely be clearer if she saw it with her own eyes.
Xiaoman will go too?
Chen Hao turned and looked at his sister-in-law.
Okay. Tong Man nodded.
There is more work in the fields.
Many students have been organized to work in the commune. The teaching workload is not that heavy.
Most of the students who graduated from primary school and junior high school went to the countryside to work as sent-down youths, while the students in school also studied intermittently. The school would organize students to work in the commune and help with agricultural production. The teaching order of the entire country has been greatly disrupted in these years. There seemed to be more schools in the brigades, communes, and even the streets in the city, but the teaching quality was very poor. This situation will definitely change. Chen Hao said, you have to have a clear understanding of this aspect.
The task of students must be to study first. The current agricultural production is only temporary. It won't be long before the school teaching order will be restored and students will return to the classroom and textbooks. The teacher's task will also return to imparting book knowledge, and there will be requirements for the teacher's teaching level and even cultural level. He stopped and looked at his sister-in-law. If the school leader you're on thinks the same way, you can tell her about similar ideas. If you don't think this way, don't express these thoughts, but you have to be mentally prepared. Every change is a disaster for some people, but an opportunity for others. Principal who mentioned this to me a few times and expressed her concerns about the current teaching situation. She seems to have the same idea as my brother-in-law, believing that students should still focus on their studies. Tong Man said.
But I was worried that talking about this would involve political issues and might get me into trouble, so I didn't dare to respond to her and just listened.
Ordinary people actually don't want to get involved in politics, but in recent years, many problems have been politically motivated. Many people have suffered losses in this regard and will be particularly cautious. She may be testing your teaching philosophy.
Chen Hao said, next time principal who talks about this issue, you can follow her words appropriately. You have to stand in line with your body, and it's best to stand in line with your ideas as well. Even in some meetings, if someone puts forward a different teaching philosophy from principal who, you have the opportunity to speak and clearly express your support for her teaching philosophy. Students should focus on teaching, the overall level of teachers should be improved, and teaching order should be restored. He looked at Tong Man and said, if you follow what I said, your chances of being transferred to the city will increase significantly.
Chapter 75 I will only support you, not harm you. Brother-in-law, are you sure? Tong Man asked, even though this is just an educational issue, if people spread rumors and look for faults, it could become a political issue. The political problems are serious and jobs may be lost. Today's teaching does not focus on quality, but on political ideas in quantity. Many people have raised doubts, but their voices have failed to become mainstream and have even brought trouble upon themselves. If you find a book on foreign politics and economics at home, you might be beaten with a belt and put on a dunce cap.
Tong Man is very cautious in this regard. Don't worry, this chaos will not last long and will definitely be put right, said Chen Hao.
He looked at Tong Man and said, you are being cautious.
There is nothing wrong with that, but if you want to get something that is not so easy to get, you must take some risks.
2 more points. 1 is that I will only support you, not hurt you. 2, my vision is only farther than yours. Very confident.
He does have the capital to be confident.
Okay, I believe you.
Since you can open a restaurant, your words are indeed very credible.
Tong Man was convinced. The next time she finds an opportunity, she plans to agree with principal Hu and stand completely on his side.
After chatting all the way, they arrived at Huashan Hotel.
It's so lively. Tong Qian saw Huashan Hotel at a glance.
The entrance was very busy, with tables and chairs set up.
It was dinner time and the place was already full of guests. Why does this business feel better than the restaurants in the city? She asked.
The outside was full of customers, and the store was even more full, with some people asking if there were any seats available. Rice and vegetables are all collected from the production team. No receipts are needed, and business will naturally be good.
Chen Hao said.
He took Tong Qian for a walk inside.
There were too many people and they didn't stay for dinner.
Tong Man went back to school, and Chen Hao rode his bicycle, taking his wife and 2 kids home. He didn't use the 26-style bicycle he bought, but rode Chen Dongxing's 28-style bicycle. Since there were more people, the 28-style bicycle was more reliable. Nini sat on the crossbeam, Tong Qian was in the back seat, and Xiao Duo was in front of her. The family returned to the village like this. The south has abundant rainfall, numerous rivers and lakes, and the Yangtze River passes through Changfeng County. Theoretically, there is no shortage of water. But it's only in theory. Having water is one thing, getting it to the fields is another. Just like calculating income levels, the official statistics are very different from the actual situation. For more than 10 days, the sun was shining brightly and there was no sign of rain. In the county town, residents were just complaining about the heat and hoping for rain to relieve the summer heat, but in the villages and countryside, the farmers were all frowning and looking worried. Don't be lazy. You have to get up early these days and harvest the wheat while it's still cool. Carry it to the rice field. The women are also busy threshing the wheat. The cattle must be fed, and if the sun is too hot, take them to the water for a soak. Little kids, don't just sit there, go to the wheat fields and pick up some grain. In the evening, after eating, each household gathered in the rice field, where Chen Ziqiang arranged the work. Although it is not the double harvest season yet, there is still a lot of work to do in the fields. Wheat and rapeseed need to be harvested, early rice needs to be taken care of, and fruits and vegetables also need to be taken care of. There are a lot of things to do. Starting tomorrow, don't go home to cook at noon. The women comrades should prepare the meal and send it to the fields. The dishes should be simple to save time, and the portion should be larger, just enough to fill you up. Add a little more oil and water. After a brief pause, Chen Ziqiang continued his arrangements. June, July and August are the busiest 3 months every year. After talking for more than 20 minutes and making all the arrangements, Chen Ziqiang let the people leave. The villagers did not go home, but continued to work in the fields. Chen Ziqiang walked to the side, picked up a green iron kettle, and gulped down a few big gulps of herbal tea. Have a cigarette. Chen Hao handed him a cigarette. It hasn't rained for more than 10 days. Looking at the situation today, there is no sign of rain in the next few days. The leader of the production team has already contacted me and wants to borrow our water pump. Chen Ziqiang said. It is either drought or flood, and the weather is good and the rainfall is rare according to the growth needs of crops. The brigade has a water pump. Let them go and coordinate with the brigade. Chen Hao said, our production team's water pump is used by ourselves first. If we borrow it from one production team, will we borrow it from another one? If we don't, we'll offend them. If we borrow it, we'll have to take turns with all the production teams in the brigade. Will we still use it? Their own family is hungry, not having enough to eat, and even people are starving to death, but they donate food to others to please and flatter them. If you do this, the son you give birth to will have an anus. The same situation applies to water pumps, and priority must definitely be given to our own production team. This is the duty of the team leader and the production team cadre. If they can't borrow it, they will definitely go to the brigade and ask them to find a solution. Chen Ziqiang said. The water pump is our production team's asset. If the brigade cadres want to use it, they must be indebted to someone. Chen Hao said, if we give it to the production team privately, it will not be a good debt and it will easily offend other production teams. After coordination by the brigade cadres, not only did the production team that borrowed the water pump owe us a favor, but even the brigade cadres in charge of mediation owed us a favor. It won't offend the brigade's cadres, because being able to coordinate this is a testament to my ability and will help the brigade's cadres' prestige. There are so many things here. Chen Ziqiang said with emotion. If Chen Hao hadn't explained it so clearly, he would only understand 1 or 2 points. After the explanation, he realized that after coordination by the brigade cadres, not only would he not offend the brigade cadres, but he would also make them happy. Captain, there is something I want to tell you in advance. Chen Hao said. What's the matter? Tell me. Chen Ziqiang looked at him. The adobe house at home was built in such a hurry that it leaks air and water when it rains. Last winter, the cold wind never stopped. This year, I plan to demolish the adobe house and build a red brick house, said Chen Hao. The situation isn't actually that serious, but it's always right to say it's as bad as it gets. Building houses is a good thing, but red bricks have to be ordered in advance from the brick kiln factory. They are in short supply. If you don't tell us in advance, they may be sold out. Chen Ziqiang said, here in the village, I'm afraid we have to wait until the double harvest is over before we have time to help build houses. People in the village help each other when building houses. If someone wants to build a house, those who are free in the village will help. The family building the house only needs to prepare the building materials.
However, red brick houses are more difficult to build than adobe houses, and you need to hire professional bricklayers. If you have them in the village, you don't have to pay them. But if you hire people from other production teams, you have to pay them wages. Anyone in the village can do the job of laborer and there is no need to calculate the salary. The main materials for building houses are red bricks, cement, tiles, wooden beams, cement trusses, etc. Among them, the cost of red bricks is a relatively major expense. One brick costs 3 cents. 3 rooms require more than 10,000 bricks, and 5 rooms require 15,000 to 20,000 red bricks. We have to wait until the double harvest is over. At the brick kiln factory, I need you, the captain, to help say hello and leave 20,000 red bricks for me. Chen Hao said. Chapter 76. The stove will be destroyed by you sooner or later. Okay, no problem. I'll remember this and tell the brick kiln factory to let them keep 20,000 red bricks. Chen Ziqian nodded. He took this matter to heart. Red bricks, cement, tiles, and cement beams are all available in brick kilns and prefabrication yards. We have several bricklayers in our team. If we don't have enough people, we can invite some people from other teams and just pay them their wages. It's just that beams are difficult to get. Ordinary wood definitely won't work. They have to be of very high quality. You have to pay attention to this. If there are no new ones, beams from old houses will work, but beams from your adobe house will definitely not work. To build a one-story red brick house, you also have to use wood as beams and then cover it with tiles. Most of the wood used is pine and fir, and only wealthy families can use elm. A good house has a roof made of Chinese toonwood, piles made of jujube wood, and elm beams on the roof. Above that are nanmu and sandalwood, which are mostly used by emperors and generals. There are many of them in palaces and tombs. Each root is thick and valuable, and they are all the best golden nanmu and golden sandalwood. Ordinary people occasionally have nanmu wood for beams or furniture in their homes, and their descendants can pick up one and make a fortune. Liang Mu, I'll find a way. Chen Hao said. Ordinary wood can be bought at the commune, but roof beams have to be bought from villagers, especially those who have old houses. After reaching an agreement with Chen Ziqian, Chen Hao also went to the fields to help with the work. Farm work is tiring. They worked until about 8 o'clock in the evening, then they called it a day and all the villagers went home, dragging their tired bodies. Chen Hao's family of 4 also walked into the house. The moonlight was bright and there were many stars. Although it was 8 o'clock in the evening, I could see the road clearly. Have a drink of water. Tong Qian handed the gourd hanging around her waist to her man. This is a gourd made of bottle gourd. It is usually used to hold water and brought to the fields. When you feel thirsty while working, you can take a sip to cool down. The ladle used at home is also made of this, split into 2 halves in the middle, which is very practical. I want to drink too, said Nini. She was thirsty too. Chen Hao took the gourd, gave Nini a few sips, and then fed Xiaodu a few sips. Then he gulped down a few big gulps. I told the team leader to let him know about the brick kiln factory and leave 20,000 red bricks for the family. After the double harvest, farm work will not be so busy and the weather will be a little cooler. Then we can demolish the house and build a red brick house, said Chen Hao. Are 20,000 red bricks a bit too much? Tong Qian asked. She had just been harvesting rapeseed, and her face was still red and sticky with sweat. She was wearing a short coat. When I first went to the countryside to work, I didn't know how to do anything, but now I have become an expert at farm work. Why are you looking at me? Seeing that her man didn't say anything but just stared at her, Tong Qian touched her face and looked down again. Is there something on me? No, I just think you are very capable. Thinking about the embarrassment you faced when you first went to work in the countryside, and then looking at now, time has passed so quickly. Chen Hao said. 20,000 bricks are not a lot. We need to build 5 rooms in our house, 1 for the kitchen, 1 for the living room, 1 for sundries, and 2 for sleeping. These 20,000 bricks are almost enough. If there are more, we can build the pig pen. Chen Hao has already figured out how to use the 20,000 bricks. Have you calculated how much it will cost? Tong Qian asked. I've calculated it, and it'll only cost a little over 1,000 yuan, Chen Hao said. It's mainly for the materials. As for the labor, we'll have to hire masons and carpenters from other production teams, which will cost some money. In addition, we need to spend some money on food and drinks. We need to prepare cigarettes, tea, and rice. We can cook at Xiaoding's house. Just let her know in advance. More than 1,000 yuan is not expensive for Chen Hao, but it is difficult for ordinary villagers. In the 1960s and 1970s, very few people in the village could afford to build red brick houses, and many even lived in thatched houses. It was not until the reform and opening up, when land was distributed to households, individual businesses developed and more workers were employed that more and more people began to build red brick houses.
We still need beams, right? Tong Qian said. While chatting, the family arrived in front of the house.
The two kids were like wild horses that had broken free from their reins. They immediately ran to the chicken coop to see if there were any eggs, scaring the dozing hens so much that they started clucking. Tong Qian took off the rope hanging around her neck, which had a key on it, and opened the door.
Turn on the light.
In the past, the key was placed in a corner in front of the door, or hung on a nail behind the door. After her family's life became better, she felt uneasy and always locked the door whenever she went out.
The key is also carried with me, hanging around my neck.
It's not easy to buy beams from the commune, so we have to find a way ourselves.
Chen Hao nodded. Doesn't the old house have a lot of beams?
If there are not enough, we can buy them from other villagers.
Tong Qian scooped out some water and handed a towel to Chen Hao. Old house?
After my parents-in-law left, we were all driven out. My eldest uncle and third uncle were worried about our division of the homestead and the family property.
Don't even mention the beams.
Even the gourd ladle, the coarse porcelain bowl, and a pair of chopsticks are not worth parting with, for fear that we might take them away.
Do you still plan to take the beams from the old house?
She felt that Chen Hao's idea was unreliable.
There are many people in the family and the family is poor.
Not to mention the relationship between brothers, even the relationship between parents and children will tend to be more like that of wild beasts, with survival as the first priority. If you are sick, just carry yourself. If you die, bury you.
Things are different now.
Looking at the situation this year, most of the fields will be dry. Their production teams don't have water pumps, and the one water pump in the brigade is definitely not enough for so many production teams.
Chen Hao said. Uncle San is the leader of the production team.
Whether for himself or for the production team, he will definitely come to me to borrow the water pump.
I am a kind person.
If he says a few nice words to me and agrees to give me the beams, I will let him use the water pump.
Chen Hao dipped the towel in water and wiped his face and arms. What are you planning now? Tong Qian didn't believe it.
During the Chinese New Year, Xuanfu and Shen Yan came over and asked you to have the New Year dinner, but you didn't go. She didn't believe that her man would lend her the water pump out of kindness.
Don't you believe that I have a kind heart? Chen Hao said.
You are such a kind-hearted person.
I've been married to you for so many years, and I don't know what you are thinking?
Tong Qian rolled her eyes at him. You have a strong desire for revenge.
It hasn't changed. When I was sent to work in the countryside, we were not married yet.
Just because I said a few more words to other male comrades, you dragged me to a deserted forest and kissed me so hard that I almost couldn't breathe.
You have a lot of strength in your hands.
Go back and take off your pants and you'll see bruises all over.
You did it on purpose.
Chen Hao was speechless. He remembered this incident, but he didn't expect that Tong Qian had not forgotten it either, and understood the reason.
Even now, you are still like this. Tong Qian scooped out another basin of clean water. As long as I don't agree, you will definitely use more force next time you succeed.
The bed has collapsed several times.
Don't you know why it collapsed?
If it happens a few more times, the kitchen stove will collapse sooner or later. She took the towels for the two kids and called outside, Nini, Xiaoduo, come in and wash your face and wipe your arms.
Chapter 77. You have a vengeful heart.
After shouting 3 or 4 times, Chen Hao finally went out and brought the two kids in, one in each hand.
I don't want to sleep. I still want to clean the chicken coop.
Nini was waving her arms and legs. She hadn't had enough fun yet and there were still a few chicken feathers stuck on her head. The smaller one was about the same size, and there was even some chicken droppings stuck on the clothes.
Fly, I am a big rooster.
Chen Hao held the two kids, and Tong Qian wrung out the towel and wiped their faces and arms.
Did you trick your sister into laying eggs in the chicken coop again? You're covered in chicken manure, isn't that dirty? Tong Qian gently patted Nini's butt. After a simple scrubbing, the two kids started making noise again. Tong Qian boiled some water and prepared bath water for the whole family.
The beams of the old house are of very good material.
Some of them are rare nanmu.
I don't care about the foundation or property, but I have to get those nanmu. Chen Hao said softly.
The old house is quite old, especially the beams on the roof, which have been used for many years. The wood is good and solid, but no one knows that there are several nanmu trees in it. In the previous life, in the 1990s, a boss from another place came to the village and said he wanted to buy beams. He took a fancy to a few beams in the old house. Finally, they showed up and attracted people from the police station. Only then did they know that there were such good things in the old house. The reason for the exposure was very simple. It was already a cause of concern for a boss from another place to come into the village. He said he was buying beams, but he only wanted those few nanmu trees. Other woods looked good, but he wouldn't buy them. This aroused suspicion, so I called the police. I stayed in the police station for a whole night and told them everything.
What kind of wood is nanmu? From your tone, it seems to be a very good thing? Tong Man asked.
It's better than ordinary wood. The imperial wood is nanmu, but it's a very precious kind of nanmu,
Chen Hao said.
The few pieces of nanmu wood in the old house are not top grade, but if we find a good carpenter to make furniture out of them, they will definitely be good enough to be passed down as family heirlooms.
Nanmu itself is not rare, but mature nanmu is rare.
The older the year, the larger the diameter and the rarer it is.
Can it be passed down to the family? Then we have to get it. Tong Qian said, how much suffering did the parents-in-law endure when they were here? It's not good enough.
When they are gone, the son and daughter-in-law will be squeezed out. It's only right to take some good wood from them, but such good things must be taken in a roundabout way.
Let the eldest uncle and the third uncle know their value, and they will definitely not let go.
You said I have a strong desire for revenge, but you have a strong desire for revenge too. Chen Hao said with a smile, this must be done secretly and cannot be made public. If it is made public, not only will my uncle and third uncle come to cause trouble, but the government will also come to cause trouble. I own every piece from the Forbidden City, and I have built things that the Forbidden City has not built. Good things like flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the river, and mountains.
The hot water boiled, and the family took a bath and went to bed.
In a blink of an eye, another 5 days passed and the sun was still very strong. In addition to doing some basic farm work, the villagers had to contribute part of the labor to fetch water.
The labor force is stretched thin.
Not only the male comrades had to fetch water from the river, but some parents were also arranged to fetch water.
Water pumps have become a hot commodity and a scarce means of production.
The brigade's water pumps were running non-stop, and the production teams were vying for priority use.
Wang Xuanda was almost beaten up.
Several production teams had bad relations with him. He made people queue up to use the water pump, and the queues were arranged until August. After waiting for such a long time, I don't know how bad the crop yields would be. Under the shade of a tree outside the production team office, Chen Ziqian was smoking a cigarette and talking about the situation when he went to the brigade for a meeting.
It's definitely not okay to go too far, but it's okay to do a little bit of harm, Chen Hao said.
He was the deputy team leader of the production team.
He would come back occasionally and attend a meeting.
Even if there was no meeting, he would come to chat with Chen Ziqiang. He also had a good relationship with other cadres in the production team.
It's just too much.
According to Wang Xuanda's rotation method, other production teams will not be allowed to survive. People will definitely fight him to the death,
Chen Ziqiang said.
Many production teams had to carry water on their shoulders and hands when they needed it. People could wait for the water pump, but the crops in the fields could not. He looked at Chen Ziqiang and said, many production teams have asked me to borrow our team's water pumps. Even your third uncle, Chen Xinggu, has asked me about it. The need and urgency for water increases. The importance of water pumps continued to emerge. On weekdays, production team cadres could take some time off, earn more work points, and use their power to seek personal gain.
This is a critical moment.
If the team leader of any production team cannot borrow a water pump and solve the water problem for the fields and crops, he will be criticized. As they were talking, several people came rushing over here in a hurry. It was Chen Xinggu, and he was accompanied by several strong young men.
Chen Ziqiang, what do you think about the matter of borrowing your production team's water pump that I told you about earlier? Chen Xinggu shouted from a distance.
He couldn't wait, so he asked Chen Ziqiang to borrow a water pump at the brigade meeting in the morning, and now he came to ask about the result.
Crops cannot wait, and relying solely on manpower is not only laborious but also ineffective. If you want to use a water pump, you should go to the brigade and ask. Didn't we say it at the meeting? Each production team will take turns. Every production team will definitely have a turn, Chen Ziqiang said. His words were all said by the brigade cadres during the brigade meeting. Pump? What's the use of a pump? There are so many production teams, but only one pump. If it's pumped, a lot of crops will die, and the yield will be greatly reduced. Chen Xinggu said, "Don't talk nonsense to me. Give me a definite answer. What will it take for you to lend me the pump?" He glanced at Chen Hao, who was standing with Chen Ziqiang, and felt very uncomfortable. I never expected that this nephew would become so capable and actually help the production team buy a water pump. The entire brigade had only 2 water pumps, one of which was an asset of the brigade and was used by all production teams in turn, with a specific order. Chen Hao's production team uses only 1 water pump. Our production team also needs water pumps. We can't lend them out easily, as it will affect our grain production, said Chen Ziqiang. He blocked the loophole on his side, and then handed the power to Chen Hao. The water pump was bought by Chen Hao, so he has the right to decide how to use it. It's useless to ask me, why not ask Chen Hao? They all had the surname Chen and were from the same natural village, but for production needs they were divided into 2 production teams. Chen Ziqiang also knew the situation at Chen Hao's home, and he threw Chen Xinggu onto Chen Hao's chopping board. The water pump is related to the crop yield and the villagers' stomachs. Even if you have a grievance against me, you shouldn't use this to retaliate. If you do this, it will kill people. The villagers won't have enough to eat, and the team won't be able to pay the requisitioned grain. This is a big responsibility. Chen Xinggu looked at Chen Hao. This is very unpleasant to hear, as if it is Chen Hao's fault if grain production decreases due to drought. The responsibility is indeed great, so I bought a water pump to ensure water supply for our production team's fields. Chen Hao agreed. He looked at Chen Xinggu and said, "Uncle San, you are right to remind us that water pumps cannot be borrowed casually, otherwise the grain production will be reduced. As a cadre in the team, I have a lot of responsibility." Chapter 78, Lifting the Roof. I'm talking about my production team, not yours. If the water pump is not lent to my production team, the grain production of my production team will decrease, the villagers will not be able to survive, and the state's grain procurement task will not be delivered in quality and quantity. Chen Xinggu said. If you really want to starve people to death, your sin will be grave. This statement is shameless. The robber's logic made Chen Hao laugh out loud. No wonder his parents had given so much, but his uncle and third uncle had no regard for him at all. Not only did they think it was their due, they also wanted to kick their nephew out of the house. With this kind of logic and bandit-like thinking, it is not surprising at all that they would do such a thing. What you said makes no sense. I'm not a cadre of your production team. Besides, we use our own production team's money to buy the water pump, so naturally we are only responsible to the villagers of our production team. Chen Hao looked at him. Your grain production has decreased, the villagers can't survive, and the task of purchasing grain cannot be completed. This is the problem of your production team cadres, especially you as the team leader, who must bear the main leadership responsibility. You don't have to make a fuss here, accusing me and threatening me. These words can't scare me. Do you really think I'm in my teens? I don't know anything, and I was scared by your few words? When the public grain is due and the crops are harvested, the villagers are short of food and your production team cannot meet the grain procurement target. See whether the leaders above you will hold you, the production team leader, responsible or other production team cadres responsible. There are many things that seem to be very important at the time, but when you look back on them a few years later, you find that they are not worth mentioning at all. Chen Hao is not so easy to be fooled, nor is he so easily frightened. That's not what I meant, nor am I trying to scare you. I just want to remind you that we are all from the same village, and we are so close, uncle and nephew. Can you bear to watch me, your uncle, being criticized or even punished? Seeing that he couldn't scare Chen Hao, Chen Xinggu softened his tone. Start playing the family card. Otherwise, why was he able to be the leader of the production team? With such a thick skin, it was really suitable. Ordinary honest people really can't be village cadres. I can't bear it. Chen Hao replied decisively. He looked at Chen Xinggu and said, "You kicked me out of the old house and didn't even let me take a pair of chopsticks or a bowl with me. Now you come here to borrow the water pump and talk about family affection. Are you going to move the Buddha statue from the temple and let me sit on it? I really have to agree to lend it to you, but I feel uncomfortable." Chen Hao's goal was to get the beans from the old house, especially those nanmu trees. He deliberately left a gap to allow Chen Xinggu to squeeze in. You mean, as long as you can vent your anger, you'll be willing to lend me the water pump? Chen Xinggu was very smart and asked immediately. That's what I mean. Didn't I say this during the Qingming festival? You will definitely come to me for help. If you are willing to kowtow 3 times, I can lend you the water pump. Chen Hao said. He did not ask for beams, but instead made a more outrageous request, a condition that Chen Xinggu would never agree to. How is this possible? If I really kowtow to you, where will I put my face? How can I stay in the village in the future? I will lose all my reputation. Chen Xinggu said immediately. He shook his head. I am the elder and you are the younger. If I kowtow to you, aren't you afraid of shortening your life? I'm not afraid. Chen Hao shook his head. Good people don't live long, but evil people will last for thousands of years. My parents were such good people, hardworking, not competitive, and they did a lot of work but got the least. Not only were they not thought highly of, they also passed away early. The requests and words Chen Hao made were all reasonable and very consistent with the situation he was facing. Kowtow is definitely not an option. Why don't you change your request? How about I give you some pots, bowls, and utensils? Chen Xinggu said. He had no choice but to do so, otherwise he would not have come to find Chen Hao. If the grain production of the production team really decreases, the villagers' food supply will become a problem, and the state's grain procurement task cannot be completed. He, as the team leader, will definitely be criticized, and he may even lose the team and have to replace him. Yes, Chen Hao, please change your request. The past is the past. Holding on to it won't solve the problem. People should be more generous. Several people who came with Chen Xinggu tried to persuade him. These people are usually quite close to Chen Xinggu and they talk a lot of nonsense. You won't feel the pain unless the stick hits you. I don't lack pots and pans at home. Chen Hao shook his head. How about this? I'm planning to build a house, and I'm still short of some beams. The old house has a lot of beams, give them all to me, and I can lend the water pump to your production team. I've given you the beams of the old house, but how can we live here without a roof? Chen Xinggu was reluctant. He was a little surprised at the same time. He didn't know whether Chen Hao meant to rebuild a mud house or a red brick house when he said to build a house. Isn't your adobe house good enough? It's big enough for your family to live in. Why do you want to tear it down and rebuild it? The double harvest season is coming up and we are so busy. How can we have the manpower? It would be better to just live like that and don't mess with it. Chen Hao's abilities are improving day by day. That adobe house was built temporarily. If I hadn't been driven out by you and uncle, would I have built it in such a hurry? Chen Hao said bluntly, I plan to build a red brick house. I will build the house after the double harvest is over. The materials must be prepared in advance. Everything else is easy, except for some beams. I should have a share of the property in the old house. Now that you want to borrow the water pump, it's natural that I should bring something in exchange. He looked at Chen Xinggu and said, I have set the conditions. If you agree, I will lend you the water pump. If not, you can find another way yourself. He left the question to Chen Xinggu. Just now you kept saying that you were worried about the villagers going hungry and that the country's grain procurement task could not be completed. Now, as long as you take off the roof of the old house and give me the beams, all the problems can be solved. Chen Hao looked at him. The villagers' food rations and the country's grain procurement mission all depend on you. Treat others as you would like to be treated. Chen Hao was now returning the favor in the same way he had just been morally blackmailed. Chen Xinggu did not respond immediately, but turned around and went home. He still needed to discuss the matter with his family. He is seeking revenge and wants to lift the roof off our house, Chen Yan said angrily. As there was more work to do in the fields, she was called back to the village to do work in the fields. The primary school run by the brigade was more in response to the policy and was very informal. During the busy farming season, not only students but also teachers would return to the production team to do farm work. Work and study part-time. You are absolutely right. This is exactly what Chen Hao meant. The request he made at the beginning was even more excessive. He even asked me to kowtow to him. Chen Xinggu cursed. He said angrily, his fortune has come. He bought a TV for his family, became a captain of the sideline, and wanted to build a red brick house. He also wanted the beams of the old house. It's obvious that they just wanted to vent their anger and take the opportunity to lift the roof and make us feel uncomfortable. Chapter 79, 3 Our Nanmu. Do we really have to take off the roof and give him the beams? Uncle Chen Hao was unwilling. He was very angry. Isn't his life better now? He should thank us. If we hadn't driven him out, how could he have such good fortune? He bought a TV and is planning to build a red brick house. Who in this area can afford to do this? He should remember our kindness. He thought Chen Hao should be grateful, not retaliate. That is. If we hadn't pushed him, how could he have the determination to risk it all? Several other people also echoed this, thinking that Chen Hao's good life was thanks to their pushing. If he wants it, then give it to him. Let the whole village come and see what kind of person he is. He lifted the roof of an old house and disrespected his elders. Chen Xinggu said. He felt uncomfortable and aggrieved, but he didn't dare not give it. The crops in the fields cannot be delayed any longer and need to be watered immediately. The crop yield reduction will have a great impact on him. Without waiting for the next day, fearing that Chen Hao would go to the county and not be able to find him, Chen Xinggu immediately went to find Chen Hao after everything was discussed. When do you want the beams? He asked. I want it now. Chen Hao didn't want to delay. Okay, then you can call someone to get it. Chen Xinggu said, I don't have anyone to help me here. We are all busy with farm work. If you want beams, you have to call someone yourself. But the water pump must be used by our production team. When the time came, he still wanted to make things difficult for Chen Hao, thinking that Chen Hao couldn't get anyone to move the beams. Once the roof is lifted and the beams are moved over, I will tell the captain to use some of the time for pumping the water pump for you. Chen Hao said. He didn't wait or delay. He immediately took a few packs of cigarettes, greeted Chen Ziqiang first, and then called more than a dozen strong young men, carried 2 long ladders, and went to the old house. The 2 production teams were next to each other, and more than 10 minutes later, Chen Hao and others arrived at the old house. The roof has been blown off and all the beams have been moved down. Chen Hao handed each person a cigarette and made arrangements. My uncle, my third uncle, 2 families, grandpa and grandma were all there. Some villagers also came to watch the fun. What a sin! They really came to overturn the house. I shouldn't have been so ruthless in the first place. I pushed Chen Hao's wife out while she was still pregnant. Maybe things will change. There was a lot of discussion. Grandpa and grandma were complaining on the side, watching the roof being lifted off bit by bit and the beams being moved down. They were crying and complaining about Chen Hao's faults and their own hard work. The eldest aunt and the third aunt also grabbed the villagers who were watching the fun and scolded Chen Hao to gain sympathy. Chen Hao remained calm. After more than an hour, the roof of the old house was basically lifted off, the tiles were put down, the beams were moved down and piled up, and then Chen Hao asked people to help carry them back to his home. Chen Hao, you are so cruel. You don't leave us any room. Aren't you afraid that when our family becomes successful in the future, you will have to beg us? Chen Yan said angrily. Don't worry, it will be you who will beg me, not me begging you. Chen Hao said. He looked at Chen Xinggu and said, Uncle San, you can go and borrow the water pump. After saying that, he turned and left. I finally felt a lot better. All the beams were piled up at the doorstep, some were 3 meters long, some were 5 meters long, and their diameters were more than 20 centimeters. The thicker ones were 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter. There are so many pieces of wood. Did you go to the old house? Tong Qian came back with 2 children. She had just started working in the fields. Yes, we took off the roof of the old house. Chen Hao nodded, there are almost enough beams to build the house. Even if there is a shortfall, it won't be much. If we do this, we might offend people to death. Tong Qian was a little worried. Don't worry, we just lifted the roof and took out the beams. It won't rain for a while, so we can just go find some more beams. Chen Hao said. He looked at Tong Qian, Uncle San is very smart. He might use this opportunity to run for the position of brigade leader. In order to help agricultural production, he had his own roof lifted off. What a spirit of breaking the law, and what a high level of consciousness. When the double harvest is over, most of the grain production of other production teams will decrease, but his production team's grain production will hardly be affected. The villagers will be grateful to him, and he can also take credit from the production team. An old man is cunning, an old donkey is slippery, and an old rabbit is hard to catch. An honest person becomes more honest as he gets older, and a cunning person becomes more cunning as he gets older. Chen Hao knew exactly who his third uncle was. So many beams were moved, but he just complained. No one tried to stop them, nor did he suggest leaving a few. He must have had some ulterior motive, hoping to gain more points in the team's mind by doing this. Over the years, there has been a political movement every once in a while. Not only in the city, but even in the village, anyone with a slightly flexible mind has some experience. Know how to maximize benefits. Uncle San is quite smart. I was wondering why you were asked to move back so many beams. When did Uncle and Uncle San become so easy to talk to? Now I understand after your analysis. Tong Qian said. She looked at the pile of beams and lowered her voice. Is there any good wood here? Of course there is. Let's wait until night, when it's dark and the kids are asleep and there aren't many people around. Then take a closer look. Chen Hao said. From time to time, villagers passed by, but he didn't dare to distinguish them. He waited until night to look carefully and then he would have a clear idea. In the evening, after dinner, a bath and some TV watching, all the villagers left and the two kids went to bed. Chen Hao squatted in the woodpile with an axe for half an hour. He chopped lightly at a few pieces of wood and got some wood chips off. Come inside and take a look. Chen Hao grabbed 2 handfuls of soil and smeared them on the cut to cover up the marks of cut wood. Even my third uncle and eldest uncle didn't see anything strange about so many beams. They just thought they were good wood for beams. The villagers also thought so. I didn't even think about precious wood. Vision determines cognition, cognition determines thinking, thinking determines behavior, and behavior determines results. But Chen Hao was still very cautious. There are 3 pieces of Nanmu wood, and their diameters are about 30 to 40 centimeters. Chen Hao walked into the house and whispered to his woman. He handed the wood he had chopped to Tong Qian. It doesn't look like anything special, it just has pretty patterns and a little fragrance. It's neither gold nor silver, so is it that rare? Tong Qian said. Aren't they all wood? But looking at my man, he seems very happy, which is very rare. It's just like a woman, with 2 eyes, a nose, a butt, and breasts, but there are differences inside. Chen Hao made an analogy. Some are ordinary and you can't tell the front and back, while some are thin branches with rich fruits. Although they can all give birth to babies, the experience they give people is different. What you said does make some sense. There's a saying that goes gold in troubled times, antiques in prosperous times. This wood is probably the same thing. It's very valuable in the eyes of people who like it. Tong Qian said. She glanced at her man and said, it's just that your metaphor is not serious at all. Good words always change in your mouth. Should we hide these good pieces of wood? Chapter 80 Paying Public Grain. Not all sticks can be hidden. Chen Hao said, these sticks are several meters long and so thick. If they are hidden, it will make too much noise. It will be hard to explain if someone sees them. Some sticks can be hidden, even on the body, but some cannot. Then just leave it like this and use it as beams when we build the red brick house? Tong Qian asked softly. Well, just leave it there. It's okay. One piece is not light. It takes several people to lift it. It will be safe to use as beams when we build the house. Chen Hao nodded. Anyway, we are not in a hurry to use it. These pieces of Nanmu should be wild and of good quality. We can keep them for making furniture for ourselves later. There is a difference between artificially cultivated Nanmu and wild Nanmu, and the value difference is quite large. Wild Nanmu grows slowly and is expensive, while artificially cultivated Nanmu grows quickly and is cheap. Most of the Nanmu trees available nowadays are wild, and their appearance and texture are both good. Chen Hao stood up and threw the chopped Nanmu pieces into the stove. The couple also went to bed to rest. In a few months, Nini will be going to school. Should she go to the production team or to the primary school in the commune? Tong Qian asked. The brigade primary school is privately run, while the commune primary school is publicly run. Go to the commune primary school. The teachers there are more skilled and will lay a solid foundation so you can keep up with the studies later. Chen Hao said without even thinking. A few decades later, due to the influence of capital, the tuition fees of private primary schools are not cheap. Relatively speaking, the teaching staff is very good, and many wealthy people like to send their children to private primary schools. But the teaching staff in private primary schools at this moment is very poor. Do you want to go to the Yuhong class, or go directly to the first grade? Tong Qian asked again. Let her go directly to the first grade. Nini is not stupid and is very smart. You have taught her a lot of knowledge at home. She won't learn as much as you have taught her in the home class, Chen Hao said. After finishing preschool, you have to be 8 years old to enter the first grade, which is too late. It's better to start elementary school earlier and go to college later. That way you will have an advantage in finding a job after graduation. The poor and the rich have one thing in common: time. The couple were chattering in bed, talking about Nini's schooling, and the house issue, what style to build, how big it should be, and so on. Finally, I did some exercise and then fell into a deep sleep. Exercise is a natural sleep aid. In the county, Huashan Hotel has always had good business and has many customers. There are banquets from time to time, for those who have joined the army, those who have received promotion opportunities, and those who are entertaining colleagues, relatives, and friends. All kinds of weddings and funerals are held at Huashan Hotel. Daily turnover is stable at around 600 yuan. The profit margin is 60%, and the gross profit is 360 yuan per day. Chen Hao has 60% of the dividend rights, and earns more than 200 yuan every day. Time flies and it is already July. Early rice is harvested and late rice is planted. Very busy. Adults and children, men, women, young and old from all over the village, took part in the battle. It was Chen Hao who also returned to the village to help. Hurry up and pick up the rice on the ridges. Don't dawdle. It will delay things if you can't move. Send a few people to pull out the weeds in the sweet potato field. The rice seedlings can be pulled out today. Some people go to the warehouse and get the rice seedling horses. Busier than harvesting wheat. The early rice needs to be harvested, dried, threshed, and dried again. After the harvest, the rice fields need to be pumped out and plowed immediately in preparation for planting the late rice seedlings. The older kids in the village all went to the fields to help carry rice and pick up rice ears. After the rice fields are prepared and the seedlings are pulled out, they have to be planted. We were busy from July to early August, and all the late rice seedlings were planted, and the double harvest was declared over. The busiest time is over. In the evening, after finishing their work, a group of villagers gathered in the rice field. Those who had cooked early at home simply brought their bowls over and ate while having the meeting. Everyone has worked hard these days, but we are finally done. The early rice has been harvested and the late rice has been planted. Chen Ziqiang held a cigarette in his mouth. His voice was a little hoarse. The rice has almost been dried. The leader of the brigade has instructed that our brigade should go to the grain station to hand in the grain tomorrow. The grain station was in the commune. After the early rice was harvested, public grain had to be paid. Public grain was not paid randomly. It was paid in units of brigades. Each brigade was designated to pay on a specific day, and the entire brigade would go to the grain station together. Every household should get up early tomorrow and not sleep too much. Go to the grain station early so that you can be at the front of the line and pay the public grain as soon as possible, which will be considered as getting one thing done. Chen Ziqiang reminded. When you get home, prepare the cart and tie up the grain. Place it in front of the door and cover it with straw. Don't let the dew get it wet, or you'll get to the grain station and be sent back. After the rice has been threshed, there is too much space in the warehouse, so a lot of it is placed in each household for the customers to look after. When paying public grain, they are transported to the grain station together. When they arrive at the grain station, the amount given by the production team is not the same as the amount given. The grains have to be weighed and inspected, and there are requirements for dryness and fullness. If the standards are not met, it may be returned, which is very troublesome. Okay, that's it. Everyone go back early, rest early, and get up early tomorrow. Don't delay things. Chen Ziqiang didn't say much. After a simple emphasis, he let everyone go. He himself still looked gloomy. The weather is a bit dry this year, but fortunately there are water pumps and the grain production has not decreased. Relax, everything will be fine. Chen Hao walked over, handed him a cigarette and chatted. Whenever he returned to the village, he would chat with the village cadres when he had time to deepen his relationship with them. Otherwise, if you stay in the county for a long time and communicate less frequently, the relationship will become alienated. It's the same as between husband and wife. Long-term separation and lack of communication will naturally lead to relationship problems. That being said, I'm still worried. If the grain is not delivered to the grain station and the grain station doesn't sign or approve it, I won't be able to sleep well, said Chen Ziqiang. Every year when it comes to paying the public grain tax, it is the most difficult time for him. He is afraid that something might go wrong and he goes through a lot of trouble. The public grain and state purchased grain paid this year should be less than last year, right? Chen Hao asked. Many production teams have suffered from drought and reduced grain production. Our production team has done a good job and may even be praised. If you want to be praised, you can't pay the public grain, you have to pay more state purchased grain. This is actually like giving birth to a child without an anus. If you pay more state purchased grain, it will still have to be taken from the villagers' mouths, right? Take out the villagers' food rations and the reserved grain and sell them to the commune? Chen Ziqiang said. The public grain and state purchased grain quotas have indeed been lowered this year, but the burden is still heavy. The output from the fields is barely enough to fill our stomachs. Farmers are burdened with heavy responsibilities. Of 100 gene of grain, 20 gene is used as public grain. After deducting the 3 body and 5 unified grain, food rations, and planting grain, there is still some surplus grain. 70% of this surplus grain must be used as unified purchase grain and sold to grain stations at a low price. In order to show their performance, some cadres would sell more state purchased grain, which ultimately resulted in insufficient food rations and villagers going hungry. But you can be praised yourself. Will you go with me to pay the public grain tax tomorrow? Chen Ziqiang asked. Okay, let's go together. Chen Hao nodded. If he doesn't go, his wife will have to go, and she may not be able to handle it with 2 kids. Moreover, when you go to the grain station to pay the public grain, some leaders of the brigade will be there. It is also good to take this opportunity to get in touch with them and leave a good impression. Chapter 81 Zebra Day. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, various noises were heard in the village. The villagers got up and prepared to go to the grain station to pay their grain taxes. It's time to get up. In the room, Tong Qian gently pushed Chen Hao. I'll get up, you and the 2 kids can continue sleeping, you don't have to go. Chen Hao said. Just have a strong laborer from the family go with him, that's what he meant by not going to the county. I was the one who went there in previous years, said Tong Qian. The weather was hot and clothes were thin, so she wore a thin short coat, sat on the bed, and talked to Chen Hao. Bumping up and down. Chen Hao pinched her twice. In previous years, I was incompetent, so you had to go. This year, you have to go. It's still early now, the roosters haven't even crowed yet, and the 2 kids can't get up. You and the baby can sleep for a while. I'll go and pay my taxes. The noise was quite loud, but the 2 kids were sleeping soundly. Children of this age may say they don't want to sleep one moment, and then snore loudly the next, and you can't wake them up no matter how hard you shout. This is even more so when they go to school. Then I'll get you something to eat. Tong Qian said. The 2 kids were sleeping soundly. She just called them softly a few times, but they didn't wake up. It was really not a good situation for her to go with them. No need to go through so much trouble. Just continue sleeping. I'll leave after I wash up. Chen Hao had already put on his clothes, scooped up some water, took a toothbrush, and squeezed some toothpaste. We used to use tooth powder at home, but when life got better, we switched to toothpaste. The aluminum ones cost 20 cents each. It will take a long time to deliver the grain. If you don't eat, your stomach won't be able to bear it. I'll just cook some noodles. It's quick. Just boil the water. This time Tong Qian didn't listen to him. She went into the kitchen, lit a fire, and cooked noodles. After washing up, Chen Hao went outside again, lifted the straw covering the sack, tightened the hemp rope, and pumped the air into the tire of the cart. The noodles are also cooked. It was a full bowl with 2 poached eggs. Would you like to eat something? Chen Hao held the bowl and sat on a stone in front of the house. No, I'm not going to eat anymore. You eat first. I'll make it after the baby wakes up. Eat with the baby. You won't be able to sleep if you eat at this time. Tong Qian was wearing thin clothes and didn't go out. She stood in the house. Chen Hao ate a big bowl of noodles and 2 poached eggs, even drinking up all the soup. When he was full, he handed the bowl to Tong Qian. He went into the house, put a few packets of double happiness in his pocket, and then pulled the cart to the village entrance. People from the production team continued to gather at the entrance of the village. Have all of them arrived? Is there anyone who hasn't arrived yet? Accountant, please count the food. There won't be enough food when we get to the grain station. Why are you still carrying a bowl? Eat quickly. If you dawdle any longer, other production teams will be ahead of us. By the time we finish paying our taxes, it will be dark when we get back. How did you tie the sack? The rice is leaking out. Check the sack to make sure the grain isn't wasted. Chen Ziqiang is very busy. From the double harvest to the payment of public grain, my throat has had little rest and has been hoarse all the time. Counting, checking the sacks of grain, shouting to those who were dawdling to hurry up, and there were broken carts that had not been checked earlier, etc., a whole host of other situations. Nearly an hour later, the carts carrying grain lined up and headed for the commune under the moonlight. Chen Ziqiang was riding a bicycle at the front of the team. There was a bamboo pole tied to the handlebars with a triangular piece of cloth on it with a few words written on it, Red Flag Production Team. Very showy. Along the way, we would occasionally encounter teams from other production teams paying their grain taxes. Hey, isn't this Captain Liu? When I asked you when you would go to deliver the grain, you said there was no rush and you would go after daybreak. Why are you going to the grain station before daybreak? Zebra, can't you see that our production team has moved to the front? Why are you trying to cut in line? If you want to cut in line, go back home and cut in on your wife. There are 10 production teams in a brigade. Those that are close can be reached in a few minutes on foot, while those that are far away may take half an hour to walk. They start from different places, but now they all converge on one road. Go to the commune grain station. When we arrived at the grain station, we found that other production teams were already queuing outside, and Shenhao's Hongqi production team was the fourth one. I told you to hurry up, but you took your time. Now you're the fourth in line. Chen Ziqiang held his bicycle and smoked silently. He has been very angry recently. It was still early and the grain station was not open, but production teams arrived one after another. There were a total of 10 production teams in the brigade, and the line of people handing in grain stretched for a mile or two. It was past 6 o'clock when the door of the grain station finally opened. Several leaders of the grain station and the brigade had also arrived. Today is the day for our Dengtang brigade to pay public grain. The cadres of each production team are responsible for the order of their own teams and must complete the task of paying public grain with quality and quantity. The captain of the brigade, Yang Jiping, shouted at the top of his voice. Patriotic grain must also be sold. The weather is very dry this year, but the overall situation of our brigade is still good. Each production team must overcome difficulties. If you feel it's hard, think about the 25,000-mile long march. If you feel it's tiring, think about the old revolutionary veterans. Patriotic grain is the state-purchased grain, which is also sold at the grain station. After saying a few nice words, he glanced at Fan Pang, the grain station manager next to him. This means he has finished speaking. Captain Yang is right. Paying public grain is a contribution to the country. The more public grain we pay, the better the country will be, and the more secure the lives of the people will be. Fan Pang said. He says similar words many times every year and can say them with his eyes closed. Whether one is patriotic or not depends on how much grain one pays. The more one pays, the more patriotic one is. The more grain one keeps for food, grows crops, and pays for surplus grain, the more it proves one's revolutionary enthusiasm. These words were said many times, 2 or 3 times every year. In the beginning, many production teams took it seriously, but after they were hungry a few times, they just treated it as nonsense. This ist or that ist is not as important as having a full stomach. Many of the things I say are old cliches and I emphasize them every time. You've heard them so many times and I'm tired of saying them, but I still have to mention them, Fan Pang added. His expression became more serious. The grain delivered to the grain station, whether it is public grain or patriotic grain, cannot have a single shriveled grain, and must be dried until it is hard. Comrades from all production teams, before the inspection begins, please check yourselves again. If you feel that the grain is not up to standard, take it back and come back in a few days. Don't wait until problems are found during inspection and then start arguing again. Food is the foundation of our country, and we cannot afford to be careless. The words were very harsh. It really scared some people. There was a young man next to Chen Hao, who came here for the first time to pay his public grain tax. When he heard this, he was very nervous. It's so strict that there can't be even a single grain of dead grain? Or we should check it again. It would be bad if there is any problem later and it was discovered. He was a little scared. It's just a lie, don't believe it. Chen Hao said with a smile, our team's rice has been dried for many days and winnowed, so there must be no problem. When leading cadres speak and assign tasks, they like to exaggerate the severity of the problem.
The city assigns tasks to the county and requires them to be completed within 1 month. The county assigns tasks to the town and requires them to be completed within half a month. The town assigns tasks to the village and requires them to be completed within 1 week. The margin left is for 2 purposes, one is to prevent accidents, and the other is to show achievement. Okay, start delivering the food. Fan Pang announced loudly. Chapter 82. Send a big red flower. Paying public grain is not that simple. There is a set of procedures for queuing, acceptance, weighing, handing over to the warehouse, and collecting tickets. Especially at the acceptance stage, the inspector checks 1 sack in 1 basket at a time, holding a long-handled spoon in his hand. Dig out the millet at the bottom and inspect it carefully. First, spread it on your hand and take a look. If there are too many shriveled grains, it is definitely not good. Then take a full grain, put it in your mouth and bite it. If it is hard, it means the rice is well dried. Only in this way can the acceptance be passed, and only after the acceptance is passed can it be weighed and the subsequent process can be continued. The production team ahead was paying public grain and selling patriotic grain, so Chen Hao and the others could only wait. The sun was rising slowly and it was very hot. Chen Hao found a shady spot nearby and sat under it to cool off. The captain of the brigade, Yang Jiping, looked at the grain delivery area for a while, and when he found no problems, he felt bored and turned around. Seeing the bicycle next to Chen Zichang, he smiled and said, "You rode your bicycle over here just to pay grain. You've been showing off for a long time. Who in the team doesn't know that your production team has bicycles?" He joked for a while, nodded at Chen Hao, and reached into his pocket to buy some cigarettes. Yang Jiping met Chen Hao several times. "Captain Yang, take mine." Chen Hao took out a double happiness cigarette from his pocket and gave one to Yang Jiping. "I also sent some roots to the people next to me. This cigarette is good, but not cheap. It costs 90 cents a pack." Yang Jiping said, holding the Hongshuangxi cigarette in his hand. Normally he would not bear to smoke such good cigarettes. "It's indeed not cheap. I usually can't bear to spend it, so I brought a few bags here today to pay my grain tax. When I hand in the grain later, I'll give a few to the inspector," Chen Hao said. "There is still work to do in the fields. Everyone has other things to do. We need to quickly inspect and weigh the goods and then go back to do other things." He explained very well why he had such a good cigarette in his pocket. All of this was prepared for the purpose of paying public grain, which dispelled any jealousy that might have arisen in Yang Jiping's and several other people's minds. If you smoke good cigarettes yourself, you are showing off. If you buy them specifically to pay your taxes, you are understanding of the ways of the world. You have considered it very carefully. Yang Jiping nodded in approval. He looked at Chen Hao carefully again and asked, "How is the restaurant business in the county?" He didn't know much about Chen Hao. During the busy farming season, the production team Chen Hao was in bought a water pump and Wang Chuanda wanted to use it, but no one in the Hongqi production team agreed. Chen Hao's name was mentioned many times. Later, he went to the Hongqi production team in person to coordinate and wanted to borrow the production team's water pump. He met Chen Hao several times. Although they had only met a few times, he had a very good impression of Chen Hao. This young comrade has a perfect grasp of the ways of the world and is politically wise. Not bad. Chen Hao said simply, "The fruits and vegetables grown by the production team are very popular among the county residents. The restaurant can not only help agricultural production, but also let the county residents feel the benefits brought by agricultural production. This is a win-win situation. I think that the operation of a restaurant should not be tied to profits. Even if there is no profit at all, or even a slight loss, as long as it can help agricultural production and provide convenience to county residents, it is worth it." He talked for a long time, but it was all nonsense, and he didn't explain the actual operating conditions of Huashan Hotel. On the contrary, there is a misunderstanding that Huashan Hotel does not make much money and is actually contributing to agricultural production and the residents of the county. There is nothing wrong with this answer. How much money can you make by opening a restaurant? Didn't the commune have a restaurant before? In the end, it couldn't be run anymore and no one patronized it. It also closed down and the employees were assigned to other places. Just as the few of them were chatting, Chen Hao's third uncle, Chen Xinggu, came over. There is no need to bring the fruits and vegetables from the fields to the county, which wastes manpower and delays agricultural production. We can trade them every time we go to the market, and vegetable companies will also come to buy fruits and vegetables. In times of drought, we ensure that the crops in the fields have water. When it rains a lot, we drain the water in time so that the crops are not flooded. I think this is what a production team cadre should do. Farmers should plant their roots in the land and stop running away. I always want to go to the county or the city to do other things to make a living. Isn't that not doing my job properly? For farmers, farming is their main job. I am happy to be a farmer all my life. The water pump incident made Chen Hao famous in the brigade. Now Yang Jiping came over to chat with him and they seemed to be getting along quite well. He was very worried. What if Yang Jiping approved of Chen Hao? Would Chen Hao be transferred to the brigade to serve as a cadre? Chen Hao did a good job, thanks to the water pump he bought in the county, otherwise the crop yields in our brigade's fields would have been greatly reduced this year. Yang Jiping said. He glanced at the bicycle next to Chen Zichang and said, "This is the bicycle." He also donated it. I get angry when I mention this. The water pump was not used in vain. No matter how much I tried to persuade him, it was useless. I had to dismantle the beams from my own house before he was willing to lend me the water pump. Chen Xinggu said. I am still his uncle. His behavior is too selfish and he doesn't care about feelings at all. Captain, you happen to be here and mentioned this matter. Can you tell me whether he was wrong in doing this? In order to help agricultural production and water the crops in the fields, I even contributed my own beams. Even now, there is still a piece of the roof that is empty and has not been filled with beams and tiles. Chen Xinggu was very happy. He finally found an opportunity to complain and show off his achievements. As for the empty roof, he left it on purpose in order to show off his merit and let the leaders of the brigade and the commune see his sacrifice and contribution. Chen Hao did not interrupt. Yang Jiping glanced at Chen Hao. Seeing that Chen Hao remained calm and composed in this situation, he secretly gave him a thumbs up. Most people would definitely explain immediately if Chen Xinggu said this. Chen Hao didn't explain and just sat there smoking. Many leading cadres couldn't match his calmness. You and Chen Hao are uncle and nephew. The beams of the house were taken away by him. It was not robbery. You did it voluntarily. Even if it was robbed, it is an internal conflict between you and your family. It is your family's business. It is not appropriate for an outsider to interfere. You have to solve it yourselves. Yang Jiping said. If you want to find a coordinator, I can help coordinate, but your family's internal affairs, even if I am the captain of the brigade, it is not appropriate for me to interfere. Every family has its own problems. He didn't say anything bad about Chen Hao, nor did he say anything bad about Chen Xinggu, and he was completely unwilling to get involved. There are too many similar situations in rural areas. The husband says he is right, and the wife says she is right. The key is that most of the time they are indeed right. If you rashly get involved, neither side will be in trouble. If similar things happen a few more times, you will end up offending more and more villagers, and a lot of work will not be able to be carried out in the future. You don't care about Chen Hao taking away the beams of the house, but I dismantled the roof of my own house to help agricultural production. Is this a fact? Am I considered a typical example of helping agricultural production? Am I willing to sacrifice for the sake of agriculture and the villagers? Should I be given a big red flower and allowed to visit various brigades? Chen Xinggu's eyes lit up. Chapter 83, There will definitely be another path. Wearing a big red flower on the chest, walking around among the various teams is a very face-saving thing. Chen Xinggu wanted to make this trip. This is also the reason why he agreed to Chen Hao moving all the beams of the old house, not only to help the production team, but also for himself. Your case can indeed be considered typical, but whether it will be successful or not still needs to be reported to the commune and see what the commune decides, said Yang Jiping. The production teams under him had models and glorious deeds, and he, as the team leader, also had face. He is willing to report this matter to the commune. But whether it will succeed or not depends on the commune leaders. If I wear a big red flower, walk around among the various brigades and become a glorious example, can I run for a brigade cadre? Said Chen Xinggu. He wants to be a cadre in the brigade. People go to high places and water flows to low places. Even if the cadres of the brigade do not have a regular position, they are part-time and much more senior than the cadres of the production team who are not full-time. The power should also be greater. That's hard to say. The cadres of the brigade not only have to run for election, but also need the nod from the commune, said Yang Jiping. The cadres of the brigade took direct orders from the leaders of the commune. It is said that it is governed by villagers themselves, but in fact the main leading cadres are still appointed by the commune, and other less important brigade cadres are discussed and recommended by the main cadres of the brigade. In other words, to become a cadre at the brigade level, one must obtain approval from the commune. I have been the team leader of the production team for many years. I have completed all tasks well. My performance this year has been even better. If I still cannot be a cadre of the brigade, isn't that unfair? Said Chen Xingu. If someone else did it, I would definitely not accept it. In order to ensure the output of grain and the harvest, I even took off the roof of the house. No one else is more suitable to be a cadre of the brigade than me. I am dedicated to serving the villagers. He was in a hurry. So many beams were taken away that we had no roof to sleep under for days, all for the sake of being able to run for brigade cadre. Hearing Chen Xingu's words, Yang Jiping felt somewhat dissatisfied. Isn't this a threat? Does he have to express his opinion in public? Who dares to express this attitude? There is only one job for each person. If no cadre in the team steps down, how can others take over? Speaking of contributing to the production team, our team has done quite well. We bought a water pump and used it in our own production team, and also helped other production teams, said Chen Zichang. The fruits and vegetables we grow not only help our team members increase their income, but also benefit the county residents. He also wanted to wear a red flower and walk among the teams. Never worn it yet. All rare. I heard from people that the cadres of your production team made a boast, saying that one work point would be worth 1 cent by the end of this year, but it was not achieved by then. Isn't this just bragging? Isn't this just deceiving the team members? Chen Xingu said. You still want to wear the big red flower. In my opinion, you should be used as an example for criticism. You are just fooling the villagers and making fun of them. Chen Zichang was speechless. 1 cent for 1 work point, this was said by Chen Hao, but he was actually not sure in his heart. Now that Chen Xingu mentioned this, it was difficult for him to refute. The key is that I don't know how to say it, and I don't have the confidence to do it. It's not the end of the year yet, why are you in such a hurry? Chen Hao glanced at Chen Xingu. Wait until the end of the year, after the work points are calculated. If it doesn't reach 10 cents per work point, then you can say anything. Chen Hao is right. Today is the day to pay public grain and sell purchased grain. These are the top priorities. We can talk about other things later. Yang Jiping said. He waved his hand at Chen Xingu and said, keep a close eye on the grain and make sure there are no problems. We will try to ensure that all the production teams in our brigade can deliver the public grain smoothly today and that the task of purchasing grain can also be sold smoothly. Chen Xingu returned to his production team. Taking a break, Yang Jiping saw that there was no one around, so he walked up to Chen Hao and asked in a low voice, how confident are you that you can make 1 work point worth 10 cents by the end of the year? In the entire brigade, no production team had such high work points. Most of them were only 5 or 6 cents per work point. 1 cent for 1 work point, almost doubled. Not only the brigade, but the entire commune, the value of work points is so high that there is no problem in wearing a red flower. Whether you are sure or not, you have to do it. If you don't do it, you will have no confidence at all. If you do it, you will still be somewhat confident. Chen Hao said. He took out another double happiness cigarette, handed it to Yang Jiping, and took one himself. Farmers' lives are very hard. The government can see this and will definitely find ways to change it, whether it is economically or politically. They will relax. Farming can only barely sustain life and cannot change the face of poverty. The restrictions on industry and commerce will definitely be reduced. Chen Hao made some predictions about the country's future policy direction. Yang Jiping is a good person, so let's leave some impression on him. It will be easier to find Yang Jiping and seek help or cooperation in the future if there is anything. Where did you get this information? Yang Jiping asked. Ordinary people cannot perceive the effect of what Chen Hao said, but as the captain of the brigade, he is very sensitive to these words and cares a lot. Grassroots cadres do their work, middle-level cadres take sides, and high-level cadres fight among themselves. The root cause of internal strife is often not because people dislike the person, but more because as decision-makers, they have different views on the future path, and each of them insists on his own opinion, and no one can convince anyone else. This is my analysis. Of course, I am not making a random analysis. There must be a basis for it, but I cannot tell you what the basis is. Chen Hao said.
He looked at Yang Jiping and said, "Captain Yang, if you trust me, take what I just said to heart. If you don't trust me, just treat what I just said as a joke and pretend I never mentioned it." The general trend of the world is that after a long period of division, there will be unification, and after a long period of unification, there will be division. The same is true in terms of policy. As long as this country is not controlled by a certain person and there is not only one voice, then when one path is blocked, another path will definitely be chosen. If there is only one voice, you will naturally go down this path to the end. Yang Jiping frowned, the cigarette in his hand no longer smelled fragrant, and he felt dizzy. He walked to the warehouse of the grain station and stared at the grain delivery process, but he kept thinking about Chen Hao's words in his mind. He came here today originally to focus on paying taxes and dealing with some emergencies, but he didn't expect to gain something unexpected after talking with Chen Hao. Chen Hao's words are very useful. There were many different voices in the brigade, including the commune. The main leaders had different opinions on how to cultivate the land and how to run the enterprise. But no matter which opinion is held, it ultimately depends on the policy at the top. But he still needed to think about whether to believe Chen Hao's words. Chapter 84. It's not a kiss, it's so far away. When it was his production team's turn to pay the public grain, Chen Hao secretly handed over the double happiness liquor, and the subsequent acceptance procedures went very quickly and smoothly. The production team's public grain and patriotic grain were all stored in the warehouse. Everyone in the production team walked back. On the way, Chen Zichang held onto his bicycle and walked to Chen Hao. Double happiness is useful. They didn't make it difficult during the inspection. I just grabbed a few handfuls of the dough and asked them to weigh it if there was no problem. In the past, they said they would do it, but no matter how much they persuaded, they were not relaxed at all when inspecting the grain. If there were a few more shriveled grains, they would ask someone to pour out the rice, winnow it again, and select it before they would allow it to be weighed again. He just sighed a few times and didn't say anything more. He talked about another thing. Now the work in the fields is not so busy, the public grain has been paid, the task is considered completed, and there is a little more free time. If you want to build a house, you can bring back the red bricks, sand, cement, and so on now. Okay. Chen Hao nodded. Taking time out of his schedule, Chen Hao spent 3 days preparing the red bricks, sand, cement, and other materials needed to build the house and piled them in the open space in front of the door. I said hello to Chen Xiaoting and her grandmother, and placed some materials in front of her house. When going to the market, Chen Hao bought 2 pounds of meat, weighed 5 pounds of brown sugar, and tore some cloth. He carried all the things together and delivered them to Chen Xiaoting's home. Chen Xiaoting and the old lady are both here. I bought some meat and some other things. It was hot, so I didn't dare buy too much meat. I just weighed 2 kilograms. Chen Hao handed the things in his hand to Chen Xiaoting. Pork belly, you can braise it or make steamed pork with rice flour, just prepare it today, don't leave it, it's very hot today, it will stink overnight. When building a house, the original house has to be pushed down, and the things inside have to be moved or thrown away. The stove naturally has to be pushed as well, so that it will be convenient to build the house later. But meals have to be cooked, not only for our family, but also for the villagers who help us, as well as other skilled workers such as bricklayers and carpenters. Chen Hao borrowed the stove from Chen Xiaoting's house. Don't be so polite. There's no need to bring these things here. You have helped my family a lot. I am very happy that I can help you build the house now. Chen Xiaoting said. She was quite embarrassed. The job of timekeeper was introduced by Chen Hao. Chen Hao also helped her family a lot in normal times. She didn't feel unhappy about the opportunity to give back. On the contrary, she was very eager. This is also the principle of how to behave and do things that her grandmother taught her since she was a child. One should repay a drop of kindness with a spring of water. Xiaoting is right. There's no need to be so formal. We are all from the same village. You have helped us, an old man and a child, so much. If it were in ancient times, you would have to marry your body to me. I would have to betroth my granddaughter to you to repay you for this favor. It's a pity that this is not popular nowadays. The old lady said. And sighed. Judging from her expression, she seemed to really feel sorry. No, according to seniority, Xiaoting still has to call me uncle. Chen Hao waved his hand. We are not relatives, and we are so far apart. The old lady said, Xiaoting can cook and do housework. If you have anything to do in the future, just tell her and let her do it. Don't be so polite. You don't have to treat her as an outsider, and you don't have to care about an old woman like me. Chen Hao was trying to figure out what the old lady meant. If we don't treat Chen Xiaoting as an outsider, should we treat her as an insider? Without having to care about this old woman, can I take advantage of Chen Xiaoting in front of her? Don't worry, Xiaoting is very smart and good at studying. If it weren't for her background, she would definitely have been admitted to university and settled down in the city. Chen Hao looked at the old lady. People really do become more shrewd as they get older. Some of the old lady's words sounded like she was entrusting her child to someone else. He comforted her, the job of timekeeper is only temporary, and studying will definitely be useful. Xiaoting will still have the opportunity to go to university and have a stable job in the future. You are in good health and can see that day. After talking for a few more words, Chen Hao left. Grandma, could you please not say things like that every time? It's so embarrassing. Chen Xiaoting muttered. She hung the meat on an iron hook in the kitchen, which was suspended from the beam in mid-air. This can prevent it from being damaged by rats, cats, dogs, etc. The brown sugar and cloth were also put away. What's there to be embarrassed about? When you get older, no matter how strong your body is, you can collapse at any time. If I don't think about your future now, I won't be at peace even when I die, said the old lady. I'm a timekeeper now. The work is not that tiring, the work points are higher, and I can take care of myself, said Chen Xiaoting. She held the old lady's hand and said, Grandma, you are in good health. You can live for at least another 20 years. If you live another 20 years, you become an old monster? People should not be too greedy. It is not good to live too short, just like your parents. But living too long is not a good thing either. The old lady saw things very clearly. Now you can still walk and eat. If one day you sit in your room and close your eyes and die, that would be the best. If you live too long, you will be confused and suffer from various diseases and pains. You will suffer and harm others. She looked at her granddaughter and said, Chen Hao helped you get the job of timekeeper. Logically speaking, you are very suitable for this job. No one in the village is smarter than you. You never made a mistake when recording work points. You recorded the work points during the day and checked them again when you came back at night. After checking, you confirmed with other people. You are good looking and you work carefully, but you don't know how treacherous people are. It doesn't mean that if you do something well, people will remember you. It doesn't mean that if you are diligent and hardworking, you will have hope in life. You are a woman, a young girl at that. If Chen Hao doesn't hold on, then no matter how well you do as a timekeeper, it will have nothing to do with you. So many eyes are watching. If you don't want to do the job of a timekeeper, then don't do it. Didn't Uncle Hao say so? The college entrance examination may be resumed. By then, I'll be admitted to a university, have a stable job, and eat commercial grain. No one will dare to look down on me, and I won't be bullied. Chen Xiaoting said. She was skeptical about whether the college entrance examination could be resumed, but she always found time to read. She was unwilling to give up even if there was only a glimmer of hope. Many of my fellow villagers grew up together. When there was no profit, they could get along well with each other. But when there was profit, even if it was just a small one, they would fight for it and lose their heads. Has the situation changed in the city? The old lady shook her head. People are the same everywhere, they are just separated by their bellies. She patted Chen Xiaoting's hand gently and said, If you were ugly, Grandma wouldn't worry, but you are so pretty. Even if you can go to college and eat commercial grain, you have entered a den of wolves. No matter how well you assign your work, there are still leaders above you, people with more power than you, and if you don't have anyone to support you, I'm afraid you, a girl, can't handle it. Chapter 85 The Red Brick House is completed. Even if you are from the same village, you can only do it secretly. He knows you, and you know him, too. When you go to the city, you are unfamiliar with the place and you are blinded by darkness. How can you know how treacherous people are? The better looking a person is, the more likely they are to get into trouble. The old lady looked in the direction of Chen Hao's house, then looked back at Chen Xiaoting, muttering, What a pity. If you are a wealthy family, you can afford to support more people. How could this tradition be lost? She just wanted her granddaughter to have a good support before she died. It was not difficult to build a one-story red brick house. They just cleared out the things in the house and put them on the open space. Then, with a few big sticks, a group of people worked hard and pushed the adobe house down. The next step was to dig the foundation and build 24 walls, without any concrete or steel bars, but with lime-plastered walls. It took more than a month to complete the construction. This morning was the day to put up the beams of the red brick house. This red brick house is more pleasing to the eye than the adobe house. This is the first red brick house in our village. I don't know when our family will be able to live in a red brick house. Hurry up and give out the food. We are all waiting. Many villagers gathered in front of the red brick house, men and women, young and old, waiting for the beams to be put up. Raising the beam is a festive day, marking the completion of the house. Villagers will come to celebrate. Chen Hao's family had already prepared some food: melon seeds, peanuts, and sorghum candy. Melon seeds and peanuts are not rare things, but sorghum candy is very hard to come by. Usually, only during the Chinese New Year, those families in the village who are a little better off will buy some sorghum candy to give their children a sweet taste. 1 cent each. Tong Qian, your life is better now. Everyone says your husband doesn't care about the family. Look, how much he cares about the family now. He even lives in a red brick house. An old lady from the village said enviously when she saw Tong Qian coming out. The 5-room red brick house doesn't even have cement on the exterior walls, but it makes many villagers envious. It's a great thing to be able to live in a red brick house these days. There is no cement on the outside of the red bricks, so it doesn't look shabby at all. Dagon, if you can build a red brick house, I will definitely find you a beautiful wife. You can choose any girl from the surrounding area. An old lady glanced at Chen Dagang and said jokingly. Chen Dagang was always thinking about Tong Qian and looked down on Chen Hao, but now if they compare themselves again, Chen Hao has left Chen Dagang far behind. Looking at the red brick house, Chen Dagang had no temper at all. In the past, he would have struggled to say a few arrogant words, such as I will come back, but now he couldn't say a word. He really can't build a red brick house. The construction of the house is thanks to all the villagers. Come, have some melon seeds, peanuts, and sorghum candy. Chen Hao greeted them. He said to Tong Qian, distribute the melon seeds, peanuts, and sorghum candy to everyone. Melon seeds and peanuts were mixed together, and Tong Qian grabbed a handful for each person. Sorghum candy was placed separately, and Chen Xiaoting helped to distribute it, one for each person, both adults and children. Mom, what is this? Can I eat it? A child held melon seeds and peanuts in both hands, but his eyes were fixed on the sorghum candy on top. I haven't eaten it, but I instinctively feel that it is a good thing. It's sugar. It's really sweet. A slightly older kid nearby had already peeled the sorghum candy, took a bite, and shouted excitedly. Compulsory education was not proposed until the mid-1980s. Many children of school age went home to help with housework after studying for a few years. Especially in families with many children, parents will give the boys the opportunity to study, and the girls will help with housework at home early. I want some candy, too. Mom, please hold the melon seeds and peanuts for me. I want some candy. The kid who had previously asked if he could eat sorghum candy became anxious and handed the melon seeds and peanuts in his hand to his mother. The speed was a bit too fast, and the adult couldn't catch it steadily, so a lot of melon seeds and peanuts fell out. But the kid didn't care. He took the sorghum candy, opened it and took a big bite. Open your eyes. So sweet and delicious. King, all the melon seeds and peanuts have fallen. What a waste. It won't kill you if you put the sugar in for a while before eating it. His mother scolded him. The kid finished the sorghum candy in his hand in a few bites and looked at his mother. Let me eat the one in your hand, too. Isn't one enough? This is for your brother. Your brother is not back from school, so you have to save it for him. His mother disagreed. The kid was straightforward. Seeing that there was no hope, he simply squatted down and picked up the sunflower seeds and peanuts that had fallen on the ground, eating them as he picked them up. If you eat mud, just spit it out. The last beam was also lifted onto the roof. It was a nanmu tree, and no one noticed anything strange. The other 2 nanmu trees were also put up there. The only remaining work was to lay the tiles, which was completed around 3 in the afternoon. It was not mealtime, but Chen Hao still cooked and made some dishes for the skilled worker and the people from the village who helped to eat, and he also paid the skilled workers' wages. A skilled worker's daily wage is 1.6 yuan. Work points were only 5 cents a day, so 10 work points was only 50 cents, but a bricklayer could earn 1.6 yuan a day. Craftsmen are very popular these days. But not all the money fell into their hands. 1 yuan of it had to be handed over to their respective production teams, and the remaining 60 cents was theirs. With just these 60 cents, you still have to buy work points. Only after you buy the work points will the production team give you food rations. In the final analysis, it was actually only slightly better than farming, and all of it went to the production team, or in other words, it was a contribution to the country. Everyone left, leaving only Chen Hao, Tong Qian, and Xiao Duo at home. When school started in the fall, Nini was sent to the commune's primary school. "Let me clean the house, you go to the commune to pick up the kids, it's almost time to get out of school," Tong Qian said. The red brick house has been built, but many things have not been cleaned up yet, such as some extra bricks and tiles, and some miscellaneous items. It will take some time to clean them up. Okay, I'll go pick up Nini. You don't have to worry about bricks and tiles. Just tidy up the house. You'll stay in the house tonight. I'll deal with the water jars, rice jars, and other heavy things after I come back, Chen Hao said. He was afraid that Tong Qian would show off her strength and move some heavy objects and get hurt. "Don't worry, I know the seriousness of the matter," Tong Qian said. She grabbed a few candies from her pocket and stuffed them into Chen Hao's pockets. "Give some to Nini to eat on the way." Chen Hao rode his 26-style bicycle to the commune primary school to pick up Nini. "Dad, you don't have to come to pick me up tomorrow. I can go back by myself." Sitting in the back seat of the car, Nini chewed sorghum candy and said vaguely. His hands were dirty and sticky, and he looked a little disgusted. He rolled his eyes and finally wiped them on Chen Hao's clothes. "Can you do it alone? Do you remember the way?" Chen Hao asked. "It will take you more than an hour to walk by yourself. A 5-mile journey would take half an hour for adults to walk fast. Children love to play and might huddle together somewhere on the road to play, and may not come back when it gets dark. Adults have to look for them along the way to school. This happens frequently in the village." Chapter 86. I peeled a candy for you. What's so difficult about walking? I'm already at school, so I can definitely walk. Nini sat on the back seat of the bicycle. He took out a sorghum candy from his pocket, peeled it, and handed it to Chen Hao's mouth. "Dad, turn around and I'll peel a candy for you." She ate one herself and insisted on feeding one to Chen Hao. "I feel sorry for Dad. When there is something delicious to eat, think of Chen Hao." Chen Hao stopped his bicycle, turned around, and ate the sorghum candy. "My lips accidentally touched Nini's fingers." "Ha!" Nini was very disgusted. He rubbed his fingers on Chen Hao's clothes again to wipe off his father's saliva. "Go back and talk to your mother. If she agrees to let you go to school alone and doesn't want to pick you up when you come back, then she will let you go alone," Chen Hao said. The 5-mile road to the commune primary school was not walked by many adults, not to mention the children. Some women even had to take a bus for a distance of only one stop. But nowadays, it is very common for adults, even children, to walk 5 miles to go to the market or to go to school. There are children in the village who go to school in the commune. Usually they go to and from school by themselves. There are also many children in the entire brigade who go to school in the commune primary school. We go to school together and go in groups of 3 or 5 after school. The journey won't be boring. Riding their bicycles, the father and daughter chatted and soon returned home. Wow, the house is built. Standing in front of the house, Nini was very happy looking at the red brick house that had been covered with tiles. Looking back at Chen Hao, "Dad, can we move in tonight?" During the days of building the house, the whole family slept in a shed built outside. The weather was hot, so sleeping outside wasn't a big problem, but it was still not very convenient. Now that the house is built, Nini is very happy. It's not that the little kid doesn't like the new house, new clothes, or delicious food. Many times, he just doesn't want to mention it because he sees how hard his parents are working and he doesn't want to rub these words into his parents' wounds. We can move into the new house tonight. We just need to move the bed into the house later. After parking his bicycle, Chen Hao began to pack his things. The remaining bricks and tiles in front of and behind the house were gathered together. There was also some leftover cement, sand, and other things, which were also gathered together. A few bags of leftover cement were moved into the house for fear that they would get wet in the rain. I want to make a chicken coop. Nini put down her school bag and ran out. Pick up bricks and build a chicken coop in front of the house. Xiao Duo also ran over to help. You two should be careful, the bricks are heavy, don't let them hit your hands. Chen Hao reminded, Xiao Duo, you are weak, don't move the bricks, go get the straw. Although I don't know about libraries, bookstores, or children's palaces, I still have some other fun things to do. Two girls build a chicken coop. Chen Hao and Tong Qian were busy with other things. Let's move the rice jar and water jar into the house first. We can slowly do the rest later when we have time. Tong Qian said. She is going to prepare dinner. Okay, let's move the rice jar and water jar into the house first. Chen Hao nodded. The rice jar and water jar were quite large, so the couple carried one each and slowly moved them to the kitchen. The kitchen stove was built by a mason. Previously, the stove in the adobe house was a single stove, while the stove in the red brick house was a double stove. Double stoves are quite practical in rural areas, especially on festive occasions. A single stove will definitely not be able to handle the workload, so a double stove is necessary. Connected to the stove is a countertop more than 3 meters long, made of red bricks. Oil, salt, chopping boards, and the like can be placed on it, and some unused kitchen utensils can be placed underneath. This table is pretty good. It's convenient for cooking. Standing in the kitchen, Tong Qian looked at the stove, then at the table that was more than 3 meters long, and was very satisfied. If it were a few decades later, many women would consider entering the kitchen as a shame, and would regard themselves as servants, doing the work of a maid, and being a family nanny. But at this moment, most women regard the kitchen as their stage. Tong Qian was very happy to see the new stove and the 3-meter-long table specially built for kitchen utensils. From now on, you can cut and wash vegetables on this table instead of on the stove. The stove is too narrow and inconvenient, Chen Hao said with a smile. It's a pity that it's still inconvenient to use water. If there is running water, it would be more convenient to build a sink on this table to wash vegetables. This is the countryside, not the city. Only the city has running water. It's already very good to have this long table for cooking and putting things on. Don't be ungrateful, Tong Qian said. It would be great if we could dig a well in front of our house. She did not expect the village to have running water, but just thought it would be great if she could have a well of her own. Expectations for the future are so low. Let's wait until next year. Next year, we'll find a place in front of the house to dig a well. Chen Hao said, we've done too much this year. We just built a house and we're digging a well. It's not a good idea. That's right. Our life is getting better and better. We are the first family in the village to buy a TV and the first to build a red brick house. Not to mention in the production team, even in the commune, there are not many families like us. Tong Qian nodded in approval. If we continue to dig wells, there will probably be more gossip. We should keep a low profile and not be too ostentatious. The man told her everything in bed about how much money the family had. Don't dare to be too ostentatious. I'm going to wash the vegetables. Should I light the stove now? Chen Hao asked. He looked around, trying to help. No need, I can do it. Tong Qian waved her hand and pushed him out. Today is the first time we fire the new house. I have to do it for the first time. Men like the first time, and women like it too. Chen Hao was kicked out of the kitchen. He glanced at the two girls. The chicken coop was neatly arranged, and some straw was pulled over. He turned to the back of the house and found some extra red bricks out of the 20,000 bricks. He demolished the previous fence and pig pen and built a red brick pig pen, which was more solid. There were 2 piglets in the pig pen. More than half an hour later, the meal was ready. Nini, Xiaoduo, please wash your hands. They are so dirty. Tong Qian shouted at the 2 children. Chen Hao scooped some water and washed the 2 kids' hands in front of the house. The carpenter made some furniture, 2 beds, a cabinet, and 2 tables. There are 2 tables, one big and one small. The small one is used for home use, and the big one is used for guests. The family sat at the small square table. 3 courses. Loofah and egg soup, shredded pork with green pepper, and a plate of fried potato chips. Nini said that she can go to and from school by herself from now on, said Chen Hao. I can do it myself. I know the way. When I went to the market last time, I took the same road I took to school. I remember it. Nini looked at Tong Qian. I'm old enough to go to school, but I still need someone to pick me up. My classmates will laugh at me and I won't be able to get along in school anymore. This girl. I've only been in school for a few days and I'm already thinking about this. Chapter 87. Do you want to eat? It's okay for you to go to and from school by yourself, but you can't play in the water on the way, you can't set fire to other people's straw piles, and you don't step on the crops in the fields. Tong Qian said.
Primary school is a 5-year system, and the commune-run primary schools also have junior high school classes, which is the so-called cap teaching. There are kids going to and from school, from 1st to 5th grade, including junior high school. She wasn't worried that Nini would take the wrong path, she was just worried that she would do something else.
I'm going to school, not being a bandit. I will definitely not do anything bad, Nini said.
She used chopsticks very skillfully and picked up a piece of fried lean meat with chili peppers. The pepper was slightly spicy, and she enjoyed it very much.
Okay then, you'll go to school alone tomorrow and you don't need your mom to pick you up after school? Tong Qian asked. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I just took the wrong way or got sick. I still have a mouth. I can ask my classmates and talk to my teacher. I'm just young, not stupid. Nini patted her chest and assured Tong Qian.
He was already very sensible, and after going to school, he became even more sensible. After the family finished their meal, Tong Qian went to wash the dishes, and Chen Hao went to cut grass and feed the pigs.
The two kids followed along.
In the evening, some villagers came over to hang out and chat, and some children also ran over.
Chen Hao moved the TV out and placed it against the wall. Have you eaten yet?
There's only one TV channel, but I just want to watch it.
I think about TV while I'm working. It's embarrassing to come here every day to watch TV. We can pay the electricity bill and not watch it for free. Some shy villagers offered to pay for the electricity. We are all from the same village.
It's no big deal for us to come here and watch TV for a while.
It won't take long and won't use much electricity. How can you charge us for it? Chen Hao refused without even thinking about it.
I built the house, and you all came to help me, but you didn't ask me for money.
Now you're asking me to pay you for watching TV. That's too polite. If you mention it again, it means you're looking down on me.
What he said was very serious, which directly blocked the idea of paying the electricity bill. After entering the house, Tong Qian saw that no one was around, so she asked in a low voice, although we are all from the same village, it is more lively with more people, and everyone has indeed helped our family, but coming here every night to watch TV does indeed delay family matters.
Let's not talk about anything else, just the rest time, it's later than usual. If we charge some electricity fees, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to get the villagers to not come over?
Having a TV at home is a happy thing, but there are also some troublesome aspects. Many villagers will come to watch, and they are all fellow villagers. It would not be good to refuse them, but if I don't refuse them, it will indeed affect my family. Nini went to school, and she was thinking about waiting for Nini to finish school, so she could accompany Nini to finish her homework and tutor her.
With more people coming to my house, it will definitely have an impact.
The more this is the case, the more we cannot charge money.
If we charge money, then it will become a deal, right? They pay the electricity bill and we provide the TV.
They were embarrassed at first, but after paying the electricity bill, they will feel justified.
Chen Hao said. We don't charge for electricity. We say when to turn off the TV, and that's when we turn it off. Even if some villagers still want to watch it, they won't say anything. No one cares. After collecting the electricity bill, if we decide to turn off the TV at a certain time, someone will definitely disagree.
In the end, we did a good thing, but it caused complaints.
Small benefits, big risks. This kind of thing cannot be done.
It's like some people clearly have good intentions and help their neighbors take care of their children without charging them any money.
If something happens to the children, the neighbors won't blame them too much.
Once you have received the money, even if it is only a few cents, if something happens to the child, you will be guilty.
Wait a minute. I'll ask the team to buy a TV and put it outside the team committee office. When the villagers go to the team committee office to watch it, it will be a lot quieter here at home. Chen Hao said. The couple also ran out to watch TV.
As I was watching, my cousin Chen Xuanfu and cousin Chen Yan walked over. Seeing the red brick house, Chen Xuanfu was very happy. Brother Hao, you are really capable. This house is really beautiful, much better than the old house. The old house was all adobe, with only 2 walls made of bricks. Don't look outside, go inside and look, Chen Hao said with a smile. Chen Xuanfu entered the house, looked here and there, and when he reached the kitchen, he saw the double stove and the 3-meter-long cement table, and he was very envious.
This table is good. It is very convenient for cutting vegetables and putting things.
Even the kitchen floor is paved with cement.
There are many rooms, 5 in total. He thinks everything is good. Chen Yan also followed in. Why do we need so many rooms? It's troublesome to clean them," said Chen Yan. Although she said this, she was actually very envious of the red brick house. The floor of the old house was full of potholes and there was no cement. The new house built by Chen Hao has cement on the floor, which is very flat and makes cleaning much easier. "You don't have to clean, why are you so anxious and worried?" Chen Hao retorted bluntly. He went into the house and grabbed a handful of sorghum candy and handed it to Chen Xuanfu. "Have some candy." Then he turned to look at Chen Yan. "Do you want to eat?" Chen Yan felt disgusted. That's too much. He gave all the candies to Chen Xuanfu, and now he asked himself whether he wanted to eat them. "Can't you just give it to yourself? Why do you have to ask one more question?" "I don't want to eat." She was too embarrassed to admit her weakness to Chen Hao. Very hard-mouthed. "That's right. Eating too much sugar is bad for your teeth and can cause tooth decay." Chen Hao nodded. Found an explanation for Chen Yan's refusal to eat sugar. Chen Yan was angry again. Chen Hao has a really vicious and mean tongue. "Why did you send Nini to the commune primary school?" "The brigade primary school is close, so it's very convenient for her to go to school. I'm a teacher in the brigade. If you send Nini to the brigade primary school, I will definitely take good care of her, arrange her in the front row, and watch her do her homework," Chen Yan said. "The only thing she can show off is her work. I'm not saying this to be nice to Nini, I just want to show off. The brigade primary school will collapse sooner or later. Instead of looking for someone to trouble with it after it collapses, it is better to send it to the commune primary school now," Chen Hao said. "Why do you always speak so harshly? You don't wish anyone well at all. How could the brigade primary school collapse? There are many children attending school and many teachers. If it really collapses, what will happen to these children and teachers?" Chen Yan was not happy to listen to Chen Hao's words. "I think you are just jealous. You can't be a teacher, and your wife can't be a teacher in the brigade primary school, so you always say unpleasant things. Brother Hao is quite capable. I think you should listen to him. In case the primary school in the brigade really collapses, you will be prepared." Chen Xuanfu interrupted while eating sorghum candy. He admires Chen Hao very much. She also commented on the taste of the sorghum candy. "This candy tastes better than hard candy." "Sister Yan, didn't you like eating candy before? Why don't you eat it now?" Chapter 88. I hugged Brother Hao's thigh. "I don't feel like eating it now, is that okay?" Chen Yan glared at Chen Xuanfu. Chen Hao dug a hole for her and Chen Xuanfu filled it with soil. She felt that Chen Xuanfu had become much more annoying. "My dad has been bragging to people these days. Whenever he meets someone, he tells them that he will wear a big red flower and be promoted to a cadre in the brigade," Chen Xuanfu told Chen Hao. "You haven't even started yet, and you're already telling people about it. If you don't get the red flower, it will be a shame, and I, your son, will be embarrassed as well." He came just to look at the red brick house. Seeing Chen Yan go somewhere else, he secretly took out a 5 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Chen Hao. "Brother Hao, you are building a new house, this is my gift." A gift worth 5 yuan is quite big. No need for that. It's enough that you're sincere about it. How could I ask for your money? Chen Hao waved his hands, refusing to accept it. Building a new house or moving into a new residence are both happy events, and friends and relatives will give some gifts. In the village, people like Chen Zichang and several other close village cadres also gave him gifts in private. Including Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, as well as some other close friends, all gave gifts of varying degrees. As for his uncle and third uncle, he had not expected anything in the first place, but he did not expect Chen Xuanfu to come and see the house and even secretly brought $5. This is not a small amount of money, especially for those who have not yet divided the family and are still working in the fields. It takes a long time to save up these $5. Chen Xuanfu, this cousin, is really amazing. It's not enough to just say that you're grateful. If I didn't have a penny, I would have to bring some fruits and vegetables from the fields. If I have money, I would definitely bring it over, said Chen Xuanfu. This 5 yuan is a gift for you to build your new house. It's a good omen. And it's also my apology. I know that my uncle, my dad, including my grandparents, and other family members, are sorry to my second uncle, my second aunt, and you, Brother Hao. I often tell them how good it is to have a harmonious family, but it's no use. This $5 is my apology. Please take it, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable.
He strongly disagreed with the actions of his parents, uncle, aunt, and grandparents, but he was powerless and had no say in family affairs. We can only express our support for Chen Hao through practical actions and words. If that's what you say, then I'll take the 5 yuan. Chen Hao didn't refuse and took the 5 yuan. If you want to follow me in the future, just come find me. If you want to marry a city girl, I can definitely save up the money for you. After chatting for a few more sentences, Chen Yan called outside, so Chen Xuanfu left the red brick house and went back to the old house with Chen Yan. What about the sorghum candy? How many are left? Chen Yan asked. There are still 5 left. Do you want some? Didn't you just say you didn't want to eat them? Chen Xuanfu took out the sorghum candy from his pocket, counted them, and found there were still 5 left. I said that in front of Chen Hao. I'm sorry. Now it's just the 2 of us. All the candies belong to me. Chen Yan reached out to grab them. Deputy Chen Xuan had been on guard for a long time and retracted his hand. You said you didn't want to eat it, and now you want to take it from me. I won't give it to you. If you want to eat it, go ask Brother Hao for it yourself. Brother Hao is right. I think you should think about it carefully. If the primary school in the brigade is closed, where will you go? You will probably have to go back home to farm. Chen Xuanfu ran away far away. In my opinion, Brother Hao is so promising now. I think he must have finally come to his senses and will be even more promising in the future. You should go and show him your kindness. Maybe if you really encounter difficulties in the future, he will help you if you ask him again. You want me to give in to him? Didn't he say so during the Qingming festival when we were offering sacrifices to our ancestors? The only way is to kowtow to him. You want me to kowtow to him? That's wishful thinking. Why are you so unfaithful and speak for him instead of us? Chen Yan said angrily. She chased Chen Xuanfu twice but failed to catch up. Even more angry. He put his hands on his hips and cursed a few more times. All the cousins in the family have become rebellious. First it was Chen Hao, and now it is Chen Xuanfu. They all follow her to oppose her. Brother Hao said that, but when my dad went to borrow the water pump from him, didn't he ask my dad to kowtow to him? He just took away the beams of the house. We owed him that, said Chen Xuanfu. Every time Chen Yan chased him, he would run. My dad is also wishful thinking. He always wants to wear the big red flower. If you ask me, it is more likely that Brother Hao will have the opportunity to wear the big red flower. If you don't cling to Brother Hao, I will. I think he will definitely have a great future. He ran faster. Chen Hao and his family took a shower, put the TV back into the room and closed the door. Get ready for bed. Nini, you and Xiao Duo can go to the next room to sleep. The beds are already made. Daddy specially asked someone to make new beds for you. You can go to school by yourself now, and you don't need anyone to pick you up after school. You should also sleep by yourself. Chen Hao coaxed his eldest daughter. 2 beds, 2 rooms. He wanted his 2 daughters to sleep in the adjacent rooms so that he could live in the same room with his wife. Dad, are you trying to trick my sister and me away so you can beat Mom? Nini looked up and stared at Chen Hao with wide eyes. Dad used to beat Mom, and it was wrong for Dad, but Dad doesn't beat Mom now, said Chen Hao. You are lying. Before we built the new house, I felt that the bed was going to collapse when I went to bed in the middle of the night. The bed would also collapse when you hit your mother. Nini argued. You must have secretly beaten Mom while my sister and I were asleep, but it seems that it's not just you who beat Mom, Mom beats you too. I see she has you underneath. Before she could say anything else, Tong Qian quickly squatted down and covered her mouth. Okay, today you and Xiao Duo sleep with Mom and Dad. Don't sleep in the next room. You can sleep in the next room later if you want to. Her face flushed, fearing that Nini would say something vicious again. He turned around and glared at Chen Hao, then quickly said to Nini, you can't say these things outside, and you can't tell your classmates and teachers at school, do you understand? I won't tell anyone else. Family disgrace should not be made public, Mom. You told me that before. Nini has a pretty good brain and she still remembers what Tong Qian told her before. You said that it was wrong for Dad to hit you, and that punishment is only for doing something wrong, and you didn't do anything wrong. You also said that although Dad was wrong to do that, you can't tell others about it, because if you tell others, they will only laugh at you, and not only will they look down on Dad, but they will also look down on Mom and our family. The little kid doesn't understand the principles behind many things, but his memory is indeed very strong.
Just remember it. Tong Qian touched her head.
That night, the family of 4 still slept in the same room. However, in the middle of the night, after the 2 children fell asleep, Chen Hao woke Tong Qian up, and the couple went to the next room and worked for more than an hour. Time flies, it is November and the weather is gradually getting cooler.
Huashan Hotel's business is still good. The advantages of greenhouse cultivation are reflected in this season.
Many vegetables that were originally unavailable are still available at Huashan Hotel.
This restaurant is great.
It's already November, and they still have tomatoes.
A diner walked into the restaurant and looked at the menu.
The man was well dressed and in his 30s. He was holding the menu but was not in a hurry to order the food.
Instead, he looked around. Cucumbers, green peppers, lettuce, do you have these too?
Many customers who come to the restaurant to eat have questions similar to this one, and it's nothing new to them. Chen Hao happened to be in the store, and upon hearing this, he explained, "We have everything written on the menu.
If there are any restrictions on the portion size, we will write them down separately on the blackboard." Chapter 89, I believe.
Where do you get all these dishes from?
The customer asked.
He didn't rush to order, but scanned the menu and finally looked up at Chen Hao. It didn't look like he came here to eat, but rather like he came here specifically to gather information. The meals are all grown by the production team. The purpose of Kaiwashan Restaurant is to allow city residents to more conveniently eat fruits and vegetables grown by farmers and enrich the tables of city residents, said Chen Hao.
It's the same old rhetoric. Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course I know that these are grown by farmers. The customer was dissatisfied with Chen Hao's answer. I mean, why in November are you still serving these vegetables in your restaurant? How did you get these vegetables? Is it a new variety, or is there some way or method to grow these vegetables in the ground in such cold weather?
After hearing this, Chen Hao understood that this customer really did not come here to eat, but came here to inquire about information.
He sat down and looked at the man. Comrade, you are not here to eat, are you?
No one comes here to eat, and you ask so many questions in such detail.
I'm indeed not here to eat. You are the person in charge of this restaurant. I have noticed you a long time ago. Your name is Chen Hao. The man smiled. Let me introduce myself first. My name is LV Wonen. My family works in the supply and marketing system.
I also work in a supply and marketing cooperative, but I have no interest in routine work, so I want to find something else to do. I see that Huashan Hotel is doing pretty good business, and I want to do this business, too.
How about this?
I'll provide some people in 1,000 yuan to invest in Huashan Hotel. We can start a business together and share 30% of the shares of Huashan Hotel.
How do you think?
Lu Wonen confronted Chen Hao directly. Huashan Restaurant is doing very good business, and many people from the county come here to eat. After observing for a while and doing some calculations, he found that the profits of Huashan Hotel were quite considerable, so he came to Chen Hao and wanted to cooperate with him.
Huashan Hotel is not my business.
I am just the captain of the sideline business, managing Huashan Hotel. The purpose of Huashan Hotel is not to make money, but to help the production team in agricultural production and to help the residents of the county town so that they can benefit and dine conveniently.
Chen Hao corrected.
Therefore, Huashan Hotel will not cooperate with any organization or individual. This is not a question of money, but a question of original intention.
Thank you for your recognition of Huashan Hotel.
You are welcome to come to Huashan Hotel for dinner, but please don't mention the cooperation.
You want to invest in Huashan Hotel and get 30% of the shares with just 1,000 yuan? How can such a good thing be possible?
To put it simply, the supply and marketing system is the supply and marketing cooperatives, including various companies under them, such as local products companies, medicinal materials companies, waste material recycling companies, etc. The supply and marketing system is the link between cities and rural areas. Being able to work in the supply and marketing system is indeed a popular job. Many people are trying their best to enter the supply and marketing system, especially to be a salesperson in a supply and marketing cooperative, which is a job that many people want. If one of your relatives works as a salesperson in the supply and marketing system, it will be much more convenient to buy things on a daily basis. You can use the back door and secretly leave any goods to your relatives. These days, it is very rare to be able to buy popular goods. Salesperson, driver, telephone operator, projectionist, hygienist, joint management office staff, announcer, food station staff.
These are the 8 major officials in the 1960s and 1970s.
These positions were not of high rank, but were closely related to people's lives. My eldest brother-in-law's wife, Chung Hui, works as a salesperson in the supply and marketing system. That's why she holds her chin so high and everyone looks down on her.
Don't refuse so quickly. Why don't you go back and discuss it with the leading cadres of the production team before making a decision? Lu Wonen said. 1,000 yuan is not a small amount. I just mentioned my background. I work in the supply and marketing system.
Not only my parents work in this system, but also many other relatives and friends work in this system and its affiliated companies. If Huashan Hotel cooperates with me, there will be only benefits, no harm. He wanted to use his background in the supply and marketing system, plus 1,000 yuan, to acquire 30% of the shares of Huashan Hotel.
In Lu Wonen's opinion, he was very sincere.
Your background is valuable. I welcome you to have dinner with me, and forget about cooperation. I am the team leader of the secondary business team, and there is no need to discuss it with other leading cadres of the production team. I can make the final decision on all issues concerning the operation and development direction of Huashan Hotel.
Chen Hao said. No room for negotiation? Lu Wonen was unwilling to give up.
You don't work in the system, so you don't know the benefits of working in the system.
Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about transportation. There are vehicles in the system.
Just say hello and they can help transport rice and vegetables.
Isn't it more convenient than using a cart?
And the supply and marketing system has stores, so we can get a lot of benefits when we expand our business in the future.
He thought Chen Hao didn't understand the key, so he explained it again. I understand and agree with what you said.
Chen Hao took out a cigarette and handed it to the other party, but you want too much.
More than 30%? Then how much do you think I should get? Lu Wonen asked. 5%.
Chen Hao reported a number.
Lu Wonen thought he had misheard and scratched his ears. Did you say 5 or 50? 5, not 10.
Chen Hao pronounced very clearly.
Are you crazy? I provided money, people, and connections, and you only give me 5%? Lu Wonen was very angry. For ordinary people without background, cooperation will cost more than 5%. After all, I came here with sincerity, and you only give me 5%?
He looked at Chen Hao and felt insulted. Huashan Hotel's business is good, but there are many people who can do the hotel business.
Do you believe that I can open a restaurant right away if I go out?
Chen Hao's words sounded insulting no matter how you listen to them.
I believe it.
Chen Hao said, you have a background in the supply and marketing system, so it won't be difficult for you to open a restaurant. The supply and marketing system is actually also a commercial system, and the two systems have always been in a relationship of separation and integration.
Since you believe me, aren't you afraid that I will really open a restaurant and steal the business from Huashan Hotel? LV Wonen asked. I came here to sit at the table with you and talk, thinking that both of us will benefit. But don't think I'm afraid of trouble. Let me put it this way.
If you don't agree to my proposal, I will find a place nearby to open a restaurant tomorrow.
If Huashan Hotel's business is gone by then, don't blame me for not telling you in advance.
After observing for a while, LV Wonen did not bring just one plan, but made 2 preparations. It would be best if we could cooperate, but if that is not possible, I'll just open my own restaurant. Being able to open a restaurant and being able to run it well are 2 different things. Chen Hao was not scared. He looked at LV Wonen and said, the threshold for opening a restaurant is not high, but the threshold for running a good restaurant is quite high.
If you really want to develop a restaurant, I will give you a suggestion. Don't open it near Huashan Hotel. Chapter 90. You are just jealous. Are you worried that a restaurant will open near Huashan Hotel and steal your business?
Lu Wonen felt that he had turned the tables. He looked at Chen Hao with a hint of pride. Are you scared?
I don't want to make things too awkward. As long as you agree to what I just said, everything will be fine.
In just a short while, the store was full of customers. Even outside, the seats were gradually filled with people. Huashan Hotel's business is indeed very good.
I'm not afraid.
I'm just reminding you that if you open a restaurant somewhere else, you can still make some money. But if you open one near Huashan Hotel, you will probably lose everything, said Chen Hao. Many businesses seem to have no barriers to entry, but are difficult to do.
Several restaurants in the county are not doing well.
Who are you trying to scare?
The reason why Huashan Hotel is doing so well is because they don't require food coupons or vegetable coupons for their meals, making it convenient for their customers? Lu Wunen sneered. You are very capable, that's true, but don't treat others as fools. I have a background in the supply and marketing system, so I can naturally get food without food coupons or lottery tickets. He issued an ultimatum. Comrade Chen Hao, let me ask you one last question. Do you agree or not with the suggestion I just made? As I said, it will be good for you to open a restaurant far away. Chen Hao said lightly. Disagree. Lu Wunen left Huashan Hotel angrily. He had never suffered such a great humiliation before. His background had been exposed, and he had also seen through Chen Hao and Huashan Hotel's cards, all of which were laid on the table for discussion. But Chen Hao didn't give him any face, refused to back down, and even asked him to open a restaurant far away. How disrespectful. Tomorrow I'll have someone come over to tidy it up inside and out. We'll build 3 floors, get some free rice and vegetables from the commune, and open the store opposite. Then you'll cry and regret it. Lu Wunen said bitterly. Getting food and vegetables from the commune would cost some money and be a bit troublesome. He just wanted to contribute some money in background, then sit in the house and wait for his share of the profits. Since Chen Hao disagreed, he had to do it himself. Brother Hao, is this guy here to cause trouble? Chen Wei had been busy just now, but he also noticed Lu Wunen. I heard Lu Wunen's threatening words. He was very worried. Should we ask Zhang Yongke to help coordinate? When we open a restaurant, it's better not to get into too much trouble with others, right? Some conflicts can be mediated. At worst, they can be fixed with an injection. Some conflicts cannot be mediated. Chen Hao said, he wants too much. We mediated with him today and he gave in. If someone else comes tomorrow, will we mediate again? It's true that we don't have any background, but that doesn't mean anyone can come and take a bite. Ordinary people are very polite to the supply and marketing system, even to the salespersons, because they have no choice in life. Chen Hao has a choice. I'm afraid he will open a restaurant near us and steal our business, Chen Wei said worriedly. Huashan Hotel had good business and he could earn 500 or 600 yuan every month. It's like a fortune falling from the sky. It's such a good livelihood. I'm happy every day, but I'm also anxious, afraid that I'll lose it. It's inevitable that other people will open restaurants. Huashan Restaurant is doing so well that many people are watching. Capable people will definitely have ideas. Chen Hao said. But this business is not that easy to do. Maybe Lu Wunen will help us. The current limitation of our restaurant is that it only has 1 floor. There are some tables and chairs in the open space in front of the door, but it is still not very convenient, especially when the weather is cold. It is even more troublesome. The temperature outside is low, and the cold wind blows. The food gets cold quickly, and people get very cold when they are exposed to the wind. It is 1976, and by the end of the year, many important events have happened and some of the original policies have been reversed. There will be greater competition in doing business in the future. Of course, everything is relative. The fierce competition only applies now. Compared to 20 or 30 years later, business is still very good. To make a wedding dress? Chen Wei didn't quite understand what Chen Hao meant. If the restaurant he runs isn't doing well, but if the decoration is good, we can take it over, which will save the time during the operation. This was Chen Hao's idea. Chen Wei was busy. The next day, Lu Wunen found someone to knock down several low shops across the street directly opposite the Huashan Hotel. There was no business in the restaurant in the morning. Chen Hao was preparing food and doing preparatory work. He stood at the entrance of Huashan Hotel and looked at the construction work across the street. Comrade Chen Hao, you have seen how strong my background is. You rejected my proposal yesterday, and I contacted people when I went back and also greeted the leaders of the supply and marketing system. Lu Wunen walked up to him. Very proud. Those shops are part of the supply and marketing system. Most people have no way to rent them, let alone build a restaurant. I plan to build a 3-story restaurant with 28 tables. The decoration will be similar to the restaurants in the city. The walls will be painted white and look beautiful. I said hello to the construction workers and asked them to speed up the work so that the store can be open to the public before the end of the year. Lu Wunen told Chen Hao all about the hotel plan. It's better than Huashan Hotel in every way. People live for a breath, Buddhas fight for a stick of incense, and Lu Wunen is also a man who cares about his reputation. How much did it cost? Chen Hao asked. We have already spent 500 yuan, and it is estimated that it will cost more than 3,000 yuan to complete everything, said Lu Wonen. He looked at Chen Hao and said, if you don't want to cooperate with me, then I will do it myself. Not only will I do it, but I will do it well. Once my restaurant is established, Huashan Hotel will no longer be good enough. An expression that looked like he was waiting for Chen Hao to feel envy and regret. Most of this 3,000 yuan was borrowed, right? Chen Hao asked again. Yes, I am that capable. The 300 yuan is mine, my family took 500 yuan, and the rest has to be borrowed. I have many friends and I have already made arrangements with them. It is no problem to raise 3,000 yuan. If I spend a little more time talking, it won't be a big problem to borrow another 1,000 yuan. Lu Wonen said. Being able to borrow so much money is a proof of one's ability, indicating that he has many friends and relatives and that they all have some money on hand. It also indirectly shows that he is a good person, otherwise he would not be able to borrow so much money. Then you have to be mentally prepared. If your business loses money later, I'm afraid many people will come to you to ask for repayment. Chen Hao said, the leverage is too high. My own money plus my parents' money is only 800 yuan, but I spent 3,000 yuan. This 3,000 is probably just the cost of building the restaurant. We will definitely need some working capital, and the subsequent expenses will only be more. He looked at Lu Wonen and said, if you can't run the business anymore, come to me and I will take over. After saying that, Chen Hao turned around and went back to Huashan Hotel. Lu Wen stayed where he was for a while, and finally realized that Chen Hao was not optimistic about his restaurant business. You're just jealous. LV Wonen cursed, you're afraid and can't stand my goodness. Chapter 91 Principal who wants to treat you to a meal. That day, Zhang Yongke put on the security guard sleeves again and moved to Huashan Hotel. Looking at the restaurant being built on the opposite street, he exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, do you want me to cause some trouble for them? I have known Chen Hao for nearly a year and we have become quite close. Chen Hao is very capable and has good interpersonal skills. Every holiday, I would definitely give him 2 packs of good cigarettes and a bottle of good wine. He wanted to have a deep friendship with Chen Hao. Naturally, we must demonstrate more value, and causing trouble for Lu Wonen on the opposite side is a good way to do so. What method are you going to use? Chen Hao asked. Lu Wonen was very anxious and would go to the site almost every day to monitor the construction work, from dawn to dusk, and only then would the construction workers leave. At this rate, it shouldn't be a problem to open the restaurant before the new year. There are many ways. You can say that it affects the residents' rest, or that their construction workers are not honest and need to cooperate with the inspection, or you can say that the construction materials are suspected to be from other places. Zhang Yongke said. Supervision of power is far less effective today than it will be in the internet era decades later. It's easy to find excuses to find fault. There is no need for deep-sea fishing or near-shore fishing. Just using unfounded reasons like you looked at me and showed no respect to me can wear people down. LV Wonen is from the supply and marketing system. The supply and marketing system and the catering service company both belong to the commercial system. Aren't you afraid of offending him? Chen Hao said. There's no need to make a big fuss. Just give him some trouble so that he can't open his store before the new year. This shouldn't lead to a deep hatred. Zhang Yongke said. He looked at Chen Hao and said, you are a very good comrade. We are friends now. If a friend is in trouble, I must help him. If I don't help him at all, what kind of friend are you? In fact, I just want to reflect my own value. He had to do something for Chen Hao and solve some problems. Only then would Chen Hao help him when he asked him for help in the future. Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. The faster he builds his hotel, the better it is. Chen Hao said, Huashan Hotel is small in scale, and the 3-story hotel he built is just right. The policy will be gradually relaxed, and more individuals and units will be involved in the catering business. In the face of competition, the best way is to improve your own competitiveness. Zhang Yongke turned his head and looked at Chen Hao in surprise. Is there any way you can make him give you the restaurant? He understood what Chen Hao meant. Your appetite is too big and your teeth are too hard. He was just thinking of using his identity as a security guard to cause trouble for Lu Wonen, but Chen Hao was thinking of taking over the restaurant that the other party was building. Judging from the tone, he seems very confident. Moreover, Chen Hao's policy predictions also puzzled him.
As an employee of the county catering service company, he has various channels to obtain information. Logically, he can obtain more timely and abundant policy information than Chen Hao. He hasn't heard that the policy will be relaxed. There are only a few types of restaurants in the county, and most of them are public. Even Huashan Hotel is named after Huashan Commune. Will it allow individuals to participate in the operation of restaurants? I haven't heard of it. He's taking too big a step, and he's bound to get into trouble. If we don't find someone to take over, the family won't be able to survive in society, said Chen Hao. We must find someone to take over, and there won't be many people willing to take over. There are even fewer people willing to take it over at the original price. If I take it over at the original price, he will definitely be happy with it. Cadres, including grassroots cadres, are most likely to gain benefits when wealth is transferred through payments. They take up the fat and put it down again, with an extra layer of oil on their hands. Transfer payments are not so frequent at this time, and there are not so many channels for officials to gain benefits. A few $1,000s is definitely not a small amount of money. In the county, there are only a handful of people or units that can take it over. Do you have any way to stop his restaurant from running? Zhang Yangke was very curious. Apart from the despicable methods, is there any other legitimate way to make Lu Wunan's restaurant lose money? Ordinary losses are definitely not acceptable. It has to be a big loss that Lu Wunan would not be able to bear. Doesn't he like to take big steps? Then give him a hand, let him take bigger steps, and help him do the splits. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes. There are plenty of ways. You have a very special temperament. I have never seen a peasant comrade like you. Even among leading cadres, there are very few who are as calm and composed as you, looking like they have everything under control, said Zhang Yangke. He sighed, if it is really as you said, the policy will be relaxed, and more individuals and companies will run catering businesses, then catering service companies will have a harder time in the future. In fact, catering service companies are most likely to lean towards industry management, and you can enter the management level. Chen Hao said, most ordinary employees will have a hard time, but the management level employees won't have such a hard time. Many state-owned units have two natures, both operation and management. Faced with reform and opening up, market liberalization, and the need for their own efficiency, many state-owned units have taken the initiative to separate their operations and management functions. The same is true for catering service companies. There's nothing interesting about doing catering management, said Zhang Yangke. If you really think it's meaningless, you can spend more time on the security joint defense. Chen Hao said, put some effort and see if you can get into the police station. Zhang Yangke likes chatting with Chen Hao very much. Although Chen Hao is young and has an agricultural household registration, he has a very clear grasp of the policies, and some of the suggestions he makes can help him sort out his thoughts. Go to the police station? The police station is short of funds, the staffing is strictly controlled, and the task of public security management is heavy. That's why they cooperate with some units and let other units send personnel to help deal with public security responsibilities. It's not that easy to get in, right? Zhang Yangke said. He is quite interested in the job at the police station. The prospects in this direction are much higher than those in the catering industry. No position exists from the beginning. Instead, it is created due to the need for social management, said Chen Hao. The funding shortage is only temporary, and there will definitely be ways to solve it. The shortage of public security personnel is real, and the staffing will definitely be relaxed. The number of official public security personnel will definitely be increased. He gave Zhang Yangke a suggestion: if you really want to work in the public security system, I think this is a very rare opportunity right now. The identity of a joint security guard is a good way to make a breakthrough. If you put in a little more effort, maybe when the public security system really needs someone, you can not only be transferred there, but also get a good position. Work for work, rural teachers, barefoot doctors, public security joint defense members, etc. These terms all indicate one thing: many systems lack people and specialized talents. How do you know all this so clearly? Zhang Yangke asked puzzledly. He was really moved. I just read more newspapers, learned more information, and analyzed the current situation more. Don't think too much about it. Chen Hao said lightly, I have no background or backing. Really not? Zhang Yangke was very skeptical. However, Chen Hao did not admit it, so he did not dare to ask further. Zhang Yangke left, and a few days later, his sister-in-law came to find him. Brother-in-law, principal who said she wants to treat you to a meal at her house. Chapter 92. The wind changed.
Why are you inviting me to dinner out of the blue? Did you do something at school? Or did some other unexpected situation happen? Chen Hao asked. He had met Hu Xiaoying a few times, but that was all he had met. Our relationship isn't good enough for us to come over for dinner. What can I do in school? Isn't it just teaching? If it weren't for my matter, Principal Hu should want to meet you and have a chat. Tong Man said. She suddenly frowned and looked at Chen Hao. Brother-in-law, you are not hiding it from me and my sister, and secretly contacting Principal Hu, right? You are doubting my character and my vision. How old is Principal Hu? She must be married. How can I have any feelings for her? Chen Hao said. I'm free today, so I'll go over today. I'm not that familiar with her to begin with, and she suggested going to her house for dinner, so she must have something important to discuss. Chen Hao packed up briefly, went to the kitchen to get some pork head and some oranges, and walked towards the county middle school with Tong Man. Hu Xiaoying was suddenly parachuted into the county middle school as vice principal and was arranged to live in the middle school dormitory, which was just slightly better than the living quarters of ordinary teachers as she could make a fire and cook at home. The two walked. That's not necessarily true. I heard some teachers at school gossiping and saying that men are interested in married women. I don't know what kind of evil taste it is. Tong Man said. She likes to chat with Chen Hao. That's when there's no choice. If they had a choice, they would definitely prefer someone who's not married and has never been in a relationship, said Chen Hao. He tilted his head and looked at his sister-in-law, just like you. Stop teasing me. Be careful or I'll tell my sister, and she'll definitely scold you. Tong Man said. I often confront your sister, so it's only natural that she would confront me a few times. Chen Hao said, don't believe the nonsense your colleagues say. Do you think they really like married women with children? They don't like married women with children. They just enjoy the pleasure of snatching other people's wives and sneaking around with them. Men have a conquering instinct in their bones. If you ask them to marry someone who has been married and has children, they will definitely shake their heads like rattles. The two chatted as they arrived at the dormitory of the county middle school. Tong Man took Chen Hao to Hu Xiaoying's dormitory. Hu Xiaoying is here. Principal Hu, sorry to bother you. I brought some things with me. I hope you don't mind. Chen Hao handed the things in his hand to Hu Xiaoying. I asked you to come over for dinner and to ask you something, but you brought things with you. How can this be embarrassing? Hu Xiaoying said. She hurriedly took the things. Come sit inside, Xiaoman, make a cup of tea for your brother-in-law to warm him up. There's hot water in the kettle, and the cups have been washed. The tea leaves are on the table, you know. Hu Xiaoying put the things Chen Hao brought on the table and said to Chen Hao, you drink your tea first. I'll cook a few dishes. We can talk while we eat. Having said that, she went back to her work. Tong Man made tea and went to help Hu Xiaoying. Chen Hao placed his hands on the teacup to warm them. He looked around. The dormitory was not big, but it was tidy. It was obvious that Hu Xiaoying was also a hard-working person. She was no longer as polite to her sister-in-law Tong Man as she was at the beginning. Instead, she ordered Tong Man to entertain him and asked Tong Man to help her cook. This shows that the relationship between the two is not just that of principal and teacher, but that they treat Tong Man as their own. A lot of information and relationships can be analyzed from one's words and actions. It didn't take long before 3 dishes were served on the table. I still have half a bottle of Wolianye here. Let me bring it to you. Hu Xiaoying took the half bottle of Wolianye and poured a glass for Chen Hao. Wolianye is not cheap either, a bottle costs 3.5 yuan. You're welcome. Chen Hao took the wine glass with both hands. Don't be so formal. I am very optimistic about Xiaoman. You are his brother-in-law, and I think you are a pretty good person. I asked Xiaoman to invite you over for dinner today. One reason is that you treated me to dinner at Huashan Hotel last time, and I have to treat you to this dinner back. If I treat you to dinner at Huashan Hotel, I'm afraid you won't accept the money, so I might as well have the dinner at home. Hu Xiaoying is very talkative. She gestured to Chen Hao, eat some food. My cooking skills are definitely not as good as those of the chefs in the restaurant, but they are not bad either. Try it. Chen Hao picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, chewing. It tastes really good. Principal Hu, you are the principal, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Cooking is also a skill. When conditions do not allow, just cook it simply. When conditions allow, cook it a little more complicated. Hu Xiaoying said with a smile, even if my family doesn't want to eat it, I still have to eat it myself. She also took a few bites of food, and after a while, she continued the topic. I heard from Xiaoman that it was you who suggested to her that she express some opinions on the direction of education at the meeting? You saw a long time ago that the direction of education would change, no longer focusing on quantity, but on quality? This is the main reason why I invited Chen Hao to dinner. There have been some big moves in the education sector recently. There is going to be a major shift in education policy. Originally, it was encouraged to establish more schools, and each system and unit was encouraged to run schools. There were no restrictions on promotion. No examination was required from elementary school to junior high school, nor from junior high school to high school, including from high school to university. It seems like there is no discrimination in education, and all children of appropriate age can go to school, and can all go to junior high school, and even university. But this is only in theory. The actual situation is that there are not enough teachers and teaching facilities and equipment. The end result is that some primary schools have opened junior high school classes and some junior high schools have opened high school classes. Instead of taking exams to enter higher education, students are assessed based on their political background, which results in many college students failing to obtain the required professional knowledge. She has always been against this policy of low-quality teaching, but there are few voices of support. But recently, the wind has changed. There is a tendency to set things right. She also obtained some sporadic information through her own channels in the past few days, but Chen Hao made the judgment several months ago. Is this still a farmer? Where did Chen Hao get the information? Everything has its own laws of operation, and so do humans. They have social attributes as well as natural attributes, said Chen Hao. Education should be political, but it should not be based on politics, but on science. Both the junior high school and high school caps will definitely be cancelled, and the college entrance examination will be restored. He had already guessed the purpose of Hu Xiaoying asking him to come over and invite him to dinner at her home. There will be a major change in education policy, and Hu Xiaoying must have heard some rumors. She specially invited him to this meal in order to get more specific information. Chapter 93. Call me Sister Hu. I have received some information that the cap holding systems for junior high schools and high schools will indeed be cancelled, said Hu Xiaoying. Running a junior high school in an elementary school is a last resort. The teaching staff of the elementary school is difficult to complete the teaching of the junior high school. The situation is similar when running a high school in a junior high school. Some people have suggested resuming the college entrance examination, but there is no definite information feedback yet. We don't know whether it will be resumed, and the time is uncertain. She was sure of some of the news, but not sure about some of it, so she invited Chen Hao to her home for dinner and chat with him to see if he had more accurate information. Psychologically, she didn't think Chen Hao knew more than her, but she still held on to some luck. Besides, inviting Chen Hao over for dinner wouldn't have much impact, and it was just the right time to repay the favor from last time. But after chatting with Chen Hao for a few sentences, her original thoughts began to waver. Chen Hao spoke so confidently. Very convincing. There is no ambiguity, just like a high-level leader who issues notices and instructions directly. This confidence is contagious. The college entrance examination will definitely be resumed. Chen Hao said firmly, and it won't be long. It should be resumed by the end of next year. The end of next year, which is the end of 1977. There is still 1 year to go. The end of next year, isn't that winter? Hu Xiaoying looked at Chen Hao in surprise. Even if they want to resume the college entrance examination, they should release the news in spring or summer so that people can prepare, and then issue the test papers in autumn for screening, right? Under normal circumstances, it would be as you said, Principal Hu. But the current situation is to restore order out of chaos, and people's hearts are unstable. In order to give people hope and restore social order quickly, all measures will definitely be quick and simple. Chen Hao said. It takes 10 years to grow a tree, and 100 years to cultivate a person. The best plan for a lifetime is to cultivate people. Education is a matter of great importance to the country and the people, so in this regard, we will definitely act quickly and simply. Once social order is temporarily stabilized and the dust has settled at the leadership level, suggestions for restoring normal order in education will be put forward immediately and will definitely receive a quick response. All policy fluctuations are actually the result of struggles at the leadership level. The struggle is over and things will naturally move in a stable direction. Tong Man sat quietly aside. Seeing that Chen Hao had finished the wine in his glass, she picked up the Wolianye and filled it up for him. She didn't interrupt casually. Previously at Huashan Hotel, Chen Hao and Hu Xiuying had chatted for a few minutes, but not in such depth. Now at Hu Xiuying's house, Chen Hao had a more in-depth conversation. She can't get a word in. If we really do as you said and resume the college entrance examination at the end of next year, the fate of many people will change, said Hu Xiuying. As an educator, she understood the weight of what Chen Hao had just said. There is still 1 year left. Take advantage of this time to study hard. It will definitely be helpful when you take the college entrance examination. It may even be enough to change your life, your entire family, and even the fate of the entire clan. Many of her friends and relatives don't know the news yet. She just needs to release some information to let those friends and relatives who have children of school age tell their children to seize the time to study. She can't guarantee that they will be admitted to a university in the college entrance examination, but it is definitely better than those who have not reviewed at all. As the person who leaked the information, she will definitely gain a lot of favors. These favors will be of great benefit to her future career development. Yes, many educated youth who went to the countryside to work as sent-down youths, and many people who originally had good academic performance but could not continue their studies because of their background, will be able to get the opportunity. Chen Hao nodded. Hu Xiuying's eyes widened and she looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. Chen Hao not only analyzed the time for the resumption of the college entrance examination, but also gave the identities of the people taking the college entrance examination. Educated youth can take the college entrance examination, and those from poor family backgrounds can also take the college entrance examination. Where did you get all this information from? Can you tell me a little bit? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about it. I keep my mouth shut. Hu Xiuying looked at Chen Hao. She felt like she was scratched by a cat and wanted to know why Chen Hao was so sure. This information is so important. I analyzed them all myself. Just read the newspaper and think more about them. These things are not difficult to deduce. Chen Hao said. In fact, these were all things that happened in his previous life, and of course he knew them, but he couldn't tell the truth, so he just made up an excuse. Stability overrides everything. Governing a country is actually about maintaining stability. Only when social order is stable can industry, commerce, education and other industries have the conditions for development. Chen Hao took a sip of wine. We launch a campaign today and another one tomorrow. We fight this today and fight that tomorrow. People's hearts are unstable, and society is unstable. Who would have the heart to do good work? The original purpose of sending educated youth to the countryside was to solve the employment problem. They sent middle school and high school students who were difficult to place to work in the countryside to drain their energy and spirit, so that they would not be unemployed in the city and commit crimes. But the educated youth are not satisfied with this arrangement. Their parents are not satisfied, and the farmers are actually not satisfied either. So there will definitely be measures to allow the educated youth to return to the city and be with their parents. Resuming the college entrance examination and allowing educated youth to take the exam and return to the city is a very good measure. Chen Hao's words were very bold. If we were to say this in the late 1960s, there would be a risk of being criticized, but if we were to say this now, the risk is not that great. Those guys have fallen. After 3 ups and downs, Mr. Deng is about to make a comeback. The meal lasted more than 2 hours. At the end, Hu Xiuying also drank some Wolianye and asked Tong Man to go to the school cafeteria and ask the chef to fry a plate of peanuts. She and Chen Hao drank wine, ate peanuts, and chatted. After Chen Hao left, Tong Man cleaned up the dishes. Hu Xiuying said, "Your brother-in-law is not a simple person. He is indeed a farmer." Tong Man said, "But he is indeed very capable." "He is not just capable, he is extremely capable." Hu Xiuying said, "The things he just said and the information he analyzed are so powerful that even many leaders in the Education Bureau are not sure of them." "Principal Hu, do you believe what my brother-in-law said?" Tong Man asked. "I only believe half of it, but it doesn't stop me from putting 10% of my effort into planning and getting 100% of my effort in return," Hu Xiuying said. "For example, I can write a proposal on reinstating the college entrance examination. For example, the criteria for college entrance examination candidates can be proposed to allow children of educated youth and children from poor families to have the opportunity to take the college entrance examination. For example, the timing of the college entrance examination can also be suggested to be quick and simple." She looked at Tong Man and said, "Write these suggestions down. If you disagree, I won't suffer much loss." If you agree, my suggestions will be brought up. If it really goes as your brother-in-law said, the college entrance examination will be resumed at the end of next year. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I will most likely be transferred to the city, and I will naturally take you with me then. By the way, don't call me Principal Who from now on. Just call me Sister Who. Chapter 94 Brother-in-law, I'll give you a watch. From Principal Who to Sister Who, their relationship has obviously become much closer. Tong Man understood that it was all because of her brother-in-law Chen Hao that Hu Xiuying's attitude towards her changed further. The next day, Tong Man went to Huashan Hotel, found Chen Hao, and handed him a watch. This is a Shanghai brand watch, an all-steel shock-resistant men's watch, with a retail price of 125 yuan. The price is not cheap. In the early years, even if you had money you couldn't necessarily buy one. Watches were only supplied to key units such as metallurgy, shipbuilding, and the military. They have only been sold in shopping malls in recent years. Give it to me? Chen Hao looked at his sister-in-law, a little puzzled. Why did you suddenly give me a watch? Is it because you have some excessive request? What excessive demands can that make? Are they asking you to pledge yourself to me? You're a grown man, and if a lesbian gives you a gift, you should be secretly happy. What do you have to worry about? Tong Man rolled her eyes at him. This is to thank you. Sister Who thinks highly of me because of you. She also told me that if what you said is true, she will most likely be transferred to the city next year, and she will take me with her then. She sighed. I originally thought that it would be great if I could return to the city within 10 years, but I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to return to the city in just a few years. Life in the countryside is hard, and although life in the county is a little better, she still looks down on it and wants to go back to the city. There are more outstanding people in the city, so you will have more choices when you look for a partner. Chen Hao nodded. You don't have to be so polite to me. This watch is not cheap. You can keep it for yourself to buy some clothes and food, or save it as a dowry. Your brother-in-law is not short of money. Whether you need money or not is your business. Whether to give a gift or not is my business. Think about it carefully. You have been married to my sister for so many years, and I don't think I have ever given you anything serious. This watch is also a token of my love. Tong Man said. I asked Sister Who for the watch ticket. The school doesn't give out watch tickets. Stretch out your hand and I'll put it on for you to see if it fits. Chen Hao stretched out his hand, and Tong Man put the watch on him, nodding with satisfaction. It's good. If my mother-in-law knew that this watch was given to me by you, she would definitely scold you again and ask you why you gave it to me, your brother-in-law, instead of your brother-in-law. Chen Hao said with a smile. Who cares what she does? I know who is good to me. Even though he is my brother, the things he did are not what a brother would do. Tong Man has his own principles in this regard. This year, I'm going to have New Year's dinner with you and my sister. I don't want to go home. Is that okay, brother-in-law? The atmosphere at home is a bit depressing, especially when my eldest brother and sister-in-law are at home, especially during the New Year's Eve dinner. My parents always give priority to my eldest brother and sister-in-law, including my nephew, in everything they do. She doesn't want to go home for the New Year. Of course, there is no problem. You can spend the New Year with me and your sister. It will be much more lively. Chen Hao said with a smile. You are most welcome. Even if you date or get married in the future, and regard my and your sister's home as your own, your sister and I will also be very welcome. You should take the initiative to cut ties with or keep your distance from your original family that is not good to you. Otherwise, we will fall into endless internal friction. Sisters Tong Qian and Tong Man are both very decisive in this regard. After chatting for a while, Tong Man returned to school. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed, the late rice was purchased, and the autumn grain was delivered to the grain station. The atmosphere of the new year is getting stronger and stronger. As usual, the 2 pigs raised by Chen Hao's family were slaughtered. Some of them were made into bacon and some were made into sausage. When he went to the market, he bought some fish and made pickled fish, which he spread with salt and sprinkled with some dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns, and then dried in the open space in front of the house. Chen Dongsheng and Shan Wei also pickled some bacon and fish at home. In the Hongqi production team, the families of 3 were the wealthiest. Wang Hongmei and a group of female comrades were sitting in the sun not far from Chen Hao's door, knitting sweaters and looking at the preserved food drying in front of Chen Hao's house. His face was filled with unconcealed envy. Chen Hao's family is living better and better. Last year, they didn't make sausages or pickled fish.
This year, they made sausages and pickled fish, said a woman. There are so many, how long will it take to finish them? It's not just Chen Hao's family. Even Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, who followed Chen Hao to run a side business in the county and opened a restaurant, their two families also made bacon and pickled fish this year, said a young wife. The restaurant's business must be pretty good, otherwise how would they have so much money? Didn't you see that each of the three of them bought a bicycle? I also heard that Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei are planning to demolish their adobe houses and build red brick houses next year. They will follow Chen Hao's example and build 5 red brick houses. The lives of Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei's families have visibly improved. Everyone in the village has seen it. Although they don't know how the restaurant's business is doing, they guess that it must have made some money. Otherwise, how would we get the money to buy a bicycle and build a house? I'm kind of regretting it now. My husband wanted to follow Chen Hao to the county to start a side job, but my parents-in-law disagreed. They said that a side job requires investing money, which is unreliable. It's better to have fields that you can touch and see, and give you peace of mind. A young wife frowned. They said that having more strong laborers in the family would earn more work points and give us more food rations. The young wife regretted it very much. At the beginning, I was blinded by my husband's greed and believed what my parents-in-law said. I didn't support my husband. If I had been determined to follow my husband and started a side business with Chen Hao, we would definitely have a bicycle at home now. Hanging bacon and pickled fish in front of the house will make life much better. The other village women had the same mentality as the young wife. When Chen Hao first said he wanted to start a side business, they all thought it was unreliable, believing that they would lose money and lose all their family assets. But now it is the end of the year, and looking at Chen Hao's red brick house and the preserved food hanging in front of the house, they are very envious. The key is that the families of Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, who were following Chen Hao's diagnosis, are now living much better. Don't just praise Chen Hao. Don't forget, when we chose Chen Hao to be the captain of the sidelang team, he patted his chest and guaranteed that 1 work point would be worth 1 dime at the end of the year. Now the work points haven't been settled yet, but his family is making bacon and pickled fish, and they have also built a house. We should ask him for an explanation, Wang Hongmei said. She was now thinking about the 1 cent she earned for each work point. When Chen Hao was chosen as the captain of the secondary team, she was against it, but now she said she supported it. Tong Qian passed by holding Xiao Duo's hand. A woman called out to Tong Qian, Chen Hao's wife, Wang Hongmei just complained that when your husband was running for the vice captain, he promised us that at the end of the year, each work point would be paid 10 cents. How come there is no news at all now? You two sleep in the same bed. Do you know what's going on? Chapter 95, A Toast to Him. Several women were chatting with Wang Hongmei and seemed very intimate, but in fact, they were all cautious. They were afraid that their questions would cause dissatisfaction among Chen Hao and Tong Qian, so they pushed Wang Hongmei out directly. My husband told me about this. When he comes back in the next few days, he will reconcile the accounts with the cadres in the production team and discuss the work points, Tong Qian said. He won't joke about whether everyone can have a good year. She glanced at Wang Hongmei, and then said to the others, don't listen to some people's gossip, fearing that my man will succeed. Don't you think about it? My man has done his job, and everyone else has gotten higher pay and benefits. Isn't that a good thing? If there were more promising and capable people in the village, they would all be our fellow villagers. If they have any problems, they can just let us know and lend a hand. Wouldn't that be better than having outsiders? Tong Qian is an educated youth after all, and her cultural level is higher than that of ordinary village women, so what she said makes sense. The village women nodded, agreeing with her words. I just want to remind you, because I'm afraid Chen Hao might forget. Wang Hongmei muttered. No matter how much you forget, you will never forget this matter. Just relax, said Tong Qian. She took Xiao Duo home. 2 days later, Chen Hao returned to the village, carrying a flour bag in his hand. He went into the house without stopping. I'm back. Some people in the village were discussing the work points a few days ago, and many people are waiting for the final settlement of work points. Tong Qian was in the house. Wang Hongmei is still waiting to see the joke. You have a bump on your head. Now that work points are valuable, her family can still get more money. She should support me. Chen Hao picked up Xiao Duo and kissed her hard twice. The little girl giggled, and when she was put down, she secretly hid aside and wiped her face with her sleeve. There is Dad's saliva. Your mother doesn't mind, but you, at such a young age, already mind my saliva. Chen Hao was speechless. I'll cook for you. Tong Qian was worried that he was hungry. No rush, I have to go to the captain's house. I'm afraid I won't eat at home today. I'll probably eat at the captain's house. Chen Hao said. He picked up a piece of bacon and a pickled fish and prepared to take them to the Captain Chen Zicheng's home. Are you going to discuss work points? Tong Qian asked. Well, individual businesses are not allowed yet, so I can only use the name of the production team. The agreed 20% dividend is considered hush money, or it is the cost of letters of introduction and supporting documents. It's the end of the year now, so I took out all the money. Chen Hao nodded. He carried a flour bag, bacon, and pickled fish and went to the home of team leader Chen Zicheng. Captain, I've brought the restaurant's dividends. Chen Hao saw Chen Zicheng and said straight to the point, call the accountant and several other production team cadres over here. More people will help prevent people from gossiping and saying that two of them were greedy for money, which would cause unnecessary trouble. When it comes to public funds or collective funds, more people will be needed so that they can serve as witnesses to each other and shut up others. You have considered it carefully. I will call them over right now and talk in the team committee office. Keep it quiet. Chen Zicheng said. He took the bacon and pickled fish that Chen Hao brought, asked his wife to cook, and then went on to notify the cadres of other production teams. In a production team, within 20 minutes or so, all the cadres of the production team gathered in the team committee office. Chen Xiaotang also came over. Uncle Hao. Seeing Chen Hao, she smiled. She was a little reserved and not good at dealing with people. She just did her job and recorded work points conscientiously. She seldom participated in production team meetings. Even if she did, she would not speak up most of the time. She would only speak when it came to issues related to work points. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Chen Hao there. Come in and talk while eating. Chen Hao said. The rural earthen stove uses firewood, and cooking is quick. 6 dishes were brought into the team committee office, along with rice wine, and a group of production team cadres sat around it. Eat, drink, and chat. It's the end of the year, and it's time to do the year-end settlement. I said before that we would open a restaurant in the county, and 20% of the profits would go to the team. Chen Hao took a sip of rice wine. He moistened his throat and opened the flour bag in his hand. Inside is a pile of great unity. That's a lot. This must be several $1,000s, right? Is this all earned from running a restaurant? There are 8 or 9 piles of great unity, all brand new. Such a large amount of money was only seen when the patriotic grain was sold. Normally, the cadres had never seen such a large sum of money. Based on the 1-year operating performance of Huashan Hotel, the production team gets 20% of the profits, totaling 9,516.35 yuan, said Chen Hao. Before the double harvest, I bought a water pump in the county, which cost 1,050 yuan. The water pump is considered as production team equipment. After deducting the cost of the water pump, there is still 8,466.35 yuan, all of which are here. I went to the bank specifically to get new banknotes. It's Chinese New Year, so giving money to villagers in new banknotes will make it look more festive. The food was delicious, and the bacon and pickled fish that Chen Hao brought over were also fried by Chen Zicheng's wife. In addition, pig intestines and fried peanuts are both good dishes to go with wine. Many production team cadres may not have such sumptuous meals at home during the new year. But now, no one had the heart to eat or drink. All eyes were fixed on the big unity in the flour bag. More than 8,000 yuan. I said it would be only 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. I didn't expect it to be so much. A village official murmured. There are so many stacks, and each stack is so thick, how could it be only 1 or 2,000 yuan? Chen Zicheng said. After taking a break, he chewed the bacon that had not yet been swallowed, and said, this year, every household in our production team can have a good year. This year, each family in our production team built a greenhouse on their private plots and planted fruits and vegetables, which we sold for some money. The production team also built some greenhouses, and the fruits and vegetables grown in them sold for a lot more money than in previous years. The money from selling fruits and vegetables from private plots is kept by the family. The income from growing fruits and vegetables in the greenhouses built on the collective land of the production team is considered a sideline of the production team, and its economic value is included in the work points. Excluding the more than 8,000 yuan, the work points would be higher than last year, right? Chen Hao asked.
He digested and absorbed most of the fruits and vegetables from the production team and transported them to the restaurant. I've estimated that, excluding the 8,000 yuan, one work point would be worth 7.5 cents this year, said the accountant. He hasn't calculated the accounts carefully yet, but he has a general idea of the situation. After working as an accountant for so many years, he has a good idea of this. This year, the team's work points are more than 280,000, said Chen Xiaoting. With the income from restaurant dividends of more than 8,000 yuan, the production team had a total work point of more than 280,000, and one work point could be increased by 2.8 cents. Adding 7.5 cents, one work point is worth more than 10 cents. I really did it. One work point can really earn 10 cents, which is twice as much as last year. The accountant took out a pen and paper and calculated for a while, his face flushed. In this case, I can definitely apply to the brigade to wear a big red flower. We must apply to the production team. Our production team can be proud of itself. Chen Ziqiang nodded. He raised his glass and said, "We have to thank Comrade Chen Hao. Thanks to him, our production team's work points are so valuable. We have to give him a toast. Chapter 96 I must hang him. We have to thank Chen Hao. I'll toast you too." The deputy captain of the agricultural team also raised his glass and clinked glasses with Chen Hao. One work point is worth 5 cents more, and a strong laborer can earn 3,000 work points a year, which is an extra 150 yuan. A family with 2 strong laborers can earn 300 yuan. 300 yuan. Not to mention putting it in the village, even if it is put in the city, it is still a considerable amount of money. The public grain, 3 levies and 5 unified taxes, as well as some other agricultural miscellaneous fees, are calculated based on the production team's fields, the grade of the fields, and the output of previous years as the base. It will basically not change. This year, the production team's grain and other taxes have been paid. After deducting food rations and other expenses, all 300 yuan can be put into pockets. In the entire commune, no production team is as wealthy as us and can afford so much extra money. We can even buy 2 bicycles. Chen Ziqiang said happily. After taking a few sips of rice wine, he felt unsatisfied. Rice wine is still too light, not satisfying at all. I should get some loose wine, so I can enjoy it. Tomorrow I will inform the production team and ask them to prepare to apply for our production team to wear the big red flower. He looked around and his eyes fell on Chen Hao. This big red flower should be given to Chen Hao. Let Chen Hao swim around in the teams. Is that okay with everyone? Wearing a big red flower is just like giving a certificate of merit to a child in school. It does not bring any material benefits, it is purely spiritual. The country is poor and the grassroots are also poor, so they came up with this idea, which is to give spiritual recognition to advanced units and individuals. At most, they would give out some fertilizer tickets, industrial product tickets, and the like as rewards. Let's talk to the team after the money is distributed. Chen Hao suddenly said. Why? Tell the team leader first. He might come and participate in our production team's year-end financial statements. That's a very honorable thing, right? Chen Ziqiang didn't understand why the money had to be distributed first. How honorable it is to have a leader witness it. I am afraid that some leaders will interfere in the production team's final settlement on the grounds that they think paying villagers 1 cent per work point is too much and will not stimulate them to continue to work hard, said Chen Hao. With so many leaders, it's inevitable that some will have different ideas. We'll do the year-end settlement first, distribute the money to each household, and then notify the leaders to avoid unnecessary complications. Each family can get several hundred yuan more than the brigade and commune leaders. As a human being, you will feel unbalanced. A farmer would feel unhappy if he got more than the commune leader. Besides, money was needed everywhere, so he might interfere in the distribution of the income from side jobs. You have considered it carefully. You should tell the team after the final accounts are settled. The accountant nodded immediately. The other people, including Chen Ziqiang, were silent for a moment, then nodded and unanimously agreed with Chen Hao's proposal to settle the accounts first and then notify the team. They all have work points and can actually share the money. In terms of calculating the value of work points, their interests are the same as those of the villagers. If in the future the annual settlement is calculated, 1 work point can be worth 0.1 cent, and I can pocket 300 or 400 yuan. Just thinking about it, life will be great. A village official said with a rosy face. The alcohol content of rice wine is not high. If you drink too much over time, you will get drunk.
After he said this, several other village cadres looked at Chen Hao. 1 work point can earn 1 cent, all thanks to Chen Hao. Greenhouse cultivation was Chen Hao's suggestion, and the 20% share of the profits from Huashan Hotel was also given by Chen Hao. Don't think too highly of yourself. Our production team has received more money this year. Most other production teams will also build greenhouses. If everyone does the same thing, it will become worthless, said Chen Zicheng. Besides, the restaurant is a business. In business, there are good times and bad times. How can you always make money? If you get some, just take it as a free gift. If you don't get any, don't think too much about it. The production team didn't contribute a penny to Chen Hao's restaurant in the county, but he was able to get a 20% dividend. This is already a sign of Chen Hao's kindness and ease of communication. Don't be ungrateful. He spoke for Chen Hao. Give a reminder to other cadres in the production team in advance, telling them not to be too greedy. If the villagers want to have a better life, they need to change their mindset. They can't just work hard, they need to think about how to do it from time to time. Chen Hao said, if you don't have the right direction and just use brute force, not only will there be no output, but you may also end up bleeding and getting injured. Several village cadres frowned. Why does what Chen Hao said sound a little off? But I can't tell exactly what's wrong. You have a smart mind. What do you think we should do? Chen Zicheng asked. I'll listen to you. He looked around and showed the dignity of a captain. Most of us are older than you, but not as capable as you. This year, we can have a good year, thanks to you. You tell me what to do. I'll do whatever you say. If anyone objects, I'll kick their ass in the crotch. He has a large family and a lot of work points, so he can get a lot of money. He supports Chen Hao very much. Supporting Chen Hao means supporting his own pocket. Yes, I'll listen to you. Go ahead. Should we use more of the production team's land for greenhouse cultivation next year to further increase the value of work points? Several other village cadres expressed their opinions. Although money is attractive, he is a production team cadre, but he is an agricultural household and a villager after all, living on the fields. He thought it would be good enough to fill his stomach in this life. Chen Hao gave another possibility. The land policy may change, Chen Hao said. It may be contracted to each household. It will no longer be based on work points, but will be a smaller unit responsibility system based on the family as the unit. Where did you hear that? Chen Zicheng asked in surprise. You better be careful when you say that, or you might get criticized. I'm just reminding you so that you can be mentally prepared. Chen Hao said, life will definitely get better and better. There will be no problem with greenhouse cultivation. There is still room for improvement in the greenhouse's planting area and structure, and the varieties planted can also be further optimized. In the future, the villagers' family income will definitely be more than a few hundred yuan each year, and it will only grow like sesame seeds blooming, rising step by step. The household contract responsibility system has greatly enhanced the villagers' enthusiasm for work. Although it has not made the villagers rich, it has solved the problem of food. In terms of land use rights, the autonomy of each household has also been greatly improved. Chen Hao first released some signals. When the time was right, everyone would look back on what he said today and feel horrified, and their fear of him would run deep into their bones. To open a restaurant, you need fruits and vegetables. Hongqi production team is a very good choice at this stage. He wants to develop this place into the logistics base for his own hotel. After chatting for a while, Chen Hao left. Chen Xiaotang also followed. Have you been reading any books recently? Chen Hao asked. Some. Don't let up. 2 days later, the Hongqi production team notified the village to conduct year-end settlement. Why is the settlement date this year several days earlier than last year? Did something go wrong? Wang Hongmei couldn't say anything good and kept muttering to herself all the way. Chen Hao said that 1 work point must be 1 cent. If it is not enough, I will hang him. Chen Dagang said sullenly. Chapter 97. I will buy you 3 candied haws. I heard that 1 work point is worth 10 cents, and it was Chen Hao who suggested that the money be distributed to everyone as soon as possible to avoid any accidents if it is delayed for too long. Many villagers were very happy about the early settlement. We eat some of the vegetables grown in the greenhouse, sell some at the market, and sell some to Chen Hao. Not counting the fruits and vegetables grown by the production team, our family will have a much better life this year. The production team built so many greenhouses to grow fruits and vegetables, most of which were harvested by Chen Hao. This year's income from the team's sideline businesses will definitely be higher than last year. You two have been looking for trouble with Chen Hao all day, saying bad things about him everywhere. If you could earn 10 cents for each work point, you two would have to kneel down and kowtow to him. A group of villagers arrived at the rice field. Chen Ziqiang, Chen Hao, and other production team cadres were all there. The accountant also moved a table over with an account book on it and a canvas bag next to it. How much money can one work point get? Since the final accounts have been settled so early, is the profit of our production team this year much better than last year? Chen Hao, when you were the captain of the sideline team, I supported you. Now that you have built a house and have so much cured fish and meat, you said before that you could make us 1 cent for each work point. Do you still mean it? There are so many people, and everyone is talking at the same time, concerned about their own interests. Very urgent. This money is for the expenses of the whole family. Everyone be quiet. How can we make arrangements if you keep talking to each other? Let's follow the old rules. First, we should compare the work points of each household and see if there are any mistakes. If there are no mistakes, we can proceed to the next step. Chen Ziqiang said. He looked at Chen Xiaoting, shouting, "Come here and report the total work points of each household to see if there are any discrepancies." He is very satisfied with Chen Xiaoting. This girl did a very good job as a timekeeper. She was much more careful than Wang Hongmei and made almost no mistakes. Unlike Wang Hongmei, she was careless and sometimes had ulterior motives when recording work points and deliberately recorded less or omitted some. When Wang Hongmei was a timekeeper, she would spend a lot of time arguing over the work points. This did not happen to Chen Xiaoting. Then I will compare the work points with everyone else. If there is any discrepancy, please tell me. Chen Xiaoting took the work points notebook and took a few steps forward. Work points must be recorded every day and checked every month. Chen Xiaoting is serious and responsible. Any problems are basically dealt with on the same day. She checks for any omissions and fills in the gaps during the monthly settlement, and rechecks the year-end final accounts. There are basically no discrepancies between households, so this step is completed quickly. The family with the biggest change in work points this year is Chen Hao's family. He is the captain of the sideline team, with 12 work points per day. At the end of the year, he alone has 3,648 work points. Together with Tong Qian and the two children, the family's total work points are 5,598. It's more than half higher than last year. The work points have been checked, and all customers have no objections. Now let's talk about the work point value. Chen Ziqiang was in control of the entire process. In the past, he would ask the accountant to tell him how much one work point was worth, but this year he did not ask the accountant but announced it himself. This year, our production team's sideline business has done very well. One work point is worth 0.1 cent, which is twice as much as last year. Each household can get several hundred yuan more. The ambitious statement made at the beginning of the year has really been achieved. One work point is worth 0.1 cent. The worried and anxious villagers immediately smiled, and men, women, young and old were all happy. There were even elderly people who were so excited that they kept wiping their eyes and cried with joy. It's really 10 cents, that's great, I thought it was fake. 1,000 work points can bring me an extra 100 yuan. This year I can have a good year. I finally have hope for the future. Son, let's go to the market in a few days. Dad will buy you 3 candied haws. Haven't you always wanted to eat candied haws? This time I'll let you eat as much as you want. Villagers who know the value of work points know very well what 1 cent per work point means to their family. I can buy more cloth to buy a new set of clothes for everyone in the family, I can buy more New Year's goods, and there will be more meat on the table so that the children can eat their fill. Having extra money on hand can help you deal with sudden family changes, such as illness or other unexpected situations, when you need money suddenly and you will not be left without a penny. The little kid didn't quite understand, but when he saw the adults laughing and heard that the adults were going to buy him something he had always wanted to eat, he cheered along. When drinking water, one should remember the well digger. The value of our production team's work points is so high, and we have to thank Chen Hao for paying them out. Chen Ziqiang said, we should not be heartless. We should all remember this kindness. A number of villagers expressed their agreement. They were Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagang. They usually didn't get along with Chen Hao, but at this moment they did not say anything to oppose him. The crowd is outraged.
If you say something unpleasant, you will be beaten.
Chen Dagang calculated frantically in his mind, I worked very hard this year, and my total work points are 3,150, which is not much different from the cadres in the team.
I can get 315 yuan. Even after deducting the food rations, the fruits and vegetables we eat at home can still make more than 150 yuan more than last year. Next time a matchmaker introduces me to a date, I will be more confident. It's not someone else choosing me, but me choosing others.
Wang Hongmei and her husband Chen Mingkai were also whispering nearby.
Look how powerful Chen Hao is. Stop saying bad things about Chen Hao. Other people in the village will be disgusted. If Chen Hao hears about it, he will definitely be unhappy.
Her husband Chen Mingkai said.
Why would he be unhappy?
He said it himself.
By joining the sideline team, his work points can be increased to 1 cent. Isn't this what he should do? Wang Hongmei said.
Besides, he must have made a lot of money running a restaurant in the county, otherwise how could he have the money to build a house and raise the work points to 10 cents? She just refuses to admit her mistake and thinks there is nothing wrong with her.
Don't be so sharp with your words, they're like knives. Chen Mingkai said. Whose man are you? Are you my man or Chen Hao's man? Why are you speaking for him like this?
Wang Hongmei pinched her man.
Or are you introducing me to someone, introducing me to Chen Hao, and saying good things about him in front of me?
When times are hard, we quarrel, and when times are good, we still quarrel.
In other couples, the woman's body is more swollen, but for them, it's the opposite. He has more bruises and swellings on his body. After the villagers had digested the news, Chen Zichang looked at Chen Hao and asked, What do you want to say? Okay, let me say a few words. Chen Hao nodded.
He took 2 steps forward and said, Thanks to the party and the country for allowing us to live such a good life. I also thank the commune and the brigade. Under the leadership of all the leaders, our lives will definitely get better and better. Finally, I hope that under the leadership of governments and leaders at all levels, and with the efforts of all of us, every household will have a new house and can eat meat every day.
After expressing his gratitude, Chen Hao ended the conversation. He looked at Chen Zichang and asked, Can we settle the accounts with everyone and give them money? Chapter 98 Many leaders will come. Yes, give money. Chen Zichang nodded. He didn't hesitate anymore and signaled to the accountant to start reconciling the accounts and dispersing the money.
The weather was cold, but the villagers were very happy.
Chen Zichang's family has a total of 14,100 work points.
After deducting the cost of food rations, fruits, vegetables, straw, etc., there is still 813.75 yuan. The accountant brought an abacus and dialed it loudly, and quickly calculated the work points for Chen Zichang's family.
The net profit is more than 800 yuan.
Normally, after deducting food and other expenses, a family of 7 would only have about 100 yuan left, but today they have more than 800 yuan.
I'll take it. Chen Zichang's wife hurried forward. Very happy.
The accountant took out money from the canvas bag at his feet, most of which were brand new Great Unity banknotes.
1, 2, 3.
After counting 81 Great Unity notes, he settled the remaining 3.77 yuan.
Count it.
If everything is okay, just sign and put your fingerprints on it, said the accountant.
What are you counting? You're very good at using the abacus.
You haven't made any mistakes in all these years as an accountant.
How can I not trust you? Chen Zichang's wife said nicely.
She first signed, pressed her fingerprints, and then went aside to count the money. If there really is a problem, with so many people watching, even if they have signed and put their fingerprints on it, it can still be changed.
This brand new money sounds so nice. It's so new that I can't bear to spend it. Chen Zichang's wife said.
Next, it was the others. Chen Hao was the captain of the sideline team and a cadre of the production team, and was ranked first in the work point settlement. Chen Hao's family, the total work points are 5598.
After deducting all expenses, there are still 314.6 yuan. The accountant called out Chen Hao's family's annual profit. Wife, go get it.
Chen Hao gave this opportunity to his wife. In previous years, my family was always in a state of financial difficulty, but this year we finally have some money to share.
Tong Qian felt very proud.
Holding the money, he had a smile on his face. In fact, the family's savings are much more than this, but now that we have taken off the hat of an upside-down household, we feel different.
Next, everyone else also shared the money. Last year, every household did not have much surplus money, mostly 20 or 30 yuan, and some even owed money to the production team. But this year, some families, like Chen Zichang's family, received more than 800 yuan, and some, after deducting food and other expenses, still had dozens of yuan left.
The upside-down households are gone.
I will go to the brigade later and tell the brigade leader about the situation of our production team. This year, there is not a single household in our production team that is in a state of financial distress.
Chen Zichang was very happy.
He pushed his bicycle and said to Chen Hao, "I have to suggest to the team that you wear a big red flower." As he said this, he rode his bicycle to the brigade to ask for credit and reward from the brigade cadres. The production team is developing well, there are no households suffering from financial difficulties, and the team will also have light.
Captain Chen, does the restaurant in the county still need staff? I also want to go over and help.
A villager walked up to Chen Hao. One work point was worth 1 cent, and no one in the village had gone to the county yet. However, considering Chen Hao's family situation, and the situations of Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei's families, it was known that the restaurant would definitely make money. When there were risks, everyone was afraid and didn't dare to step forward. Now that they see the benefits, they all want to get a piece of the pie. Several families gathered around.
The restaurant business requires a lot of investment, but not that many people. Now the restaurant is not short of people. Chen Hao said.
Another thing is that in business, there are gains and losses.
The profit of the restaurant business is secondary.
The main purpose is to let the city residents taste the fruits and vegetables grown by farmers.
Don't just see the wolf eating meat and not see when the wolf is being beaten. We are all from the same village. I am very happy that you trust me, but the more this happens, the more I cannot do anything to harm you. I just got some money, so I can have a good year. Don't do anything else.
I should make sure my family lives a stable life first.
That's the most practical thing.
What Chen Hao said made sense and was very considerate, so he dealt with the villagers. After returning home, Tong Qian cleaned the house and Xiaoduo followed her happily, holding a feather duster in both hands, poking here and brushing there.
Did Xiaoman tell you where she will spend the new year this year? Tong Qian asked.
She came here because she didn't want to go to the city.
Chen Hao said, "We built a house at home, so it's much more convenient for her to live here. Even for taking a shower, there's a shed, which is more convenient than at school. Are you going back to your parents' home this year?"
Life has gotten better now, and Chen Hao doesn't object to Tong Qian returning to her parents' home.
I'm not going back. It's too far and inconvenient.
There's no place to stay if I go back.
And I have to come back the same day.
The round trip is too rushed.
Tong Qian said.
She gathered the dregs together and said, Hang Hang is having his 10th birthday, and with the attitude of his elder brother and sister-in-law, it will be annoying to go back for the new year.
There's no need for that. When times were tough, I didn't ask them for anything. Now that times are better and I have enough to look forward to, I don't need to bother them anymore. I've thought it through. When my parents get older, they will definitely take care of them. At most, I can just visit them occasionally, give them some food and drink, and do my part in helping them raise me. A daughter who was married off is like water spilled. Parents think so, and many lesbians also believe so. Okay, we'll celebrate the new year at home. This year, we'll make a hot pot and eat something warm. Chen Hao said, before the new year, the whole family will go to the county, go shopping, and buy some New Year's goods. Go to the county mall to buy New Year's goods? Tong Qian was surprised and happy. I've been married for so many years, but I've never gone to the county mall to buy New Year's goods. Life at home has improved now, so I don't have to worry about money when I go to the county mall to buy goods. But you need tickets to buy everything in the county town. Do you have that many tickets? I want to go to the county. After all, the county town is bustling and there are many things that are not available in the village. However, it is not convenient to buy things in the county because all kinds of tickets are required. Not to mention the villagers, even the city people may not have tickets for many rare things. When it comes to buying things, especially daily necessities and ordinary food, the county town is actually not as good as the village. When going to the market in the village, many things do not require tickets. I know the director of the purchasing department of the county shopping mall. I got a lot of tickets from him. I also found out that the county shopping mall will hold activities during the new year. General items, such as common clothes, shoes, daily necessities, etc., do not require tickets. Chen Hao said.
On a nice day, our family will go to the county, call Xiaoman along, go shopping in the mall, buy some New Year's goods, and then come back together. The variety of goods in the mall is still richer than that in the market, especially some industrial categories. The market in the commune sells more agricultural and sideline products. Okay, Nini will be on holiday in a few days. When the weather is good, we will go to the county. Xiaoman will definitely be on holiday too, so we can call her along. Tong Qian nodded. If you really don't need tickets, just buy some soap and washing powder. The two kids are always dirty, and washing powder will make them cleaner. If you buy some more cloth, you can also buy some candy and other things. You also need to prepare some good cigarettes and good wine, so that when guests come during the new year, they can have something to eat. You are the team leader of the sideline business, and the restaurant's business is pretty good. This year's year-end settlement shows that work points are so valuable. I guess our production team is probably the only one in the entire commune. Many leaders will come over for the new year this year. Chapter 99. I'm not that stupid. Tong Qian didn't read many books, but compared with people of her age, she was already an intellectual. When I was young, I lived in the city, which broadened my horizons. I can figure out many things if I think about them a little. Chen Hao was very satisfied to marry such a wife. Fortunately, I was brave and thick-skinned at that time, otherwise I would have missed it. I don't know whether the leaders of the commune will come, but the leaders of the brigade, especially the brigade leader Yang Jiping, will most likely come, said Chen Hao. And maybe he'll come over tonight. He had previously met and chatted with the brigade's captain, Yang Jiping, and they had gotten along quite well. Now that the year-end settlement has been made, the money has been distributed to the villagers, and Shen Ziqiang has also gone to report to the brigade. The brigade captain who has learned the news will certainly not remain indifferent. So soon? Tong Qian looked outside the room. Then I'll prepare the food now. When the team leader comes over later, we can chat while we eat. Let's prepare first. Even if the team leader doesn't come, we still have to eat at home. Chen Hao nodded. Give me the broom, I'll sweep the floor, you go prepare the food. He took the broom and swept the house inside and outside. Raising chickens is actually a troublesome thing. Feeding them is easy, but the main problem is that chickens poop after eating many times a day, and they are almost free range. After a while, chicken manure was everywhere in front of the house. Chen Hao used a shovel to shovel up the chicken manure stuck to the ground and put it together. He also swept together some leaves, weeds, and dead branches in front of the house. He turned back to the kitchen, took the fire tongs, and put it into the earthen stove. Nini came back from school and jumped around with other kids in the village, holding a piece of ice in her hand. Xiaoduo, sister brought you a gift, do you like it? When other kids went to school for the first time, they would cry and scream, lying on the ground and refusing to enter the school gate. But Nini got up early every day. Be the first to go to school and be number one. I am happy at school and I am happy after school. Do you deserve a spanking? Didn't I tell you that you can't play in the water? And yet you brought back a piece of ice. Chen Hao looked around and picked up a dry branch. Raised it. I dug this out from the field. I didn't go to play in deep water. I'm not that stupid and I don't want to die so early. Nini argued. Look, there's grass on this ice flake. It was really picked up from the field. If it falls into the water, the worst that can happen is that my clothes will get dirty. I can wash them myself. Very articulate. Can you wash yourself? Chen Hao asked. I can't wash it myself, but at least I can show some attitude. I can get some water, rub it with my hands, and pretend to wash it. That's good too. After going to school and interacting more with classmates, Nini became more eloquent and had a lot of ideas to offer. Dad, please don't hit me. Studying is hard. If you hit me and make me stupid, and I don't do well in the exams later, don't blame me. She threw the ice chips in front of the house. Xiaoduo and I stuck our butts out and studied the ice. From time to time, we stood up and stepped on it a few times to see who was better at breaking the ice. The meal was almost ready, and the brigade leader Yang Jiping and the production team leader Chen Ziqiang rode their bicycles to the village. Come to Chen Hao's house. Yang Jiping was holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Songjiang Daku. This is the wine from Songzi County in the province, which is now known as Bayunbian. It is considered a very famous wine in the province. It is not as good as Matai and Wulianye, but for ordinary people, it is already a very good liquor. I came here just at mealtime, so I have to have a free meal here. Sorry to bother you. Yang Jiping said, I don't have anything else at home, so I brought a bottle of Songjiang Daku. Let's drink together later. I guessed you would come, Captain Yang. The rice is cooked and the dishes are prepared. Please come in and sit down. It's very cold outside. Chen Hao said. If it was in the past 2 years, we would have to keep the door closed. Our family was very poor and we didn't even have enough food for ourselves, so we didn't have extra food to entertain guests. But this year, it's okay. It will be fine if you come over later. He took the Songjiang Daku and asked the brigade leader Yang Jiping and the production team leader Chen Zichang to come into the house, close the door, and block out the cold wind outside. He went to the kitchen again and told Tong Chen that she could start cooking. Sorry for the trouble. Just make a few simple dishes. Mainly, I have something to say. I came here without saying hello at dinner time. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Jiping was quite polite. He went into the kitchen, greeted Tong Chen and expressed his apologies. Cooking is not hard. We have to eat at home. Tong Chen said, Captain Yang and Captain Chen are coming over, so we just need to add a few more dishes. Don't be so polite. Come sit in the main room. There is a brazier. Warm yourself by the fire. It's very cold. A very appropriate answer. There are 2 pots, one is used to cook rice, and the other is used to stir-fry vegetables. 3 men sat in the main room, warming themselves by the brazier. It's still very cold. Even with a little sunshine out, the ice hasn't melted yet. Yang Jiping rubbed his hands. He looked at Chen Hao and said, the Hongqi production team's year-end settlement showed that each work point was worth 10 cents, so on average each household could earn several hundred yuan more than last year. Your Hongqi production team is really having a good year this year. Every household can enjoy a delicious New Year's Eve dinner. It's really enviable. He was truly envious. Especially after knowing that Chen Zichang's family got more than 800 yuan, I was so envious that my cock was tightening. As the team leader, my power is limited. I receive subsidies from the commune every month, so I am considered half a public servant and have a half-iron rice bowl. But at the end of the year, the family didn't even have a surplus of more than 800 yuan. Farmers work in the fields most of the year, so it's only natural that they can have a feast during the new year, said Chen Hao. If you work so hard and still can't get enough to eat or wear warm clothes, there's something wrong. People work hard but cannot even guarantee food and clothing and their basic needs are not met, which shows that some classes secretly eat up the output, or there is something wrong with the policies and systems. You make sense. Farmers do have a hard life. Yang Jiping nodded. He looked at Chen Hao and said, can we open a few more restaurants in the county? If each production team opens a restaurant, wouldn't it be possible for the villagers in each production team to get more money and make their lives better? In theory, it's possible, but in practice it's probably very difficult. Chen Hao said, the county town is too small to accommodate so many restaurants. Take our brigade for example, there are a total of 10 production teams. If every production team were to open a restaurant, they would end up competing with each other and wouldn't make much money. Besides, doing business is risky and not that easy. Most people can't actually do business. Especially farmers. Having been used to a hard life, one becomes stingy in everything he does. If he really wants to open a restaurant or engage in the service industry, this habit will definitely remain with him. No customer likes a stingy boss. After a long time, without repeat customers and reputation, the business had no choice but to close down. There are some places that can be scratched, but there are some places that really cannot be scratched. Chapter 100 Give Uncle San a red flower. What you said does make sense. The county town is so small. If there are too many restaurants, each restaurant's business will definitely be affected. It won't be that good. Yang Jiping nodded. He felt a little bit sorry. He is the team leader. The work points of the production team under his management are high, so he, as the team leader, must have made great contributions. I'm afraid that villagers from other production teams, including our Hongqi production team, wouldn't think so. Seeing that one work point is worth 10 cents, most of them would want to open a restaurant in the county town, said Chen Zichang. Before the year-end settlement, the villagers had no clear ideas, but after the year-end settlement, they basically confirmed their speculation that the restaurant could make money. Some villagers are definitely ready to make a move. Many people may not have the courage to be the first to try something new, but imitating others is something they are good at. If the work points are paid less, this problem may not be so complicated. Even if a work point is only calculated as 6 cents, many villagers will be satisfied, said Yang Jiping. He looked at Chen Hao and said, "You are an honest man who considers the villagers, but I am afraid that some villagers will not be satisfied and will rush to open restaurants in the county." Living in the countryside and frequently interacting with villagers, he knows very well what life in the village is like. Hard work, toil, hunger and coldness, enthusiasm, these are all true. It is also true that they are cunning, have low cognition, love to gossip, and are petty. Whoever wants to open a restaurant in the county, let him do it. Chen Hao was not worried at all. "Captain Yang, Captain Chen, you two are people I trust, and I respect you both, so I'm telling you the truth. The restaurant is not that nice to look at. I don't want you two to use resources to encourage villagers to open restaurants. If they fail, you two will have to bear the responsibility. The leaders of the commune will have complaints, and even the villagers who have lost money will be very dissatisfied." The heartwarming words made Yang Jiping and Chen Zichang very happy. While we were chatting, the food was ready. Bacon, fried fish fillets, scrambled eggs with onions, fried peanuts, and a plate of pig's head. "The meal is ready. Do you want me to serve it to you?" Tong Qian asked after putting down the last dish. "Don't worry about the meal. When you get hungry later, we can serve ourselves. You can sit down and eat with us. Call the two kids at home over too. This dish is really rich. We can only have this kind of dish during the Chinese New Year at home." Yang Jiping said. "No, you guys chat and drink, why would I sit down?" Tong Qian waved her hand, "You guys eat your food, I'll save the food for the baby. The rice is in the pot on the inside. There's still some fire in the stove, but you have to serve it while it's hot. Don't wait too long." The men were drinking and chatting, and she didn't say she wanted to sit at the table. When they sat down at the table, the man chatted with some caution and she was not happy eating either. She had already served some dishes while cooking and ate with the two children by the earthen stove. It was warm and she could eat comfortably. She called Nini and Xiao Duo into the kitchen. The three of them, mother and daughter, went into the kitchen and ate while warming themselves by the remaining fire in the earthen stove. It's true that restaurants cannot be opened at will. At least the leading cadres cannot let their guard down. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, they will be criticized in the end. Yang Jiping agreed after being reminded by Chen Hao. Even if other villagers have their own ideas, they should be allowed to do it themselves. The brigade will not interfere. Running a restaurant is just a borderline business. If nothing goes wrong, you can turn a blind eye to it. But if something goes wrong, it's a big deal. The risk is indeed very high. Not everyone is like Chen Hao, who is smart and capable of opening a restaurant. Chen Ziqiang said. "Let's talk about wearing red flowers and walking around in various production teams. No one in the red flag production team has ever worn a big red flower. He is more interested in this matter. There will be no problem wearing the red flower. One work point is 10 cents. No production team in the entire commune has such high work points." Yang Jiping said, patting his chest. "This is very motivating for the team members. We must promote it vigorously. Who do you decide to wear this red flower? Production needs publicity, and wearing a big red flower is for publicity and to motivate all team members. The people like it, and the cadres like it too. It must be Chen Hao Dai. The reason why work points are so valuable is mainly due to his contribution. No one is more qualified than him," Chen Ziqiang said. He was afraid that Chen Hao would refuse. "I want to wear it too, but I haven't done anything. Everyone has shared the money. It has nothing to do with me. Even if I wear the red flower, I won't be able to convince others. If I really want to wear it, I will become a clown." He still has this self-awareness. If Chen Hao really has to be given a red flower, from now on he will not only be booed when he pees or pee, but even when he walks to a crowded place, he will be booed. "I think we should arrange for someone else to wear a red flower as well," Chen Hao suggested. He didn't refuse. It's not that he is greedy for the title. He has lived for decades in his previous life, and his mentality has changed with his age and experience. Only tangible interests are what he cares about. Who else should wear the red flower? Yang Jiping asked. "My third uncle, Chen Xinggu, was so dry before the double harvest this year that he even ripped off the roof of his house to borrow a water pump. I think he should also be given a red flower," said Chen Hao. Yang Jiping and Chen Zichong looked at each other, confused. They both knew the basic situation of Chen Hao's family. Chen Hao was forced out by the elders in the family. Why are you still thinking about giving your third uncle a red flower? You can't be a pushover. You originally had a share of the house. Besides, the water pump was not just for his production team. Other production teams also borrowed it, said Chen Zicheng. Your third uncle, including your eldest uncle from your family, is so evil, and you still let him wear a red flower. Isn't that just showing off your own pride? He felt that Chen Hao was too easy to talk to. I wondered if Chen Hao wanted to ease the relationship with the elders in his family. It's unprecedented for a team to wear 2 red flowers, and the commune may not approve it, said Yang Jiping. He looked at Chen Hao and said, let's talk privately. I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. The elders in your family don't act like elders. Even if you take the initiative to show your kindness, I'm afraid they will only think that you are afraid, not that they care about your friendship. Some people, when you are nice to them, they only think they are worth it, not that you are a good person. They both thought that Chen Hao wanted to take the initiative to ease the relationship, so he suggested that Chen Qinggu also wear a red flower. You misunderstood. What I meant was to let third uncle wear a little red flower. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about his contribution to agriculture. Third uncle did make sacrifices, and he deserves a red flower. Chen Hao said. He wore a big red flower, and his third uncle Chen Qinggu wore a small red flower. I thought you were young and wanted to put aside the past grudges, but I didn't expect that you wanted to put Chen Qinggu on the fire. Yang Jiping understood Chen Hao's intention. He is very capable, but also quite sinister. The uncle and nephew both wore red flowers. The nephew wore a big red flower and the third uncle wore a small red flower. It was indeed a praise, but Chen Qinggu must have felt very uncomfortable with this praise. Uncle San has always wanted to wear a red flower and visit various teams. Maybe he won't think too much about it and will just be happy. Chen Hao said quietly. Chapter 101. You are more generous than me. Okay, I'll apply to the commune to give Chen Qinggu a red flower as well. Yang Jiping agreed to Chen Hao's proposal without much hesitation. He didn't want to get involved in the conflict between Chen Qinggu and Chen Hao, so he proposed to give Chen Qinggu a red flower, and the reason was reasonable. As for the details inside, just pretend you don't know. A lot of things happened this year, and I don't know if it will have any impact on the people. Yang Jiping said. He came here for another reason, which was to test Chen Hao's attitude. Some of Chen Hao's words when he was paying his public grain tax were very intriguing. Combined with some events that have happened in recent times, the death of the great man and the downfall of those 4 people, some of Chen Hao's words are even more intriguing. There will definitely be an impact. Politicization will be weakened, and all policies will lean towards the economic direction, said Chen Hao. This is also true in terms of land policy. Campaign-based agricultural production will be replaced by more efficient agricultural production methods. All problems are economic problems. The resumption of the college entrance examination, the household contract responsibility system for land, and the reform of state-owned enterprises will follow one after another. The focus of reform in the past few years has been on rural areas, with the emphasis on the way land is produced. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, and Yang Jiping and Chen Zicheng left drunk. Chen Hao was going to see Yang Jiping off, but the other person waved his hand and said, "This amount of wine won't make you drunk. I won't ride a bike, I'll push it back, don't worry. I just thought about what you just said on the way. Every change in leadership may lead to major policies going in the opposite direction, which is also a challenge for cadres. If you grasp the direction in advance, you may get the opportunity for promotion. The team leader is a part-time cadre who can receive subsidies from the commune, but it is extremely difficult for him to go a step further and become a formal cadre." Chen Hao's words made him see the possibility of becoming a formal cadre. "Captain Yang cares about you very much, and he came here specially to talk to you about wearing the red flower," Tong Qian said. She cleared the dishes. In the past, not to mention the brigade cadres, even the production team cadres rarely came home. The matter of wearing a red flower is secondary. He mainly wants to find out about policy issues, Chen Hao said. Every year from now on, there will be major policy changes, which will have a big impact on ordinary people and cadres. Captain Yang is an ambitious man who wants to work as a cadre in the commune. After the 2 kids finished their meal, they played by themselves. Chen Hao followed Tong Qian into the kitchen. "Can you help him?" Tong Qian asked doubtfully. "Like Xiaoman, choose a side in advance. As long as the side you choose is consistent with the future policy direction, your chances of getting promoted will be greater," Chen Hao said. When a leader promotes someone, the first thing he or she examines is whether the person is of the same mind as him or her. Now that we are on the same page, and in a context where most people are against it and it goes against the original policy, it's like timely help, and it's easier to get promoted. The dishes and pots were washed, 2 large pots of hot water were boiled, and the family took a bath. I didn't go to the greenhouse. In the kitchen, I covered the plastic basin with plastic film, and hung the film on a bamboo rack with a rope. After the 2 kids fell asleep, Chen Hao and his wife explored the mysteries of life in bed. It really tests Chen Hao's endurance. 2 days later, Yang Jiping came again. The commune has agreed. This year, you and Shen Xinggu will both wear red flowers in our brigade. You wear the big one, and Shen Xinggu wears the small one. In addition to the 2 of you, there is also Sun Miao Miao from the Sun Peng Brigade. She is also wearing a red flower. The 3 of you can come together and have a truck from the commune to go around the brigades beating drums and gongs to spread the word. It will be a great honor. 3 people wearing red flowers. Chen Hao wore a big red flower, while Chen Xinggu and Sun Miao Miao wore small red flowers. They are all people I know. Sun Miao Miao wears a little red flower because the work points of their production team have also increased? Chen Hao asked. In addition to purchasing goods from its own production team, Huashan Hotel also received a lot from Sun Miao Miao. The work points have increased by 1.5 points compared to last year. Yang Jiping nodded. As for your third uncle, should I go and tell him, or should you go? He asked again. I'll go. Chen Hao said. He must come in person for this matter. He is a narrow-minded person and he needs to vent out the resentment he has suffered before. How to repay kindness when you repay evil with kindness. In 5 days, the commune will drive over to pick you up, Yang Jiping said. Dress neatly and cleanly. You are a role model and will bring honor to our brigade. After saying a few more words, Yang Jiping left. Chen Hao turned around and said to Tong Qian, I'm going to go to Uncle San's house and report to him. You are so mean. Tong Qian rolled her eyes at her man. Take it easy, don't say anything too harsh, it would be bad if you upset Uncle San. You have a bigger heart than me, but I don't have your heart. Chen Hao said. What I mean is, if we really want to provoke him into something bad, he will have to cause trouble for us and make us suffer. There is no need to do that. We need to control the intensity. Tong Qian said. Both husband and wife are in a bad mood. I'm good at strength. I've been practicing it recently. Don't worry. Chen Hao patted his chest. Tong Qian spat at him. The 2 production teams were not far apart, and it was the slack season. When Chen Hao arrived at the old house, his third uncle, his eldest uncle, and even his grandparents were all there. The weather has been nice these days, and the whole family is basking in the sun in front of the old house. Why are you here? Shen Yan was also at home. He was holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand, looking unhappy and listless. The face is very long. Come here and tell Uncle San the news. There are 2 good news that I want to tell Uncle San. Chen Hao said. You must be holding back on something. What good news can you say? Chen Yan said sullenly. She recently heard some news that some students from the primary school run by the brigade will be arranged to the commune primary school. This sign, combined with some of Chen Hao's previous words, made her worry whether there would be any adverse changes in the primary school run by the brigade in the future. I was so worried that my menstrual cycle was messed up. My mood became even worse when I saw Chen Hao. Do you have any good news to tell me? Shen Xinggu's face was not good. Are you going to tell me that 1 work point in your production team is worth 0.1 cent? The work points of the Hongqi production team were very high and the news spread widely. The villagers were very envious. As the team leader, he was under a lot of pressure. Every time he walked past the villagers, he always felt that the villagers in his production team were scolding him for being useless. He felt that Chen Hao must have come here to ridicule him and laugh at his joke. It's not that. It was decided by the commune. Because you, third uncle, performed brilliantly during the drought this year and saved the crops in the fields, ensured the public grain, and protected the sale of national grain, they decided to give you a red flower and take a truck to tour the brigades to spread the word, said Chen Hao. Really? You are not making fun of me? Shen Xinggu suddenly became alert. He dreamed of wearing a red flower and visiting various brigades. Very impressive. I came here just to entertain you? I'm not that bored. Chen Hao said, you can go to the brigade to ask about this matter and find out whether it is true or not. That makes sense. Chen Xinggu smiled happily. So you came here to report the news. Are you trying to take the initiative to ease the relationship with me? He smiled even more happily, feeling very proud. I was just wondering why you came here. Now it makes sense. You must have gotten the news and took the initiative to report it. Chapter 102 Unhappy. Chen Xinggu felt a little proud. He felt that Chen Hao must have come here to surrender, otherwise it would be hard to explain. In an instant, all the blocked air was cleared up. A reckless man will surely bring disaster upon himself, a reckless sky will surely bring rain upon itself, and a full grain will always bend over. Chen Xinggu walked up to Chen Hao. His eyes narrowed with smiles, the roof was not blown off in vain. If you want to get a red flower, it's also your contribution. If you really want to surrender, you have to have a surrendering attitude. How can you come here empty-handed? You have so much bacon and pickled fish at home, shouldn't you bring them over? He was very practical and missed the food at Chen Hao's home. Not only food, but also TV, bicycle, and you have to pay for it. Chen Yan immediately followed. As a junior, why do you want to live in such a nice house? You must have a lot of money. The two men wanted to take advantage of Chen Hao, including his third aunt, uncle, and other relatives. Why are you in such a hurry? There is still a happy thing that hasn't been discussed yet. Chen Hao saw the expressions of several people. The commune also notified me that they were very satisfied with my performance and wanted to give me a big red flower. Chen Xinggu, Chen Yan, as well as the third aunt, uncle, and other relatives, the smiles on their faces were still there, and even the air was filled with the sound of the surrender and compensation that they had just asked for. You have also been notified to wear a red flower? This has never happened before. How come two people are wearing red flowers? Chen Xinggu was not as happy as before. This second thing was not a happy event for him at all. Not happy. To be precise, 3 people will wear red flowers. I will wear a big red flower, and you and a female comrade from the Sun Peng Brigade will each wear one small red flower. Chen Hao said directly without hiding anything. Is this possible? Chen Xinggu was dumbfounded. 3 people going to various brigades to spread the word and standing in one place? This is not a happy event at all. The red flowers are divided into different sizes. Chen Hao wears the big one, and he wears the small one. Isn't this just hanging your face next to Chen Hao and letting Chen Hao beat you? It's so embarrassing. If you're wearing a big red flower, you should stand in the middle, or a little to the front, right? The commune will definitely have arrangements on how to stand that day. Chen Hao said. In 5 days, the municipality will send a truck to pick you up. You can prepare in the next few days and get a fashionable hairstyle. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he turned and left. He came here deliberately to irritate people. It's fine if you don't wear the red flower, but if you really want to wear it, you have to stand behind him, or on both sides of him. Chen Yan looked at Chen Hao's back. His teeth were chattering with anger. He got what he wanted. I said he was a weasel. He came to pay New Year's greetings to the chickens. He must have no good intentions. Chen Xinggu was very conflicted. This is the decision of the commune. If I don't wear the red flower, wouldn't that mean I don't respect the commune leaders? Chen Xinggu was very conflicted. I want to be a cadre in the brigade. Wearing the red flower and walking around the brigades will at least make me look better in terms of my qualifications. The cadres of the production team are farmers. They don't leave their jobs. Although they are team leaders, they still have to work in the fields like other team members. If they don't work, they won't get any work points. The cadres of the brigade are barely cadres. They receive subsidies from the commune and do not have to work in the fields all the time. Becoming a brigade cadre is his lifelong wish. He wears a red flower together with Chen Hao, but his is smaller than Chen Hao's. The thought of it makes him feel uncomfortable. But I can't bear to give up the honor of wearing a red flower. A small red flower is still a red flower, and it can also be shown in all the teams. Just like the relationship between men and women in many marriages, they are obviously sleeping in the same bed but have different dreams, but they are unwilling to separate, fearing that they will lose face and have no place to live if they separate. Chen Hao had none of the worries that Chen Xinggu had when he arrived at the county. Huashan Hotel's business is still very good, and there is a simple shed outside the door to shelter from the wind and rain. It's a bit ugly, but it's indeed a helpless move. Without a tent, not only will the guests be cold, but even the freshly cooked food will get cold in a few minutes and will be inedible. Brother Hao, the restaurant across the street has been completed and will open before the new year. I have to say, just looking at the facade, it's more impressive than ours. Chen Wei walked over and looked at the restaurant across the street. He spends a lot of time in the county town and goes out to look across the street every day. He saw with his own eyes that the restaurant opposite was being built and it was compared to the Huashan Hotel. Even many customers who came to eat there talked about the restaurant opposite, which made him very worried. This kind of thing is inevitable. There will be more and more of them in the future. You have to be mentally prepared. Chen Hao smoked a cigarette with a calm expression, but I'll take care of everything. You don't have to worry. Just do your job well. These words calmed Shen Hao down a lot. That's right, Brother Hao, you are very capable, you must have a way. Shen Wei nodded. He turned around, went back to the store and continued working. Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, looked around, and waited for a sidecar to pass by. Then he crossed the street and arrived at the door of the restaurant opposite. Xingxing Restaurant. The name of the restaurant has been chosen and the sign has been hung up. The store is being cleaned, and tables, chairs, kitchen utensils, etc. are being set up. How do you think my restaurant is? Compared with Huashan Hotel, which one is better? When Lu Wan'an saw Chen Hao, he was not unhappy. Instead, he asked Chen Hao to comment on it. By the way, I spent a lot of money on this restaurant. I didn't call it a restaurant, but a restaurant. It looks more impressive. In terms of scale alone, Xingxing Restaurant is much better than Huashan Hotel. Just run it the same way as Huashan Hotel, I don't believe we can't compete. The tables and chairs are all of the same style, and the floors are higher than those at Huashan Hotel. I see that you seem to have hired quite a few people, and the number of people is also larger than that at Huashan Hotel. Chen Hao said, the location is not bad either, it's just across the street from Huashan Hotel. Of course, it's neat and tidy, and it's pleasing to the eye. There are more tables than at Huashan Hotel, so there should be more people. With more people, the service will be better and the dishes will be served faster. Lu Wan'an said, I will be opening in a few days, and you can come and join in the fun. You don't have to give any wedding money, just come and have some tea, smoke a cigarette, and give some suggestions. I can make the suggestion now. Chen Hao said. The atmosphere was a bit cold. Lu Wan'an calmed down and looked at Chen Hao, you are so impatient and your intentions are too obvious. Even if you have a problem with me and are worried that I'm stealing your business, you should keep your temper and be polite. How can you be so disrespectful and lose face? He felt that Chen Hao was just jealous and envious, which was why he was so impatient and wanted to gain some verbal advantage. I have only 2 suggestions. If you are willing to listen, then listen. If you are not willing, then just ignore them. Chen Hao said. First, regarding the food, can your restaurant find a source of food to supply cucumbers, tomatoes, and green peppers in winter? When running a restaurant, food is very important. I don't know about other places, but in Changfeng County, only the Hongqi production team is growing greenhouse vegetables on a large scale. It may be expanded to the big team next year. Part of the fruits and vegetables grown in these greenhouses are consumed by Huashan Hotel, and the rest flow into the market. Chen Hao can influence the direction of the circulation. He can prevent the greenhouse vegetables of the Red Flag production team from falling into Lu Wan'an's hands. Chapter 103 I like it very much. I have thought about this aspect. I will cook whatever dishes are available. It doesn't matter if there are fewer dishes, as long as they taste good. Lu Wan'an said. He looked at Chen Hao and advised, there's no need for us to be so awkward. You can introduce the source of vegetables to me. It won't matter if I make a little profit from the price difference. To put it bluntly, the relationship between people is actually a relationship of interest. As long as there is interest, grudges can be put aside. Besides, we don't have any big grudges against each other. He meant for Chen Hao to be more generous. By acting as a middleman and selling out of seasoned vegetables to him, Chen Hao can make a profit from the difference. What you said makes sense, but it's definitely not possible at the moment. I can introduce the source of the food to you later. Chen Hao said. When? Lu Wan'an asked hurriedly. It would be better if the restaurant had more dishes. He had contacted many places during this period, but all he could find were seasonal vegetables. Like Huashan Hotel, they can still provide tomatoes, tomato and eggs, and stir-fried meat with green peppers in this cold winter, which can attract more customers. When you can't run this restaurant anymore and want me to take over? Chen Hao said. Lu Wonan laughed angrily. You are so arrogant. Just because a few dishes are missing, can such a good restaurant like mine go bankrupt? Besides, if you don't provide the food, I will find someone else to provide it sooner or later. It just takes a little longer. He didn't believe that his restaurant couldn't compare to Huashan Hotel. A lot of thought went into recruiting the staff. The chefs are all skilled, and the waiters are all mild-tempered to ensure that there won't be fights if there are arguments with customers. In such a cold day, Huashan Hotel has set up a shed outside and the conditions are very poor. However, our Xingxing restaurant can block out the cold in the room. With such good dining conditions, customers are not fools and will definitely compare. What you said makes sense. If we spend some time and look for more people, we will definitely be able to find a source of vegetables. Or we can just find someone to do it ourselves. We can definitely provide tomatoes, cucumbers, and green peppers in such cold weather. Chen Hao nodded. It's just that you may not have that much time to do these things, and you may not be able to wait that long. Xingxing restaurant will have problems before you solve these problems. You just said that the relationship between people is actually a relationship of interest. As long as there is interest, grudges can be put aside. I hope you can stick to this view by then. People who are emotionally stable and think rationally are very good as opponents or partners. The conflicts, relationships, and depth between each other are all within the controllable range. I don't know where your confidence comes from. I thought that Xingxing restaurant has not been built yet. You haven't felt my determination, nor the grandeur of Xingxing restaurant, so you are so confident. Lu Wonan took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Hao. A very generous and calm attitude. He intentionally gave Chen Hao the impression that he was very confident, indicating that everything was under control and that Chen Hao's words had no effect on him. But now Xingxing restaurant is right in front of you and will open in a few days. You can still say such things. It's really too arrogant. As for the venue, Xingxing restaurant and Huashan Hotel are just across the street from each other, so the venues are tied. In terms of manpower, the chefs and waiters in Xingxing restaurant are more than yours, and their level is not bad, so it's a tie. In terms of scale, Xingxing restaurant has 3 floors, while Huashan Hotel only has 1 floor. In this respect, Xingxing restaurant has a huge advantage. In terms of food, Xingxing restaurant is indeed still a little behind, but this situation will not remain unchanged forever. I will definitely find a solution. Lu Wonan compared Huashan Hotel and Xingxing restaurant in every aspect in one breath. He just didn't believe it. If a hotel could just copy others' ideas and even be better than Huashan Hotel in some aspects, how could Huashan Hotel surpass it? Even the day for opening the store was carefully selected, in order to take advantage of the period before the new year when there are more visits to relatives and friends, more social engagements, and a need for eating and drinking. That's why we work hard, keep an eye on the progress, and open the store before the new year. Everything is ready. Just waiting to count the money. What you said makes sense. Chen Hao nodded. This is the 3rd time I've said this. It sounded quite comfortable at first, but there were too many of them and Lu Wonan felt a little numb. But you overlooked a very important point. Chen Hao stamped his feet. The weather was still quite cold, so he didn't continue to keep the secret. The degree of financial abundance. Can your funds support the operation of Xingxing restaurant until you find the source of the dishes? Can you also support other unexpected events? I did borrow some money, and I don't have a lot of cash on hand, but do I still need to worry about money when I'm guarding a hen that lays golden eggs? Lu Wonan thought Chen Hao's words were a bit alarmist. As soon as Xingxing restaurant opens, money will continue to flow in, and the borrowed money can be repaid immediately. I took advantage of the period before the new year to build the restaurant and rush to open it, because there will be a great demand for dining during this period. He had seen the business of Huashan Hotel, and he believed that there would be a lot of customers on the opening day of Xingxing Hotel. The borrowed money can definitely be repaid. There are risks in any business. It's a good thing to burn your boats and have courage, but it's also right to be prepared. Chen Hao said, the capital for opening a restaurant is not just about tables and chairs, the number of people, and the number of floors. It also includes the means of the opponent. There has to be funding to deal with these measures. Simply put, you need funds to cope with the market and competition. However, Chen Hao was concerned about the current economic policies and did not mention competition and the market. Are you planning to play some dirty tricks? Lu Wonan was not stupid. He paused for a second or two and immediately looked at Chen Hao. Now that I've told you, it's not a shady trick. Chen Hao said, this is my second suggestion. You need to have sufficient funds. He looked at LV1N and said, I didn't come on the day when Xingxing restaurant opened. I was very busy. I was the deputy team leader of the production team. I was praised and the commune asked me to wear a big red flower. Xingxing restaurant is well built, with neatly arranged tables and chairs. It is 3 stories high and is just the right size for a county town. I love so much. After saying that, Chen Hao turned around and left, returning to Huashan Hotel. Lu Wonin was not in a good mood. Especially Chen Hao's last sentence, I like it very much. No matter how you listen to it, it feels like he treats Xingxing restaurant as his own. In the evening, Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Shan Wei closed the door of Huashan restaurant and stayed in the restaurant, eating hot pot and chatting. The fire was charcoal, and in the pot were chopped white radish, cabbage, lamb, potato slices, and pork. It's still more enjoyable in the county. I've gained weight recently. Chen Wei picked up a piece of white radish and took a bite. The hot tongue curled up and it swirled around in my mouth for a long time before I continued chewing. The vegetables with the taste of meat are very fragrant. Go open the window a little. There has to be a gap for burning charcoal, said Chen Hao. Chen Dongsheng immediately stood up and opened the window a little. Xingxing restaurant is doing very well. We must come up with a new strategy, otherwise our business will be taken away by others. Chen Hao took a bite of mutton. Tomorrow, you can tell the customers that our restaurant is planning to hold an event. In order to thank all customers for their support and to welcome the new year, Huashan Hotel decided to hold a prize redemption event, and the prize is a bicycle. Show your in-store receipt and exchange it for a bicycle directly. Chapter 104 Everyone is comfortable, cooperation can last long. Exchange for bicycles? A bicycle costs more than 100 yuan. Isn't this a bit too much? Chen Wei asked. He was a little reluctant and wondered if the price of the exchanged items could be lowered. We can get some cigarettes, some wine, or things like kettles. They are not that expensive and affordable. We can also get more so that more customers can get these goods and enjoy the benefits of dining at Huashan Hotel, thus attracting them to come here, said Chen Dongsheng. He and Shan Wei had a similar opinion, thinking that the price of the exchanged items could be lowered and the quantity increased so that more customers could benefit. The price can't be too low. It won't attract customers and they won't be able to make up their minds where to eat. It's even possible that the restaurant opposite will have a better environment than ours and be more attractive to customers, thus stealing our business. Chen Hao shook his head and did not agree with the two's suggestions. We can't let Xingxing restaurant have any signs of rising. We have to hit Lu Wenen's weak spot and beat him hard with a stick. It would be best if he could be beaten to the point where he can't take care of himself. It was a very cold day. The 3 of them were eating hot pot, chatting and talking about the restaurant. The biggest weakness of Xingxing restaurant is insufficient funds. Lu Wenen borrowed a lot of money to run Xingxing restaurant. I estimate that some of the funds were probably borrowed with a relatively high interest rate, and most of them have to be repaid in a short period of time. Chen Hao said. LV1N will learn to make ordinary products, and it won't cause much harm to him. As for bicycles, he can't learn even if he wants to. Funds are his natural shortcoming. In addition, ordinary products are not very attractive to customers and it is difficult to influence their dining mood. It would be best if it was bicycles, which would give them a reason to dine at Huashan Hotel, help them make up their minds, and make them come to our side. A 500 yuan receipt can be exchanged for a Phoenix brand bicycle. Just tell the dining customers this. There are eye-catching signs posted at the store entrance and inside the store, clearly indicating the conditions and circumstances for redeeming prizes, so that customers can understand clearly. 500 yuan is the turnover of Huashan Hotel for most of the day, with a gross profit of 60%. With a gross profit of 300 yuan, if I exchange it for a bicycle, I can still make some money. Just earn less. Don't worry about the bicycles. I'll contact Changfeng Shopping Mall and ask them to provide them. Chen Hao further explained the problem with the bicycles. I have some friendship with the director of the purchasing department of Changfeng Shopping Mall, so it shouldn't be a big problem to get some bicycles over there. It's nothing more than giving some cigarettes and alcohol. On the first day of wearing the big red flower, Chen Hao returned to the village. I found that there was a new female comrade in the room. It was Sun Miao Miao. She was sitting by the brazier and chatting with her wife. There are some melon seeds and peanut shells next to the brazier. This female comrade came to see you and said that she would wear a red flower with you and walk around the various teams tomorrow. Tong Qian pointed to the things on the table. She was quite polite and brought a lot of tangerines. We bought a lot of oranges during the Chinese New Year last year from her. Chen Hao said with a smile. She also helped to collect a lot of fruits and vegetables, including fish and meat, in the restaurant. It's not really a help. If it weren't for you, many things in our production team wouldn't be sold, and we wouldn't be able to sell them at such a high price, said Sun Miao Miao. I got a spot to wear the red flower this time, thanks to you. It was her first time to visit Chen Hao's house. Not to mention the red brick house, which looks very impressive in the village. Her own home is still an adobe house, including the Sunpeng Brigade where she lives, which also houses adobe houses. Chen Hao's house has a lot of cured fish and meat, as well as a TV. He has a beautiful wife and 2 smart kids. Even a woman like her envied Chen Hao's family life. She just chatted with Tong Qian for nearly an hour. Tong Qian is very pretty, easy to talk to, and well educated. She is very different from ordinary rural wives. What's the matter that brought you here to see me? Chen Hao asked. It is impossible for Sun Miao Miao to come to him specifically for the purpose of wearing the red flower. Tomorrow, the commune will drive a truck and take the 3 of them to visit the various brigades to promote the event. This matter has already been discussed, so there is no need for Sun Miao Miao to pass it on. If you want to pass the message on, it should be the leader of the commune or your own team who comes over. It's about providing you with vegetables, fish, fruits, lamb, rabbit meat, and so on. Sun Miao Miao said. Someone came to me and wanted me to provide them with these things. That's no problem, Chen Hao said. It's a good thing that we can sell the team's agricultural products, aquatic products, and other products, so that the team can get more sideline funds and farmers can live better. You don't object? Among these people who come to me, there are some who run restaurants in the county. Aren't you worried that they will take fish, meat, and other things from me and affect your restaurant business? Sun Miao Miao looked at Chen Hao in surprise. The communication between her and Chen Hao had always been at the market in the commune. She had not been to the county, but it had been nearly a year, and she knew everything Chen Hao did. I thought that after telling Chen Hao would ask her not to have business dealings with other restaurant owners, but I didn't expect Chen Hao to agree. Don't care at all. I can't possibly sacrifice your interests for my own benefit, right? That's not my principle. Chen Hao said with a smile. When doing things, it has to be a win-win situation, where both parties can benefit, rather than sacrificing the other party's interests to fulfill one's own wish. This kind of cooperation won't last long. Sun Miao Miao's team hasn't built a greenhouse yet, and it's impossible for a Huashan restaurant to consume all the food provided by Sun Miao Miao, so a lot of it will definitely overflow. What's the point of opposing it? As long as we control the pace and don't supply the fruits and vegetables produced in our production team's greenhouse to highly competitive restaurants, there won't be much of a problem. It's great to work with you. Sun Miao Miao said. Many people are eager to take advantage of others, but you are considerate of others. She had no idea what Chen Hao was thinking. She just felt that Chen Hao was a very generous person, and she became more confident in cooperating with Chen Hao. Next year, the demand for fruits, vegetables, and other things at Huashan Hotel may be relatively large. By then, I won't be able to meet you at the market every 2 or 3 days. Chen Hao said. It would be best if you arranged for someone to deliver the fruits, vegetables, and meat that Huashan Hotel needs. Chen Hao did not plan to continue to personally coordinate the supply of dishes, so he directly asked Sun Miao Miao to arrange someone to do this. Huashan Hotel is like the thing in a man's crotch. It is very small at first and needs careful care. After a year of growth, even if it is covered, its power has become apparent. Sun Miao Miao saw it all. There is no need to hide. It takes a long time to go from the market to the county, said Sun Miao Miao. Chen Hao smiled. Some people are really born to be businessmen. Don't worry, Huashan Hotel will definitely bear part of the cost. Chen Hao said, you have to trust me. If you cooperate with me, you won't suffer any loss. When both are comfortable, they will be closer and last longer. Chapter 105. Don't just eat noodles, there's also bacon. I believe you. Sun Miao Miao said. She was a little embarrassed about the fuss. Chen Hao is really amazing. He doesn't need to say many things out loud. He knows what she is going to say just by looking at the hint. Don't worry, even if we sell the vegetables and meat to other people, the important and rare things will definitely be left for you. Sun Miao Miao also gave her own guarantee. You're a nice person. I feel at ease working with you. The dishes are okay, mainly the meat.
especially some game, such as rabbit, pheasant, snake, and even wild boar. Sun Miao Miao can provide some from time to time to enrich the dishes of Huashan Hotel.
Some people like to eat game.
Not to mention snakes and wild boars, even bear paws were not protected at the time.
The wildlife protection law was not officially implemented until 1989.
If you want to transport vegetables to the county, you can buy a truck and transport them in the name of a production team or a brigade. This will be much more convenient and save a lot of time, said Chen Hao.
We don't have that kind of money, and the other villagers won't agree. Sun Miao Miao shook her head. She did have this idea. I understand that selling vegetables to the county will earn more money. If we have trucks, we can transport more vegetables, and even transport them to the city.
But some villagers in the village want to get more money and have all the money they earn from their side jobs counted towards their work points. If the money was my own, or if private individuals were allowed to buy trucks, I would definitely follow your idea. The consumption level in the village is limited and many villagers have no money to spend.
Take tangerines for example.
It is difficult to sell them at the market, but they can be easily sold if taken to the county or the city.
But it is not easy to go to the county or city. The journey is long and risky. Let's cooperate if there's a chance.
I'll provide the car and you'll provide the people, said Chen Hao.
That's great, said Sun Miao Miao.
The two talked for a while before Sun Miao Miao left. She wanted to stay for dinner, but she didn't feel like it, so she said she had something to do at home and left in a hurry.
You are still planning to buy a car. Can it be bought alone? Tong Qian walked over and said to her man. Individuals cannot buy it. It has to be bought in the name of the production team. Don't consider it for a short time.
A car is not cheap, and trucks are in short supply.
Not to mention new cars, even used cars are eyed by many units. Chen Hao said.
A new truck costs more than $20,000.
Not cheap.
Even a tractor costs more than $10,000. Industrial development, especially industries related to civilian use, is very backward.
3 years new, 3 years old, and another 3 years of mending.
This is not only true for clothes, but also for industrial products. I'll find some clean clothes later so I can wear the red flower tomorrow.
Maybe someone from the commune will come and take pictures. Tong Qian was thinking about wearing the red flower tomorrow. She is very happy that the man in her family is successful. You can't wear something too nice. It's better to have 1 or 2 patches. The leaders of the commune like to publicize suffering.
You need to wash your hair and make it clean, and change your cotton shoes.
Your current pair is so dirty.
Nini has long said that she wants to see you wearing the big red flower.
You have to wake her up tomorrow and ask her to follow you.
While doing her work and looking for clothes in the triangular cabinet, Tong Qian muttered to herself. It was cold, so the villagers rarely came to watch TV, and the family went to bed early. At night, Chen Hao wanted to make some trouble, but was held down by Tong Qian. You need to take good care of yourself and get up early to wear the red flower.
How can you look like if someone sees you with dark circles under your eyes?
That night, she didn't agree, but just let her man satisfy his desire. The next morning, Tong Qian got up early, cooked noodles, put 4 poached eggs and cabbage leaves in them, and there was also a plate of fried bacon on the table.
The noodles are ready. Get up quickly. People from the commune will be coming soon.
After doing all this, she went back to the room and called her husband.
Then he said to the inside, Nini, Xiaoduo, didn't you two say you wanted to see daddy wearing a red flower? Hurry up and get dressed. 2 kids slept in the same quilt. The little one was very hot-tempered, and the quilt was thick, so he kicked it open.
His 4 arms and 4 legs looked like scribbled lines, all crooked and twisted.
One of Xiaoduo's feet was even against Chen Hao's face.
The legs couldn't be straightened as they were blocked, and the little feet would kick from time to time.
Chen Hao grabbed the little feet and kissed them twice. Your daughter's feet don't smell at all, Tong Qian said. I don't mind yours. Chen Hao stood up and put on his clothes.
After being married to you for so long, I feel that you have a lot of quirks. Tong Qian took his clothes and said, You go eat noodles, I'll take care of the 2 little ones.
Chen Hao put on his clothes and washed up. The 2 kids also got dressed, took their toothbrushes, and squatted at the door to brush their teeth. The chickens in the chicken coop came over, and even the dog from Chen Xiaoding's house next door came over for a walk. I don't know when the people from the commune will come. Are they going to come to my house or to the entrance of the village? Tong Qian looked outside the house. She is very concerned about this matter. How about you stay at home and eat with the two kids while I go to the village entrance to take a look? She was afraid of missing out or neglecting the people from the commune. Don't worry, the captain must be at the entrance of the village, and it's only 7 o'clock now, it's still early. Chen Hao said, don't worry about it. They just wear a big red flower and go around the teams, and the school issues certificates to students with good performance. Apart from that, there are no other rewards. This kind of spiritual encouragement is just to PUA honest people. While he was eating, his cousin Chen Xuanfu ran over and said, Brother Hao, is anyone coming from the commune? I haven't seen it yet. Have you eaten yet? Chen Hao said, there are still some noodles in the pot, but the eggs are gone. Go get some noodles yourself. There is bacon on the table. I'll go back and eat later. Chen Xuanfu was a little embarrassed. My dad got up early in the morning. It was very dark, so he made a lot of noise at home, which made me unable to sleep. And he asked me to come over and see if anyone from the commune has arrived. He was sent here to gather information. Chen Xinggu was too embarrassed to come here on his own. The person from the commune hasn't arrived yet. What will you eat when you go back? Just eat here with me. If other people come, I will definitely not leave any food for them. But it's different for you. Chen Hao said. Go to the kitchen and get a bowl and chopsticks yourself. I'll go. Tong Qian said. Sister-in-law, I'll do it myself. Chen Xuanfu hurried into the kitchen. It is very rare to have noodles for breakfast in the village. Many people only have porridge with sweet potatoes. Not to mention a plate of bacon. Chen Xuanfu filled a bowl of noodles with some bacon and squatted beside Chen Hao. My dad is just sick. He doesn't want to wear the little red flower because he's outdone by you, but he also wants to wear it to show off. Even though it's a little red flower, many other captains are not qualified to wear it. I think he's a little stuck. Brother Hao, you're so capable, but I have to go against you. He ate a big bowl of noodles with great relish. The only breakfast at home is porridge, without any oil or water, and this noodle is coated with oil and water. Combined with the oil from the bacon, it makes you feel energetic. Don't just eat the noodles, there's also bacon, take more. Tong Qian brought out the bacon. Chapter 106. Enough, sister-in-law. Enough, sister-in-law, you were so kind. Chen Xuanfu said. There was a lot more bacon in the bowl. Fragrant and oily. Brother Hao, your family lives a real life and eats real food. My family only has porridge every morning. Not to mention bacon, there is not even any oil or water. Chen Xuanfu slurped the noodles. There was a little oil on the edge of the bowl, and he didn't let it go. He rolled up the noodles and wiped them clean. Ordinary people, whether in the city or in the countryside, are suffering from a severe shortage of oil and water. The monthly cooking oil consumption standard for city residents is about 5 liang per person. In a few decades, 5 liang of oil may only be enough for one meal. Not to mention the rural areas, where people can only get a little bit when they collectively slaughter pigs or make rapeseed oil or peanut oil. A family only has a few kilograms of cooking oil a year. Not to mention eating meat, even if there is a little more oil in every meal, we will be considered having a good life. He ate all the noodles, and even drank up all the soup in the bowl. Chen Xuanfu returned home. His father, Chen Xinggu, had been guarding the door the whole time. When he saw him coming back, he asked, I asked you to get information. Why did you take so long? Have the people from the commune arrived yet? How can it be that fast? There's no one around. Chen Xuanfu said, I had breakfast at Brother Hao's house. It was noodles. I'm full now. You don't need to call me for porridge later. He wiped his lips. I burped and felt very satisfied. Can you have some shame and some nerve? Our family is not on good terms with him, and he deliberately made me, his father, wear a red flower and stand next to him, embarrassing me. And yet you went over to eat his noodles? Chen Xinggu felt embarrassed. Everyone in the family is at odds with Chen Hao, except his son Chen Xuanfu, who is closer to Chen Hao. I was sent to find out some information, and I actually had breakfast at Chen Hao's place. It's you who's at odds with Brother Hao, not me. Chen Xuanfu said, Brother Hao's breakfast is rich in oil and has fried bacon. It's very fragrant. I can still smell the bacon in my mouth. While he was talking, his own porridge was cooked. The eldest and the third son are both married and have children, but because their elders are still around, they all live in the old house. Their money is separate, but they eat together. They went into the kitchen one by one and served themselves some porridge. Chuanfu, I've brought you some porridge. It's very thick. The old man brought out a bowl of porridge and called Chen Chuanfu to eat. This bowl of porridge is different, it is much thicker than other porridges. Grandma, I just ate at Brother Hao's house. I won't eat anymore. I'm very full. Chen Chuanfu waved his hand. You have so many grandchildren. Don't always pick on me alone. It seems like you care about me and love me, but what do other people think? If I'm the only one taking advantage, won't that make me the target of criticism? He didn't like being taken care of so deliberately. This is to make enemies with the rest of the family. You don't know what's good for you, kid. What's wrong with your grandma giving you thicker porridge? Isn't it normal for elders to take care of their grandchildren? A woman walked over and took the bowl. This is Chen Xuanfu's mother and Chen Hao's third aunt, Zheng Chunyi. She brought the bowl and chopsticks to her son Chen Xuanfu and said, "You are still young and growing, so eat more." I'm already 20. When Hao Gu was my age, he already had a child. Chen Xuanfu said, I really can't eat. After eating bacon, porridge has no taste at all. When the others who were eating porridge heard Chen Xuanfu's words, they suddenly felt that the porridge, which used to be delicious, had no taste at all. Very bland. We have some bacon at home. I'll fry it for you in the evening, said Zheng Chunyi. Just a few strips of bacon? They're meant to be saved for the New Year's Eve dinner. There's still some time before the New Year. If we eat it today, what will we eat during the New Year? Chen Xinggu asked. He looked at Chen Xuanfu and cursed, I think you did it on purpose. You were bribed by Chen Hao with a bowl of noodles, and you came back to piss me off on purpose. If you really want bacon so badly, and you still remember Chen Hao's kindness, why don't you go live with him? Every time he mentioned Chen Hao, he felt unhappy. I would like to live with him, even as his son. That's fine too. At least I can eat bacon every day, said Chen Xuanfu. You are his son, then what am I? Chen Xinggu was very angry. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked around for something handy, wanting to beat this unfilial son. The seniority is messed up. After Chen Hao's family had breakfast and stayed for a while, they heard the sound of gongs and drums. The commune's car is here. They've sent a truck. Some villagers shouted as they ran towards Chen Hao's house. The road from the village entrance to Chen Hao's home was quite wide. After a short while, a truck drove to the door of Chen Hao's house. I applied a new paint, but I couldn't find the original paint for the time being, so the new paint doesn't quite match the original color. There was a big red flower hanging on the hood of the truck. There were banners on both sides. Huashan Commune Outstanding Comrade Commune. 1 work point is 10 cents. There were a few people standing on the truck, all of them were comrades from the commune, and there was also a female comrade who was holding a camera. It was obvious at a glance that she was doing propaganda work. After some introductions and greetings, Chen Hao got on the truck. Comrades, leaders, thank you for your hard work. Have some candy and smoke a cigarette. Tong Qian held sorghum candy in her hand and gave a handful to each of the people who came over from the commune. The same goes for cigarettes. Each male comrade was given 2. You're too polite. There's no need to be so formal. Comrade Chen Hao has made contributions to the commune and the team members. He should be commended. All cadres should learn from him. This will also make the team members firmly believe that if they follow the team, the commune and the party, their lives will get better and better. The female comrade jumped off the truck and took a lot of photos. The female comrade's name is Xin Huiqin, and she works in the commune propaganda office. She often went to the production team to shoot various news materials on weekdays, but this time, when she arrived at Chen Hao's house, her eyes lit up. There were so many materials that could be shot and used for publicity. Let's go later. I'll take some pictures first. Xin Huiqin picked up the camera. Red brick house, take a picture. Take a picture of the chickens raised in the chicken coop in front of the house. Take a picture of the greenhouse and the private plot in front of the house. I walked around and went to the back of the house. There is a pig pen, but unfortunately the pigs inside are gone. It doesn't matter, just squat and take a picture of the pig pen. Can I come in and take a look? Xin Huiqin wanted to go inside and take a look. Sure, feel free to come in. Tong Qian said. She led Xin Huiqin into the house and cooperated with her to take some photos.
After taking the photos, Shin Huiqing boarded the truck, and then the truck went to pick up Chen Xingu and Sun Miao Miao, beating drums and gongs along the way and promoting in various brigades. Comrade Chen Hao, you stand in the middle. Comrade Chen Xingu and Comrade Sun Miao Miao, you two stand on either side of him. Chen Hao was in the main position, Chen Xingu and Sun Miao Miao were in the secondary positions. Young wives and old sisters-in-law from each brigade pointed and commented on the driving propaganda of the commune. The young man in the middle looks so young, I wonder if he is married or not. That's Chen Hao, the vice captain of the Hongqi production team. I heard he opened a restaurant in the county. He charges 1 cent per work point. That's his production team. Chapter 107. I'm afraid this won't be popular next year. The truck drove very slowly so that all the villagers could see Chen Hao, Chen Xingu, and Sun Miao Miao. In the Hongqi production team, 1 work point was worth 1 cent. This news spread like wildfire among the production teams. There are intermarriages between villages. The daughter-in-law of one village may marry into her family in that village, and sisters may marry in the next village. Word of mouth spreads that Chen Hao's name may not be known, but many people have heard of the enviable thing of 1 cent for 1 work point. I'd been envious for quite some time. At this moment, the commune's truck was carrying Chen Hao and others to spread the word, which again fueled the envy in these people's hearts. Farming is also a revolution. It is also a contribution to the country and it can fill my stomach. Shin Huiqing stood on the truck with a loudspeaker in her hand. She shouted wherever the stuck car went. My whole body is full of energy. Fellow villagers, fellow comrades, you must learn from Comrade Chen Hao, Comrade Chen Xingu, and Comrade Sun Miao Miao, and work hard, and work diligently. Industry should learn from Daqing, agriculture should learn from Dazai, and our Huashan commune also has its own role model. We should learn from Huashan in our sideline business. There are 10 brigades, and the trucks drove slowly all the way. They drove faster on the deserted road, and drove slower when they arrived at the brigades. They even had to stay there for 10 minutes. A lot of people gathered in each team. Some people even heard the sound of gongs and drums from afar and ran out of the village and followed the truck. The cadres in their production team are really good. I heard that their production team only paid 5 cents per work point last year, but it's only 10 cents this year. Maybe it will be even more next year. Yes, we still need a capable person to lead us. For the other 2 people wearing red flowers, are their work points in the production team also valuable? How much is 1 work point? The villagers who were watching were very envious. I lamented that Chen Hao was young, and I also lamented that the Hongqi production team had a good cadre. The topics discussed were all related to work points. The villagers will praise and envy whoever can lead a good life and make work points more valuable. Very straightforward. Living a good life is more important than anything else. I know these 3 people. The young man in the middle is Chen Hao. He is from the Hongqi production team. It was he who helped the Hongqi production team increase the work point value to 1 cent. I heard that every household received several hundred yuan more this year, enough to buy 2 bicycles. Said a villager. The family that got the most money, I heard, got nearly 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, the surrounding villagers took a deep breath. I was calculating in my mind how much this 1,000 yuan was worth. 1,000 yuan, is this too scary? 100 yuan is acceptable, but 1,000 yuan seems a little unreliable. Our production team's final accounts have been completed this year, and my family of 5 only received 40 yuan in total. A villager was a little unconvinced. How can this be a lie? You can figure it out yourself. In an ordinary production team, 1 work point is only 5 cents. A strong laborer can earn 3,000 work points a year. If there are 3 strong laborers in a family, there can be 9,000 work points. An extra 5 cents for 1 work point means an extra 450 yuan. The previous villagers quickly gave the calculation results. It's true. The older guy next to him, who is wearing a smaller red flower, is the uncle and nephew of the young man in the middle. However, he is not a good uncle and is not nice to his nephew. He was awarded the red flower not because of his high work points in the team, but because he took advantage of the situation and ripped off the roof of his own house, using a self-torture strategy, and that's why he was awarded the red flower. This villager has a very low opinion of Chen Xingu. The female comrade next to me, her team's work points also increased a bit, but not by 10 cents. The villager got some information, some of which was true and some of which was false. However, the more true and false the information was, the more the villagers believed it.
Whenever I go to a team, I can almost always find similar discussions. It was not until noon that all 10 teams were visited. The truck drove back to the commune. Thank you, 3 comrades, for your cooperation. I will write an article about your deeds, and it will surely be published in the county newspaper in a few days. You can pay more attention to it then and buy a copy of the newspaper and keep it at home. This is a very honorable thing. Shin Huichin got off the truck with a camera. She was very happy today. She shot a lot of news materials and had a lot to write about. For people in the propaganda department, writing more reports with something different can be published in newspapers or other media to gain more attention. Maybe you can be noticed by county or even city leaders and be called over to be a secretary or do clerical work. It's already noon, and the commune won't provide us with a meal? Chen Xinggu said. The porridge I drank in the morning was just water. He was extremely hungry at this moment, and he thought that when the truck drove to the commune, the leaders of the commune would definitely arrange a meal for him to fill his stomach. Maybe there are also delicious fish and meat to fill your belly. But looking at the situation, it seems that the commune does not have this intention. Logically, I should take you to the commune canteen for a meal, but the situation this year is a bit special. Besides, the food and clothing used in the commune are actually from the rich people. They were created by millions of working people. How can they be used for reception? Shin Huichin said. The truck is needed elsewhere, and the schedule is tight, so I can't take you back. Fortunately, the commune is not far from your respective production teams. It's still quite early now, you can walk back. I need to develop the photos I just took and write a press release, so I won't talk to you anymore. I would like to thank the 3 comrades for their cooperation. This publicity campaign was a success. After saying this, Shin Huichin returned to the commune, and several other commune-related personnel also left. Only 3 people were left, Chen Hao, Chen Xinggu, and Sun Miaomiao. Even the red flowers worn on the chests of the 3 people were taken away. They can be used again next year, or if the commune has any other activities, these red flowers can also be used. I don't even have a meal and I have to go home to eat by myself. After all, he is the leader of the commune, but he is too stingy. Chen Xinggu was very dissatisfied. Not only did he have no food to eat, but he didn't even get to see any senior leaders. He also wanted to get close to the leadership and get a position in the brigade. It's more comfortable to eat at home than to eat in the commune canteen. Chen Hao didn't have any thoughts. There are a lot of things going on this year, especially at the national level. Grassroots leaders must have felt it as well, and their minds are focused on changes. The production teams are not so enthusiastic about agricultural propaganda. How can I compare with you? Your life is so much better. Even for breakfast, you have to fry a plate of bacon. My son even had a quarrel with me after he came back. He said that he wanted to go over and be your son. Chen Xinggu got angry when he saw Chen Hao. Next year I will definitely wear a big red flower. If you ask me to wear a small red flower again, I won't do it. On the truck, he always stood next to Chen Hao. Chen Hao was the protagonist, and even the villagers who were watching praised Chen Hao. Buddhas fight for a stick of incense, and people fight for a breath. He is determined to wear the big red flower next year. I'm afraid this won't be popular next year. Chen Hao said. He thought of something and changed his words, not next year. According to the solar calendar, this year is already 1977. By the end of this year, I'm afraid there will be no more wearing red flowers. Chapter 108, Rice Cake with Sugar. Where did you hear this? Did the commune cadres tell you in private? Chen Xinggu looked at Chen Hao in surprise. He was very curious about how Chen Hao got to know this information. After interacting with Chen Hao, he became a little unconfident. He lagged behind in everything and couldn't compete with him. Sun Miaomiao on the side was also looking at Chen Hao. I guessed, said Chen Hao. He is certainly not guessing. Starting from the second half of this year, the country will usher in another stage of development. Although reform and opening up was not confirmed until 1978, many policies had already shown signs in the second half of 1977. The chapter of the new era actually began in 1977 when Deng Xiaoping came back to power. I thought some leaders secretly revealed the news to you, but it turns out you were just deceiving people. Chen Xinggu sneered, you just keep talking nonsense, aren't you afraid of hurting your back? It wasn't what the leader said. He just thought Chen Hao was bragging and didn't take it to heart.
Instead, he was thinking whether he should use another self-torture trick to get a red flower to wear.
Are you in the village on New Year's Day?
Sun Meow Meow asked. I'll come to your house to wish you a happy new year that day.
Do you welcome me?
She wanted to spend more time with Chen Hao and make their relationship closer. Chen Hao will definitely have a great future.
This is the conclusion she came to from observation.
Not to mention anything else, just say that she and Shen Xingu were very excited when they wore the red flower just now and visited every brigade and faced all the villagers. Even those people from the commune were very excited.
Chen Hao's face was calm.
This character alone makes him better than many people she has met. With such a capable person, she will not suffer any loss if she goes over to pay New Year's greetings, visit more often, and warm up the relationship.
In the village, if you want to come over, you will definitely be welcome,
Chen Hao said with a smile. Sun Meow Meow and he were not in the same team. At a fork in the road, Sun Meow Meow separated and returned to his own team. Chen Hao and Shen Xingu didn't say a word along the way and returned to their production teams. After entering the production team, villagers greeted Chen Hao from time to time, looking very envious. He responded with a smile and arrived at his doorstep.
Dad is back. Nini was playing at the door.
When she saw Chen Hao, she immediately ran over. My mother and I were tired from walking, and my sister kept wanting to be carried, so we didn't follow the truck. We returned a long time ago. Tong Qian and her 2 children followed the truck for a while, but came back because it became too tiring. Where's the big red flower?
Xiao Duo also ran over.
The little girl was thinking about the red flower hanging around Chen Hao's neck, but she didn't see it at the moment.
He even went around and ran behind Chen Hao to take a look. Neither do I. The red flower has been taken away.
Chen Hao picked up Xiao Duo and rubbed her face. Let's roast sweet potatoes, okay? We can roast them in front of the house with some firewood. Nini ran to the kitchen to get some sweet potatoes. Most sweet potatoes are stored in the cellar, where firewood is placed next to the earthen stove in the kitchen. There are some sawdust in it, and sweet potatoes are buried underneath. When you want to eat them, you can just look for them under the sawdust without going down to the cellar. Chen Hao put Xiao Duo down, found a clean place in front of the house, picked up a few bricks, built a simple pit, grabbed a handful of dry straw, and spread some small dry branches on it. He took out a match and lit the dry straw. The flame slowly rose up and licked the dry branches. Soon the dry branches caught fire, and Chen Hao added some thicker branches on top.
You haven't eaten yet? Tong Qian took some chopped firewood from the kitchen.
Nini also brought 4 or 5 sweet potatoes.
No.
The truck went around the various brigades in the commune and finally dropped us off at the commune.
They let us go back by ourselves.
The safflower was also collected by the commune.
Chen Hao said. We are not even allowed to have a meal. The commune is too stingy. Tong Qian said.
She turned around and prepared to go to the kitchen to get something to eat for her man. You don't have to cook for me, just eat some roasted sweet potatoes.
Cut some glutinous rice cakes and take out the tongs, Chen Hao said.
He added 2 thicker sticks to the fire. I squatted beside it with my 2 daughters, warming myself by the fire.
Nini, go into the house and get the small stool out. It's so tiring to squat like that, and my feet are numb, Chen Hao ordered. Nini immediately ran into the house and took out 2 small stools.
One was stuffed under Chen Hao's butt, and the other was sat on by himself.
Where's mine?
Xiao Duo looked frustrated when she found that she didn't have a small stool.
Do your own things yourself.
Nini said, you are 4 years old now, not 3 years old anymore.
How can you let others do everything for you? How are you going to go to school in this state? Nini imitated the adults and taught Xiao Duo a lesson.
When the couple usually talk, Nini actually listens to a lot of their words and actions, and imitates them. Just take it yourself, bad sister. Xiao Duo snorted, walked into the house, picked up a small stool in her hands, and sat down next to Chen Hao.
Dad, I got my own little stool. He didn't forget to show off to Chen Hao.
Chen Hao was putting the glutinous rice cake his wife had brought out on the tongs and roasting it over the fire. He had no time to watch and only responded vaguely. Dad, look, I got the small stool by myself.
I didn't ask my sister to get it. I got it from the room by myself. Xiao Duo was not satisfied with this reaction.
The little hands pulled at Chen Hao's clothes, and she insisted that her father turn his head to see what she could do.
Very stubborn.
Okay, Dad, look, Xiao Duo, you are so awesome.
Did you move this small stool by yourself? Did you need your sister's help? Chen Hao turned his head and took a look. Little kids need to be coaxed and praised. No, sister won't help me move. Xiao Duo was satisfied and smiled. You are 4 years old and you can do things by yourself. That's amazing. Chen Hao continued to praise her. Tonight, you and your sister can sleep in the next room, okay? Xiao Duo is the bravest one. She's not afraid even though she doesn't sleep with mom and dad, right? He went around in a circle, trying to trick the two girls into going to sleep. Being in bed with a baby beside you, you can only exert 50% of your strength. There were a lot of stools at home, so Tong Qian also moved out a four-legged stool with a backrest and sat down to warm herself by the fire. Dad, can we put the sweet potatoes in now? Nini asked. She wants to eat baked sweet potatoes. Put the sweet potatoes in last. You have to wait until the fire is out. If you put them in now, they will get burnt. Chen Hao said. When the glutinous rice cake was baked until bubbles appeared, Chen Hao turned it over and continued to bake it. The sun was quite good and it was afternoon. There were no other buildings in front of the house blocking the view. In front of that were fields. The light fell in front of the house. I was wearing many clothes and sitting by the fire, so I actually felt a little warm. Is it cooked? Do you want to add some sugar into it? Tong Qian asked when she saw that the glutinous rice cake was almost cooked. Add some more. Chen Hao said. Tong Qian went into the kitchen and took out a glass jar of sugar. This glass jar is an orange canning jar. After washing it, it is very suitable for storing things. It contains brown sugar. A pound of brown sugar is not cheap, it costs 0.47 cents. Do you too want to eat it? Chen Hao made a piece of glutinous rice cake, sprinkled some brown sugar in the middle, handed it to his wife, and asked the two children. If you want to eat it, add more sugar. I eat candy, not glutinous rice cakes. The two kids are interested in candy. You eat yours and don't worry about them. I'll feed them. Tong Qian felt sorry for her man for not having eaten. Chapter 109 Going to the County Mall. You two come to my place. Dad hasn't eaten yet. Let him have some glutinous rice cake to fill his stomach. Tong Qian split the glutinous rice cake in her hand into two halves. Call the two kids to her side. When the glutinous rice cake had cooled down a little, each kid handed over half of it. Take a small bite. It's still hot inside. I asked you to eat more at noon, but you said you were full, and now you're hungry again. I think you two are just craving for candy. Chen Hao picked up a piece of glutinous rice cake, sprinkled some brown sugar on it, and took a bite. If you want to eat candy, just eat some. It's not a big deal if you don't eat much. It's a good thing that the child likes to eat it. As long as they don't eat shit or moldy or smelly things, it won't have much of an impact. Don't let them eat it now and control their behavior. When they grow up, they might eat it out of revenge. Many children are strictly disciplined by their parents when they are young. They are not allowed to eat this or touch that. When they grow up, they escape their parents' control and often do something retaliatory. Rotten teeth are related to sugar to a certain extent, but in many cases it is more related to genetics. Just like some illnesses, many times it is not actually a problem with food. Food is just a trigger and is related to genetics. There are disease-causing genes in the body, and they will erupt with just a little induction. After eating 2 pieces of glutinous rice cakes to fill his stomach a little, Chen Hao saw that the fire had gotten smaller, so he put a few sweet potatoes in and covered the sweet potatoes with some firewood ash. A family of 4 ate glutinous rice cakes and chatted. Looking at the weather, it should be a sunny day tomorrow. Nini is on holiday, and Xiaoman must be on holiday as well. You said you wanted to go to the county shopping mall to buy New Year's goods, why don't you go there tomorrow? Tong Qian said. There's nothing special to buy, actually. The rice jar is full, there's oil, and the house is full of preserved fish and meat. There's also clothes from last year, all of which are wearable. There is food and clothing available. The family is very well off. Nini and Xiao Duo have grown taller. Can they still wear last year's clothes? Chen Hao said. When I made clothes for them last year, I made them bigger so they can still wear them this year. Tong Qian nodded. It's just a little too small. I still have some cloth at home. I can buy some cotton when I go to the market. I can make cotton clothes when I come back. It's no problem. When she was in the city, she didn't know how to do these things, but after she went to the countryside to work as a production team member, she was forced to learn them. Let's go shopping in the county. There are a lot of things in the county shopping malls. Chen Hao said, don't be stingy with the money. Money is just waste paper if you don't use it. You have to spend the money you earn. You can't just spend money recklessly. There's no need to waste money on things you already have, said Tong Xian. In this regard, her views are slightly different from Chen Hao's. Having experienced hard times, when they were hungry and cold, they attached more importance to money. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen one day and they would not have enough money and would have to go back to the days of freezing and starving. Don't worry about money. Our family will have more and more money. I'm afraid you won't be able to count it all, Chen Hao said with a smile. He held his wife's hand and said, I will definitely not let you live a hard life again. Listen to me. Tomorrow our family will go to the county mall. We have all the tickets at home. If they are not enough, I will use some connections and go through the back door to buy more New Year's goods. After the sweet potatoes were cooked, the dog from Chen Xiaoting's house next door ran over first. The dog has a very sensitive nose and can smell food. Chen Hao only rewarded it with some sweet potato peels. The dog was not picky and ate the sweet potato peels. Then it looked up for a long time, and when it saw that Chen Hao would not give it anymore, it turned around and ran to chase the chicken. It has become a spirit. The next morning, Chen Hao and his family got up early and pushed the cart to the county. The two kids were sitting in the cart, and Chen Hao was pushing it. Tong Qian sat in the car for a while, then got off to be with her man, fearing that Chen Hao would be too tired. When we arrived at the county, it was still early, so we went to Huashan Hotel first. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei are both here. Brother Hao, sister-in-law. Why did you push an empty cart over here? The two were surprised to see the cart. There's no food on top. I'm planning to go shopping in the county mall and buy some New Year's goods to bring back. Do you two want to buy some as well? Chen Hao asked. The things in the mall are expensive, and everything needs a ticket. Chen Dongxing said, I want to buy some candy and cigarettes so that I can go to my wife's family's house during the Chinese New Year and give some good cigarettes to my father-in-law and mother-in-law to make them proud, but I don't have any tickets. 2 packs of Yongxing brand cigarettes, a bottle of Wolianya, and 2 kilograms of candy, what do you think? If you want, I can buy them for you when I go shopping in the mall. Chen Hao said. The rules are set for ordinary people. People with connections and some power are not subject to the restrictions. Senior cadres and special talents have special supplies. If you have your own connections, you can go through the back door of ordinary shopping malls and department stores and buy goods without a ticket. This society is actually just a makeshift team. It looks glamorous, but there are so many despicable people involved. If I can really buy it, I'll do as you say, Brother Hao, and I'll give you the money, said Chen Dongsheng. I'm not in a hurry for the money. You can give it to me after we return to the village. Chen Hao waved his hand. I'm going to take my wife and baby out for breakfast first. I haven't had breakfast yet and I'm very hungry. The whole family came to the county with empty stomachs. Just to get up early in the county. No need to go out to eat. I'll cook a few dishes. Noodles will be fine. Add more meat. We also have eggs. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll make it for you. Chen Dongsheng said. I don't want to eat in the store. I just want some fried dough sticks, soy milk, or something like that. Chen Hao waved his hand. He looked at Chen Wei standing beside him and said, Do you want me to buy you some New Year goods like Dongxing's, and also some cigarettes, alcohol, and candy? Is it possible? Chen Wei asked, Will it make Director Wu unhappy? He actually wanted it too, but felt embarrassed because all these things required tickets, and they were all favors from Chen Hao. It's definitely no problem with such a small amount of stuff, don't worry. Chen Hao said with a smile, favors are very important, don't ask for them easily, but it also depends on the situation. If you have value, then occasionally speaking up can actually enhance the relationship between you and others. Relationships are built up layer by layer through give and take. Chen Hao took his wife and 2 children for a walk around the neighborhood. I bought a few big meat buns at the grain store, then went into a small alley and bought some tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. Tofu pudding and fried dough sticks are sold secretly by individual businesses. They were not seen last year, but they are available this year. From this aspect, we can also see that the state has relaxed its economic management, but it has not yet been officially announced at the document level.
After filling their stomachs, the family went to my sister-in-law Tong Man's school. The school is on vacation and Tong Man is in the dormitory. Sister, Nini, Xiaoduo. Why are you all here? Tong Man was very surprised to see Tong Qian, Nini, and Xiaoduo. Your brother-in-law said he was going to the county shopping mall to prepare New Year's goods, so we came together. Have you had breakfast? If you haven't had breakfast, find a place to eat something, and then we'll go to the mall together to buy some things for the new year. Tong Qian said. After you finish shopping, you can come back to the village with us. Living in the village, I have a room at home, quilts, and no shortage of food and drink. Chapter 110. Bye. The county mall is not as convenient as the market. Many things require tickets, but there are indeed more things than at the market. Tong Man said, I've eaten. You sit for a while. I'll pack up and go with you. You need to bring some spare clothes, as well as a toothbrush, toothpaste, and other things. She packed the clothes she was going to take. Half an hour later, Chen Hao, Tong Qian, Tong Man, Nini and Xiaoduo, a group of 5 people went to Changfeng Shopping Mall. The mall is already open. There were quite a few citizens inside, walking around the counters and buying things. As the Chinese New Year approaches, there are promotions for many products. For example, originally you needed a 1-foot cloth coupon to buy 1 foot of cloth, but now you only need 1 foot of cloth coupon to buy 2 feet of cloth. There are also some common snacks that do not require tickets. The supply is sufficient, and we can hold promotions from time to time, but for products like White Rabbit milk candy, you need a ticket and they are limited in quantity. There are so many people. After entering the mall, Tong Qian held Xiaoduo in her arms and reminded Nini beside her, hold on to your aunt's hand and don't get lost. If you get lost or separated, just wait at the door and don't run around. Crowded with people. Okay. Nini nodded, holding Tong Man tightly in her hand. There was excitement and a little confusion in his eyes. In the past, she would go to the market to buy New Year's goods. This was her first time in the county, and she was excited and curious when she saw the shopping scene in the big shopping mall. What do you want to buy? Tong Qian looked at Chen Hao and let her man make the decision. Buy whatever you want: pots, pans, utensils, firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea. Just buy whatever you want. It's not easy for you to come to the mall, so buy what you need. Don't be reluctant. If you lose money, your man will continue to earn it. Chen Hao said. Then let's buy some cloth first. The cloth coupons here are very affordable. 1 foot of cloth coupon can buy 2 feet of cloth. Tong Qian stared at these necessities. Cloth is a necessity. It's not easy to go bad, so it doesn't matter if you buy more. No problem, let's go and grab the cloth first. Chen Hao nodded. The family ran towards the cloth counter. Queue. There were a lot of people buying cloth, and they waited in line for half an hour before it was Chen Hao's family's turn. Tear a piece of cloth. Let's go buy some more candy. I see some candies don't require tickets. Tong Qian said, when people come to visit during the Chinese New Year, we can give some to the children. Now that we have built a house and are living a comfortable life, there are so many eyes watching us. We will also have to continue to interact with the villagers in the future, so it is better to have a good relationship with them. Tong Qian was very generous in this regard and took the initiative to help Chen Hao get along well with the villagers. Okay, then buy some more candy. Chen Hao nodded. There are so many people buying candies, and the ones that don't require tickets are even more crowded. I'm afraid it will take at least half an hour to queue up there. Tong Man poked his head out to take a look. We can't queue up like this. We have to queue up separately. If we want to buy something one by one, it will take a long time. When will we be able to buy it? Commodities are in short supply and demand exceeds supply. If you don't need a ticket or are looking for products with discounts, the counter will be crowded with people. Okay, I'll hold Xiaoduo and go queue up to buy candy. Nini, you follow your aunt to buy other things. Chen Hao made the arrangements directly. He took Xiaoduo from Tong Qian's arms and said, Wife, see if there is anything you want to buy, and go to other places to queue up. Take out the tickets in your hands and share them. Let's all take action. The various tickets I have in my hand include some that were purchased at the market, and some that were exchanged by customers of the store. They were all given to Tong Qian. Tong Qian took out the tickets and divided them up. Then the few of them went their separate ways and lined up at the counter to buy things. Gather at the door later, don't go too far.
An hour and a half later, the family gathered at the entrance of the shopping mall. Their hands were full of things, even Nini's hands were holding soap, laundry detergent, shampoo, and other goods. The things sold at the market are mainly agricultural and sideline products, while the shopping malls in the county town are mainly light industrial products. What rural areas lack is light industrial products. I said I didn't want it because I already had it at home, but after buying it, I found I needed everything. Let's go back to the hotel and put our things here, Chen Hao said. Have you bought cigarettes and alcohol? Tong Qian asked. He saw that his man didn't seem to have any cigarettes or alcohol in his hands. Cigarettes and alcohol require tickets, and I don't have enough. Put the things in the hotel first, and I'll go find Director Wu, Chen Hao said. Director Wu is the head of the purchasing department of this mall. He had dinner at Huashan Hotel before. I can talk to him, but I can't go empty-handed. I have to bring something. Several people returned to Huashan Hotel and put the things in their hands into the sleeping room. I said hello to Chen Wei and asked him to be careful and not let anyone sneak in and take away the things. Chen Hao took 5 pieces of bacon and 5 pickled fish and returned to Changfeng Shopping Mall with Tong Qian, Tong Man, Nini, and Xiaoduo. We'll continue to buy. Chen Hao first found Wu Deidi and gave him the bacon and pickled fish. Director Wu, I made some bacon and pickled fish at home. I'll bring them for you to try, Chen Hao said. Captain Chen, you are too polite. I often go to your place for dinner and you always give me some small change or send me food. Now you bring me so much bacon and pickled fish. I really don't deserve it. Wu Deidi felt embarrassed. Chen Hao is so nice. The bacon and pickled fish looked very well prepared, with alternating fat and lean parts, and the fish was also crispy. With these 5 pieces of bacon and 5 pickled fish, this year's New Year's dinner will be much more sumptuous. You can also give 1 or 2 pieces of bacon to your relatives and friends, which is very face-saving. Chen Hao is a very nice guy. He is also sensible and knows how to return a favor. I can't help you with other things, but if you want to buy something in the mall and don't have a ticket, I can write you a receipt and you can go directly to the counter to get it. As long as it's not something too rare, like a color TV or imported liquor, anything else is fine, just take it with my receipt. Just pay, no ticket required, Wu Deidi said. Director Wu, your arrangement really touches my heart. To be honest, my family and I just went shopping in the mall and bought a lot of things. I have some tickets on hand. I didn't want to trouble Director Wu. After all, I always cause trouble for you, and I feel bad. Chen Hao took the opportunity to strike. But Changfeng Mall has so many things, it's much more lively than a rural market, the merchandise is dazzling, I want this and that, but unfortunately I don't have tickets for many things. I can only come to see Director Wu. Please be flexible and give me some convenience. His response was very appropriate and gave Wu Deidi a lot of face. If you praise someone's wife, they may get angry, but if you praise someone's workplace or their abilities, they will just be happy. You should have come to me a long time ago. It's just writing a note. It's not a big deal. I'll write you a note right away. Wu Deidi was unambiguous. He immediately wrote a note and handed it to Chen Hao. Chapter 111 I should have known that I wouldn't have come. With the note he wrote, he could buy a lot of things in Changfeng Shopping Mall. Just show this note to the teller. This back door is not only open to Chen Hao. Wu Deidi would use any connections he needed, and some other leaders of Changfeng department store also had similar behaviors. The reason why salespersons can be one of the 8 major jobs of this era, besides having a stable salary, is that they can provide convenience to relatives and friends. You can buy things through the back door. As the director of the purchasing department, he naturally has more power in this regard than the after-sales staff. It will also be more convenient to travel. The two chatted for a few more sentences before Chen Hao took the note and left Wu Deidi's office. Met with my wife and sister-in-law. With this note, I can go into the mall and buy things without a ticket? Tong Qian was very curious when she saw the note in her man's hand. Most of the goods can be purchased with this slip, no ticket is needed. But you can't be too ugly when eating, don't buy too expensive things, and control the quantity. Chen Hao nodded. Brother-in-law, you are so amazing. You have such connections. Tong Man said admiringly. As long as you have value, you can exchange it for similar things. To put it bluntly, this is the principle of human relationships. Chen Hao said with a smile. He looked at Tong Man and said, no one will be nice to you for no reason. The same is true for work. If someone suddenly shows you kindness, they either want to date you or they need your help in some way. Don't just accept the other person's kindness rashly. Make sure you understand their intentions. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. I understand what you said. It's difficult for me to have connections like you. I can't get in touch with such people. Tong Man said. With this note, can I buy a few more bars of soap? I also want to buy a bar of soap, brother-in-law. The soap in your house is very good. Last time I went to the village, I took a bath in the greenhouse and used soap. It smelled very good. Then buy a few more pieces. Chen Hao said. The family went shopping in Changfeng Shopping Mall again. In front of the dormitory building of Changfeng County Middle School, Chen Hao's father-in-law Tong Yongchang and mother-in-law Huang Yufeng both looked a little unhappy. It's just a holiday, but instead of thinking about going home, they just run to the village. The older girl married into the village, and the younger girl didn't even know to go home during the new year, but ran to the village. What if she also finds a partner in the village? What will happen in the future? Huang Yufeng muttered. She came all the way from the city just to ask Tong Man to go home for the new year. I came here last year and called out to him, but he didn't respond. I came here this year and I didn't see him either. After asking other people, I found out that Chen Hao was here. Most likely he followed Chen Hao to the village. I never realized Chen Hao had this ability before. Xiao Qian is fine, but after marrying him, she can only celebrate the new year in the village. But why does Xiao Man like to go to the village and celebrate the new year in the village? Tong Yongchang was puzzled. Is my brother-in-law's house more comfortable and has a festive atmosphere than my parents' house? What's so good about celebrating the new year in the countryside? Can it be more comfortable than in the city? He looked at Huang Yufeng. You are a mother, you have to talk more in front of your two daughters. Forget about the older one, she is already married and has a child. It's probably useless to talk about it and settle down in the village. The little girl doesn't have a boyfriend yet, and her household registration has been transferred to the county. She has a formal job, which can be considered a stable job. We can't let her date someone from the village again. Both Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng dislike the countryside. The main reason is that life in the countryside is too hard and life is very difficult. Not to mention the accommodation, even the food and supplies are very poor. Your own daughters, don't you know their personalities? If I dare to say something, they will retort. They have their own ideas and become impatient if I say too much. They also accuse me of being biased and they are just short of severing the mother-daughter relationship with me. Huang Yufeng said. If you go to Chen Hao's place, then go to Chen Hao's place. Since you followed me here, aren't you planning to go to Chen Hao's place to take a look? Check out Xiao Qian. Let's just go straight to the village. Tong Yongchang also came this time. One reason was that he wanted to see Tong Man's working environment, and the other was that he wanted to go to the village to meet Chen Hao and Tong Qian. Do you want to buy some more things and bring them over? Tong Yongchang asked. The two of them brought very little with them. What to bring? We are already giving them face by being willing to go to the village to see them. On the 3 major festivals, other people's sons-in-law go to their parents-in-law's house with things in their hands, don't they? Huang Yufeng said. How can a father-in-law and mother-in-law go to the village to visit their son-in-law? They brought him 2 packs of good cigarettes and some food, which is good enough. There is no need to spend that money to buy more things. We are the elders. If we go to the younger generation's house and buy too many things, and others see us, they will think we are wrong and apologize to our son-in-law. How can we put our faces aside? She has a sense of dignity and indeed looks down on rural people and her son-in-law Chen Hao. Okay, then let's do as you say. We won't buy anything else and we'll go directly to the village. What's the name of the village where Xiao Qian lives? I forgot. Tong Yongchang thought about it but still couldn't remember. The year Tong Qian and Chen Hao got married, he went to the village and stayed there for most of the day. He hadn't been there for many years. The food is hard, the living place is hard, and the clothes are hard. This was his deepest impression. Hongqi production team, I have forgotten how to get there. Let's just walk there first and then ask someone later. Huang Yufeng said. The two walked towards Huashan Commune, the direction of the Hongqi production team. Chen Hao and his family went shopping in Changfeng Shopping Mall again and bought a lot of things, including cigarettes, alcohol, and other goods. Back to Huashan Hotel. With so many things, the cart may not be able to hold them all. Tong Qian said. In Huashan Hotel, in the room where Chen Hao and his companion slept, there were things on the bed. Even on the floor next to it, there were a lot of goods, all bought from Changfeng department store. There's even a radio. We already have a TV at home, so there's no need to buy this radio. Tong Qian looked at the radio, feeling a pain in her heart. This kind of pain is more uncomfortable than when I interacted with Chen Hao in bed at night. A radio is not cheap. The one Chen Hao bought is a Shanghai brand radio with a vacuum tube, which costs 190 yuan. The transistor one is even more expensive, costing around 300 yuan. It's definitely big enough. Let's find some sacks later to put the things in, and then find some ropes to tie it up. Chen Hao said. There were a lot of things, but the cart could actually hold a lot. You still need a radio. Television can only receive one channel with few programs. Radio allows you to listen to more things. It can help you entertain yourself and let your children listen to more. The TV can still only receive programs from one provincial channel, and even the common broadcast of Channel 1 will only be available after 1 or 2 years. Let's pack up our things now and go back to the village? Tong Qian asked. Let's eat before we leave. It's troublesome to go back and cook. I'll ask Dongxing to cook a few dishes and we'll eat in the room before going back to the village. Chen Hao said. He went outside and said hello to Chen Dongsheng. Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng walked all the way from the county to Huashan commune. After all, I am old, and I walked 15 miles, stopping and starting, and was out of breath all the way. The countryside is still not a good choice. The transportation is inconvenient. I wouldn't have come here if I had known. Tong Yongchang panted and looked into the distance. Some are leaving. When you see Xiaochen later, have a good talk with her and ask her to stop being so stubborn. Arrange a job for her in the factory and move her household registration back to the city. How great is that? She insists on staying in the countryside. Isn't that asking for trouble? Huang Yufeng was also very tired. She was still thinking about having a good talk with the eldest girl and asking her to go back to the city. Chapter 112. Is it Chen Hao's father-in-law? I have to have a good talk with her. How precious is the quota to return to the city? A lot of people are eyeing it, and they all have connections with the gossip girls. There are so many educated youth who have gone to the countryside to work in the production teams, vying for the quota. It is not easy for me to get one. Tong Yongchang said. The two walked and talked all the way, and when they arrived at Huashan commune, their arms and legs were extremely tired. I asked someone and found out the direction of the Hongqi production team. I asked for a drink of water and continued walking in the direction of the Hongqi production team. You've had a hard life, young girl. How did you survive in this poor and remote area for so many years? Huang Yufeng was exhausted. It was winter, and the trees around were bare, which made the scenery look terrible, which made her complain even more. Life in the countryside really can't be compared to the city. She has suffered a lot over the years. Tong Yongchang nodded. I've never had a good life since I married Chen Hao. I should have firmly opposed it in the beginning. It was a 5-mile journey from the commune to the Hongqi production team, and the two finally arrived at the village entrance. This road is really difficult to walk on. It's too far. Huang Yufeng looked at the scenery around the village entrance. That's right, it's a toilet. When I came here before, I was in a hurry and just found a toilet. It hasn't changed at all after all these years. Her eyes were full of contempt. I seemed to be able to smell the stench of the toilet from more than 10 meters away, so I pinched my nose. It's a good thing you still remember it. I don't have much impression. Which house is Chen Hao's house? Do you remember? Tong Yongchang asked. My daughter settled down in the village, but she doesn't come here often, so I don't even know where she lives. It was pitch black. These days, marrying far away really means marrying far away. Even if the relationship with the relatives and friends from the wife's family was originally harmonious, it will gradually fade over time. I heard from Xiaoman that Chen Hao's relationship with his family broke down, so he built an unfinished house in the Hongqi production team. I don't know which family it belongs to, said Huang Yufeng. She looked around and said, Isn't there a lesbian there? Just ask her and you'll know. Not far away, Wang Hongmei was eating melon seeds while looking at Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng at the entrance of the village. Just gossip and curiosity. Although she had more money, she was isolated by the women in the village. In the past, whenever she met Chen Hao, she would say something to him. She felt more comfortable arguing with Chen Hao than with her own man. Her own man was like dough, he could not come up with anything after a long time of being needed, and there was no interest at all. Unlike Chen Hao would fight back. Although sometimes he made her feel breathless for a long time, after she got over her anger, she actually liked this feeling. I feel uncomfortable if I don't get criticized by Chen Hao for a few days. When they couldn't find Chen Hao, they started chatting with the young wives, older girls, older sisters-in-law and older ladies in the village, and told them bad things about Chen Hao. But these people have not agreed with her at all these days. They are all hiding from her, fearing that they will offend Chen Hao and their dividends will be reduced next year. All I could do was grab some melon seeds, put them in my pocket, and walk around the village. Comrade, could you tell me if Chen Hao is from this village? Tong Yongchang came over and asked Wang Hongmei for information. There are many people named Chen Hao. Which Chen Hao are you talking about? Wang Hongmei spat out a mouthful of melon seed shells. What's your relationship with him? He has a bad temper. This made Tong Yongchang a little uncomfortable. As a rural person, he has no job, no income, and can barely get enough to eat. How could he be so arrogant when he sees someone who obviously came from the city? He didn't know that Wang Hongmei had her own work points in her pocket, as well as the work points of her husband and her parents-in-law. With just a few $100s, I am no worse off than people who have jobs in the city, so I feel great. No one is nobler than anyone else. Who is not a descendant of Yan and Huang? It's just because of the different jobs that lead to different incomes, different powers in hand, and ultimately different social status. But now Wang Hongmei has plenty of money, and she doesn't have to ask Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng for anything, so she speaks in a naturally arrogant manner. We are Chen Hao's mother-in-law and father-in-law. Huang Yufeng took over the conversation. His wife is Tong Xian, an educated youth who went to the countryside to work as a sent-down youth. They have 2 daughters, the older one is Nini and the younger one is Xiao Duo. They live in this production team, right? Are you Chen Hao's father-in-law and mother-in-law? He does live in this production team. Let me tell you, Chen Hao is a good-for-nothing. He always bullies people. You two need to have a good talk with him. Wang Yumei said. He is very arrogant and domineering. He is simply a village bully. Not only do we want the villagers to listen to him, but even the cadres have to listen to him. He is not a good person. She took the opportunity to scold Chen Hao. Then he turned and left. Today I am finally in a good mood. Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng were both dumbfounded. Why is Chen Hao so unpopular in the village and his behavior so bad? Huang Yufeng asked. Before she said which house she was going to live in, the female comrade scolded Chen Hao and left. It seems that Chen Hao has done nothing good in the village and has a bad relationship with the villagers. Last time when Hang Hang turned 10, we had a banquet at a restaurant, and Chen Hao had a bad temper. Tong Yongchang said, this son-in-law doesn't have much ability, but he has a bad temper. When you ask someone later, be polite and don't let him get us into trouble and get us beaten up. Girls have a hard time. Life is not easy. Even if you live in the village, most of the blind dates in the village are not harmonious. Huang Yufeng sighed. The two walked a few more steps into the village. I happened to meet Chen Ziqiang. Seeing the unfamiliar faces coming into the village, dressed rather smartly, Chen Ziqiang took the initiative to approach them and said, Comrades, who are you looking for? What brings you to the village? The villagers are all familiar faces. When they meet strangers coming in, they will chat with them and find out what the situation is. Comrade, I would like to ask where Tong Qian's home is. We are her parents and we came from the city to visit relatives. Tong Yongchang said. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. They were Swimming brand cigarettes, which cost 30 cents a pack. He was going to give one to Chen Ziqiang. Comrade, have a cigarette. I deliberately didn't mention Chen Hao for fear of being implicated again. You are Chen Hao's father-in-law and mother-in-law. I have never met you before. This is the first time. Chen Ziqiang became very enthusiastic. He waved his hand and said, I have cigarettes here, have mine. Tong Yongchang was very puzzled. His cigarettes cost only 30 cents a pack, which might not be a big deal in the city, but it was something he could show off and would definitely make him more prestigious in the village. Instead of smoking such good cigarettes, a farmer said he would smoke his own? What good tobacco can an old farmer in the village have? Chen Ziqiang looks quite old, so he should know a little about the ways of the world. Why doesn't he smoke good cigarettes but lets others smoke bad ones?
Chen Zichang felt in his left pocket, took out something and looked at it. It was a pack of Swimming brand cigarettes. He put it back in his pocket and then felt in his right pocket. It was a pack of Double Happiness cigarettes. Come, have a smoke from my cigarettes, Double Happiness, 90 cents a pack. Chen Zichang happily gave Tong Yongchang a cigarette. He prepared 2 packs of cigarettes. He would only give out a stick of Hong Shuangxi when he met leading cadres of the brigade and the commune. He was reluctant to smoke it at other times. It was only when he saw that Tong Yongchang was Chen Hao's father-in-law that he took out Hong Shuangxi. Chapter 113. It's all thanks to Uncle Hao. Is there still cigarettes like this in the countryside? Tong Yongchang was greatly shocked when he was holding the Double Happiness cigarette. This is inconsistent with his usual impression of the countryside. Most people in rural areas smoke local tobacco. Those who have a little money go to the market to get some tobacco and roll their own cigarettes. Few people buy branded cigarettes. One is that I need tickets, and the other is that I don't have money. But Chen Zichang took out a pack of Double Happiness cigarettes. He had just clearly seen that there was also a pack of cigarettes in Chen Zichang's other pocket. They were Swimming brand cigarettes. Are you from this village? Tong Yongchang asked, doubting whether Chen Zichang was a villager of this village. The villagers' conditions are not that good. They can smoke more luxuriously than him. Our ancestors have lived on this land for generations, so we must be villagers of this village. I am the team leader of the Hongqi production team, and my name is Chen Zichang. Chen Zichang introduced himself. It's not easy to come here from the city. The transportation is inconvenient. Once you come here, you have to stay here for 2 more days and have a good chat with Chen Hao. Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng misunderstood what Chen Zichang meant. They thought that Chen Zichang wanted them to talk more with Chen Hao in order to have a good talk with Chen Hao and tell him not to do anything wrong in the village. I look down upon Chen Hao as a son-in-law. If the eldest girl had not been talking to him for a long time, I would really want to hold her back. Huang Yufeng said. Don't give us face. Just teach Chen Hao a lesson. If he does anything wrong, you can find a few villagers to beat him up. You're right. Chen Hao doesn't have much ability, but he has a bad temper. In the future, I'll have to trouble you, the captain, to pay more attention and help take care of my eldest girl. If Chen Hao bullies her, you can help me teach Chen Hao a lesson. I came here in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything good. Next time I come, I'll bring you 2 bottles of good wine. Tong Yongchang said. The two had a preconceived notion that Chen Hao must have done something bad in the village. Chen Zichang was stunned when he heard this. Why do you say that? How can a father-in-law or mother-in-law frame their son-in-law like this? Chen Zichang was a little angry. Just now I saw that you two are Chen Hao's father-in-law and mother-in-law, so I was polite to you too, but you can't say such nonsense. Chen Hao is the deputy team leader of our production team. He is a good comrade, young and promising. Why do you want to find someone to beat him up? He's treating his wife very well now. As a parent, how long have you not talked to your daughter? Now it was Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng's turn to be confused. Why is Chen Zichang speaking well of Chen Hao? Are you worried about my son-in-law's revenge, so you said these things? Tong Yongchang asked. I was afraid that he would retaliate against me. I had a very good relationship with him. We often ate, drank, and chatted together and discussed important matters of the production team. Even this Double Happiness was bought by me through his connections, said Chen Zichang. You two should be happy to have such a son-in-law. Even though you two live in the city and have non-agricultural household registration, you can't look down on others like this and say nonsense. Aren't you two looking for Chen Hao? His house is just ahead, just a few steps away, but he's not at home. Chen Zichang pointed in a direction. Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng walked in the direction he pointed for a while. We stopped in front of the red brick house. We have walked such a long way, and there are adobe houses everywhere, but very few red brick houses. Now I see another red brick house. It looks like it was built not long ago, and it should have been built this year. Huang Yufeng looked at the red brick house. Do you think this could be the home of the young lady? She had no confidence in her heart, just a hint of guesswork. How is that possible? This red brick house is quite large. It would cost at least 1,000 or 2,000 yuan to repair it. How can Chen Hao afford that kind of money? Tong Yongchang waved his hand with certainty. He looked around and felt that all the adobe houses looked like his daughter's, except the red brick house in front of him.
I didn't ask clearly just now. I should have asked in more detail. Where did the whole family and 2 little kids go in such a cold day? Huang Yufeng said. She was very unhappy and felt that Chen Hao was not doing his job. He took his family running around in such a cold weather. She looked back at the red brick house behind her and said, I will meet my son-in-law later. I have to use this red brick house to annoy him. We are in the same village. Others can live in red brick houses, so why can't he? Remember to say a few words for me. You have to put down his arrogance and see if he can still put on airs. At her grandson's 10th birthday party, Chen Hao criticized her so much that she felt embarrassed and became a joke. Even her son and daughter-in-law complained about her afterwards. She still remembers this. Comrades, are you looking for Uncle Hao? Chen Xiaoting walked over. Looking for Chen Hao. A team leader just pointed us in a direction, but he only gave us a rough direction. We don't know which house he is in, and his family is not here. Tong Yongchang said. We are Tong Qian's parents, and we are here to see our daughter. The house behind you is Uncle Hao's house. Chen Xiaoting said. Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng looked at each other and then looked at the red brick house behind them. You are not kidding us, are you? This red brick house belongs to Chen Hao. How could he afford to live in a red brick house? Huang Yufeng thought Chen Xiaoting was joking with her. She just didn't think Chen Hao deserved a red brick house. This house was newly built this year. Uncle Hao and his family have gone to the county. They will probably be back in the afternoon. You two can come to my house and sit down and have some hot water. The weather is very cold. Come sit by the fire and warm yourself up. Chen Xiaoting led the two into her room. He brought hot water and the brazier. Very enthusiastic. She also took out 2 tangerines from the house, which she bought at the market, roasted them over the fire, and handed them to the 2 men. Little girl, you are too polite. Tong Yongchang felt a little embarrassed. It is not common to eat fruit in the city, and it is even rarer in the countryside. The girl brought hot water, a brazier, and oranges. The enthusiasm is a little bit off. Do you have something to tell us? Do you need our help? Huang Yufeng asked. She felt that Chen Xiaoting was so polite, she must have something to ask for a favor. If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Is it because you come from the city and want to find a way out in the city? I didn't ask for your help. I invited you here for Uncle Hao's sake. Chen Xiaoting said, Uncle Hao has been a great help to my family. I am the timekeeper of the team. Uncle Hao helped me get this job. Uncle Hao would send me food from time to time and take good care of me and Grandma. He is my benefactor. Chen Xiaoting is very grateful to Chen Hao. All this was done for Chen Hao's sake. Is he so nice to you alone? Huang Yufeng said. She felt a little amused. Chen Xiaoting was pretty and very pretty. Maybe Chen Hao had some ideas about her. He has made great contributions to the village, said Chen Xiaoting. Many people in the village praise him. This year, 1 work point in our production team is worth 0.1 cent, which is much more than last year. It's all thanks to Uncle Hao. Take my family for example. My grandmother and I were both in a state of financial distress last year and owed money to the production team. This year, we will receive more than 170 yuan, which is enough for a good year. Chapter 114. Can this TV be turned on? 170 yuan is not a small amount. Tong Yongchang said, your situation is relatively rare in the entire production team, right? As far as he knows, the income in rural areas is not that high. Many families cannot even get enough food, and having a meal of meat is a luxury. At the end of the year, there will be a surplus of more than 170 yuan, which is enough to buy 200 or 300 kilograms of pork. This situation should not be common. It is indeed less in the countryside, but in our production team, my family's annual surplus is the lowest. There is only 1 old man in the family, and I am a timekeeper, so the work points I earn in a year are very few, said Chen Xiaoting. For example, the captain's family has many strong laborers and they received more than 800 yuan this year. More than 800 yuan a year. Tong Yongchang was shocked. This was more than his entire year's income. No wonder Chen Zichang can afford to smoke double happiness, he really has the confidence to do so. This is a considerable number. Your production team leader just showed us the way. Huang Yufeng said. Farmers can only earn so little, and the status of workers is no longer secure. She felt very unhappy because she had come from the city to the countryside and she was in a superior position. No matter who I met, I looked down upon them, but I never expected that something seemed a little off. The family income of this production team is no lower than that in the city. Workers are aristocrats and peasants are mud-legged peasants. They are called workers, peasants, and soldiers, but in reality soldiers are first, workers are second, and peasants have the worst status. Except for the time when workers and farmers were sent to the countryside to work, at other times, workers and farmers were like people from two different worlds, and the disparity in status led to biological isolation. They do not intermarry. Are all these related to Chun Hao? Ton Yongchang asked. Yes, it's all related to Uncle Hao. If it weren't for Uncle Hao, how could one work point be worth 10 cents in our final accounts this year? In the entire commune, this work point value is also the highest. The commune also sent a truck to take Uncle Hao to various brigades to do publicity. Many villagers from other production teams are very envious of our production team. Chen Xiaoting spoke very eloquently. When I went to the market, the first thing other villagers asked when they heard we were from the Red Flag production team was whether one work point was really worth 10 cents. When they got a positive answer, they were all very envious. The villagers of our Hongqi production team are very proud when they go out. It actually has something to do with Chen Hao. You haven't eaten yet? Are you hungry? I'll make you some noodles. Chen Xiaoting stood up and said. No need to bother, just wait a moment, Chen Hao and Xiao Qian should be back soon. Tong Yongchang waved his hands, feeling embarrassed. I was indeed hungry, but I still felt embarrassed and uncomfortable eating at Chen Xiaoting's table. He just took a look and thought that Chen Xiaoting's family should be in a difficult situation, with only an old man and a little girl. It's okay. 2 bowls of noodles don't cost much. You are Uncle Hao's father-in-law and mother-in-law. What's a big deal about having a meal at my place? Chen Xiaoting said with a smile. She went to the kitchen to cook noodles. The old lady who had been sitting by the fire got up and went to the kitchen to help light the fire. The old lady is old and has become indifferent to many things. She doesn't care about anything except her granddaughter. Is Chun Hao so powerful? Huang Yufeng asked when they were alone. She couldn't believe it. It was too bizarre and seriously inconsistent with her usual impression of Chun Hao. From what the little girl said, it seems to be true. Besides, the two families live so close to each other, they are neighbors, so they should know more about the situation. Tong Yongchang said. No wonder he didn't show any respect to anyone the last time we went to the city to attend Hong Hong's 10th birthday party. He acted like he had been hit by a firecracker. It turns out he has the confidence from this. I said he was incompetent and barking wildly, but now it seems that I was wrong. He really has some confidence, so he dares to scold anyone he catches, and he doesn't even give face to me, his father-in-law. Chen Xiaoting prepared the noodles, added vegetables, and a poached egg. It was served to the two of them to fill their stomachs. After sitting and talking for a while, they heard noise outside the door. Chen Hao and his family returned from the county. Where did you go? Huang Yufeng walked over. Why did you come back just now? Mom, Dad, why are you here? Tong Qian was very surprised. I never expected my parents to come. You have been blaming your father and me for being partial, only caring about your brother and not you, so we came to take a look. Huang Yufeng said. As a result, you were not at home, so your father and I sat in this girl's house for a long time. This girl is pretty and kind-hearted, and she even made noodles for us. When I asked her how much it was, she wouldn't tell me. What are you asking? You just throw the money into her hands. Will she treat it as paper and throw it into the stove? Chen Hao retorted. My mother-in-law just doesn't want to give money, that's why she just asks but doesn't pay, she's just being falsely polite. What you said makes you seem kind and enthusiastic. I'm so old and you're elder, how could I be reluctant to spend money? Huang Yufeng took money out of her pocket. I hesitated, not knowing how much to give. If I gave too little, I would feel embarrassed, but if I gave too much, I would feel bad. No money, Uncle Hao was just joking. Chen Xiaoting said hurriedly. I'm not kidding. Chen Hao took out 50 cents from his mother-in-law and handed it to Chen Xiaoting. Here. You don't have to give me face. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are both city dwellers with decent jobs. They don't need the 50 cents. Huang Yufeng muttered to herself and ran to see Nini and Xiao Duo and talk to her 2 daughters. Tong Yongchang also stomped his feet and walked over, staring at the things in the cart for a long time without taking his eyes off. Uncle Hao, I'm giving you the money, but I can't accept it. I've received so many favors from you on a daily basis. When your mother-in-law and father-in-law came over, I cooked 2 bowls of noodles for them, and you still charge me for them. Wouldn't that be like being so heartless and greedy for money? Chen Xiaoting took the 50 cents and was going to return it to Chen Hao. Take it. Don't be embarrassed. My mother-in-law and father-in-law look down on me. They only come here once every 100 years. I guess they will be arrogant and domineering at the beginning. Chen Hao said. If you really want to take care of them for my sake, that's not repaying a favor, it's just causing trouble for me. Let them suffer a little, and I will feel better. He took out 2 white rabbit candies from his pocket and said, I bought them at the county. Try them. The cart stopped at the door. There were 2 sacks tied on top, and a lot of things were placed in the space between the sacks. Dad, Mom, come in and sit down. Why didn't you tell me you were coming over? We went to the county mall today and bought some New Year's goods. Tong Qian opened the door. Xiaoman happened to be on holiday, so I called her to come with me. We had lunch at Huashan Hotel at noon, and then we came back with the cart. She brought a small stool and asked Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng to sit on it. The 2 of them had no intention of sitting down, but stood in the room, looking here and there. Your father and I went to the school where Xiaoman worked and found the dormitory, but realized that she was not there. We asked people and they said that she had left with your family. Huang Yufeng stared at the TV. I thought you were back in the village, I didn't know you were in the county. Can this TV be turned on? Is it real? Chapter 115 Brother-in-law, I want to eat chicken. Jia Jia, you really look down on me. This isn't a TV, how could it be food? Nini walked forward and turned on the TV. Since the little girl started school, her brain has become smarter and she knows what is good and what is bad, and who is near and far, and who is close and who is distant. Jia Jia means grandma, in some places she is called Gaga or grandma. The TV was tuned to the provincial channel and the picture was a bit blurry. Nini stood on tiptoe and turned the antenna on the TV to make the picture clear. Very skilled, it seems like he watches a lot of TV. You're just like your father, always sharp-tongued. Huang Yufeng felt a little choked by the retort. Her son-in-law confronted her, and so did her eldest granddaughter. You shouldn't spend money recklessly even if you have it. There's no problem with building a house, but the adobe houses we had before were certainly not good enough. Red brick houses are comfortable to live in, but there's no need to learn from the people in the city and buy a TV. It's a complete waste of money. Tong Yongchang said. He walked to the TV and said, this TV is a bit old. There's a dent on it. I bought it second-hand. Has anyone used it? The TV is not small, it is 16 inches. A TV of this size would cost several $100s. The brand is also very famous, not a random brand, but Feiyue. The TV was bought from the county last year. It was the first TV in the village. During the slack season in warm weather, many villagers came to see it. Some accidentally bumped into it while moving in and out, said Tong Qian. Fortunately it's not broken, it just looks a little old. I was very distressed, but my husband didn't care. He even said if it really broke, we could just buy a color TV. Tong Yongchang's blood boiled when he heard this. The 16-inch Feiyue brand TV was moved in and out and installed, which showed that he was careless. If it were him, he would be heartbroken for a long time. However, Chen Hao did not feel sorry and was still thinking about changing to a color TV. This son-in-law is such a spendthrift. Color TVs are not that easy to buy. Most shopping malls don't have them. Even if they do, it's hard to get tickets for them, said Tong Yongchang. The production of television sets is insufficient, especially color TV sets. Expensiveness is one thing, and output is another. I already have the color TV ticket. Chen Hao felt in his pocket and took out a color TV ticket. Tong Yongchang looked at the color TV ticket in his son-in-law's hand and felt a little embarrassed. I wanted to use my status as a father-in-law, an elder, and a person with city hukou to teach my country son-in-law a lesson and give him guidance, but Chen Hao didn't buy it. Isn't this a slap in my face? First he criticized his mother-in-law, and now he is criticizing his father-in-law. The key is that it is difficult for people to refute him, and he always hits them in the back. It hurts so much. Where did you get this TV ticket? Huang Yufeng stepped forward. A TV is not cheap. You can't afford it even if you have a TV ticket. Give me the TV ticket. She reached out to take it. Chenhao put the money back into his pocket and said, I still have money to buy a color TV. When I buy it, if you want to watch a color TV, just come over. Why do you need a ticket? This color TV ticket was given by the commune and was the only material reward besides the red flower reward. You came all the way to the village just to watch a color TV? Am I crazy? Huang Yufeng said, my daughter-in-law wants a color TV and keeps complaining that black and white TVs are not good to watch. The leader of their unit has a color TV at home. The picture is very bright and has all kinds of colors. Give me the ticket for the color TV. I won't take it for nothing. I'll give you 1 yuan. He always thinks about his daughter-in-law and tries every means to please her. How about I give you 10 yuan and you buy 10 color TV tickets for me? Chen Hao said. Color TV tickets were something that was difficult to obtain even for Wu Deidi, the director of the purchasing department of Changfeng department store. They were so scarce that once they came out, they were immediately divided up by higher-level leaders. You don't necessarily have to use it yourself, but everyone has their own personal connections to make. The current price of a color TV is 2,000 yuan. Even at such a high price, there are people who buy it, and the supply is still insufficient to meet the demand. If it is put on the black market and traded privately, people will buy it even if it is sold for 2,500 yuan. When a country prospers, the people suffer. When a country perishes, the people suffer. Even though many poor families have to take turns wearing a pair of pants, whoever goes out wears it, there are still people who can afford to buy electrical appliances worth thousands of dollars. As a threshold color TV ticket, the price will not be cheap. When it is put in the hands of those who want to buy a color TV, even if it is not a lot, there will still be people who are willing to pay dozens of dollars. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Why say such harsh words? Am I not considering you? We have built a house and bought a TV. You and Xiaoqian don't have proper jobs, so even if you have money, you should save it. How can you spend it recklessly? Huang Yufeng said. Brother-in-law, stop talking about my parents. They love their precious son so much that they always think about how to please their daughter-in-law so that she can take care of them in their old age. At the door, Tong Man's words hit the nail on the head. There are so many New Year's goods on the cart, let's move them into the house first. The thing was very heavy and she couldn't move it. Chen Hao went out and moved the sacks on the cart into the house. Wife, come and clean up the things first, and light the fire later. Xiaoduo, there is a radio in that sack, don't step on it, or you will lose all your pocket money in the future. Tong Qian is in the kitchen. Hearing this, he came out and said, I'm going to burn some firewood and put it in the brazier to warm myself up. I haven't cooked anything yet, but I've put hot water in the pot. The family began to clean the contents of the sack. Take the radio out first, don't break it. Tong Qian took out the radio first. She took out the radio and put it on the table beside her. Then, he continued to take things. 1 piece of cloth. 2 enameled basins. A kettle. Shoes, socks, linen cotton hats, 2 pairs of overshoes, cigarettes, alcohol, tea, soap, washing powder, shampoo, matches, hard candy, soft candy, dragon beard cakes, sesame candy, candied dates, Hong Kong cakes, Beijing fruits, etc. The table is full. Some things were simply placed on the ground. Buying so many things. Huang Yufeng's eyes widened. This is not the life of a rural family. Even in the city, people don't buy so many New Year's goods. Not to mention daily necessities like enamel basins and kettles, I also bought a lot of food. We have to make up for the days we missed. These things are not much. If the cart can't hold them all, we will have to buy more. Chen Hao said. Tong Yongchang felt uncomfortable after hearing this. He looked at his son-in-law and wondered if Chen Hao was trying to hint at him, implying that he was not treating the girl well. If you want to ease the relationship, you have to compensate more? When did this son-in-law have such ability and character that he even knows how to use words to play tricks on people? He was a little stunned. Brother-in-law, I want to eat chicken. Can we kill a chicken during the Chinese New Year? Tong Man was still craving the chicken that Chen Hao fried last year. I want to eat it again this year. No problem, I'll kill a chicken and fry it later. Don't be so anxious. You can just kill them on the day of the New Year's Eve dinner. There are still many days before New Year's Eve. If you want to eat chicken, eat it today and kill one on New Year's Day. Aren't chickens raised to be eaten? If you don't want to eat them, why keep them?
Leaving the things to Tong Qian and Tong Man to pack, Chen Hao went outside and caught a chicken. The hot water in the pot has boiled, just in time for use. Kill the chicken, scald the feathers, and pluck the feathers.
All in one go. Chapter 116, Give me a hand and lift the table down.
The sister-in-law wanted to eat chicken, so Chen Hao gave it to her.
Fresh chicken. Still warm. Brother-in-law, which room should I sleep in?
Tong Man walked around the room. I was well prepared this time and brought some spare clothes. In the past, when I went to the village, I was not used to it. I went to the countryside to work as a production team and tried my best to get out of the countryside and return to the city.
But now I don't have such a deep prejudice.
She was still willing to come to Chen Hao and Tong Qian. She felt more comfortable than at home and felt valued. When she got home, her parents never asked her what she wanted to eat. If they did, they would just order what her brother and sister-in-law liked, or what Hang Hang liked.
She was just along for the ride. There's a bed in the room next door. The bedding is in the triangular cabinet. You can take it yourself. There are also sheets. Pick one for yourself.
Your sister washed them when the weather was good before, so they are clean.
Chen Hao said. The room where we keep the sundries. Please help clean it up later and let my parents live there.
I'll chop the chicken first, and then I'll get 2 benches and put some wood on them so we can sleep there.
Everything was arranged properly.
Tong Yongchang was speechless as he listened to this. Other fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law would be very polite when visiting their son-in-law's house, fearing that they would neglect them.
But Chen Hao was different. He was not shy at all and let the son-in-law sleep in the utility room in front of them. Not even asking for opinions.
Or we should just leave. Tong Yongchang had never been treated so coldly before and didn't want to stay any longer.
It's already this late.
I don't know if there will be a bus back to the city after I go to the county.
Besides, didn't my son-in-law kill a chicken? I saw a lot of bacon hanging on the beams in the kitchen. I'll ask my son-in-law to get some later. Huang Yufeng said.
She fiddled with the radio on the table.
How did you get this thing?
I said earlier that I wanted to buy a radio, but you disagreed and said it was a waste of money.
Look, they all bought it in the countryside. Although she was surprised, she adapted quickly. If there is something delicious, stay and eat it.
If you see something rare, take a look at it.
Don't mess around, be careful not to break it. Tong Yongchang said. He is uncomfortable.
She thinks that she has to rely on her son in the future, her daughter is unreliable, and her son-in-law is from a different family.
This is one aspect.
Another thing is that Chen Hao is from the countryside, so it's good enough that he doesn't have to pay for himself. He doesn't care much about his 2 daughters, nor does he care much about his son-in-law. But he didn't expect that this time he came here, he was so shocked.
It's okay.
If it breaks, just compensate me and I'll go to the mall and buy another one.
Chen Hao walked over and heard the conversation between the two.
This is not as rare as a color TV.
There are quite a few in the mall and it's relatively easy to buy.
I am your elder after all, you should be more careful with your words.
The tone you use when talking to me is like that of a peer. It's too casual and disrespectful.
Tong Yongchang said uncomfortably.
The feudal system is gone, but the feudal patriarchy still exists. He couldn't stand Chen Hao's tone.
The king is the king, the minister is the minister, the father is the father, the son is the son. They have different identities, but they should all abide by the duties of their positions.
Only in this way can they be respected. Chen Hao said. He turned around and went back to work in the kitchen. Would you like some bacon? Tong Qian took out a piece of bacon. Of course we have to do it. We'll have to celebrate it according to Chinese New Year standards. We have to get back the face we lost when we got married. Chen Hao said.
He looked at his woman and said, this meal will make my father-in-law and mother-in-law talk about it for the rest of their lives.
Let them see that the eldest daughter has married well.
Although I live in the countryside, I eat well, wear warm clothes, and live a good life.
The bacon is delicious when fried with garlic sprouts.
There were garlic sprouts planted in the greenhouse.
Tong Qian pulled some over and washed them.
He said hello to Chen Zichang again and went to the production team's vegetable field to pick some other vegetables. Tomato, chrysanthemum, pepper, and beetroot. The fire was lit, Tong Qian prepared the food and kept the fire going while Chen Hao cooked.
braised chicken, bacon with garlic sprouts, fried pickled fish, stir-fried red cabbage, stir-fried pork with Chinese cabbage, tomato and egg soup, tiger skin green peppers, and a plate of fried peanuts. Except for the lack of fried fish, fish balls, peony root, and noodle nests, these fried foods are no worse than the dishes during the Chinese New Year. It smells good. Tong Man walked into the kitchen. The aroma spread from the kitchen to the living room. After the pig was slaughtered, a lot of lard was refined, and a lot of oil was also put in when cooking. Even Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng, who were listening to the radio in the living room, smelled the smell and kept swallowing. "Dad, Mom, it's time to eat." Tong Man took a chicken nugget in her hand, took the last bite, and licked her fingers. Brother-in-law's cooking skills are really good. The food hasn't even been served yet, and you're eating secretly. How unbecoming. Huang Yufeng said. This is my brother-in-law's house, not yours and Dad's. My brother-in-law asked me to take the food and picked out a piece of good meat for me, saying that there were no outsiders and we were family having a meal, so I didn't need to care too much. Tong Man curled her lips. You only know how to blame me. My sister-in-law and Hang Hang also stole the food. My sister-in-law even picked out all the good ones to eat. You saw it, but you didn't say anything to her. Tong Man saw Huang Yufeng's discriminatory treatment. If there are too many such different treatments, no matter how much you understand, love and are filial to your parents, the balance will be unbalanced. Kid, how can this be the same? Your sister-in-law is a married daughter-in-law, she is different. How can you say that casually? If you say that casually, your relationship will become strained. Hang Hang is still young and growing, so it is normal for him to be greedy. Huang Yufeng said. Chen Hao brought out the dishes. After taking a look, he put the dishes on the small table and said to Tong Yongchang, Dad, please help and bring out the big table. There are too many people today and the small table can't accommodate them. A big table is needed. Tong Yongchang was originally standing at the door smoking, staring at the fields and greenhouses in front of the door in a daze. Thinking about something. He was stunned for a moment when he heard that, a little surprised that his son-in-law was arranging things for him to do. He complained a few words in his heart, but he still took one side with Chen Hao and moved the big table out a little further so that a stool could be placed on one side. The dishes were served. At this time, Chen Zichun's voice came from outside. Are you ready to eat? I bought some rice wine at the market earlier. I'll bring some over for you so that your father-in-law and mother-in-law can have a taste. He was holding a large enamel jar in his hand and came over to give Chen Hao some rice wine. Captain Chen, you are so polite. This rice wine is so delicious. Chen Hao took an enamel jar from home and filled it with rice wine from Chen Zicheng. He fished out a few white rabbit candies from his pocket and said, I bought them from the county. I'll give them to the baby. I've seen this candy before. It's 10 cents a piece in the supply and marketing cooperative, which is extremely expensive. And you're not allowed to buy more. One person can only buy 2 pieces at most. Chen Zicheng said. He didn't know the brand White Rabbit, but he remembered clearly that it was expensive. The county shopping mall is not that expensive, but you need a ticket, said Chen Hao. These days, you can really make money by reselling. Whoever controls the resources can make a lot of money. Even if it's just candy, a needle and thread, pots and pans, as long as you can find a way and are brave enough, you can make a fortune, achieve financial freedom, and even class transition. Okay, I won't keep you any longer. Go and accompany your father-in-law and mother-in-law. It's not easy to come to the village. Your life is better now, it's time to let them see you. Chen Zicheng didn't stay long. After giving him the rice wine, he took the white rabbit milk candy given by Chen Hao and left. Chapter 117. Chen Hao returned to the house. Rice wine sent by the captain? Tong Qian asked. Well, let's drink some rice wine today. It's not spicy and female comrades can also drink it. Chen Hao said. I drank a lot of liquor in my previous life. In my last life, I drank 3 or 4 times a day, in the morning, in the afternoon, and 2 times in the evening. I ended up drinking so much that I had stomach bleeding and had to go to the emergency room. The situation has improved a lot since the 8 regulations were introduced. When drinking incidents occur, the situation has become even better since those who drank at the same table were held responsible. It is better to drink some health-promoting wine such as rice wine and yellow wine, which will be more comfortable and cozy. Rice wine is so bland, you have to drink white wine to get the full flavor. Tong Yongchang said. There was a table full of delicious food, which was not as good as what he had at home during the Chinese New Year. He wanted to drink some white wine. "No problem, we have liquor at home," Chen Hao said. He went into the house, took out a bottle of Wulianya, opened it and placed it on his father-in-law's table. Tong Qian took out a few empty bowls. "Who wants rice wine?" Chen Hao poured himself a bowl of rice wine and looked at everyone else. Tong Yongchang was a little surprised. "Won't you drink with me?" He thought Chen Hao took out Wulianya to drink with him, but the wine was opened and placed in front of him, and Chen Hao went to drink rice wine alone. "I'll drink rice wine and you can drink Wulianya," Chen Hao said. "When we drink and eat at home, there aren't so many rules. Rules are for outsiders. It's hard enough to be outside, and when you come home you still have to follow the rules. It's exhausting." Tong Yongchang was so annoyed that he couldn't say a word. Chen Hao poured rice wine for his mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, and sister-in-law. "Dad, I want to drink rice wine too." Nini licked her lips. Xiaoduo said nothing and pushed her bowl forward. "Also, yes. Nini can drink a little, but Xiaoduo can't." Chen Hao poured a shallow bowl of rice wine for Nini. He picked up the bowl and said, "This year has been good. Life is getting better and better. The baby is getting bigger and bigger, Nini is going to elementary school, and my wife is getting prettier. Next year, life will definitely be even better." Although they are a family, Tong Qian still blushed at the compliment. A pretty face is burning hot. Nowadays, parents' love is still limited to have eaten and wear more clothes, while children's love is limited to go home to visit and have enough money. The love between husband and wife is also implicit. Chen Hao's straightforward praise made not only Tong Qian but also Tong Man laugh secretly. Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng pretended not to hear and continued eating. "This pickled fish is good and very tasty," Huang Yufeng said. She was very pleased with the pickled fish. "If you like, take two when you leave." "There will be bacon too," said Chen Hao. "How come you still have tomatoes in the middle of winter?" Tong Yongchang was puzzled. He felt a little less upset. Although his son-in-law was not very polite, he at least meant well and asked him to take bacon and pickled fish with him when he left. The temperature inside the greenhouse is warmer than outside, which is suitable for the growth of crops. "We can grow off-season fruits and vegetables," Chen Hao said simply. "When you leave, I'll go to the team's greenhouse and pick some for you. You can take them back." Chen Hao still had some of these things at home, so he was not reluctant to give them up. "I have no intention of completely severing ties with you and never having any contact with you again, so there is naturally no need to be aggressive all the time. Hit 9 times and then pause 1 time. My son-in-law is so generous. We have wanted to come for a long time, but we have been very busy and have no time, so we have delayed it for so long," Huang Yufeng said. Chen Hao's family was living better now, and her attitude changed immediately. She praised Chen Hao and even found excuses for why she didn't come over. Life in the countryside is very difficult. There are few township enterprises, and they are small in scale. They hire few people, and most people have to work in the fields to earn a meager income, said Tong Yongchang. He took a sip of Wulianye and said, "You and Xiaoqian's life is better now, but it's not stable at all. You still have to find a proper job to ensure your future life. Having a decent job will provide you with protection when you need medical treatment or when you retire in the future. I eat well and live well, but it's still not as good as having a stable job. The workers are the aristocrats at this moment. Dad, you only know how to talk but never take any action. You talk about having a proper job every day. Why don't you think of a way to get my sister and brother-in-law to the city?" Tong Man said. "Last time, at Hong Hong's 10th birthday party, your dad made a promise and said he would arrange for your sister to work in the winery. Your sister disagreed and was very angry. She asked her to stay for 1 night before leaving, but she didn't want to stay and left that day," Huang Yufeng said. "You two girls have bad tempers. Your brother is a man, but he doesn't have as bad a temper as you two. Does he have the nerve to have a bad temper? He has taken all the benefits. All the money you two earn is subsidized to him, and you help him take care of the kids. Does he have any reason to have a bad temper?" Tong Man said harshly. "What if we only send my sister to the city? What about the 2 kids? Will they follow us to the city? How can my sister be taken care of by herself? If we leave them in the village, my brother-in-law will be busy and won't be able to take care of them. The most sincere approach would be to get my sister and brother-in-law to the city.
She fought for the interests of Chen Hao and Tong Qian. I have to work very hard to get one spot. For 2 spots, I have to lose face and even give away some good cigarettes and good wine. Tong Yongchang said. He glanced at Chen Hao. The words were not so clear, nor was there any definite answer. However, Chen Hao understood what his father-in-law meant, which was that he wanted him to beg and give in. The father-in-law had lost several battles with him before, and he must have been holding a grudge, so now he wanted to get back at him. Chen Hao, why are you still standing there? Why don't you express your opinion quickly? At least apologize for speaking so harshly before, right? Huang Yufeng said. Even my own father may not be so good. You are a country boy, and you are lucky to marry my daughter. Now you have the opportunity to settle down in the city. How can an ordinary father-in-law and mother-in-law be so easy to talk to and so dedicated? Tong Shenzhen was happy to hear that Tong Yongchang had agreed to fight for 2 places to go to the city. Dad, are you serious? Can you really get 2 places for Chen Hao and me to settle in the city? Tong Qian said excitedly. The rural world is gray, and the urban world is colorful. She was very happy to be able to go back to the city with her man and their 2 children. I came here this time to talk about this matter. In the past, I was just an ordinary worker with little power and limited ability to do things. Now, at least I am a small leader and have some power, said Tong Yongchang. He looked at Chen Hao. You have a lot of complaints about my family. I guess you have long complained that my father-in-law in the city doesn't help. Now I am willing to fight for 2 places, including you. Shouldn't you toast me to show your appreciation? After releasing the job quota in the city, I expected Chen Hao to take the initiative to speak up, but I didn't expect Chen Hao to act like he was sitting on the Dai. Does this son-in-law really not understand, or does he just want to live off his parents and refuse to bow his head at all? You can toast with wine, but forget about work. Chen Hao waved his hand. Your winery is useless. I'm not interested. If I really go to the winery, I'll just be tying myself up in knots. The city winery is currently doing well, but in the past, it was also on the decline during the process of reform and opening up, and could not compete with other wineries. Even if you work in such a unit, you will face the risk of being laid off sooner or later. It is not as good as the current identity of the production team's secondary team leader. Chapter 118. Why did you come back only today? You are a sideline team leader, and you are still a farmer after all. How can you look down on the wineries in the city? Tong Yongchang was a little angry. This son-in-law is really going to heaven. His temper was extremely bad, and his standards were very high. The city winery is not a very good unit. There are other better units in the city. But if it is placed in the countryside, compared with people who have no jobs and people with agricultural household registration, isn't there a world of difference? Dad, you are Xiaoqian's biological father, so I'm telling you something. If the city winery doesn't change, doesn't actively seek a way out, doesn't think about becoming number 1, and just muddles along, it will definitely go bankrupt, and in the end it will either be merged with another factory or simply declared bankrupt. Chen Hao said. He picked up a peanut and chewed it. This thing tastes really good. It's a real treat when you're poor, and it's still a great treat when you're rich. You're exaggerating. Such a big winery is gone just like that? What will happen to the employees inside? Will they all be laid off? Tong Yongchang didn't quite believe it. In state-owned enterprises, employees have stable jobs and receive lifetime salary. After being laid off, they can find a way to make a living on their own, or be transferred to other units, said Chen Hao. He looked at Tong Yongchang. It's uncomfortable to be supervised at the winery. I have to go to get off work every day, and occasionally work overtime, but I don't get overtime pay. I have to listen to the boss's lecture from time to time. How much money is there a month? Drink a few bottles of good wine, smoke a few packs of good cigarettes, and it's gone. How can a human being live like this? It would be many years before the 2-day weekend system was brought up. Workers are aristocrats, but only in comparison. They live better than farmers and have a higher status, but in fact they do not live a human life. They do not get enough rest, their wages are low, and they do not get overtime pay for overtime work. You are quite ambitious and look down on the listed winery. You worry that the winery will be gone before anyone has even joined. I think you are worrying too much. Tong Yongchang also knew an idiom. He was a little embarrassed. He works at the city winery and was successfully promoted to head of the business department a few days ago. He is the leader of a small department and everyone who sees him calls him Chief Tong. Even the daughter-in-law who used to be arrogant has to lower her head a little. But Chen Hao didn't give her any face at all and looked down on her. Xiao Qian, what do you think? Tong Yongchang looked at Tong Qian. This opportunity is rare, and many people in the factory are eyeing it. If it's delayed for too long, the factory will be full of people and the leaders will not make any concessions. Then it will be useless even if I say it. Your family is indeed living a better life now, but it is only temporary. It is safer to have a job. More importantly, you should settle down in the city and become a city dweller in the future. We chatted and ate at the same time and almost finished the dishes on the table. Tong Qian was very conflicted. She was unwilling to go to the city alone. She was used to being hugged and sleeping close to her man every day. The thought of sleeping alone in the quilt made her feel a little scared. It feels empty, far from the feeling of being filled up. Is it really that bad in the city? She looked at her man. The city is definitely better, with convenient transportation, convenient medical care, and it is also developed. Even the education is much better than in the village. Chen Hao said. But it's not suitable for us at the moment. If I go to the city, my job will be inconvenient, and the salary you get from work is not enough, and you still have to rent a house. Commercial housing did not appear until the 1980s. Currently, most of the houses on the market are public housing, belonging to various systems. Some are confiscated, and some are built by the systems themselves. If you want housing, you can only rent it. The rent is not expensive, but most of them are old, dilapidated, and small, and you have to walk through an aisle to the bathroom to go to the toilet. It is not even as convenient as in rural areas. Then I'll listen to you and not go to the city. I'll go there when I have the chance in the future. Tong Qian said. She hesitated for a while, but seeing that her man was very tough, she happily stopped hesitating and went along with Chen Hao's wishes. It's really like the husband sings and the wife follows. You are so stubborn. If Chen Hao sells you out one day, you will still happily help her count the money. Huang Yufeng said, your father and I came here specially to help you with your job and household registration issues, but you still don't appreciate it. Don't ever accuse your father and I of being partial and only caring about your brother and not you. If we cared about you and you disagreed, this is your problem, not your father's and my problem. She couldn't understand why so many people were vying for such a good thing, but when it came to her daughter and son-in-law's turn, they refused it. Your head must have been caught in the door. You will definitely regret it in the future. So many people want to go to the city and find a decent job. Are they all fools? Tong Yongchang shook his head. It's good to have backbone, but it also depends on the situation. You have to think about the future and not just focus on the present. He thought that Chen Hao rejected his kindness so resolutely because of his face. All men care about their reputation, and this is especially true for a man from the countryside who doesn't have a proper job. If the winery is not doing well in the future and there are problems, you can come to me. If the situation permits, I can consider taking over the winery and find a way out for it. Chen Hao said. The alcoholic beverage market is quite large, and the curve of this market will continue to rise in the next few decades. Take Mutai for example. It is 8 yuan a bottle now, but in a few years, the price may rise to more than 10 yuan a bottle, dozens of yuan a bottle, or even hundreds of yuan a bottle. After it was listed, the stock price soared all the way, from more than 30 yuan to more than several thousand yuan, an increase of hundreds of times. You have no experience in this area, but you still took over the winery and helped it find a way out? The municipal winery is a state-owned unit and is under the management of the municipality. How could it be sold to the production team? Isn't this the opposite of the truth? The small fish eats the big fish. Tong Yongchang just thought Chen Hao's words were fantasy. Chen Hao was not joking. When he said taking over the winery, he didn't mean taking it over in the name of the production team or the commune, but in the name of an individual. First plant a seed in your father-in-law's heart, and then wait slowly for the seed to sprout. These days, opportunities are everywhere. If you cast a wide net, you can catch big fish with any one of them. After dinner, I cleaned up the room where miscellaneous items were kept and put a long bench in it, covered it with wooden boards and some cotton quilts for my father-in-law and mother-in-law to rest at night. Early the next morning, my father-in-law and mother-in-law left with bacon, pickled fish, and other vegetables grown in the greenhouse. The two walked all the way and finally arrived at the county, where they took a long-distance bus back to the city. When I got to the city, I took the bus and arrived home at noon. His son Tong Jianhua and daughter-in-law Cheng Hui were at home, as was his grandson Hang Hang.
Dad, Mom, where did you go last night? Why did you only come back today?
Cheng Hui asked dissatisfiedly.
Hang Hang is on vacation, and there's no one to take care of him at home. Even eating has become a problem. You've been out for 2 days and you don't care about your grandson at all.
He is in the growth stage now, he can't go hungry, every meal must be eaten on time, only then can he grow well in the future. She was originally preparing to cook, but when she saw her in-laws coming back, she went straight out of the kitchen.
I found a towel and wiped the water stains on my hands. Chapter 119, What the hell? Didn't I tell you? I'm going to the countryside to see the eldest girl, Huang Yufeng said.
Before she went to the countryside, she talked to her daughter-in-law Chang Huizhi. You did tell me that, but you didn't say you would stay in the countryside for 2 days.
I thought you would only stay for 1 day and come back on the same day. Hang Hang was on vacation and was alone at home with no one to cook.
I never thought that as grandparents, you wouldn't even care about your grandson's food and drink, and would travel all the way to the countryside and only come back after 2 days.
Cheng Hui was very strong and didn't give in at all, talking bad about the parents-in-law.
2 days is 2 days, but we only stayed for 1 night. All in all, it was just 1 day in the countryside, said Tong Yongchang.
We don't go to the countryside often. Xiaoqian is your sister-in-law and Jianhua's sister.
She has lived in the countryside for so many years.
We only went there when we got married. We haven't been there for so many years. Your mother and I went to take a look. This is what parents should do. You should be more open-minded.
These are just small matters.
There's no need to dwell on them.
His daughter-in-law is very strong and he is quite annoyed. In the past, they would just endure it as much as they could. One reason was that Cheng Hui's family was still somewhat powerful. Another reason was that after all, they were the ones who continued the family line, and they would have to rely on their son and daughter-in-law for support in the future, so it didn't matter much if they were verbally wronged. But ever since his grandson Hang Hang's 10th birthday party, Chen Hao's words had made him feel very uncomfortable, and he sobered up a little after being scolded.
Guilt set in.
As a father, myself and Tong Jianhua, as the eldest brother, they did go a bit too far and were somewhat irresponsible.
Dad, I don't like to hear what you said. It's as if I was stopping you from going to see your own daughter.
I didn't say that you can't go to see her, but you have to take care of the things at home before you go to see her.
Cheng Hui said. Hang Hang is your grandson, and Tong Qian is your granddaughter. How can they be the same? And what did Chen Hao and Tong Qian do when Hang Hang was having his 10th birthday party? They didn't invite them over, but they just attended Hang Han's birthday party with a licking face. It was good enough that they didn't chase them away.
They are so good, saying such things in front of so many relatives, not giving my brother and sister-in-law any face at all.
How can such a sister-in-law leave? Country people are country people.
They are mean and fussy. She said Chen Hao and Tong Qian were worthless.
Psychologically, he doesn't like Chen Hao and Tong Qian at all.
Every time they met, I was afraid that Chen Hao and Tong Qian would ask my parents-in-law for money or something else.
All the things belonging to your parents-in-law are yours.
She guarded it very tightly.
Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. We are all family.
There is no need to quarrel.
I will cook, Huang Yufeng said. She lifted the bacon and pickled fish in her hand and said, "These were given by Chen Hao.
His family is much better off now, and the kitchen is full of bacon and pickled fish.
There are also these vegetables. You can't eat them in the winter, but he has them.
I picked them from the greenhouse of their production team this morning. They are very fresh.
Look at these tomatoes, they are bright red. It's really rare. If you build a greenhouse, you can grow such good vegetables in the cold weather.
If you build more greenhouses, every household can eat these vegetables in the cold weather. How great would that be?" She is also a strong person, but she is more tolerant in front of her daughter-in-law Cheng Hui. The family doesn't lack this little money, but he's acting like he can't afford meat or fish. Cheng Hui said with disdain, "The countryside is so poor, how could he afford to buy cured fish and meat and hang them all over the kitchen?
Could it be that you secretly help them normally?"
She felt uncomfortable when she saw the cured fish and cured meat in Huang Yufeng's hands.
"I am a high-ranking person, a city dweller with a job, so why should I eat the things given by the country people?
It makes as if their family is living a worse life than the other family. Especially when she heard Huang Yufeng say that Chen Hao's family's kitchen was full of cured fish and cured meat, she felt even more uncomfortable and thought that she was being scorned. He was saying that his family's life was not as good as Chen Hao's.
Don't think too much about the lack of support.
I wanted to arrange jobs for them and bring them to the city, but they refused. They will not accept money either, said Tong Yongchang. The money your mother and I earn will definitely belong to you and Jianhua in the future.
Even this house will be yours in the future.
Many people want their sons to carry on the family line and take care of them in their old age. This does not distinguish between urban and rural areas.
You also arranged jobs for them in the city?
I had a relative who wanted to work in the winery before, but you said no. Why are you now taking the initiative to arrange jobs for your son-in-law and daughter in the countryside?
Cheng Hui immediately brought up the past. Who is your son and who is your daughter-in-law? Didn't they agree to it?
Tong Yongchang said, as for your relatives matter, I didn't have any power at that time and couldn't make the decision.
These are all excuses.
In my opinion, you just want to support your son-in-law and daughter. You don't care about the life or death of your son's family.
If your daughter and son-in-law want to be so nice, you can move to the countryside and live with them. Why do you live with us? Cheng Hui cursed. The anger hasn't subsided yet.
After packing up briefly, he took Hong Hong's hand and said, Son, let's go to Jieja and Grandpa's place.
Your grandpa and grandma are not reliable at all and don't care about you. You gave all your things to outsiders.
She pulled Hang Hang out of the door and no one could stop her.
Why do you two have to go to the countryside?
A married daughter is like spilled water, who should she be close to?
You are already so old, but you still can't figure it out? Tong Jianhuo muttered.
He also went out to chase his wife and son. Only Tong Yongchang and Huang Yufeng were left at home.
I told you to come back early. You shouldn't stay in the countryside for a night. Huang Yufeng sighed. It's a big headache.
He looked down at the bacon, pickled fish, and vegetables in his hands. Such good meat and vegetables cannot be bought at the grain station.
How about sending them to my in-laws? And persuade Xiao Wei and say some good things to her? She wanted to take the initiative to give in and show goodwill.
Bullshit advice. Tong Yongchang touched the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. She let out the resentment that had been accumulating in her heart. She is a daughter-in-law who is served by her parents-in-law and her husband.
She doesn't have to pay for the food and drink at home. We pay for it. Even the various expenses of her grandson are paid by us parents-in-law. She basically doesn't have to do any housework. She just has to wait for food and drink every day.
Let's go to the countryside to see our daughter.
Why does she have so many opinions?
Forget it, say less. I still have to rely on my son and daughter-in-law to support me in the future.
Huang Yufeng said.
Our money will belong to them sooner or later. It makes no difference whether we use it sooner or later.
Chapter 120 Stroking the Hair.
There is no difference, but she can't see clearly.
Tong Yongchang exhaled a puff of smoke.
This house is what I got from working in the winery for so many years.
What did she just say?
She told us to get out, and the house became hers.
The house is mine, but you want us to move to the countryside. How can this be justified?
At this moment, he started to think of Chen Hao's kindness again. Although Chen Hao scolded him and asked him to help lift the table, not treating him like his father-in-law but like an ordinary person, he still gave him bacon and pickled fish before he left, and picked vegetables from the greenhouse for him to take with him. When I looked at my daughter-in-law and son again, I felt disappointed and resentful when comparing them.
Don't be so angry. Your daughter-in-law has contributed a lot to your becoming a section chief.
She works at the city supply and marketing cooperative. The wine in the winery can be sold at the supply and marketing cooperative.
Isn't she the one who makes the connection between the winery and the supply and marketing cooperative? Huang Yufeng said.
Just think of it as for our son and bear with it. When we get old, we still have to rely on our son and daughter-in-law.
We can't always ask our son-in-law and daughter for food and drink, right? After a few days of sunshine, it snowed in Changfeng County. Xingxing Restaurant also opened for business, and on the opening day, Huashan Hotel also took action.
Signs were hung at the door and in prominent locations inside the store.
Redeem the receipt for the bicycle. There is a detailed explanation below.
Anyone who spends money at Huashan Hotel can exchange 500 yuan for a Phoenix 28-inch truck with the invoice issued by Huashan Hotel.
Chen Hao also arrived at the county that day. Brother How, the Xingxing restaurant across the street opened today, and they're also holding an event. Anyone who consumes in their restaurant will get a 10% discount. When Chen Wei saw Chen Hao, he took the initiative to report to Chen Hao about the developments of the Xingxing restaurant across the street. These days he has been keeping an eye on the Xingxing restaurant across the street. The sense of crisis is very strong. Xingxing restaurant is indeed grand and is better built than Huashan Hotel. Many customers who dine at Huashan Hotel also talk about the Xingxing restaurant across the street and speak highly of it. He said earlier that he would open the business, but it was delayed for another 2 or 3 days. Chen Hao said, "The funds are probably still insufficient, so let's stick to the original plan. Anyone who presents a receipt from Huashan Hotel can exchange it for a Phoenix 28-inch sedan for 500 yuan. I have done business in my previous life and experienced the internet era, so I am familiar with various marketing methods. Doing business is not just about competing in products and services, it is also about marketing. In fact, the quality of many products is similar. It ultimately depends on which product is more accepted by customers. As long as the marketing is in place, even a bottle of ordinary sugar water can be sold at a high price, and things made from donkey skin will also be sought after. Where is the bicycle? Why can't I see any bicycle?" Chen Hao looked around but didn't find the 28-bar redemption reward. The bicycle is in Changfeng Shopping Mall. I have contacted Director Wu. The bicycle is placed in Changfeng Shopping Mall. As long as someone comes to exchange it, we will immediately go to Changfeng Shopping Mall and push the bicycle over. It's not far away, Chen Wei said. He rubbed his hands and said, "Brother Hao, I feel reassured when you are here. If you were not here, I would not feel confident at all." Many customers who come to our restaurant to eat have a very high opinion of Xingxing restaurant. Some customers even said to my face that Huashan Hotel should learn from Xingxing restaurant and expand its area, build higher floors, and put in more tables and chairs. The negative comments made him feel very uneasy. In particular, he himself believes that this evaluation is correct. We have to push the bicycles over and park them in front of the hotel. Chen Hao shook his head and immediately offered suggestions for improvement. To create a visual impact, there is indeed a gap in the scale of the restaurant between us and the Xingxing branch, so we must make up for it in other aspects. Don't compare yourself with others in your weaknesses, but in your strengths. If the length isn't enough, time will make up for it. Then I will go to Changfeng Shopping Mall to contact Director Wu and push a few bicycles over and park them in front of the hotel. Chen Wei felt that what Chen Hao said made sense. Hao Gu is Hao Gu. He can not only see problems, but also propose solutions to them. Push 10 bicycles over here, hang a big red flower on the front of each bicycle. Also, if there are firecrackers at Changfeng Shopping Mall, bring some over here as well, Chen Hao said. We set off firecrackers every time a bicycle is exchanged. One is to celebrate, and the other is to remind the customers on the other side that we have exchanged bicycles. What is capital? Throw money at it. First force competitors into operating difficulties, then acquire them, form a monopoly, and build a moat. In Changfeng County, Chen Hao's current assets can barely be considered capital. Chen Wei immediately went to do it. He ran to Changfeng Shopping Mall, called some people for help, and pushed 10 bicycles over. There are firecrackers too. Chen Hao had been standing at the entrance of the hotel, looking at the Xingxing restaurant across the street. Many customers had already gone towards Xingxing restaurant. Even some customers who had already arrived at Huashan Hotel suddenly turned around and walked towards Xingxing restaurant across the street. Lu Wenan walked out of Xingxing restaurant and looked towards Huashan Hotel. Seeing Chen Hao standing at the door of the hotel, Lu Wenan smiled at Chen Hao across the street and even raised his hand to say hello. Very proud. Comrades, why are you here at our restaurant and ready to leave? Our food is good, and if you spend money at our restaurant, you can exchange your receipts for bicycles, Chen Wei said to several customers. 3 or 4 customers stood in front of the Huashan Hotel for a while, talked for a few words, and then turned around and prepared to go across the street. He was a little anxious and hurried forward to greet them. Compared with the past, there are fewer customers in Huashan Hotel at this time today. The occupancy rate of tables in the store is much lower than in the same period of time in the past. Previously, Huashan Hotel was a dimensionality reduction blow. No restaurant in the entire Changfeng County could compete with Huashan Hotel. Now the emergence of Xingxing restaurant has broken this monopoly business. We often eat at Huashan Hotel. We are old customers. The food at Huashan Hotel is indeed good, and the service is also good,
but we still want to go to Xingxing restaurant across the street to take a look. It's getting boring to eat at the same place all the time. Xingxing restaurant has just opened across the street. Let's go check it out. We'll have a chance to eat at Huashan Hotel later. A 500 yuan receipt can be exchanged for a bicycle. We only spend a few yuan at a time. How many meals do we have to eat to get the money? Several customers expressed their inner thoughts one by one. Shen Wei wanted to persuade him a few more times, but Shen Hao came over and motioned him to stop talking. The Xingxing restaurant opposite is indeed good. There are more tables inside and the dining environment is better. Even the chefs and waiters inside are all good. Chen Hao said. He knew how to change seats. It's really boring to eat in the same place all the time. Comrades, you should go and have a look across the street. This magnanimous behavior not only won the admiration of several customers, but also made other customers who were watching the fun nearby feel warm in their hearts when they heard it. When working in the service industry, you have to treat customers in a friendly way.